On the Jojo continent in the 8th heaven lies the 10th ascendant Imperial clan, the Su family. Mist coils through the skies as countless divine halls rest upon multicolored immortal clouds. Lanterns and silken streamers adorn every hall, the entire place immersed in jubilant festivity. Spirit beasts drawing sacred palanquins streak ceaselessly through the sky, descending in succession at the foot of the Su family's mountain. Today is the grand wedding of Su Fengqiu, young master of the Immortal Imperial clan, and Jiang Qingxue, the famed fairy Jiang. Laughter rings out as a guest exclaims, "Ha ha, congratulations, congratulations. I heard the Su family's young master recently ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor, and today he weds the illustrious fairy Jiang Qingxue. A double blessing truly worthy of celebration." Someone else sighs in admiration to stand as an Immortal Emperor atop this continent at the mere age of 28. He is almost without precedent. With a single lift of his hand, he could annihilate heaven and earth. The Su family has truly gained a priceless treasure. Voices echo one after another congratulations. The Tianxiong Holy Land has come to offer its blessings to the Su family's young master on his wedding day. The Myriad Swords Immortal Sect offers its congratulations. The Ice Crystal Immortal Palace has arrived to extend its felicitations. Representatives of one mighty force after another clasp their fists in salute. Su Fengqiu's father Su Tianyi, his face glowing with pride, returns the gesture with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, everyone has traveled far, and with great effort. Please come in." At this very moment inside one of the Su family's divine halls, Su Fengqiu opens his eyes and freezes for a heartbeat. "You've got to be kidding me. I can transmigrate like this." Just a moment ago on Earth he had bought a packet of crispy noodles that contained a small winning card. He took out his phone to scan the QR code and claim the prize, and somehow that was the moment he transmigrated. Transmigration these days truly comes when one least expects it. Yet, to his surprise, his starting point this time was not as some useless good-for-nothing. Instead, he is the young master of an immortal imperial clan that has endured for 10,000 years. At 28, he has already achieved the rank of Immortal Emperor. The thrill of it surges through him. Jojo continent. Su Fengqiu murmurs to himself. The Jojo continent is divided into 9 heavens, each interconnected with the others. The first heaven is overall the weakest in strength, while the 9th heaven is the most formidable. Within each heaven are immortal sects, holy lands, long-lived aristocratic clans, and numerous empires. The 10th ascendant Imperial clan of the Su family stands as a hegemonic existence in the 8th heaven. Su Fengqiu mutters, "So where's my cheat? Where is the standard system every transmigrator is supposed to get?" A crisp chime echoes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on activating the Heaven's Mandate Villain system. Su Fengqiu's eyes light up. Open the system. The Heaven's Mandate Villain system declares why is it that the so-called protagonist is loved by all while the villain is forever reduced to a stepping stone and mere foil for the protagonist. This system is devoted to making its host a great villain favored by Heaven's mandate, seizing the opportunities of the Sons of Fortune, performing the deeds of a villain, and proving that even as a villain one can become invincible. Host Su Fengqiu. Age 28. Bloodline human. Realm first stage Immortal Emperor Qi, refining body, refining bright aperture divine ability, Xuantian Xian King Law domain divine, See heavenly venerate divine emperor, heavenly Tao. Each realm has 10 stages, each shattering the heavenly Tao results in Immortal Emperor. Physique pure yang body. Techniques Tianyan chaos art phoenix ode to the world grand heaven's mandate art Qianyuan firmament art 10,000 thunders heavenly prison summons 9 thunders world annihilating art. Reward none. System points 0. Heaven's mandate value 10 extremely low. When the system detects a Son of Fortune, different missions will be triggered. When the host lowers a target's Heaven's mandate value, the amount reduced will be returned tenfold as system points. When facing a Son of Fortune tied to a triggered mission, the host can perceive that person's inner voice and probe all information regarding their life. Su Fengqiu glances over his attributes and the corner of his mouth twitches. Damn, this is outrageous. I am after all the young master of an immortal imperial clan that has endured 10,000 years. I achieved Immortal Emperor at just 28. Even if I am not the very first in history, few could compare to me. Yet my Heaven's mandate value is only 10. What is that supposed to mean? The Heaven's mandate value represents a person's fortune. Yet fortune itself encompasses many things, chances and opportunities, the future, and even matters of life and death. Though Su Fengqiu's background is illustrious, his Heaven's mandate value is absurdly low. Leaving other things aside, one fact is clear: he is extremely prone to dying. There are far too many ways his life could end. He could be drawn into a sudden Immortal Emperor battle and slain by a stronger opponent, ambushed and schemed against by other Immortal Emperors, while traveling, or struck dead by lightning during tribulation, among countless other possibilities. Though Immortal Emperors stand at the pinnacle, they are not truly invincible. All the more so for Su Fengqiu, whose Immortal Emperor cultivation was forcibly elevated by the Su family through the expenditure of innumerable resources. A chime sounds once more. Ding. Son of Fortune, Jiang Qingxue detected. Mission triggered. Reduce Heaven's mandate to 0. Mission reward unlock the first system, Mall Heaven's mandate value, 100. Jiang Qingxue. Isn't that the person I'm marrying today? Su Fengqiu mutters in surprise. Son of Fortune, Jiang Qingxue, first tier Son of Fortune. Heaven's mandate value, 290010. Age 26. Bloodline human. Physique heavenly ice body. Realm 8th stage divine sea. Combat power score 68. Introduction currently a first tier Son of Fortune and childhood sweetheart of the great Son of Fortune Yifeng. In the future with the great Son of Fortune's aid, she will ascend to the pinnacle. Su Fengqiu furrows his brows. That doesn't make sense. I am the young master of a 10th Ascendier Imperial clan and Immortal Emperor in my own right. If she marries me even without Yifeng's help backed by the Su family, her Heaven's mandate value should rise not plummet. How am I supposed to reduce her Heaven's mandate to 0? System, what if I simply erase her? The chime responds, ding. The host may directly erase her. Doing so will instantly complete the mission and grant the reward, but skipping the process of gradually reducing her Heaven's mandate value will forfeit the tenfold conversion into system points, unless the host does not care for those points. Su Fengqiu muses aloud, so it seems the items in the system mall must be truly heaven-defying. Just then another system notification rings out. Ding, great Son of Fortune, Yifeng approaching. Mission triggered, reduce Heaven's mandate to 0. Mission rewards chaos physique undying body heavenly medical sacred art, Heaven's mandate value 0. Oh, Su Fengqiu raises an eyebrow then opens the details to take a look. Son of Fortune Yifeng. Age, 27. Heaven's mandate value 588700 5th tier Son of Fortune. Bloodline Chaos God Clan. Physique Chaos Physique. Realm 3rd stage Divine Emperor. Combat power score 89. Introduction descendant of the Chaos God Clan bearing a supreme bone and wielding the medicine sovereign cauldron, a supreme genius in medicine alchemy formations and talismans, gathering vast fortune unto himself. His ties with many women of extraordinary status run deep, and before long, he is destined to achieve the great Tao. Yifeng, the childhood sweetheart of Jiang Qingxue. Su Fengqiu rubs his chin thoughtfully. Today's marriage to Jiang Qingxue has been arranged by his family. If Yifeng is coming today, then he is clearly here to steal the bride. What nonsense is this? A mere divine emperor dares to come and snatch the bride of an immortal emperor. Does he think this is some female-oriented story? In those worlds the protagonist might be invincible, yet trivial clowns still manage to prance before him. They slander, provoke, and malign him in every possible way. And what does such an already invincible protagonist do? He plays the benevolent saint and tries to reason with them. All it would take is a flick of his finger to annihilate them, yet he insists on reasoning with them. Su Fengqiu's lips curl faintly. And this Yifeng dares to steal the bride of a villainous immortal emperor. Does he truly think this is a female-oriented story? Meanwhile, beneath a distant tree outside the Su family estate, Yifeng's gaze glints with gloom. Su Fengqiu, you deserve to die. Bones crack as Yifeng clenches his fists. Qingxue and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Today, even if the Su family of the 8th heaven stands supremely powerful, I will still take Qingxue away. Yifeng was born in the Yi family of the imperial capital of an empire in the 1st heaven of the Jiuzhou continent, the weakest of all. 8 years ago he accidentally obtained an ancient ring. Within that ring resided the remnant soul of an old man. Only then did Yifeng learn that he possessed a divine bone, no, a supreme bone. From that moment he advanced with unstoppable momentum, cutting down heaven's favored sons, annihilating immortal sects, and walking a path that defied the very heavens. In just 2 short years, Yifeng's name resounded throughout the entire 1st heaven. Afterward he advanced step by step into the stronger 2nd heaven, then the 3rd heaven, and so on. Now among the sects of the 9th heaven few have not at least heard the name Yifeng. 2 years ago Yifeng made a 3-year promise with his childhood sweetheart Jiang Qingxue. 3 years hence, regardless of what he had achieved, he would marry her as his wife. Yet before those 3 years elapsed, Jiang Qingxue was forced by the Jiang family to marry the Su family's young master of the 8th heaven, Su Fengqiu. Marriage itself might be grudgingly acceptable, but Jiang Qingxue was to be given only the status of a concubine. How could Yifeng possibly accept that? Every person has a reverse scale. Touch it and you die. Jiang Qingxue is Yifeng's reverse scale. In a flash of movement, a white-haired old man appears before him. It is the same remnant soul elder from the ring 8 years ago who is now widely known across the Jiuzhou continent as the Sage of Medicine. Now with Yifeng's help, the elder has rebuilt his body and restored his cultivation to nearly its peak. Master. Yifeng clasps his fists in salute. Li Qianqiu stands with hands clasped behind his back and nods. Feng, are you certain you mean to steal this bride? Yi Feng nods firmly. Qingxue is my beloved. Her family, in order to cling to the Su family, has betrothed her to Su Fengqiu. I have not agreed, and I will never agree. Li Qianxiu says solemnly, but you must understand the Su family is an immortal imperial clan that has existed for 10,000 years, once virtually invincible in the 8th heaven. Although the Su family has now declined, even a skinny camel is larger than a horse. They possess more immortal emperors than one can easily count. Judging from the forces arriving today to offer congratulations, the Su family still reigns supreme in the 8th heaven. Compared with any power you have faced before, they are stronger by 100-fold, no, by 10,000-fold. Yi Feng gives a cold snort. For 8 years, I, Yi Feng, have walked a path against the heavens. I have endured countless doubts, confronted innumerable colossal powers, and time after time accomplished what the world deemed impossible, slapping their faces again and again. He looks at Li Qianxiu. Master, you have often said in the past that those forces were tens of thousands, even millions of times stronger than your disciple. Yet now are they not all beneath my feet, or reduced to ashes? The Su family today is no different. Good. Li Qianxiu nods with satisfaction. What your master appreciates most is precisely this courage to defy the heavens. 1,000 years ago, the Medicine Emperor sect owed your master a favor. Today they will send experts to help you seize the bride. My thanks, master. Li Qianxiu sighs softly. This is all your master can do for now. But you must plan your retreat. After this matter, what will you do? Please be at ease, master. Your disciple has already obtained the aid of Luo Liuli. Luo Liuli of Phoenix Platform. Li Qianxiu's eyes brighten. Yes, Phoenix Platform of the 9th heaven. The Phoenix Platform's saintess Luo Liuli is a heaven-favored daughter, an ice-cold immortal maiden whom Yi Feng once saved from death. Since then, she seems to have developed feelings for him. Yi Feng says today Phoenix Platform will send people to aid me. With their pressure bearing down, the Su family will not dare kill me openly. If they cannot kill me today, then in the days to come, I will surely trample the Su family beneath my feet. So Phoenix Platform is now your powerful backing. Yi Feng nods. Yes. I have promised that if they help me in this, I will join Phoenix Platform. It seems your relationship with this Phoenix saintess runs deep. Yi Feng nods again. She is my beloved. Didn't you say Jiang Qingxue is your beloved? They both are. For me, Yi Feng, to have them both is entirely reasonable. Li Qianxiu asks, so you and Luo Liuli are destined to cross 3 lifetimes already? Yi Feng shakes his head. Not yet, but I saved her and have spent some time with her. I know she is fond of me. From the fact that she will personally lead people to pressure the Su family on my behalf today, one can see it clearly. At that moment, their gazes shift toward a formation of spirit beasts gathering in the sky. Several noble divine cranes are drawing a red palanquin. Those are the Su family's spirit beasts. The one in the palanquin should be Jiang Qingxue. She has arrived, Li Qianxiu says. Master, we should enter the Su family as well. On the main peak of the Su family stood a vast and magnificent plaza. Powerhouses from the top clans and forces of every heaven had gathered here, each taking their seats. At the very front rose an extremely resplendent and imposing high platform. Thousands of banquet tables were arranged across the plaza, and the higher one's status, the closer one's seat, was to the front. At this moment, Yi Feng and his master Li Qianxiu were seated in a section at the very back, quietly listening to the conversations of those around them. I truly never expected that the Su family's young master would actually marry Jiang Qingxue from the first heaven. One is the youngest immortal emperor on the continent, while the other, compared to the Su family, comes from a humble background. They are utterly mismatched. What do you know? Jiang Qingxue possesses the heavenly ice physique and exceptional dual cultivation cauldron. Naturally, the Su family believes this constitution will benefit the future of their young master. Besides, Jiang Qingxue is now the saintess of the ice god hall of the 7th heaven, so her status is not low. To serve as a concubine of the Su family's young master is not inappropriate. But her relationship with Yi Feng seems unusual. Yi Feng might actually come. Don't forget, Yi Feng is a man favored by great fortune. His background now is outrageously strong. Given his temperament, he truly might show up. With such a child of destiny, is it not possible that today he will stir up the winds and clouds of the 8th heaven? It really is possible. Hearing these words, Yi Feng's heart swelled with proud amusement. Of course. Naturally, he had the ability to upend the winds and clouds of the 8th heaven. He was Yi Feng after all. Just then a pillar of light connecting heaven and earth descended onto the high platform ahead. When the light faded, several members of the Su family were already standing upon it. Among them stood the Su family head, Su Tianyi, father of Su Fengqiu. At this sight, everyone, regardless of their status, rose to their feet and shouted in unison, "We greet the Immortal Emperor." Su Tianyi smiled, his voice carrying a natural authority that compelled hearts to submit as he spoke, "My thanks to you all for attending the grand wedding feast of my son Fengqiu." The crowd responded in unison. Su Tianyi said, "Since time waits for no one, let us invite today's groom." Above, the void winds and clouds churned as several dragon roars resounded. 9 dragons soaring to the heavens. A sonorous dragon's cry rang out as 9 divine dragons burst skyward. Standing with hands clasped behind his back upon the head of one dragon was Fengqiu. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. That is the Su family's young master Fengqiu. An immortal emperor at 28, the future helm of the 10th ascendant Imperial clan, the Su family. Seeing him today, he truly appears like a being from the heavens. His bearing is extraordinary. At a glance, perhaps only a handful of divine maidens such as Luo Liuli Saintess of Phoenix platform could be worthy of him. On his wedding day, he even summoned 9 members of the dragon race to create such an atmosphere. This 10th ascendant Imperial clan, the Su family, is truly extravagant. If this is for a mere concubine, one can hardly imagine what the main wife ceremony would be like. Feng looked up at that figure, his eyes faintly bloodshot as his fists clenched tight. To be honest, he was envious, even jealous. He's just someone born under a fortunate star, Feng thought coldly. Forced up to the realm of Immortal Emperor with endless resources, his foundation is unstable. Cultivation without true strength. If I advance to the heavenly Tao, I might even be able to cross realms and behead this so-called Immortal Emperor. Su Tianyi said, let us invite today's bride Jiang Qingxue of the Jiang clan, saintess of the Ice God Hall. Phoenix cries resounded. 9 noble phoenixes flew over from the distant horizon. Upon the head of one phoenix stood a woman in a red gown. The 9 phoenixes and divine dragons then intertwined and circled, forming a wondrous vision of dragon and phoenix in harmonious auspice. Seated near the front, Jiang Qingxue's parents watched this breathtaking scene, their faces flushed with pride. They could hardly resist standing up to shout to everyone, do you see? That is our daughter. Feng stared at that slender figure and clenched his fists. Qingxue. Good. Very good. What a Su Fengqiu. What a Su family. Such ostentatious grandeur. It was precisely men like Su Fengqiu, proud and overbearing, whom he had come to cut down. Jiang Qingxue stood there, and even before such a spectacle, she could not help but lift her chin slightly. Jiang Qingxue looked at Su Fengqiu before her. In that instant, she could not help being dazzled. So handsome, so powerful. Was this the youngest immortal emperor? It seemed that marrying him and becoming his concubine might not be such a bad thing. No. Jiang Qingxue secretly shook her head. She already had her Feng Gij. She had always deeply loved her Feng Gij. But Su Fengqiu was so outstanding, and this was the 10th ascendant Imperial clan, the Su family. Feng Gij falls far short of him. A thought suddenly surfaced in Jiang Qingxue's heart. At first, she had held a faint extravagant hope that Feng would come to snatch her away. Yet after tossing and turning through many nights, Jiang Qingxue had come to feel that marrying Su Fengqiu was not bad at all. It was a tremendous opportunity for her. Especially after witnessing the Su family's grandeur today. Even the noble phoenix race was beneath her feet. This sense of vanity was satisfied beyond measure. This, she felt, was what Jiang Qingxue deserved. Only Su Fengqiu could give her this. Feng Gij truly fell far too short. It would be best if he did not come. Truly, he must not come. Yes, she told herself she was worried for his safety, not for any other reason. However, when Jiang Qingxue lowered her gaze from the sky, her pupils suddenly contracted. She had seen a familiar figure. Feng Gij. For an instant, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. But it quickly dissipated. No, he must not try to seize her. If some mishap occurred, and she could no longer marry Su Fengqiu, what then? She had not understood before. After witnessing everything today, she truly felt how vast the gap between people could be. Feng Gij was indeed so inferior. Feng, meanwhile, clearly saw the look Jiang Qingxue cast toward him from the void above. Feng smiled slightly, murmuring under his breath, Qingxue, I am here. Yet in the next heartbeat, Jiang Qingxue hastily shifted her gaze away. Feng's brows furrowed. Why had Qingxue averted her gaze? Then his expression slowly relaxed. He thought he understood. Qingxue was afraid that if others noticed her gaze, they would in turn notice Feng. She was protecting him. Fool, he thought affectionately, I know you are worried for my safety and don't wish me to seize you away, but how could I ever let you suffer grievance? Su Fengqiu looked at Jiang Qingxue before him. She was indeed beautiful, worthy of being ranked 99th on the continent's fairy ranking. Because the child of destiny stood within his field of vision, Su Fengqiu could hear the other's inner voice. At this moment, every thought in Jiang Qingxue's heart was perfectly clear to Su Fengqiu. In terms of earth, he mused inwardly, is she not simply a gold digger, a green tea girl? Such a heartless, materialistic woman. There was even less reason for Su Fengqiu to accept such a person, as a chime sounded in his mind. Jiang Qingxue, a child of fortune, has increased her favorability toward you by 20. Feng's destiny value, 10000. Your system value, 1000000. Feng's destiny value was so high largely thanks to several women. Jiang Qingxue's heavenly ice physique would one day have made her his cauldron. Now that she was about to leave him, Feng's destiny value would naturally drop. Su Fengqiu cast a casual glance down at Feng, the corner of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. With a swoosh, Su Fengqiu and Jiang Qingxue leaped in unison, flying together toward the high platform. Midair, Jiang Qingxue reached out her hand to him. She wanted to take Su Fengqiu's hand so that Yi Feng would retreat in the face of difficulties. Feeling her movement, Su Fengqiu directly wrapped his arm around her waist midair. Indeed, he did it purely to humiliate Yi Feng. This was precisely how a proper villain should act. Another chime sounded, sensing that Yi Feng's Dao heart is beginning to fracture. His destiny value 100. System value 100000. Below, powerhouses from all major forces broke into cheers and rowdy shouts. Jiang Qingxue secretly rejoiced in her heart. If nothing else, her looks were beyond reproach. It seemed Su Fengqiu was quite satisfied with her. Damn. Seeing this, Yi Feng shot to his feet in fury, his whole body trembling with rage. She was his woman. Take your filthy hands off her. Ahem. His masterly Qianqiu cleared his throat, signaling him not to act rashly just yet. After all, the people from Phoenix platform had not even arrived. A system prompt echoed in Su Fengqiu's mind. Once they landed, Jiang Qingxue nestled directly into Su Fengqiu's arms. From the corner of her eye, she stole a glance at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, Gij, in this way you should understand my heart right. You absolutely must not stand up, but it would be best if you quietly left now. Compared to Su Fengqiu, you are truly far too inferior. Bones creaked as Yi Feng's fists tightened. Seeing the woman he loved in another man's arms under the gaze of so many people, he could scarcely bear the pain. A guttural cry tore through his heart. Yi Feng ground his teeth. Qingxue, I know you are wronging yourself, wanting my heart to break, so I'll leave, but how could I not understand your intentions? You're protecting me. Rest assured I will definitely take you away. I am not afraid. Though thousands block my path, I shall still press forward. Seeing that Yi Feng had not left, Jiang Qingxue's delicate brows knit together. Why was he still here? How annoying. Father. Su Fengqiu bowed to Su Tianyi. Jiang Qingxue, slightly bent at the waist as well. Qingxue greets Senior Su. The family head Su Tianyi let out a hearty laugh. Good. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and rose, his gaze falling upon Jiang Qingxue. Qingxue, are you willing to become a concubine of my son Su Fengqiu? I am willing. Jiang Qingxue replied without the slightest hesitation. At this, Yi Feng could no longer contain himself. Even if Phoenix platform had not yet arrived, he had to act. With a crash, Yi Feng overturned the table in front of him. I am not willing. An unexpected scene unfolded, causing an uproar among the crowd. All eyes turned towards the young man Yi Feng. Yi Feng reveled in the sensation of being the center of astonished gazes. Beside him, his masterly Qianqiu merely furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Wow, Yi Feng. He is Yi Feng. Indeed. Given Yi Feng's character, he must be here to seize the bride. I just didn't expect him to have such audacity. After all, this is the Xie family of the 10th ascendant Imperial lineage. However, as far as I know, Yi Feng has been defying the odds these past years, shrouded in great fortune. Now he has numerous top sects backing him, with the Tianyu Holy Land being one of them. No wonder he dares to come to the Xie family. It turns out he has such a powerful background. Today it seems we are in for. The Xie family must indeed be wary of the Tianyu Holy Land and the Phoenix platform. Lu Yunyan from the Tianyu Holy Land is his master right. Hiss. Yi Feng looked at Jiang Qingxue on the stage and said, Qingxue, I have come. Su Tianyi, with his hands behind his back, asked lightly, Who are you? Yi Feng replied calmly, Yi Feng. Oh, Yi Feng. What do you mean? Yi Feng, to seize the bride. Then Yi Feng pointed at Jiang Qingxue on the stage and said, Qingxue is my childhood sweetheart. I promised her a 3-year agreement. How could she be coerced by the CF family? Today I will take her back. Who dares to stop me? Jiang Qingxue. Su Tianyi wanted to say something, but Su Fengqiu stepped forward and said, Father, let me handle my own affairs. Su Tianyi nodded. Su Fengqiu looked down at Yi Feng from a height and said indifferently, You dare to seize the bride of the Immortal Emperor. Ha! Yi Feng laughed heartily. I, Yi Feng, traverse 30,000 miles of the world and defy heaven. Is there anything in this world I dare not do? Today, even the mighty CF family, even the Immortal Emperor, cannot deter me. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Fengqiu struck him with a casual flick. A crisp slap echoed, sending Yi Feng flying, rotating several times in the air before crashing to the ground, spitting blood. A clown. Su Fengqiu said indifferently. Yi Feng immediately got up and, filled with rage, pointed at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu walked slowly on the high platform with his hands behind his back and said, If you wish to seize the bride, I won't stop you, but first you must ask if your childhood sweetheart is willing to go with you. If she is willing today, I will let her leave with you. What say you? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Su Fengqiu is likely to lose face. Jiang Qingxue and Yi Feng are childhood sweethearts, and Yi Feng promised her a 3-year agreement. How could she not be willing to go with Yi Feng? No, it's not that simple. Jiang Qingxue has family here. If she truly dares to leave, does she not fear for her family's lives? Su Fengqiu said they could leave, but he did not say that Jiang Qingxue's family could go. Exactly, Jiang Qingxue will undoubtedly refuse out of concern for her family's safety. Just as the crowd was finishing their speculations, Su Fengqiu continued, of course I also promise that if she wishes to go with you her family will not be touched in the slightest. Yi Feng was taken aback, is that true? If anything happens to her family regardless of who is to blame the world will hold me accountable. Su Fengqiu declared. Wow. Upon hearing this the crowd erupted in astonishment. How dare he? Once these words are spoken Jiang Qingxue will have no worries and will surely leave with Yi Feng. Is he not afraid of Jiang Qingxue leaving with Yi Feng? Is he truly unafraid of losing face? This Su family's young master is indeed hard to fathom. What gives him such confidence? Yi Feng laughed heartily. Haha, good. Su Fengqiu, you are indeed a man. Saying this he extended his hand towards Jiang Qingxue on the high platform. Qingxue, did you hear? I have come to take you away, I'll come with me. Jiang Qingxue bit her lip slightly. She glanced at the back of Su Fengqiu who stood with his hands behind his back, then looked at Yi Feng who was reaching out below. One was Immortal Emperor Su Fengqiu. The other was childhood sweetheart Yi Feng. They were utterly incomparable. Although Yi Feng had limitless potential in the future, Su Fengqiu was already at the pinnacle. The 10th ascendant Imperial lineage is not just empty talk. Jiang Qingxue shook her head. Brother Yi Feng, you should go back. What? Hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd was equally astonished. Jiang Qingxue and Yi Feng are childhood sweethearts with a 3-year agreement. Su Fengqiu even promised not to harm her. How could she refuse to leave with Yi Feng? No one expected it to turn out this way. What do you mean go back? Qingxue, I am here to take you away. Yi Feng became anxious. Jiang Qingxue shook her head. I won't go, you should go back. Yi Feng shouted in agitation. No. You are lying to me. You must be lying. Qingxue, do you have something on him? Tell me. Jiang Qingxue shook her head. No, after much contemplation, I simply feel that young Master Su is more suited for me. No? Impossible. Yi Feng shouted vehemently. I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. You must leave with me today. Jiang Qingxue still shook her head. Yi Feng, I will never allow you to suffer here. Jiang Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, do I not make myself clear? How unlucky. Yi Feng yelled, I don't believe it. Give me a reason. Jiang Qingxue gradually lost her patience. The reason is that once upon a time, we were merely young and naive. It was all fake. Now I have secretly developed feelings for young Master Su. Why should I go with you? Yi Feng's face turned ashen, disbelief written all over it as he lowered his head, murmuring to himself. No, it can't be. It can't be. At this moment he felt like a clown. Ding. Sensing Yi Feng's Dao heart collapsing. Your destiny value 300,000. Your system value 3 million. The others were watching Yi Feng as if he were a clown. The surrounding murmurs pierced Yi Feng's heart like 1,000 needles. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It absolutely cannot be like this. Yi Feng repeatedly muttered. How is this possible? That is his Qingxue. Crack. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost embedding into his flesh. Jiang Qingxue said coldly, today I will not leave with you. You should give up on this notion. Su Fengqiu smiled and said, did you hear that? Yi Feng raised his head, his eyes flashing with anger as he pointed at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu, I don't know what methods you used, but the humiliation of today, Yi Feng will repay 100-fold in the future. Su Fengqiu, give me 1 year. In 1 year, I will flatten your 10th ascendant Imperial lineage. After saying this, Yi Feng waved his arm, preparing to leave. At this moment, Su Fengqiu's ethereal yet authoritative voice echoed, leave. Did I permit you? Do you think this is a game? You think you can just come and go as you please, eh? Then Su Fengqiu unleashed the terrifying pressure of the Immortal Emperor. At that instant the world changed color. The expressions of the crowd transformed dramatically. Yi Feng furrowed his brows. This is wrong. In the past, when he made such a yearly agreement, no matter who the opponent was, they would always let him leave. Why is Su Fengqiu not letting him leave now? Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. You dare to seize the bride of the Immortal Emperor. The CF family is not a place you can simply enter and exit at will. Yi Feng's brows suddenly knitted tightly. Huff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately Su Fengqiu raised his hand, lifting Yi Feng like a chick. I truly do not understand. How can such a weak person, whether in the past or present, face countless stronger beings who could easily kill him? Why can't they kill him? Isn't it simple? Su Fengqiu said. Yi Feng, a mere insect, dares to come to my CF family to seize Su Fengqiu's bride. Do you really think you are something? As he spoke, Su Fengqiu's grip tightened slightly. Yi Feng's entire body felt as if his bones were about to be crushed, and he let out a pained scream. No one dared to speak up. Stop. At that moment a voice suddenly came from the crowd. A voice shouted stop, reigniting the suspense. All eyes turned to the figure who called out. Su Fengqiu also looked over, narrowing his eyes slightly. Master! Yi Feng cried out, being held in midair, kicking his legs as he shouted. Li Qianqiu clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Su Fengqiu, and said, Young Master Su Yifeng is my disciple. Today's incident was due to his impulsiveness. I hope you can let him go for my sake." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide. "What? The medical sage Li Qianxiu? Isn't he supposed to be dead? He's actually alive." No wonder Yifeng has grown so rapidly over the years. He is actually a disciple of the medical sage. The medical sage is someone that every sect desires. His medical skills and alchemy are invaluable to any sect worth as much as 3 celestial emperors. After all, he is capable of refining 9th and even 10th tier pills. Some miraculous pill formulas are known only to him. Su Fengqiu chuckled. "Medical sage Li Qianxiu." Yifeng suddenly shouted, "No, master. Don't be afraid of him. Let's see if he dares to kill me." Then Yifeng yelled at Su Fengqiu, "If you kill me, the heavenly feather sacred land in Phoenix Terrace will not let you and the Su family off. The Phoenix Saintess Luo Liuli is my confidant, and our bond is destined for 3 lifetimes. Do you dare to kill me?" The crowd was taken aback. "What? The Phoenix Terrace Saintess Luo Liuli is actually Yifeng's confidant. I knew Yifeng had a close relationship with Phoenix Terrace, but I didn't expect it to be like this. So this means that people from Phoenix Terrace are likely already on their way. Killing Yifeng will not be easy for Su Fengqiu and the Su family. If it was only a mild connection, that wouldn't be an issue, but the Phoenix Terrace Saintess being Yifeng's confidant means that if the Su family kills him, it would be equivalent to killing Luo Liuli. Although the Su family may not fear Phoenix Terrace, the latter's influence is immense, and its allies are numerous. So Su Fengqiu ignored Yifeng's words and turned to Li Qianxiu saying, "Are you suggesting that you want to die for Yifeng?" "Huh." Li Qianxiu was taken aback. That was not his intention. He thought he would just step in to buy some time. People from Phoenix Terrace would surely arrive soon. If worst comes to worst, he could join the Su family and refine pills for them. He just needed to get through this situation. That wasn't his intention. "That's not what I meant." Li Qianxiu hadn't finished speaking when Su Fengqiu pointed to the sky. The clear sky suddenly turned dark. A gigantic vortex appeared in the void above. Within the vortex, a massive sword thousands of meters long seemed to tear through the heavens as it slowly emerged. Li Qianxiu looked up, his pupils contracting. Something was wrong. Based on his previous encounters with Yifeng, the opponent wouldn't act so recklessly at this moment. Su Fengqiu said, "Very well then, I shall fulfill your resolve." Li Qianxiu was taken aback, saying, "Oh no, that's not how it is." Yifeng's eyes narrowed and he shouted angrily, "You dare? My master is the medical sage of the continent. If you kill him, Yifeng will surely slaughter your Su family in the future." Li Qianxiu looked back and forth in confusion. "No, don't provoke him. Su Fengqiu's celestial emperor's might descended. The might of a celestial emperor is something a mere warrior like Li Qianxiu, who has just recovered his Dao realm, cannot withstand." Even though Li Qianxiu attempted to resist in that moment, despite Su Fengqiu being forcibly elevated to the status of a celestial emperor by resources, a celestial emperor is still a celestial emperor. The gigantic sword descended. Li Qianqiu's physical body was directly annihilated. Jiang Qingsnow frowned slightly. She didn't seem to have any particular emotional reaction. She had reminded Yifeng countless times. "I told you to leave, but you insisted on staying. Well, now look at the outcome. Who can you blame? Can Jiang Qingsnow be blamed? And you claim that the Phoenix Terrace's Luo Liuli is your confidant. Why didn't you just enjoy your romance with her? Why did you have to come here? If Su Fengqiu is unhappy, your relationship might be ruined. What will she do?" The crowd showed expressions of shock. What a decisive Su Fengqiu. Is this the might of a celestial emperor? Originally, I didn't believe that Su Fengqiu had truly become a celestial emperor. Many people on the continent thought it was just a rumor, a tale spun by the declining Su family to save face. But seeing it today, it's indeed true. This, how terrifying. "No, master." Yifeng's eyes widened in horror as he screamed. Ding. Yifeng's destiny value decreased by 500,000. Your system value increased by 5 million. Su Fengqiu awesome. In the dust, the soul of Li Qianxiu flew out. After finally reshaping his physical body, everything was in vain. Li Qianxiu glanced at Su Fengqiu, who was like a ruler over all. How was this young master of the Su family so different from others? Without hesitation, he took action. Other people, even if they had the power to easily slay them, would merely talk a lot. All sorts of flashy talk, but they wouldn't take real action. Even if they did act, they wouldn't use deadly moves. The ones he encountered with Yifeng before were all like this. This is also why over the years, when faced with countless enemies that were simply insurmountable, they could always turn danger into safety. Either they escaped or waited for Yifeng's backing to come in time to rescue them. Damn. At this moment, only the soul of Li Qianxiu looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but grit his teeth. "What are you shouting about? I told you not to be impulsive. I told you to wait for the people from Phoenix Terrace to arrive. Why are you so anxious? I'm really at my wit's end." Li Qianqiu's mindset was on the verge of collapse. It was clearly a situation that could be easily resolved. When the strong from Phoenix Terrace arrived, would Su Fengqiu still dare to act this way? He had to act cool. They hadn't even arrived, and he had to come out himself. Damn. At that moment, Su Fengqiu reached out to the soul of Li Qianxiu and grasped his soul. Yi Feng's pupils contracted. Master. Su Fengqiu, stop. Are you going to destroy my master's soul? If you dare try it, Yi Feng will never let you go. Yi Feng will make you regret for life. Upon hearing Yi Feng's voice, Li Qianxiu's soul trembled. Please, don't shout. Li Qianxiu hurriedly shouted. No, young Master Su, please don't be impulsive. Don't listen to Yi Feng's words. In my current state, if my physical body is destroyed, it is not true death. If my soul is destroyed, then that is true death. Yi Feng shouted. Master, don't be afraid of him. The people from Phoenix Terrace are coming soon. Su Fengqiu, you may not know, but my master is an honorary elder of Phoenix Terrace, and with the background of the medical sage, you must be aware of that, right? The Medicine God Mountain. Even though my master has left the Medicine God Mountain, if you kill him in front of everyone, it would be slapping the face of the Medicine God Mountain. After saying this, Yi Feng shouted, don't say you, Su Fengqiu, even if your father comes, he wouldn't dare. If you have the ability, try to act. Why provoke him? Li Qianxiu roared inwardly. Don't. Young master, I can refine top-tier pills for your Su family. Li Qianxiu's pupils contracted as he hurriedly shouted. In the next moment, Su Fengqiu exerted force. A scream echoed as Li Qianxiu's soul was crushed to ashes. Su Fengqiu calmly stated, there's no need for that. Ding. Killing Li Qianxiu decreased Yi Feng's destiny value by 1 million, your system value, 10 million. This Li Qianxiu had a destiny value of as high as 150,000 for Yi Feng. Keeping him alive was truly useless. Medical skills. With Yi Feng's destiny value cleared, Su Fengqiu could acquire the Heavenly Medical Saint art, which is likely the most advanced medical skill in the world. What use would he have for him? No, master. Yi Feng's pupils contracted as he let out a heartbreaking roar. How could this happen? The master who had accompanied him for so many years. How could he just fall like this? The crowd was shocked by Su Fengqiu's decisiveness in killing. They also lamented the fall of Li Qianxiu. What a tragedy. Li Qianxiu's death 8 out of 10 times is because of Yi Feng. Su Fengqiu is truly decisive. I didn't expect the medical sage who had not perished for many years to die at the hands of his own favored disciple. It's truly regrettable. Su Fengqiu, if you let me go today, it will be your most regrettable decision. Yi Feng glared at Su Fengqiu with bloodshot eyes. Su Fengqiu would definitely not kill Yi Feng today. Killing him was simple, but today he casually diminished his destiny value by 150,000. Su Fengqiu still had plans, easily able to bring his destiny value to 0. Once it was cleared, he could dispose of him. Su Fengqiu glanced at Yi Feng, then with one hand gripped him from afar, while the other fingers slowly flicked. Yi Feng let out a scream. On his back, through his skin, he could see a glowing bone being extracted from his back skin gradually tore open. His screams were incessant. This is the supreme. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. No wonder Yi Feng is so powerful. He actually possesses the world's most supreme bone. It's over. His supreme bone is about to be extracted by Su Fengqiu. Once the supreme bone is gone, he will be crippled. Where are the people from Phoenix Terrace? If they do not arrive soon, even if Yi Feng does not die today, he will be crippled. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. Young Master Su, please hold back. The eyes of the crowd turned towards the direction of the sound. Above in the void, over 100 figures soared majestically through the air. They soon landed before the onlookers. The more than 100 people appeared to possess considerable cultivation. At the forefront stood an elderly man with white hair. Upon sensing a familiar aura dissipating, he understood what had transpired. His heart was still somewhat shaken. Then he glanced at Yi Feng, and with a fist salute towards Su Fengqiu, he stated, I am Yao Chongfeng, the supreme elder of the Yao Huang sect, honored to meet you, young Master Su. The crowd exchanged glances. So it is the Yao Huang sect, one of the top sects of the Eightfold Heaven. Is the Yao Huang sect here to rescue Yi Feng? Otherwise, Yi Feng is indeed a person of great fortune. At such a young age, and with such limited cultivation, he possesses numerous powerful backers, and even dares to stand against the Su family. The Yao Huang sect truly has the opportunity to pressure the Su family. After all, they are top-tier existences from the Eightfold Heaven, and even their supreme elder has come. Yao Chongfeng then said, years ago Li Qianxiu saved my Yao Huang sect. Today I have come late, and could not save Li Qianxiu. I hope young Master Su can spare Yi Feng's supreme bone. If the supreme bone is extracted, then Li Qianqiu's sole disciple will be utterly crippled. Su Fengqiu's father Su Tianyi glanced at his son. He wondered how his son would act next. Su Fengqiu's gaze sharpened slightly, and an irresistible imperial voice rang out, get lost. The members of the Yao Huang sect were taken aback, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Behind Su Fengqiu, Jiang Qingsnow's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a domineering man. What Yi Feng? A man like Su Fengqiu is the one she should have. Yao Changfeng's expression changed slightly, and he said, young friend Suyu. Su Fengqiu replied, the matters of your Yao Huang sect have nothing to do with my Su family. If you wish to stop me, bring your entire sect here to annihilate my Su family, or get lost. Everyone was utterly stunned, unable to fathom how a mere junior could possess such an imposing presence. Despite being a newly ascended Immortal Emperor, his age and experience were obvious. Yao Chongfeng, the supreme elder of the Yao Huang sect, was completely intimidated by Su Fengqiu. Young friend Su, while the Su family is strong, my Yao Huang sect is not without reputation. 3. Yao Changfeng's brows furrowed, his teeth clenched in anger, yet he ultimately swallowed his pride. Farewell. We shall take our leave. Yao Changfeng cupped his fist and left with the members of the Yao Huang sect looking dejected. Su Tianyi looked at his son Su Fengqiu and nodded in satisfaction. This was the might of an emperor. Only then could he trust the future of the Su family to Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu continued to excavate Yifeng's supreme bone. The sound of Yifeng's agonizing screams echoed continuously. The flesh on his back split open and blood flowed profusely. The terrifying spiritual energy from the supreme bone was released from the gaping wound on his back. Everyone greedily stared at the supreme bone that was gradually being unearthed. Ding. Due to Yifeng's destiny value decreasing, Jiang Qingsnou's destiny value drops by 30,000. At this moment, Su Fengqiu announced, "Today, I still have one matter to declare." The crowd's gaze turned towards Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu then said indifferently, "Today my engagement with Jiang Qingsnou is hereby annulled." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingsnou was left in a daze, feeling helpless. No. Why? She looked at Su Fengqiu with a face full of unwillingness. Yifeng. It was Yifeng. She gritted her silver teeth and glanced at Yifeng, who was being excavated. She knew that Yifeng had come to claim her, and her marriage was likely to be affected. Scoundrel. You put yourself at risk, but why must you harm Jiang Qingsnou? Why? Su Fengqiu glanced at Jiang Qingsnou and said, "This emperor's concubine is not someone you are qualified to be. What are you? But you just held me, and Qingsnou has long been infatuated with young Master Su. What does holding you mean? Just because someone looks at you, you think they are infatuated with you. What are you?" The crowd murmured. Though Jiang Qingsnou's love for young Master Su is possible, to so easily abandon her childhood friend Yifeng is indeed a malicious heart. Isn't this just a woman who flatters the powerful? Earlier, all her attention was on Yifeng, and she even forgot Jiang Qingsnou. How could someone like this be worthy of young Master Su? It is reasonable and deserved. Young Master Zu's words are absolutely correct. The crowd cupped their fists and shouted in unison. Jiang Qingsnou's face turned ashen. No, she couldn't lose everything. Since Su Fengqiu no longer wanted her, she couldn't lose Yifeng. At that moment, a phoenix's cry echoed from the horizon. The crowd raised their heads to look. In the void above, a gigantic phoenix led the way. Behind it, there was a phoenix feathered palanquin accompanied by several powerful figures. The people from the Phoenix Terrace have arrived. It is the phoenix feather palanquin of the Phoenix Saintess. Could it be that there is a twist? The Phoenix Saintess is Yifeng's confidant. She has personally come, and it seems that the supreme bone cannot be excavated now. In immense pain, Yifeng revealed a bloodstained grin upon hearing the commotion. Su Fengqiu, I wonder if you can still continue excavating this supreme bone." He then shouted to the sky, "Li am here." Whoosh! The Phoenix feather palanquin and several powerful figures from the Phoenix Terrace landed before the Su family hall. A woman dressed in a white immortal dress with a veil covering her face walked slowly out of the palanquin, exuding an extraordinarily noble aura. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Ding! Detected the appearance of the 7th-tier child of destiny, Luo Liuli. Child of destiny, Luo Liuli, age 25, destiny value 743. 7th-tier child of destiny, bloodline phoenix, divine bloodline, physique, holy spirit, immortal body, 7 orifices, Liuli heart realm, heavenly Tao stage, 8th tier combat power score, 95 introduction, saintess of the Phoenix Terrace. Ice Mountain Fairy, ranked in the top 10 of the immortal ranking of the 9 continents, possessor of the Phoenix divine bloodline, with a natural holy spirit immortal body, a top-tier divine body. And rumored to be the key to obtaining divine status, it seems that there is also some sort of extraordinary power within her that is yet to awaken, and her future achievements are unimaginable, making her one of the few who have the opportunity to transcend to the Immortal Emperor realm in the 9 continents. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the task, Luo Liuli's affection. With the 7 orifices, Liuli heart, holy spirit, immortal body, and Luo Liuli's character, she is an excellent match for an immortal partner. Task content: achieve a favorability of 20, 40, 60, and 80 with her to receive rewards. If favorability reaches 80, you will obtain the ultimate reward belonging to Luo Liuli. Su Fengqiu raised his eyebrow. The veil obscured her beauty, but her aura was indeed incomparable to any other woman. As the crowd beheld the newcomer, they were all shocked. What? That is the rumored Saint Heart, Immortal Emperor, the supreme elder of the Phoenix Terrace. The Saint Heart Immortal Emperor has even come. This It seems that what Yi Feng said is true. He and Luo Liuli must have a deep connection, otherwise how could such a powerful figure intervene? With the Phoenix Terrace's influence, the Su family must tread carefully. At this moment, Jiang Qingsno saw that the Phoenix Terrace had sent people, and even the Saint Heart Immortal Emperor had come. Her eyes lit up. What a turn of events. Now Su Fengqiu was no longer someone she could curry favor with. She could only return to Yi Feng's embrace. Otherwise, what would she do? What would the world say about her? A shameless woman abandoning her childhood friend to rise in status. She couldn't ascend, but would absolutely not suffer such a fate. Thus, she could only return to Yi Feng's side to explain everything and maintain her image. Moreover, Su Fengqiu had already declared that no matter what, he would not kill her or her family. With that, Jiang Qingsno had nothing to fear. Brother Yi Feng. Jiang Qingsno leaped down from the high platform, running tearfully towards Yi Feng, who was having his bone excavated. Brother Yi Feng. Qingsno. Yi Feng opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Qingsno. Jiang Qingsno cried, Brother Yi Feng, I'm sorry. Everything I said earlier was a lie. I was afraid that if I didn't act ruthlessly enough you wouldn't leave, and I was scared you would be killed. Boo-hoo, I have always been waiting for you. Qingsno knew you would definitely come. But now I absolutely cannot let your supreme bone be excavated. Brother Yi Feng, it was Su Fengqiu who, after speaking, Jiang Qingsno knelt before Su Fengqiu, saying, Young Master Su, would you spare me and Brother Yi Feng, please? Luo Liuli stood at a distance, momentarily stunned. What kind of plot was this? Su Fengqiu's lips twitched slightly. After all, he knew Jiang Qingsno's true feelings. What a shameless woman. Then Jiang Qingsno looked at Luo Liuli while kneeling. Miss Luo, please take action and save Brother Yi Feng. His supreme bone is about to be excavated. Luo Liuli has brought several powerful figures from the Phoenix platform this time, including a supreme elder, the Holy Heart Immortal Emperor, and their purpose is none other than Yi Feng. At this moment, the strong ones from the Phoenix platform looked at Yi Feng's supreme bone with astonishment. The supreme bone is a divine bone of the world. It grants immense power to its wielder. Even the Immortal Emperor covets it. The last person to possess the supreme bone was a powerful figure nearly 10,000 years ago. Whenever the supreme bone appears, it triggers a bloody storm across the continent. This is because the supreme bone can be excavated and absorbed by others. Thus, these powerful figures were quite shocked to see that Yi Feng possessed the supreme bone. Yi Feng glanced at Jiang Qingshu and murmured, Qingshu, I knew you were forced, you did it for me. Then Yi Feng shouted, Liuli, the supreme bone is about to be excavated, help me. Damn Su Fengqiu. With the Phoenix platform backing me, let's see if you dare to excavate my supreme bone today. I refuse to believe you can succeed today. Miss Luo, does the Phoenix platform intend to intervene in this matter? Su Fengqiu asked casually. Su Fengqiu had already devised a series of plans to deal with Yi Feng. He was aware of Yi Feng's true thought. Luo Liuli looked at Su Fengqiu and slightly bowed, saying, Young Master Su, Yi Feng once saved my life, and today, I ask you to show mercy in return for his kindness. What conditions does young Master Su have? Speak freely. Su Fengqiu replied nonchalantly, today, even if the entire Phoenix platform comes, I have determined to excavate Yi Feng's supreme bone. Miss Luo, you are not qualified to intervene. Luo Liuli frowned slightly. Su Fengqiu is so domineering. Yi Feng shouted, Liuli, do not let him succeed, or otherwise I will be finished. You must have the elders of the Phoenix platform intervene to stop him. Quickly. Jiang Qingshu panicked. Could it be? Would they not give face to the Phoenix platform? The legendary Holy Heart Immortal Emperor has also stepped in. The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor stood there with his hands behind his back and said lightly, what is Su Fengqiu? Su Fengqiu continued, Holy Heart Senior, you overpraise me. Luo Liuli with her beautiful eyes looked at Su Fengqiu and asked, what if I insist on protecting Yi Feng today? Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed. If you insist on protecting him, then the Phoenix platform members will also be left behind. Everyone showed expressions of shock. The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor looked displeased at Su Tianyi and asked Immortal Emperor, are you allowing your son to act recklessly like this? Su Tianyi knew his son's intentions. It felt a bit too grand. But Su Tianyi chuckled and said, what my son says today is the will of the Su family. As he spoke, Su Tianyi slightly stepped forward. In an instant, a horrifying force erupted into the sky. The entire vast Su family was enveloped by an exaggerated formation. The meaning was clear. If the Phoenix platform intervened today, they would truly never leave the Su family alive. Everyone's pupils constricted. My heavens. This Su family, this Su Fengqiu has gone mad. They wouldn't really dare, would they? This is simply shocking. In this case, would the Phoenix platform still dare to act? Though Su Fengqiu is an immortal emperor, such courage and decisiveness are not qualities a 28-year-old should possess. Even beings that have lived for 1,000 years cannot have such boldness. The younger ones are unruly and the older ones are equally indulgent. Luo Liuli's brow furrowed tightly as she glanced at Yi Feng. Liuli, save me. Yi Feng shouted desperately. Luo Liuli clenched her fist towards Su Fengqiu, saying, what can young Master Su do to relent? Su Fengqiu smiled and said deliberately, even in such a situation Miss Luo still does not intend to give up. It seems just as Yifeng said, you are his confidant destined for 3 lifetimes. What? Upon hearing this Luo Liuli was stunned. The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor and other strong figures from the Phoenix platform exchanged glances. Su Fengqiu, such slander against the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix platform and the dignity of the Phoenix platform should not be uttered lightly. The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor coldly said. Su Fengqiu knew Yifeng's inner voice, and of course he knew this was just his boasting. It's all fake. He simply saved her and spent some time training together, and he thinks she has feelings for him. However, to maintain his face and intimidate others, he said it himself. Su Fengqiu would deal with him. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Holy Heart Senior, I wouldn't dare to speak lightly. This was said by Yifeng himself, not just my words. Everyone present heard it. Indeed, Yifeng did say so just now. Yes, he said the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix is his confidant destined for 3 lifetimes, intending to pressure young Master Su with the Phoenix platform. We indeed heard it with our own ears. There is no falsehood. Hearing this, Luo Luli's brows furrowed even more. When did she ever have feelings for Yifeng? And when was she destined for 3 lifetimes? What a detestable Yifeng. Such a disgrace to her reputation. She came today merely to repay the favor of saving her life. She thought well of Yifeng and saw great potential for him in the future. It had not been easy for her to come this far. At most, she could only say she appreciated him a bit. Luo Liuli looked at Yifeng and asked young Master Yi, is there any truth to this? Yifeng's expression darkened as he said, Liuli, I did say those things, but it's not entirely false, is it? While I might have exaggerated you, and I do have feelings for each other, publicly affirming them today wouldn't be a bad thing. Luo Liuli showed a look of displeasure. Enough, shameless brat. The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor pointed at Yifeng and scolded. Oh, is there no truth to it? Su Fengqiu stroked his chin and then said this, Yifeng is so shameless to tarnish Miss Luo's reputation. Ah, Yifeng's scream resounded again. More flesh on his back split open, revealing the supreme bone gradually. Liuli, I was wrong, save me, please save me. Yifeng cried out sorrowfully. The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor looked at Su Fengqiu and said today it was the Phoenix platform that was abrupt, not expecting Yifeng to be so despicable and shameless. Liuli, we shall take our leave. Wait a moment. Luo Liuli stepped forward and looked at Su Fengqiu, saying, young Master Su, regardless of everything, Yifeng saved my life. Could you spare him? This would also fulfill my gratitude. In fact, Su Fengqiu had originally intended to spare his life. He had basically crippled him. To spare his life was merely to deduct the remainder of his fate and then kill him. Su Fengqiu replied, initially I indeed did not intend to kill him, and Li Qianxiu has already died for him. But this Yifeng still dares to proclaim that he will slaughter my Su family one day. I cannot let him live. Miss Luo, please state your conditions. There's no need for conditions. Since Miss Luo has requested it, I will give her face today and spare his life. Everyone's attention was entirely focused on Jiang Qingxue, especially those more traditional strong practitioners whose gazes toward her seemed to wish they could personally step forward to reproach her. She could have climbed up the ranks of the Su family, but this is all self-inflicted. It's likely that Su Xiaozhu discovered her ambiguous relationship with Yifeng, which is why he called off the wedding. This Jiang Qingxue is no virtuous character. Just wait and see now that she can't rely on Yifeng. If she truly is a despicable person, then she should be showing weakness to Su Xiaozhu by now. If so, Su Shea's choice is undoubtedly correct. I'm sorry, Su Gongzi. What I said to brother Yifeng earlier was insincere. I just heard you didn't want to marry me, and in a moment of anger I said that on purpose. Su Gongzi, please don't take it to heart. Qingxue truly has feelings for you. Upon hearing this, a murmur of disbelief spread among the crowd. Su Fengqiu looked at Jiang Qingxue and coldly said, what did you just say? Did this emperor force you? What did this emperor force you to do? Force you to marry me? Jiang Qingxue merely cast a glance at Su Fengqiu, and it felt as if she had fallen into an ice cavern. Ridiculous. What are you even? You think I would force you into marriage? Other than today have I ever seen you? You're just a woman who forgets loyalty for profit. Do you even deserve to be my concubine? Jiang Qingxue's face turned pale. Today I declare to the Ice God Palace by imperial decree, if they still recognize you as the saintess, tomorrow my Su family will annihilate the Ice God Palace. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue's face turned ashen. Good job, Su Xiaozhu. A young talent among the crowd fanned himself and chimed in. Ding. Jiang Qingxue's fate is severed. 50,000 destiny value. Your system value 500,000. Su Fengqiu continued, furthermore, all sects in the world, whoever takes you in, I will destroy them. Ding. Severing her future, 70,000 destiny value. Your system value 700,000. Jiang Qingxue's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with terror. No. You might as well kill me. Kill you. I said I wouldn't kill you, but how could it be this easy for you? I will make you live worse than death. You think you can provoke me? With that, Su Fengqiu raised his hand, a surge of power emanating. Jiang Qingsu's face was filled with terror. What are you going to do? You a dignified immortal emperor, are you really going to attack a weak woman? Ah! Jiang Qingxue let out a miserable scream. Her cultivation was directly destroyed by Su Fengqiu. Not only will I destroy your cultivation, but I will also obliterate your ice body. From now on you shall live as an ordinary mortal. Jiang Qingxue fainted. Su Fengqiu glanced at Jiang Qingsu's family. Take your good daughter and roll. They trembled all over, not daring to speak a word, crying, as they awkwardly left with Jiang Qingxue. Ding! Completely severing Jiang Qingsu's fate, her destiny value is reset to 0. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Jiang Qingsu's destiny value reset to 0. Task rewards first system, Mall destiny value 10,000 have been issued. A strong practitioner at the forefront cupped his fists and said Su Shea's actions reflect the righteous spirit of our 9 continents. We admire you. We admire you. We admire you. Su Fengqiu said lightly with his hands behind his back. You all speak too highly. Today the wedding is off, but the banquet continues. Please take your seats and enjoy your food and drink. Su Fengqiu's thunderous might in the Su family quickly spread across the continent. Everyone was in awe of Su Fengqiu's decisive actions as a newly ascended immortal emperor. At this moment, Su Fengqiu returned to the hall he was in. Check the Child of Destiny. Child of Destiny Yi Feng. Age, 27. Destiny value 1287000. Originally a Tier 5 Child of Destiny. Bloodline Chaos Divine Clan. Physique Chaos Body. Realm 1st Tier of Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Originally 3rd Tier of Divine Emperor Realm. Combat Power Score 59. Originally 89. Over 120,000 Destiny value. Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even after taking his supreme bone, killing his master, and severing his ties with the Phoenix platform's Luo Liuli, he still had over 100,000 destiny value left. With over 100,000 destiny value, he still had the chance to defy fate. However, this 120,000 destiny value corresponded to over 10 million system value. Su Fengqiu could not let him go. At least another million should be taken from him before he could make a move to kill him. System, where does Yi Feng's remaining destiny value come from? Ding. 20% comes from the powerful spiritual artifacts he possesses, the chaos body, his practiced martial techniques. 10% comes from various other aspects, and 70% comes from Lu Yunyan. Lu Yunyan? Su Fengqiu pondered for a moment. Lu Yunyan is a well-known figure in the continent. Though still young, she is less than 500 years old. In the martial arts world, living over 10,000 years is common. 500 years is nothing. However, she possesses remarkable talent and exceptional combat power, having gained fame on the continent at a young age. Currently, she is the peak master of the Heavenly Feather Sacred Land. Moreover, she is also Yi Feng's master. This Tianren Peak has only her and a few elders. Yi Feng is one of her very few disciples. Yi Feng's achievements today are largely thanks to both her and Li Qianqiu. Thus, Lu Yunyan still has a significant opportunity to help Yi Feng defy fate and return to the peak. Su Fengqiu has an advantage. He can understand Yi Feng's inner thoughts face to face, and once the Child of Destiny appears before Su Fengqiu, he will know all the information about his life. He will know every secret of the Child of Destiny that others do not know. It's akin to possessing a god's perspective over this person. Su Fengqiu reviewed some of Yi Feng's past concerning his master Lu Yunyan. This Yi Feng seems to appear as a gentleman, but if placed in a novel, even as a protagonist, some of his actions would still earn the reader's scorn. First, Yi Feng has always harbored desires for this beautiful master. He regards her as a potential partner for, he just doesn't dare to show it now. He believes that all the beautiful women in the world should become his confidants. This isn't a problem. Beauty is something everyone appreciates. In many novels, don't the male protagonists eventually win over their beautiful masters? However, he has fantasized about Lu Yunyan in a very inappropriate way. For such a person, this is quite despicable. There's no need to mention other matters. Another important point is that Lu Yunyan has a total of 5 disciples, and Yi Feng is the 5th. She has a senior disciple named Lung Ning. A few years ago, Lung Ning took Yi Feng out for training and accidentally fell victim to the poison of the 9-headed heavenly poison serpent. Yi Feng's medical skills at that time were completely sufficient to cure her. In the detoxification pill he was refining, he added a harmful ingredient. While the snake poison was resolved, the harmful component ultimately erupted. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Feng took advantage of her. Afterwards, senior sister Lung Ning questioned him. Yi Feng did not expect that senior sister would be so knowledgeable about medicine. Yi Feng initially wanted to deceive her, but he had no choice but to admit it. Senior sister was very angry and saddened. After leaving Yi Feng, her mood turned very bleak. Unable to face her return, not long after she fell into demonic madness and perished. Until now, Lu Yunyan remains unaware of how and where she died. Yet Yi Feng in his heart can guess some of it. He secretly searched and found a place. Their senior sister Lung Ning left behind a trace of her lingering soul before her death. Feng couldn't bring himself to obliterate that lingering soul, sealing it within the heart burial cliff. But he couldn't tell anyone about it. Fengqiu stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ha, truly a beast. Xiaoli, a beautiful maid from the Su family, approached respectfully. Xiaoli lowered her head, not daring to look at Fengqiu, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as she softly said Xiaozhu. She appeared to be only around 16 years old. Looking pitiful, it must be said that she was indeed beautiful, resembling a little fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Though she hadn't fully matured and lacked elaborate adornments, she was truly lovely. Xiaoli was a little girl that the Su family had picked up many years ago. A few years ago, she became Fengqiu's personal maid. The Su family did not mistreat her, providing her with plenty of cultivation resources. Despite her young age, she was only one realm lower than Jiang Qingxue, now being a peak expert in the domain realm. However, she was quite afraid of Fengqiu, because the original Fengqiu was pampered and arrogant with a bad temper. If Xiaoli didn't take good care of him, Fengqiu punished her quite a bit. Fortunately, the original Fengqiu was not lecherous. Otherwise, she would have certainly suffered greatly. But the current Fengqiu is no longer the original one. Ding! Detected the 7th tier child of destiny, Xiaoli. The sudden system notification left Fengqiu stunned. The child of fortune at the 7th tier. One must know that Luo Liuli, the saintess of the Phoenix platform, is also a child of fortune at the 7th tier. What is she? A noble identity with an extraordinary talent. Another holy spirit, immortal body with a 7-portal, glazed heart. What about Xiaoli? Child of fortune, Xiaoli. Age 16. Destiny value 774000, 7th tier child of fortune. Bloodline descendant of deities. Physique calamity body, awakening not yet complete. Blood fiend killing body, awakening not yet complete. Realm 10th stage of domain realm. Combat power score 61. Introduction. Blood of ancient deities flows within her, overlooking the world, containing an immensely terrifying power. Once this power awakens, it will erupt in slaughter. What? A descendant of deities. What are deities? Legends say they surpass the immortal emperors. This realm only existed in the ancient era of the gods hundreds of thousands of years ago. Later, the era of the gods came to an end, and the gods fell. Since then, everything has become mere legend. Currently, no one can surpass the supreme immortal emperor to reach that legendary realm. Because the times have changed and the laws of this world have altered, it is said that some individuals may possess the key to reach that realm. Luo Liuli is one such individual. Goodness, is she truly a child of fortune at the 7th tier? No. It can only be said that she is currently a child of fortune at the 7th tier. It does not mean she will always remain at that level. I'm a bit drenched in sweat, brother. However, at least she is currently Xiaoli. She is the maid of Fengqiu, a delicate little spirit. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the quest overthrow Xiaoli quest reward law of destruction. Huh. The legendary law. The most powerful force in this world bar none is the 12 laws. Law of power, law of soul, law of creation, law of death, law of space, law of destruction, and so on. Each law possesses unfathomable power. The appearance of any law can incite a bloody storm across the continent. Over thousands of years of the known laws that have emerged, 2 belong to the human race, 1 to the demon race, and 1 to the devil race. All are held by top-tier forces. The whereabouts of the remaining laws are unknown. The law of destruction to its possessor can annihilate all with just a thought. In theory, if you are powerful enough to utilize a sufficient amount of the law of destruction's power, that thought can easily obliterate a planet. Of course, it depends on your own strength and what you intend to destroy. If you are merely a mortal wishing to annihilate the life of a warrior with a thought, then I'm sorry, that power will instantly backfire and kill you. Thus, this thought should be proportional to your strength, otherwise you will be the one in trouble. That's absurd. Fengqiu looked at Xiaoli, pondering within. Wait, what the hell? This damn system is truly sickening. You encounter Luo Liuli without triggering this quest. Oh, you see, Xiaoli is your maid, and now she cannot resist, so you trigger this kind of quest. How infuriating. But it should be fairly easy to complete. However, Fengqiu examined Xiaoli. Xiaoli, age 16, realm 10th stage of domain realm, affection 5. What? With 5 affection towards me, if I force her to do something once she awakens, she will definitely kill me. My current destiny value isn't high either, originally 10, and I only received 1 of 0 destiny value for completing the Jiang Qingxue quest. Completing the Yifeng quest will reward me with 1 million. But it feels insufficient. It's reasonable to die easily. No, I can't do this. Wait. Fengqiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Ahem, Xiaoli. Fengqiu forced a smile at her. Huh. Young master, what are your orders? Xiaoli looked up at Fengqiu, her long eyelashes quivering. Then, young master actually smiled at me. How frightening. And Fengqiu, who could sense Xiaoli's thoughts, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at what he heard. Stand straight. Fengqiu said. Oh. Xiaoli then straightened up. Su Fengqiu approached her and said, "In a moment I will gently push you and you just pretend to fall down." Huh. Xiaoli looked at Su Fengqiu in confusion. "Just listen to me." "Yes." Xiaoli nodded. "MHM." Then Su Fengqiu reached out and gently pushed Xiaoli. Xiaoli took a few steps back and obediently fell to the ground. "All right, stand up now," Su Fengqiu said. "Xiaoli." She stood up, lowering her head as she stood there. The young master has such a strange sense of humor. Su Fengqiu's attention was now on the dialogue in his mind with the system. System, issue the reward, quickly hurry up. System, ding. The host has not yet completed the task. Not completed. Then tell me, what did I just do? Ding. The host has pushed Xiaoli down. Right, and what is your task? Ding. Overthrow Xiaoli. So, did I complete it? Physical overthrow doesn't count as overthrow. Ding. Please understand that this task's specific meaning is not merely physical overthrow. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't this your problem? Am I to blame? System, hurry up, issue the reward, or I might complain about you. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward Law of Destruction. Ding. The host has triggered a new task, Xiaoli's affection. Achieve affection levels of 20, 40, 60, and 80 to receive rewards, and reaching 80 will grant the ultimate reward belonging to Xiaoli. Su Fengqiu instinctively revealed a crazy smile. Meanwhile, Xiaoli stood there timidly waiting for Su Fengqiu's response. She mustered up her courage and quietly glanced at Su Fengqiu. Then she saw Su Fengqiu's perverted smile. Xiaoli immediately lowered her head. Such a perverted smile. Just as Su Fengqiu came back to his senses, he heard Xiaoli's thoughts and couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. No, the original host indeed treated you poorly. However, you can't misunderstand me, buddy. Xiaoli, Su Fengqiu walked in front of her with his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "Previously my attitude towards you was not good. I would punish you and scold you, and you must be blaming me in your heart, right?" Xiaoli lowered her head and blinked hurriedly, saying no. Su Fengqiu smiled. "I naturally know, but now let me explain. This was all to temper your will, deliberately making things difficult for you." Xiaoli looked up in surprise at Su Fengqiu. Seeing Su Fengqiu looking at her, she immediately lowered. "You can choose not to believe me, it doesn't matter. You are close to advancing to the Divine Sea Realm, right?" MHM. Su Fengqiu extended his hand, and a 9-star rainbow berry appeared in his palm. "Take this back and refine it, and you will easily advance to the Divine Sea Realm. This 9-star rainbow berry will also provide you with significant enhancement." Su Fengqiu smiled inwardly. Little thing. No matter what, she's just a little girl. Is it that hard to casually pua her and raise her affection? Xiaoli was startled. Thud. Then she directly knelt down, flustered, saying, "Young master." Xiaoli was wrong. "Could you please spare Xiaoli? Xiaoli can endure the beatings." Su Fengqiu, what the is going on? Subsequently, through Xiaoli's inner thoughts, Su Fengqiu understood. It was because he suddenly treated her well, and she felt scared. Fearing that giving her the 9-star rainbow berry might harm her, or at least attract the attention of others in the Su family, leading to her punishment. Su Fengqiu's heart ached for this girl. Su Fengqiu raised his hand, and Xiaoli was pulled up by a force. "If I wanted to harm you, would I need to go through so much trouble?" Xiaoli blinked her reddened eyes. "It seems so." Su Fengqiu smiled and ruffled her hair. However, the moment his hand reached out, she instinctively flinched. Su Fengqiu withdrew his hand and handed her a letter, saying, "Go to the Tianyu Holy Lands Tianren Peak and deliver this letter to Senior Lu Yunyan, and be sure to have her read it. This 9-star rainbow berry is your little reward. Go on." "Ah, yes." Xiaoli takes her leave. Xiaoli took the letter, turned, and quickly left. Ding. Xiaoli's affection for you 5, current affection 0. Su Fengqiu stretched and yawned. It shouldn't be difficult. After all, she is a cute and innocent girl. Open the system shop. This is the reward for completing the Jiang Qingxue quest. He wanted to see what was in the system shop and whether it was worth his effort to grind the system value of the Child of Fortune. First system shop. Attribute doubling after redemption. Power, speed, and physique will be doubled for 3 minutes. System value cost 10000. Attribute exchange after redemption. One's power, physique, speed, mental strength, soul strength, and spiritual power values will be permanently doubled. Can be exchanged once in a lifetime. System value cost 10000. Fixed body card can fix one target within the line of sight for 10 seconds, ignoring realms. Usable once a day. System value cost 10000. Invincibility card. The user is in an absolutely invincible state for 30 seconds, ignoring any realms attacks. Usable once a day. System value cost 10000. Critical strike. The next incoming attack's power is increased tenfold. Usable once a day. System value cost 200. Big Roulette can participate in a Big Roulette lottery once a month, randomly drawing any reward. System value cost 50000. Talent exchange can randomly obtain a talent skill that only the system can provide. System value cost 100. Can only be redeemed once. Supreme Immortal Emperor card after redemption can obtain the cultivation of a 10th stage Immortal Emperor lasting 3 minutes. System value cost 500 lifetime, redeemable 1. Pink spray used on a member of the opposite sex ignoring realms increases their affection for you by 50. System value cost 500 can only be redeemed once. Yamas note after redemption, write the target's name on Yamas note while their information appears in your mind ignoring realms and can instantly erase them no matter where they are. System value cost 500 can only be redeemed twice. Looking at the items in the system shop, Fengqiu was momentarily stunned. Awesome. One can only say it's rather brainless. Although many can only be redeemed once, the times Fengqiu can use them will definitely not be many. The most outrageous is the last Yamas note. What kind of divine tool is this? It's too outrageous. The most critical part is that this is just the first system shop. With the first there are second, third, fourth. It's hard to imagine what more might follow. Isn't this invincible? Attribute exchange. Then Fengqiu's power, speed, physique, soul strength, mental strength, and spiritual power values were all permanently doubled. Being at the first stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, having all attributes doubled, what does this mean? Even if his realm was forcibly raised with resources, now his attributes are not something an ordinary first stage Immortal Emperor can compare with. System exchange for a talent skill. Ding. Exchanging talent skill, randomly selecting a talent. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained the talent Unlimited Ultimate Move. Unlimited Ultimate Move. If someone within your line of sight uses their ultimate move, the host can release the same ultimate move infinitely without consuming spiritual power for 1 day. Fengqiu. What the hell? This talent, if it were in a game, isn't it a cheat? If there are 100 people in his line of sight and they all unleash their ultimate moves, then Fengqiu can use all 100 ultimate moves without consuming spiritual power. With one person's strength, he can shake the Imperial clan that has existed for millennia. Awesome. Fengqiu revealed a smile. Now my primary goal is naturally to complete the Child of Fortune's task to gain rewards. These rewards can only be given by the system, and the enhancements they bring are extremely exaggerated. This realm of Immortal Emperor can repeatedly receive rewards of this level, which is too outrageous and too rare. Secondly, although my attributes are doubled, my realm is forcibly raised, and my foundation is unstable. I must find ways to stabilize my foundation, and my abilities can be greatly enhanced further. Also, the Supreme Bone, I need to find time to absorb it. The news of Yi Feng's bride snatching and the loss of the Supreme Bone quickly spread across the Jiuzhou continent. Major sects and forces were all discussing the matter. At Phoenix Terrace, Luo Liuli returned to the main hall. Master, esteemed elders, she bowed respectfully. Yes, we are already aware of the matters at hand. You may return and rest now, said the Phoenix Lord. Yes. Liuli takes her leave. Luo Liuli then exited the main hall. Inside the hall, the powerful figures of Phoenix Terrace were also chatting. Elder San remarked, the young master of the Wan Yin Imperial clan Su family is indeed ruthless and decisively bold. I never expected that the head of the Su family would let him act recklessly. 8th Elder replied. In principle, Yi Feng is in the wrong for snatching a bride and being rude, so he has a point. However, in this world where strength is paramount, principles mean nothing in Jiuzhou. Master, our Phoenix Terrace is also involved in this matter. What do you think? The Phoenix Lord was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She sat there, her delicate fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the Phoenix chair. Fengqiu is indeed clever, managing to win a favor from Liuli with just a few words. An elder remarked, our Phoenix Terrace cannot side with the Su family just because of this small favor. Phoenix Terrace should remain neutral. Once we act, it may involve the entire 9 heavens. However, the problem lies with Yi Feng's backing Lu Yunyan. Even though the Su family has fallen, there are still not many forces in Jiuzhou that can challenge them, but Lu Yunyan is different. On the surface, Lu Yunyan is merely the master of a peak in the Tianyu sacred land, but she also holds the identity of the former master of the assassination tower. With Yi Feng's supreme bone being taken, Lu Yunyan, with her protective nature, may very well use the power of the assassination tower. Once she does, the 8th heaven, and even Jiuzhou may be thrown into turmoil. The assassination tower is a mysterious force in the Jiuzhou continent. Members of the assassination tower gather from various corners of the 9 heavens. No one knows who the members of the assassination tower are, or how many there are. The location of the sect is also unknown. However, it is possible that someone close to a certain person, perhaps even within this Phoenix Terrace main hall, could be a member of the assassination tower. Why does such a special force cause such trepidation? Because assassinations by the assassination tower can even lead to the death of an immortal emperor. They have never failed to date. Thus, no one truly knows how powerful the assassination tower is, but it must be terrifying. Therefore, few forces are willing to provoke such a mysterious existence. As for Lu Yunyan, she was the previous master of the assassination tower. However, she has since withdrawn from the assassination tower to focus on her role as a peak master in the Tianyu's sacred land and pursue martial arts. The reasons behind this are unclear to everyone. Though Su Fengqiu acts decisively, not considering the consequences is his own issue. The Phoenix Lord said lightly, "Let's wait and see." Yes. At Tianyu's sacred land Tianren Peak, a powerful figure from Phoenix Terrace brought the severely injured Yi Feng here. Lu Yunyan hurriedly approached with 4 elders from Tianren Peak and a few disciples. Junior brother Yi. Junior brother. Yi Feng's 2 senior brothers were also furious upon seeing this scene. Lu Yunyan, with a veil covering her face, furrowed her delicate brows as she looked at Yi Feng. Though her face was veiled, it could not conceal her captivating beauty and nobility. A poetic line describes her perfectly. In the crowd, her glance was as enchanting as a fleeting vision, while the hues of the world faded to dust. Elder Wu, hurry and treat him. Elder Wu hurriedly approached Yi Feng to check his pulse, exclaiming, "What? Fingers. Supreme bone has been taken." Lu Yunyan appeared calm, but a surge of ferocity began to emanate from her. Lu Yunyan was famously protective of her own. Once her senior disciple Lung Ning was nearly killed by a powerful sect. That sect had more than 100 warriors stronger than Lu Yunyan. In her fury, she single-handedly annihilated that sect. This became Lu Yunyan's famed battle. "Who did this? Who did this?" one of Yi Feng's senior brothers shouted angrily. A powerful figure from Phoenix Terrace said indifferently, "This matter is not hard to ascertain. Our Phoenix Terrace can only do this much. From now on, Phoenix Terrace and Yi Feng shall be clear of any connection. Master Lu, farewell." With that, the powerful figure from Phoenix Terrace vanished. "Aside from the supreme bone, are there any other injuries?" Lu Yunyan inquired. "There are none. His life can be preserved, but Fenger might." Elder Wu shook his head. "I will avenge Jun," one senior brother declared, preparing to leave. "Stop." Lu Yunyan said lightly, her hands clasped behind her back. "Master, return." At this moment, an elder who appeared old and somewhat ordinary approached. It is the Su family's young master, Su Fengqiu. Lu Yunyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Su family. Yes, Fenger went to snatch a bride, right?" "Yes, and he was rude. Think it over." Lu Yunyan said lightly. "With our strength, we cannot contend with the Su family. It seems we will have to invoke the assassination tower." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's 2 senior brothers who were about to leave displayed expressions of rage. "What does Su Fengqiu mean? He has harmed." It was a disciple of the Tianyu sacred land. "Master Lu." Lu Yunyan replied, "Speak." "There is a young girl outside Tianyu sacred land requesting to see you, as she claims to be the maid of the young master of the Wanyan Imperial clan, Su Fengqiu." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's 2 senior brothers who were about to leave displayed expressions of rage. "What does Su Fengqiu mean? He has harmed my junior brother Yi to this extent, and yet sends someone to Tianren Peak. He has taken my junior brother, yes, Supreme Bone, so I shall cripple his maid. Does he truly think Tianren Peak is easy to bully?" Lu Yunyan said, "Return." The 2 of them gritted their teeth, then cupped their fists, and said yes. They then walked away. Lu Yunyan stood under the moonlight with her hands clasped behind her back, and said, "Let her come." Yes. Soon Shaoli arrived at Tianren Peak. She had never come out to help Su Fengqiu with such matters before, let alone visit another powerful sect. Especially to meet Lu Yunyan, a senior she greatly admired. The most crucial aspect was, the young master had crippled her disciple Yi Feng. Shaoli was still a little scared. Holding a letter in her hand, Shaoli walked over while muttering, "Remind Senior Lu Yunyan to definitely read this. Remind Senior Lu Yunyan to definitely read this. She must read it." Then Shaoli approached. "Junior here greets Senior Lu." Shaoli bowed. Lu Yunyan was sitting there brewing tea, her red lips slightly parted. "Speak." "This is a letter from my young master to Senior Lu." Shaoli placed the letter on the table. "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing else." "Oh, right." My young master instructed Shaoli to ensure Senior Lu must review it. Lu Yunyan took a sip of tea and remained silent. Seeing this, Shaoli slightly bowed and said, "Shaoli takes her leave." She then took a nervous breath and hurriedly left. Lu Yunyan glanced at Shaoli's departing figure. Then Lu Yunyan opened the envelope, initially thinking it was some condition proposed by Su Fengqiu for her to seek peace. However, when she saw the content of the letter, her pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, even someone with her strong composure was deeply moved upon seeing this content. The letter revealed one thing to her: her senior disciple Lung Ning had a trace of residual soul sealed at Zhongxin Cliff. Lu Yunyan was disbelieving. However, concerning her senior disciple whom she had sought for many years, she had to take a look even if she didn't believe it. Lu Yunyan leaped into the air, vanishing into the void. The next day at dawn at Tianren Peak of the Tianyu sacred land, Yi Feng opened his eyes. "It hurts. My back is in agony." Yi Feng winced in pain. "Ugh." He attempted to sit up. "My cultivation. My supreme bone." He felt his situation and recalled the events of yesterday. Yi Feng's fists trembled with hatred. Why? He had walked a path of defiance, turning countless impossibilities into realities. Many powerful beings who could easily crush him ultimately fell to his blade. Fengqiu was one of such individuals. Why was he unable to succeed this time? He wondered about his beloved Jiangqing Snow. What did Luo really think of him now? Yifeng's eyes glimmered with resentment. Fengqiu, all my years of effort have been wasted by you. If I do not kill you, and do not make your loved ones suffer, I swear I shall not live as a human. But fortunately, he still had his master Lu Yunyan. Fengqiu, do you think your Su family is invincible? Even though the Su family is a colossal entity, what about you? Just a celestial emperor raised by resources, Yunyan was once the master of the murder tower. Renowned for her protective nature, she will surely kill you, and she will undoubtedly help me tread the path of defiance again. Yifeng stepped out of the room. Junior brother Yifeng, how are you doing? The second senior sister outside inquired eagerly. I'm fine, senior sister. Where is the master? The master left last night, and has yet to return. Yifeng sneered inwardly. Clearly the master was attending to this matter. She must have gone to the murder tower to find someone. Given her temperament, killing Fengqiu would probably not suffice for her anger. The Su family might even face a great enemy. The gathered murder tower experts might be too much for the Su family to withstand. Yifeng's gaze was filled with malice. Did the master go to annihilate the Su family? But I must personally take his life. It seems there is no movement from the Su family. Yifeng frowned. Has the master not acted yet? I don't know. I only know that one of Su Fengqiu's maidservants came to find the master last night, but am not clear on the details. In Yifeng's eyes, this was undoubtedly Su Fengqiu regretting seeking peace. Now you regret it. It's too late. At that moment, a figure descended from the void. The second senior sister exclaimed. Yifeng, supported by her, stepped outside. Before him stood Lu Yunyan, elegantly veiled and radiating nobility. Master. The second senior sister and Yifeng both bowed upon approaching. After the greeting, Yifeng looked at Lu Yunyan and pleaded, Master, please avenge your disciple. Lu Yunyan's beautiful eyes fixed on her disciple. Her expression was unreadable. Yet Yifeng felt puzzled as his master stared at him in silence. Master. Yifeng called out. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Lu Yunyan. To be precise, it was a remnant soul of a person. Seeing her, Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply. Dita, senior sister. The second senior sister gazed at the figure in disbelief. The cold remnant soul stared at Yifeng with icy eyes. Yifeng, did you not expect that one day I would return? Yifeng's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly. Lu Yunyan's terrifying aura was unleashed, pressing down on Yifeng. He knelt to the ground. Following the address, Su Fengqiu provided, Lu Yunyan arrived at the heart burial cliff. With her abilities along with her targeted search, she found a cave. Within the cave, she discovered a ceiling formation. Through this formation, she entered there she saw the withering remnant soul of her eldest disciple. She was fully aware of the events that transpired. Yifeng had taken her purity through despicable means. She fell after succumbing to madness. Then Yifeng found her. He sealed her remnant soul at the heart burial cliff. Lu Yunyan was burning with rage. The former could only be described as Yifeng being a beast. The latter actions were beyond human. His own senior sister perished due to his madness. He clearly found her. He could have brought the cold remnant soul back to reform her body, but he did not. Senior sister, it is you. The other two disciples hastily approached. However, upon seeing the situation and the atmosphere, they sensed something was amiss. Senior sister, I'm so glad to see you. I thought you. Yifeng stammered. The cold soul mocked, a hypocrite, despicable scoundrel, so glad. Is it really that good? Do you regret not destroying my remnant soul back then? Senior sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Yifeng swallowed hard. The cold soul retorted, don't understand. Who designed to take my purity back then? The others widened their eyes. The cold soul continued, after this incident my Tao heart shattered, and during my breakthrough I fell into madness, perishing in the 9 continents. Who sealed my soul? Was it not you? What? The others were in disbelief. What? Are you joking, senior sister? If it were me, why didn't I bring your soul back to let the master reform your body? The cold soul laughed. Haha, yes, because you feared everything would be exposed, afraid the master and the world would know your true nature and my cause of death. Yifeng. The two senior brothers glared at Yifeng, their expressions filled with rage. Lu Yunyan extended her hand, her eyes filled with disappointment and anger. I misjudged you. I bear an inescapable responsibility in the matter of cold condensation. Master. Yifeng's heart sank. For the sake of our master-disciple bond, I shall spare your life today. All the teachings I imparted to you shall be discarded, and from now on we shall have no further ties. On the other side. Ding. Yifeng's cultivation has been wasted. Fate value 300000. Your system value 3000. Ding. Yifeng's relationship with Lu Yunyan has deteriorated. Fate value 800000. Hearing this system notification, Su Fengqiu's lips curled slightly. Then it is time to send you on your way. The remaining bit of system value was not worth his effort to grind. He would directly kill him, rendering the fate value to 0 and obtaining his rewards. There was no need for extravagance. The reward was paramount. After all, he was a villain, and he must establish his reputation as such. However, he had promised Luo Liuli to spare his life. He still needed to figure out how to improve Luo Liuli's favorability. He felt this reward should be quite exaggerated. Come on, I'm a villain, not some villain who grinds for women's favor. Unlike those sycophantic, expendable villains, I'm not like that. In a few days, I'll have my father bring people to propose to the Phoenix platform. Fengqiu stroked his chin, revealing a smile. Now that feels right. As for the pink spray in the system mall that directly boosts like 50 favorability, it wasn't necessary to use it on Luo Liuli. If necessary, he could first grind a portion before using the pink spray. Such things as favorability would surely become harder to grind as time went on. Just then a knock sounded from outside. Young master, come in. Xiao Li entered, not daring to meet Fengqiu's gaze. Young master, Yi Feng has already been sent on his way to the first layer of the Yi family by one of his senior brothers. Sister Qiu asked if she should kill him on the way. No need, I will do it myself. Oh. Xiao Li was taken aback. Young master, with your noble status, do you need to take action yourself? Xiao Li blinked and continued, moreover, you've already promised the saintess of the Phoenix platform to spare him. If you take action, won't it be somewhat inappropriate? How did I say it? Fengqiu inquired. Xiao Li tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then mumbled, Young master, you said to give Luo Xinzi some face and spare Yi Feng's life today. That's right, I said to spare him today, but today is the second day. Xiao Li, the world is so complicated, the city has deep traps. Fengqiu permitted Xiao Li to refine the 9-star rainbow berry. Meanwhile, Fengqiu arrived at the secret realm of the Su family, where he cultivated. The secret realm was picturesque with serene mountains and clear waters and a stunning lake. Fengqiu opened his right hand, releasing a burst of golden light. The supreme bone gently rotated in his palm. Supreme bone. A smile appeared on Fengqiu's face. As a divine object capable of causing bloodshed across the continent, the supreme bone must possess extraordinary qualities. It bore heavenly runes that defied the natural order. It could grant warriors immensely powerful abilities while also providing rapid healing effects. It was rumored to hold the significance of a key. As for whether this key could lead to divinity, it remained unknown. Fengqiu sat cross-legged, the supreme bone positioned before him. He began the refinement process. The next morning, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Fengqiu's body. The lake was stirred and mountains were flattened. Fengqiu opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance shooting forth. Absolute spirit hand. Fengqiu finally understood why Yi Feng could unleash martial techniques against formidable opponents with merely a raise of his hand. It turned out to be the absolute spirit hand brought by the supreme bone. Its effects were quite understandable. All power condensed from spiritual energy could be nullified with his hands. When a warrior unleashed a spiritual technique, it would be disregarded if he simply raised his hand, and there were no boundary requirements. Tai Su Tian Yanju. This was the technique associated with the supreme heavenly runes of the supreme bone, consisting of 7 levels. As for its effects, Fengqiu had yet to practice it, so he was unaware. In the next moment, Fengqiu unleashed the power of the supreme bone. Suddenly his aura skyrocketed. The simplest use of the supreme bone was to activate its power, granting him greater combat strength. It was akin to a method of amplification. There's no rush in cultivation. Fengqiu exited the secret realm. Outside, Su Tianyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Father, Fengqiu called out. Su Tianyi turned around saying, sit. The two sat on a jade bench near. Fengqiu poured a cup of tea for Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed on Fengqiu as he calmly said, what happened yesterday was quite good. It showcased the might of our Su family and your prowess as the youngest immortal emperor of the present era. Fengqiu nodded, saying, Father, you flatter me. Flattery aside, your actions were too reckless. To seize the supreme bone undoubtedly places you in danger. The supreme bone is like a prized delicacy. If Fengqiu can seize it from Yi Feng, others can seize it from Fengqiu as well. Fengqiu said lightly, whoever dares to act will cause the continent to lose even more immortal emperors and powers. Su Tianyi, this kid is so arrogant. Cough cough. Secondly, killing Li Qianxiu is just as Yi Feng said, he has the backing of Yaoshan Mountain. Although Li Qianxiu left Yaoshan Mountain years ago, this act shows a lack of respect towards them. What can Yaoshan Mountain say? Fengqiu asked. Not yet. Fengqiu stroked his chin, then they can still exist for a while longer. Su Tianyi. Fengqiu then said, Father, the matters I provoke, I will resolve myself. Su Tianyi calmly replied, the Su family doesn't seek trouble, but isn't afraid of it either. Fengqiu nodded. I understand. By the way, Father, I have something to discuss. Speak. You mentioned that I have reached the age for marriage. Indeed, I originally intended for Jiang Qingxue to be your concubine, as she is beautiful and possesses the heavenly ice body. What? Do you have a girl in mind? Su Tianyi asked with a smile. Yes, I do. Su Qianni casually blew on his tea, saying, "Do tell. I plan to propose to the phoenix." Logically speaking, as a villain, it's quite normal to directly propose, right? Besides, he triggered Luo Luli's. No matter what method is used to gain favor. If they don't spend time together, how can he gain it? Puffed. Su Qianni spat out a mouthful of tea. "Father. No worries, cough, cough, cough." Su Qianni quickly wiped his face, looking at Su Fengqiu for several seconds. "Well, show or cough, our Su family does not fear trouble, but that does not mean you can act recklessly, do you understand? Not to mention that you have no feelings for each other. Let's talk about this. Luo Yoli will become the master of Phoenix Terrace in the future. Show, or do you think that's possible?" Su Fengqiu opened his mouth about to say something. Su Qianni stood up and called out to someone in the distance, "Is that the Grand Elder?" Right, ahaha, I have something to discuss with you." Saying this, Su Qianni hurriedly slipped away. Su Fengqiu shrugged. At this moment, the entire continent awaited the storm that the Su family was about to face. Li Qianqius Yaoshan Mountain. Yifeng's Lu Yunyan. Yet strangely, no one seemed to have heard any news from them. On the contrary, they received news that Su Fengqiu had left the Su family. However, many felt this was the calm before the storm. At this moment, in the capital of the Xinfeng Empire, Su Fengqiu and Xiao Li walked through the bustling crowd. Indeed, Su Fengqiu had come personally to eliminate the fated child, Yifeng, for safety. After all, it concerned a considerable amount of rewards. Xiao Li's eyes, filled with desire for the mundane world, constantly glanced around. The extraordinary Su Fengqiu paired with the fairy-like Xiao Li drew the attention of passers-by. 16-year-old Xiao Li had also grown into a graceful beauty. "It smells so good, young master. Would you like to eat a meat pie?" Xiao Li timidly asked. Su Fengqiu smiled. "Why ask me if you want to eat?" Xiao Li lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Su Fengqiu said, "Go ahead." Xiao Li was taken aback. She truly felt that the young master had changed greatly. Can I? Of course, what's the issue?" Xiao Li, afraid of affecting the young master's tasks, cheerfully thanked him and ran over, saying, "Uncle, I want 2 meat pies." Ding. Xiao Li's favorability towards U5, a current favorability 5. Su Fengqiu chuckled to himself. Even as a disaster body, a divine being had descended. But after all, she was a 16-year-old girl, her thoughts were pure. He then walked aside, planning to buy Xiao Li some candied hawthorns. Xiao Li's bright voice also attracted the attention of many. "Oh." A young man walking towards them noticed Xiao Li. "Young master, look what a beautiful girl." Yi Tian smirked. "You need to tell me. I already saw that such a stunning girl has come to the capital." Saying this, he closed his fan and walked over with a smile on his face. The common people saw him and quickly distanced themselves, whispering, "Which family's beautiful girl is this? What a shame she's targeted by that scoundrel Yi Tian." Ever since Yi Feng's rise, the Yi family among the 4 great clans has gained such status that even the emperor has to fawn over them. Yi Tian, as Yi Feng's older brother, has been riding high, bullying men and women, committing all sorts of evils. I truly hope someone will put him in his place. But have you heard? Yi Feng seems to have robbed an Immortal Emperor's fiancé in the Eightfold Heaven, but I don't know. I heard that was the case, but it seems he failed and Yi Feng was severely injured. Didn't you see Jiang Qingsu's family returning in disarray? I'm not quite clear on the specifics. Just a moment ago, people from the Eightfold Heaven's Misty Peak came to the Yi family, but I don't know what for. Beautiful lady, a pleasure to meet you. I am Yi Tian from the Yi family. Yi Tian smiled. Xiao Li glanced at Yi Tian, saying, "I don't know you." "Ha ha ha, now you know, don't you?" Xiao Li shook her head. "I don't want to know. But I want to get to know you," Yi Tian said with a smirk. Xiao Li looked around for Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu approached with candied hawthorns. "Young master." Xiao Li, with her gentle demeanor, was primarily afraid of bringing trouble to Su Fengqiu, so she came to his side. Yi Tian frowned at Su Fengqiu, asking, "Is she your maid?" Su Fengqiu ignored Yi Tian, handing the candied hawthorn to Xiao Li, saying, "I bought this for you." "Thank you, young master." Xiao Li took it, and then secretly glanced at Yi Tian. Yi Tian was displeased to find himself ignored. "I asked you, is she your maid?" Yi Tian questioned again, with an unfriendly tone. The nearby common people quickly distanced themselves. Su Fengqiu looked at Yi Tian with a playful smile, saying, "You are Yi Tian, right? Yi Feng's older brother." Yi Tian chuckled. "Hey, it's good that you know, but saves me the trouble of explaining." He said, pointing at Xiao Li, "She is now my maid. Any issues with that?" Then Yi Tian added, "I am not consulting you. I am ordering you, understand?" Su Fengqiu shook his head with a smile, saying, "Not really. Not really. Ha ha, do you know the identity of my family's young master? And you still pretend to be calm here. I'll make you understand." As he spoke, one of Yi Tian's lackeys unleashed spiritual energy, disregarding any consequences, and hurled a fiery punch at Su Fengqiu. Yi Tian smirked, making no attempt to stop it, even preparing to wrap his arms around Xiao Li and leave. However, just as he took a step forward, his pupils shrank. He stared in disbelief as he slowly turned to look at his lackey. The lackey's eyes widened, his body motionless, as he slowly transformed into countless specks of stardust and dissipated before him. "You Yi Tian looked in shock at Su Fengqiu, but found himself unable to move. Yi Feng is my second brother. He dares to rob an Immortal Emperor's fiancé. You dare to touch me, just try it. Yi Tian yelled. Shaoli muttered, TCH, is this something to be proud of? Attacking with an egg against a stone heavily injured with the supreme bone, plucked out. If not for the Phoenix Terrace's saintess pleading, he would have been dead long ago. Yi Tian shouted, what do you understand? The first heaven. In the Leaf family's banquet hall, Yi Feng sat in disappointment on a chair, while beside him Jiang Qingxue held his hand. Jiang Qingxue had no choice. She had been crippled and was no longer wanted by the Ice God Palace. Now she had nothing left but Yi Feng. Even though Yi Feng was not as strong as he once was, at least he was still a formidable presence in the first heaven. Jiang Qingxue could only rely on him. Today there was good news. The daughter of the leader of the mysterious peak, Wang Jin, had arrived. The mysterious peak was a powerful sect in the 8th heaven. Wang Jin may not have been exceptionally beautiful, but her powerful status was undeniable. She had once harbored feelings for Yi Feng due to certain events. However, back then Yi Feng didn't pay much attention to her, as he thought she wasn't that pretty. Feng'er, we can only pin our hopes on the mysterious peak now. Yi Feng's father Yi Hai said to his son. Yi Feng clenched his fists, secretly a glint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Father need not worry. Although this time my losses are severe, as long as I am alive I will one day stand atop the mountain again, and I will surely kill Su Fengqiu for revenge. At this moment Wang Jin, dressed in a pink skirt, rushed into the room along with several powerful members from the mysterious peak. Brother Yi Feng. Wang Jin anxiously ran towards Yi Feng. Jin. Yi Feng looked at the woman before him, and then released Jiang Qingxue's hand to grasp hers. Jin, I miss you so much. Yi Feng said passionately while holding her hand. Wang Xian's eyes turned red. Brother Yi Feng, I miss you too. After not seeing you for a year, how could you be bullied like this, eh? Sigh. Yi Feng sighed deeply. Yi Hai said, Miss Wang, I believe you know the situation already. Wang Jin gritted her teeth. I know. Su Fengqiu is relying on his identity as a celestial emperor and the Su family's young master to act recklessly. Brother Yi Feng, I will definitely avenge you. Yi Feng replied, revenge is not urgent. My current situation is special, my supreme bone is gone, my cultivation has plummeted, my master has been killed, and another master has been instigated against me. I have no way out, and may need the mysterious peak's help. No problem, I am here for you. Jiang Qingxue hurriedly said, Miss Wang, you weren't on site, so you don't know how ruthless Su Fengqiu is. I have already thought of a way to help brother Yi Feng, alas he is currently a cripple. Yi Feng said, Jiang Qingxue, you both need to help me too. Wang Jin glanced at Jiang Qingxue and nodded, okay. Later you all will come back with me. After we return, I will ask my father to find a way to help you kill Su Fengqiu and wipe out the Su family. A voice of an elder said, Miss, you originally came here without informing the sect leader. The Su family is not something our mysterious peak can afford to offend. The matters of the Leaf family should be handled by themselves. Yi Feng coldly said, Humph. At that time, I will be the son-in-law of the mysterious peak. What matters of the Leaf family? By then we will be one family, and that will be our own business. Wang Jin repeatedly nodded, yes. Great. We will be good sisters from now on. Jiang Qingxue said with a smile, while holding Wang Xian's hand. Wang Jin said nothing, but looked at Yi Feng and asked, Brother Yi Feng, what are your specific plans for the future? To improve my cultivation, take revenge, kill Su Fengqiu, and wipe out the Su family. Yi Feng am merely missing a supreme bone. Wang Jin said, Yes, when I go back I will find the sect's celestial emperor, and look for an opportunity to kill Su Fengqiu first. How dare he seize my brother Yi Feng's supreme bone? I will skin him alive, trample him underfoot, make him kneel and apologize to brother Yi Feng, and then kill all his family members in front of him. The elder said, Young Master Yi, you are thinking too simply. I, Yi Feng, have achieved this much from being destitute. Even without support, my future achievements will surely be greater. Yi Feng said while clenching his fists. Yi Hai smiled and said, Haha, we will be one family from now on, Feng'er. You must find an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Senior Lu Yunyan. Yi Feng nodded, Yi Hai stood up and cupped his fist, saying, To all those from the mysterious peak, today, I learned of your visit. In the first heaven, as well as the second and third heavens, many powerful sects have come to my Leaf family. They have been waiting in the Leaf Manor for quite some time, so please follow me. No need to trouble yourselves. The two have already arrived. Yi Hai said, Elders, this also concerns my Wang Jin said, All right. They moved together to the large Leaf Manor courtyard, where over 100 powerful figures stood up. Are you the Southern Mountain Elder of the mysterious peak? I have long admired your name. I am Jian Yunyo, the leader of the Nine-Sword sect. I am Hua Ba, the leader of the Tianyang sect. Young friend, Yi Feng, we have heard about your situation. It is not serious. With your abilities, reaching the pinnacle of the continent is merely a matter of time. Indeed, we still trust you, young friend Yi, but the Su family is indeed a formidable mountain, and your actions are somewhat abrupt. These powerful figures came merely to see if they could find a chance to climb this formidable mountain, the mysterious peak. As for Fengqiu, he had already stated he would not kill Feng. The prominent Su family young master likely didn't care about a mere ant like Feng. As long as they didn't overstep too much, they shouldn't attract Fengqiu's attention. Feng's eyes sparkled as he shouted, "This matter has become a joke for everyone, but today with so many people here, I ask you all to witness that within 5 years I will definitely trample Fengqiu and annihilate the Su family." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd dared not agree. Who would dare? If this reached Fengqiu or the Su family's ears, their entire sect would be wiped out. Feeling the silence around him, Feng frowned. "Did you all not hear what brother Feng said?" Wang Ji, yes, we are all clear about young friend Yes strength. At such a young age, stirring up the third and fourth heavens, we have all witnessed it. 5 years it can be done, They did not wish to have any contact with Feng, but wanted to curry favor with the mysterious peak of the 8th heaven. Reluctantly, they said a few ambiguous words. They did not wish to have any contact with Feng, but wanted to curry favor with the mysterious peak of the 8th heaven. Reluctantly, Yihai scolded angrily with a displeased expression. Bang! A huge sound echoed as the corpse of the mysterious peak's mount, a giant beast with a white beak, fell into the courtyard. What? Upon seeing this, the mysterious peak's members turned pale with rage. The other 100 people displayed shocked expressions. That white-beaked beast was of celestial lord level. Had it been killed directly? Who killed my mount? Wang Jin shouted angrily. The surroundings fell silent. Just then, bang! Another loud sound echoed as a corpse fell before Tian. Yihai looked at the corpse of his eldest son Yi Tian in disbelief. Oh, today the Leaf Manor is quite lively, isn't it? Hearing this voice, the powerful figures trembled. Above the void, Fengqiu descended into the Yi family courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Shaoli stood at his side. Then Fengqiu alighted before the main seat that once belonged to Piaomiao Peak and sat down with measured grace. Fengqiu crossed his legs and cast a casual glance over those present. Every gaze in the courtyard fixed upon him. Only Feng and Jiang Qingxue among them recognized him. The other cultivators from the 3rd and 4th realms had no such privilege. They merely sensed that the handsome man before them was no ordinary figure. Silently, he had extinguished Piaomiao Peak's Tianzan-level spirit beast. What realm of power would that require? Seeing Fengqiu, a chill of dread crept into Feng's heart. Jiang Qingxue felt a sudden sharp drop in her chest. How could he appear in the 1st realm? My son. Yihai trembled, staring in disbelief at his child's corpse. Who are you? Yihai roared, pointing at Fengqiu. Why don't you ask your son, and you'll know? Su replied. Wang Xian's eyes narrowed. No matter who you are today, you shall die. Fengqiu slapped the air, sending a palm through space. The Nanshan elder of Piaomiao Peak flashed before Wang Jin to intercept that casual blow. But the elder coughed up a mouthful of blood and was hurled aside. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. Immortal Emperor. Another Piaomiao Peak cultivator wore a cautious expression, then offered a restrained bow. Sir, who exactly are you? Piaomiao Peak, and you ought to have no enmity, correct? The legendary Immortal Emperor. Those from various sects swallowed hard, staring at Fengqiu in stunned disbelief. Such a young, immortal emperor. Fengqiu accepted an orange from Shaoli, bit into it, then spat it out. Too sour for this emperor. Shaoli jumped in fright, about to apologize. Fengqiu slapped across the void again, sending Yihai flying. Seeing his father struck, so Feng could no longer restrain himself. Fengqiu. Feng shouted. What do you mean by this? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. What? Fengqiu. He is the youngest immortal emperor, the 8th realm young master of the Su family, Fengqiu. Why would he deign to come to the 1st realm? Hadn't his vendetta with Feng yet been settled? Feng's elder brother Yi Tian was killed by him. It seems this immortal emperor intends to press on. Impossible. He is an immortal emperor and the young master of the Su family. His every action represents the dignity of the emperor and the Su clan. He cannot sink to such perfidy, can he? The 2 Piaomiao Peak cultivators likewise wore grave expressions. It truly was Fengqiu from the Su family. What do you mean? Fengqiu smiled faintly as he looked at Yihai struggling to rise. Your Yi family's orange offended this emperor. As head of the Yi family, should you not be punished? What do you say, lord of the Yi family? Why, yes, your majesty the emperor. Yihai ground out through clenched teeth. Wang Jin stepped forward, glaring at Fengqiu. Did the Yi family force you to eat it? Fengqiu arched a brow. Oh, I presented the Yi family with such a gift. Yi Tian's body was left whole, was it not? Should they not partake? Even so, why did you kill my son Yi Tian? Yihai demanded through his teeth. Fengqiu smiled, his voice light as cloud and wind. Yi Tian insulted this emperor. Did he not deserve death? He added, Lord of the Yi family, do you say he deserved death? Yihai dared not contradict Fengqiu. and swallowed his grievance, answering with clenched teeth he deserved it. Wang Jin pointed at Su Fengqiu and demanded, "Su Fengqiu, hand over Yi Feng's supreme bone at once." Su Fengqiu showed a trace of displeasure. "How noisy." He flipped his hand and struck out. Another Piao Peak cultivator threw himself forward to fully block the blow, then warned, "Young Master Su, she is the sect leader's daughter." Su Fengqiu rubbed his chin. "Piao Peak, is it?" "Yes." Wang Jin regarded him with proud composure. By rank she was hardly inferior to him. Su Fengqiu glanced at them coldly. "If she utters one more word, I will slaughter her outright. Do you understand?" A cultivator frowned. "Young Master Su," Zu's tone grew heavier. "Did you hear me, or did you not?" The two Piao Peak men bit their lips and answered, "We heard you." Su Fengqiu then turned his gaze to the heads of the various sects. A palpable chill passed through them. He extended a hand toward Jian Yunyu, the master of the Jujin sect. Jian Yunyu trembled inwardly and hastened to bow. "Young Master Su." In an instant he was pinched into the void, his legs thrashing against nothing. With a single exertion of force, Su Fengqiu snapped Jian Yunyu's neck. A collective intake of breath swept through the crowd. Wang Jin, who had been about to speak, felt an inexplicable chill run through her. Su Fengqiu swept his gaze over them and said, "My reason for killing him should be plain to all of you." Yes. They scrambled to agree. "Yi Feng provoked you. Before you he was but an ant. You extracted his supreme bone. Yet Jian Yunyu continues to eulogize Yi Feng. Is he not opposing you?" "Well said, he deserved death." They flattered him, frantically terrified. Su Fengqiu nodded faintly. "So, is that how you all feel?" They nodded repeatedly, eager to placate him. Su Fengqiu spoke coolly, as if recounting a trivial matter. "Very well. 5 breaths time. If anyone elsewhere repeats such deeds, take your own life, though otherwise I will slaughter the 9 clans and all fellow kin, leaving not a single soul." At those words a dozen throats swallowed. The Piao Peak cultivator stared at the young man before him in stunned awe. So ruthless was Su Fengqiu. Wang Jin looked at him with a primal fear. They were of the same age. How had he reached such depths? One cultivator trembled as he faced Su Fengqiu and immediately dropped to his knees. "This young Master Su earlier." "Earlier it was only," Su Fengqiu replied indifferently. 5. "Young Master Su, spare my life," another implored, kneeling. Su Fengqiu idly peeled his orange. "4. Young Master Su, I will serve you faithfully," someone shouted, prostrating himself. Su Fengqiu said. Shaoli stole a glance at Su Fengqiu, then lowered his head. "Handsome, so arrogant and commanding." A cultivator shuddered, then bit his lip and cried out, "Please, young Master Su, keep your word." With that he drew a sword and cut his own throat. There was no other choice. He did not wish to die, but earlier he had extolled Yi Feng to ingratiate himself with Piao Peak. He feared that if he refused now, Su Fengqiu would indeed annihilate his entire clan. He had a son, a daughter, a wife. He could not doom them. And even leaving aside the Su family behind, Su Fengqiu, an immortal emperor like Su Fengqiu alone, was enough to destroy their entire sect. Unmoved, Su Fengqiu kept his head bowed as he ate another slice of orange, not sparing them a glance. He said lightly too. Faces around him fell into despair. "My son, your father will not see you again. Farewell." One man condensed spiritual energy, struck his own forehead, and collapsed stiffly. Others followed in succession, each taking their own life. Su Fengqiu finished the orange, wiped his hands, and cast a brief look at the 2 Piao Peak cultivators. Have the 2 of Piao Peak anything further to say? Su Fengqiu's words made the 2 powerful figures of the Piao Peak shudder involuntarily. What does he mean? He means that if they spoke well of Yi Feng, he, Su Fengqiu, might even want them dead. What a joke. They are people from Piao Peak. Although they are not immortal emperors, they are still at the Dao realm. They have been famous for a long time and have a prominent reputation in the 9 provinces. How could they be intimidated by someone like Su Fengqiu? Do they have no dignity left? However, Su Fengqiu has just acted so decisively and ruthlessly. They were indeed a bit intimidated. What? Even if Piao Peak speaks well of brother Yi Feng and opposes you, do you dare to kill my people from Piao Peak? Wang Jin exclaimed angrily. "Miss," the elder from Piao Peak quickly reminded. What? I just spoke. My Piao Peak is not afraid of the Su family. And you, Su Fengqiu, remember this. For everything you brought to brother Yi Feng, I will seek justice for him. You I will kill, and your Su family members I will also kill. Brother Yi Feng, let's go." Wang Jin pulled Yi Feng and was about to leave. "All right, let's go." Yi Feng also wanted to leave this place quickly. Heaven knows what Su Fengqiu wants to do. Su Fengqiu sat there raising his hand. "Su Fengqiu, you dare." The elder from Nanshan shouted angrily, rushing towards Su Fengqiu with terrifying momentum to protect Wang Jin. "Get lost." The moment Su Fengqiu released his immortal emperor's pressure, the void instantly changed. A terrifying force sent the Nanshan elder flying. Then Su Fengqiu lifted Wang Jin into the air. Even though Wang Jin with her emperor's strength tried to resist, she was simply not in the same league. You dare. My father is the sect master of Piao Peak. Bullying brother Yi Feng, I will kill your entire family. Wang Jin shouted. Su Fengqiu exerted a little strength in his hand. Stop! The Nanshan elder shouted loudly. Crack! Wang Xian's neck was directly snapped by Su Fengqiu. Thud! Wang Xian's lifeless body fell to the ground. Damn! Those around stared wide-eyed. What? What? He killed the daughter of the sect master of Piaomiao Peak. Miss Wang's status is outstanding throughout the 9 provinces, and she was just killed by him. It's over. Now there will definitely be a war between Piaomiao Peak and the Su family. Who would have thought he would really kill Miss Wang? Su Fengqiu is so ruthless. How dare he do such a thing? Even though Piaomiao Peak's overall strength is not as strong as the Su family, they are still a dominant force in the 8 heavens. Su Fengqiu? The Nanshan elder's eyes widened in anger. To be honest, he felt that Su Fengqiu would at most just injure Wang Jin, but he actually killed her. What? Is he insane? Oh, you can directly address my name. The Nanshan elder's pupils constricted. Then Su Fengqiu pointed to the sky. The Nanshan elder instinctively wanted to run, but the pressure of the Immortal Emperor rendered him immobile. The clear blue sky suddenly darkened, and a massive vortex appeared as if the sky was churning. From within the vortex, a terrifying heavenly thunder descended. In an instant, that Nanshan elder was reduced to ashes. This scene left Yi Feng utterly horrified. It's over. Now his only support is gone. Has Su Fengqiu gone mad? Doesn't he consider the consequences? Xiao Li's mouth opened slightly. The young master is terrifying. Although she is afraid of Su Fengqiu, she cannot help but feel a hint of admiration as she looks at him at this moment. Another powerful figure from Piaomiao Peak showed a terrified expression. Su Fengqiu glanced at him and said, "You are lucky. I still need you to go back to Piaomiao Peak to report the news." Su Xiaozhu, you are provoking a war between Piaomiao Peak and the Su family. Su Fengqiu said indifferently, "If you disrespect me by delivering a message to Piaomiao Peak, then killing you is no big deal. But I am still not satisfied. If you do not come to the Su family to kneel and apologize within 3 days, I will destroy Piaomiao Peak. Get lost." All right. I will remember this. I hope you have the capability. That powerful figure gritted his teeth and left with 2 corpses. Su Fengqiu then wiped his hands and looked at Yi Feng. You promised Luli not to kill me. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's. Right, Yi Feng said tremblingly. That's the case. Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief. At least his life was saved. Do you remember what I said? Yi Feng frowned. You said to spare my life today for the sake of Miss Luo. As long as you remember, at least you won't die without peace. Su Fengqiu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. A cold light flickered, and a blood mark appeared on Yi Feng's neck. Yi Feng's body shuddered. He raised his hand to cover his neck, blood rolling out of his mouth, and he stared wide-eyed at Su Fengqiu, saying, Why? Did you not promise? Su Fengqiu said, that day I spared your life. Today is what day? Is there a problem? You? Thud. Yi Feng fell down. Ding. Yi Feng's destiny value has reached 0. Reward received: Chaos Body, Immortal Body, Heavenly Medical Sacred Technique, Destiny Value 1 million. So refreshing. Others looked at the scene before them in fear. Su Fengqiu is too ruthless. He acts like a madman. He doesn't even care about his own reputation. A dignified Immortal Emperor coming to the 1st heaven to kill a Yi Feng. He even promised others not to kill him. He goes back on his word. Moreover, how many sect masters from the 3rd and 4th heavens died at his hands today? A powerful figure cares most about his reputation. Does he truly not care how the world views him? If the Immortal Emperor could do as he pleases in the 1st, 3rd, and 4th heavens, then wouldn't this continent be thrown into chaos? But he did just that. Crazy. Finger. Yi Hai shouted with wide eyes. Su Fengqiu could not be bothered with him and glanced at Jiang Qingxue. Thud. Jiang Qingxue in fear immediately knelt on the ground, crawling towards Su Fengqiu. Su. Young Master Su, don't kill me. I will do whatever you say. Qingxue is unworthy to be your concubine. You can treat me as a plaything. Do whatever you want, just don't kill me. Jiang Qingxue cried. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. What a disgrace. Su Fengqiu lazily glanced at her, then ruffled Xiao Li's hair gently, and said, Xiao Li, let's go. Ah, okay. Then Su Fengqiu took Xiao Li and stepped over the corpses, leaving the Yi family. Xiao Li whispered, Young Master, if this matter spreads throughout the continent, your reputation may be greatly affected. Su Fengqiu replied indifferently, If I cared about these things, would I do this? Oh, Xiao Li nodded. In the future, if you are bullied, don't hesitate. Even though you are young, your cultivation is still high. Just kill them, and I will take charge of everything for you. Thank you, young master. Su Fengqiu smiled and asked, It has been a long time since you came to the mortal world, right? Xiao Li nodded. Let's go, I will take you to have some fun. Hearing this, Xiao Li's beautiful eyes lit up. Young master, why is he suddenly so nice to her? Is that okay? Of course, let's go. Thank you, young master. Ding. Xiao Li's affection for you 5, current affection 15. Meanwhile, within the territory of the First Heaven's Shinfeng Empire in a remote village. Within the realms of the Shunxing Empire in a remote village, a beautiful lawn lies under the sun. A boy 16 or 17 years old with a straw hat shielding his face sits with his legs crossed, a blade of grass in his mouth, basking in the warmth. Nearby, a few cows graze peacefully. The village is called Qingyun Village, a veritable paradise. Chu Ran was adopted at a young age and has lived in the village, occasionally venturing into the nearby city to purchase daily necessities. Today he heard about the events in the Eightfold Heaven while in the city. Truly impressive. If only I could become someone like Su Fengqiu one day. Chu Ran murmured with longing. Thud. A cow collapsed on the ground. Hearing the commotion, Chu Ran immediately jumped up and ran over. The old cow lay on the ground, its eyes wide open, yet motionless. Only the murky light in its eyes betrayed the presence of Chu Ran rushing towards it. Old friend. Chu Ran knelt beside the old cow, resting his face against it while gently stroking its fur. His body trembled slightly as tears glimmered in his eyes. It seemed to be as he expected. Old friend, you've worked hard these years. Now you can finally rest. Chu Ran whispered softly. Tears began to flow from the old cow's eyes. It had been working the fields for Chu Ran's family since he was young, older than him by many years. The old cow had accompanied Chu Ran through his growth, but it was now far too old. Moo. The old cow exerted all its strength as if bidding farewell to Chu Ran. Then it closed its eyes for good. Old friend. Travel well. Chu Ran leaned against it, sobbing. Under the setting sun, he dug a deep pit and buried the old cow. He bowed and wiped his tears, leading two cows back towards the village. In the distance, Chu Ran saw smoke rising from the village. His pupils contracted. Father, mother, sister. Chu Ran released the cows and sprinted towards the village. The once peaceful village had been slaughtered. Corpses lay there, unable to close their eyes. Thud. Chu Ran knelt there, clenching his fists tightly. After a long pause, Li Ming. Chu Ran raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. A dark aura faintly emerged around him, his hair and clothes swirling wildly. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the winds and clouds surged. It seemed that some power was awakening within him. Su Fengqiu was eating in a tavern in Tianyang City with Xiaoli. Xiaoli was in high spirits. Having spent so many years in the Su family, she could only venture out occasionally. She never expected the young master would take her out for fun. Xiaoli stole a glance at Su Fengqiu, who was sipping his drink. She truly felt that the young master had changed drastically, as if he were a different person. Ding. Xiaoli's favorability towards U5, current favorability 20. Ding. Xiaoli's favorability has reached 20. A reward obtained, heavenly level insight, body of 10,000 poisons. Body of 10,000 poisons, the supreme poison, immune to all toxins. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. A favorability of 20 yields such a level of reward. He couldn't imagine what a favorability of 80 would bring. Ding. Child of Destiny detected. Oh, in this realm, there were quite a few children of destiny. Su Fengqiu pondered for a moment, then examined the newly revealed Child of Destiny. Child of Destiny, Chu Ran, destiny value 890010, first stage Child of Destiny, age 18, bloodline human, physique, heavenly evil body, realm 7 stage, divine power, combat strength rating 77, description, an ordinary villager from Qingyun village in the Xinxing Empire, adopted by the villagers 18 years ago. Sealed within him is the ancient killing god's power, which is now beginning to awaken. Killing god. Su Fengqiu mused internally. He was somewhat familiar with it. In ancient times, during the era of the gods, the killing god Lu Taibai became renowned for his slaughter. He was known as the killing god. Later his power became uncontrollable and he was consumed by it, eroding his will. During that time, human lives were in turmoil. Ultimately, numerous powerful beings united to erase him. Thus a generation of killing god fell. Ding. You have triggered the quest Rise of the Killing God quest. Details: subdue the future killing god. When the killing god rises, you will receive ultimate rewards. The target's destiny value will increase, and the host will receive tenfold system value returns. Additionally, with each rank increase of the target Child of Destiny, the host will also receive rewards. Su Fengqiu stroked his chin. In simple terms, the system wanted him to take this future killing god as his disciple and help him achieve greatness. The stronger he was, the stronger Su Fengqiu would become. That's good. Merely triggering a task to reset the destiny value is rather meaningless. Moreover, Su Fengqiu indeed needed to build a powerful force of his own. The Su family is strong, but not strong enough. Su Fengqiu looked at Xiao Li and said, this emperor has some matters to attend to in the Eightfold Heaven. You should find a young man named Chu Ran from Qingyun village and bring him here. Xiao Li obeys. Su Fengqiu then vanished from her sight. Boss, the bill please. Xiao Li placed a gold coin on the table. Oh my Miss Hero, that's too much. The innkeeper exclaimed, flabbergasted. I have a question. Xiao Li said. Despite appearing timid in front of Su Fengqiu, Xiao Li was at least a maid of the Su family. Her cultivation had even reached the Divine Sea realm. In this realm, she was also a dominant existence. You may ask. Where is Qingyun village? Xiao Li inquired. Oh dear Miss Hero, Qingyun village is gone. Xiao Li's brows furrowed slightly. Gone. Indeed, just yesterday Qingyun village was slaughtered, and everyone in the village was killed. It seems. Only a boy named Chu Ran is still alive. Hearing this, Xiao Li sighed in relief. As long as the person the young master mentioned is still alive. Do you know where Chu Ran is? The innkeeper replied. Coincidentally, he is in Tianyang City and has been captured by the Lord of Tianyang City. Why? The innkeeper stated, last night the eldest son of the Li family in Tianyang City, Li Ming, was killed and Chu Ran was present at the scene. Thank you. Xiao Li then walked out. Miss Hero, do come again. At this moment within the Lord's mansion, Chu Ran knelt there, a talisman affixed to his body. This was a forbidden spirit talisman preventing martial artists from using their spiritual power. Surrounding him were numerous soldiers and onlookers from Tianyang City, and seated in front was the Lord of Tianyang City. The Lord narrowed his eyes slightly. Chu Ran, you claim you witnessed the entire process of Li Ming's murder last night. I did, Chu Ran replied coolly. Then this Lord shall ask you again, what did the murderer look like? I did not see the murderer's face, Chu Ran replied dispassionately. Bang! The Lord slammed his palm down, shattering the table, then pointed at Chu Ran angrily. You scoundrel. This Lord has investigated. Oh, Li Ming had a conflict with you a few days ago. You, Chu Ran, killed Li Ming last night. Do you admit this was your doing? Ha! Chu Ran laughed loudly, his eyes narrowing. Li Ming slaughtered my entire village without guilt, yet I, Chu Ran, am guilty for killing him. Lord, it was Li Ming who sent you to slaughter Qingyun village, is that correct? The Lord's eyes also narrowed. Indeed, upon this Lord's investigation, Qingyun village was a den of evil, a small stronghold for them. Killing the evildoers is the duty of all martial artists across the continent. Chu Ran gazed at the Lord, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. To add sin without reason, what excuse is there? The Lord said nonchalantly, and you have finally admitted that you killed Li Ming. When did I ever deny it? Chu Ran gritted his teeth. When did you ever admit it? Chu Ran's eyes turned blood-red, filled with endless killing intent as he stared at the Lord, a bloodthirsty and sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Lord, can you guess why I keep emphasizing that I witnessed the entire process but did not see the murderer's face? The Lord suddenly furrowed his brow. The gaze of Chu Ran, the aura emanating from him. In that moment, the dignified city lord felt a sudden pang of fear in his heart. Indeed, in that instant he was actually afraid. As the esteemed city lord of Tianyang City, with his cultivation in the Xianwang realm, how could he feel fear towards a mere boy from a small village? Moreover, Chu Ran had already uncovered through clues that the people from Qingyun village were sent by the city lord of Tianyang. Thus, killing Li Ming was not enough. He wanted to kill the city lord of Tianyang to avenge the villagers. He was the one who actively claimed to have witnessed the entire process. This was all to confront the city lord. Suddenly, the forbidden spirit talisman behind Chu Ran flew out. A powerful surge of spiritual power erupted from his body. In an instant, he drew the sword of a nearby soldier and thrust it towards the city lord. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The city lord was startled by the power Chu Ran unleashed, yet he was after all a strong Xianwang realm cultivator. Trivial skills. The city lord released his Xianwang realm might and extended his hand to block Chu Ran's sudden strike. Despite Chu Ran exerting all his strength, he could not get close in the slightest. Subsequently, the city lord struck Chu Ran on the shoulder. Puffed. Chu Ran spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The city lord brushed off his clothes and coldly remarked, "You dared to attempt to kill this city lord. This Chu Ran is also a spawn of the Tiangui sect. Kill him." Yes. Chu Ran lay on the ground, bloodied, his eyes flickering with malice. He had failed. Everything had succeeded. He had not anticipated that the city lord would be in the Xianwang realm. He thought it was only the Xiantian realm. He had heard it was like this. If the city lord were in the Xiantian realm, he would have succeeded. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Father, mother, sister, village chief, everyone. Chu Ran is useless, unable to avenge you. Just as everyone was preparing to kill him, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Divine Sea Realm. The city lord showed a shocked expression. Xiao Li stepped forward one step at a time. She glanced at the bloodied Chu Ran on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she wasn't late. Who are you? The city lord warily looked at Xiao Li. Oh, I'm here to take him away, Xiao Li said, pointing at the ground where Chu Ran lay. Chu Ran tilted his head, struggling to look at Xiao Li beside him. In that moment, it felt as if a beam of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Miss, this brat is from the Tiangui sect, and he has committed a heinous crime. A person from the Tiangui sect. But he bears no trace of evil cultivation, Xiao Li remarked. That's because he has concealed his aura. Xiao Li blinked. Oh, you mean that a divine power realm cultivator can hide his aura in front of a divine sea realm cultivator, right? The city lord's expression turned extremely ugly. Can you get up? Xiao Li looked down at Chu Ran and asked. Cough, cough. Chu Ran clutched his chest. and slowly stood up. Thank you for your kindness, miss. As he spoke, a glint of determination flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. Please help me, by holding off the others, I will fight this dog thief to the death. No, you cannot defeat him. Chu Ran tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Then I shall die here. Xiaoli began to feel anxious. Then how can you leave with me? Xiaoli asked. Chu Ran stared at the city lord. Kill him. After saying that, a black aura surged from Chu Ran, and his momentum rapidly escalated. The city lord was about to say something. Xiaoli directly struck out a palm towards the city lord from a distance. This palm sent him flying dozens of meters away. Clearly he was dead beyond saving. All right, can we leave now? Xiaoli said. Chu Ran. 8th heaven. Miao Miao Peak. Daughter. The sect master Wang Yuanzong looked at the corpse of his daughter, Wang Jin, in disbelief. Inside the main hall, the powerful ones also wore shocked expressions. Their precious daughter of the sect master of Miao Miao Peak was actually killed. At the same time, the esteemed elder Nanshan of the Tiandao realm was also slain. That was the Tiandao realm. Even at the 10th level of the Tiandao realm, he was already half a foot into the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Who did this? Who did this? Wang Yuanzong roared with murder in his eyes. Others did not dare to speak. Reporting to the sect master, the only survivor from the Yi family in Miao Miao Peak said, it was Su family Su Fengqiu. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. Su Fengqiu? He actually killed the young lady. Is he mad? The Su family is strong, but our Miao Miao Peak is not weak either. How dare he? He is simply a madman. Does he really think that just because he achieved the Immortal Emperor status young, he can do as he pleases? This is simply outrageous, utterly outrageous. Nonsense. This Su Fengqiu is even inferior to Yi Feng. He is just a reckless heir with a background and cultivation, a lawless scion. Wang Yuanzong clenched his fists tightly, hatred written all over his face, then looked at the strong one. Tell me the detailed events leading up to this. After the strong one recounted the events, everyone was even angrier. Is it just because the young lady insulted him a few times? This is simply outrageous. If it were someone else it would be fine, but who is the young lady? He knew she was the daughter of the sect master of Miao Miao Peak. How dare he act like this? A dignified immortal emperor going to the first heaven to kill, swearing to spare Yi Feng's life, yet still killing him, narrow-minded and vengeful. This person is simply bringing disgrace to our martial world and to the immortal emperor realm. Without any vision, without the heart of an immortal emperor humph. Those who don't understand think that he achieved immortal emperor status at 28, which is against the heavens, but who doesn't know that this is the result of the Su family's all-out investment? He is merely a drug jar. Wang Yuanzong trembled all over, gritting his teeth as he asked, what else did he say? He said, speak. Wang Yuanzong shouted. He said that the young lady insulted him first and demanded that you take someone to the Su family to kneel and apologize within 3 days, or what? Or he will massacre Miao Miao Peak. Peng. Wang Yuanzong smashed the table with a palm. Good Su Fengqiu, good Su family. Do they really think they are still the Su family of 10,000 years ago? This infuriates me. Issue a decree throughout the realm within 3 days. If the Su family does not hand over Su Fengqiu's life, our Miao Miao Peak will declare war with the entire sect. Everyone exchanged glances. To be honest, anger aside, but do they really want to go to war with the Su family? Miao Miao Peak was indeed strong. The Su family had indeed fallen. However, against the Su family, Miao Miao Peak had almost no chance of winning. Sect Master, is this too hasty? An elder asked. Yes, Sect Master, do not act impulsively. This matter should be deliberated long-term. This war concerns the survival of our Miao Miao Peak. Wang Yuanzong's eyes narrowed. Deliberate long-term. My daughter has been killed. If Miao Miao Peak does not provide an explanation, do we still have any face left? Any dignity? Who still has any objections? Speak up. No one dared to speak anymore. Wang Yuanzong, issue my order, declare war on the Su family. Yes. Su Fengqiu's incident in the first heaven spread throughout the entire continent. The entire Jiuzhou was shaken. Various sects were discussing this matter. In the Tianyu sacred land at the Tianren Peak, Lu Yunyan sat in the courtyard sipping tea. One of her male disciples approached her saying, Master. Sit down. Yes. The disciple sat in front of Lu Yunyan and then said, Master, Yi Feng was killed. In fact, Lu Yunyan had previously favored Yi Feng the most. He was intelligent and insightful, destined to achieve greater heights than the other disciples. In fact, Yi Feng could potentially stand at the pinnacle of the continent in the future. However, recent events had left her quite disappointed. I am aware. Lu Yunyan said, Master, Su Fengqiu cannot be viewed through the lens of an immortal emperor. He is different. As a dignified immortal emperor, he went to the first heaven to kill, breaking promises. Yi Feng was not a good person, and neither is he. Lu Yunyan took a sip of tea and said, I actually think there is nothing wrong with his actions. In fact, he indeed said that he would spare Yi Feng's life that day, but what the world hears is that this so-called today refers to the future, which is rather clever. Clever. If he were truly clever, he wouldn't have killed the daughter of the Piao Miao Peak's sect master, provoking Piao Miao Peak to declare war. This action has made the Su family the target of public outrage. Su Fengqiu, as the young master of the Su family and Immortal Emperor, appears to indiscriminately kill innocents and acts without thought, lacking the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Master, moreover, I have heard that on the day of the grand wedding the Yaohuang sect was disdained by Su Fengqiu. Piao Miao Peak has a very good relationship with the Yaohuang sect, and in this battle Piao Miao Peak may join forces with the Yaohuang sect. Also, if the medical sage Li Qianqius Jizangshan Yaoshan Mountain intervenes again, the Su family will be finished. It is laughable that he even had people from Piao Miao Peak kneel down to apologize to him. Lu Yunyan took another sip of tea and said, "Yuner, disciple is here." She stood up, placing her hands behind her back, gazing at the distant starry sky, her beautiful eyes flashing with a gleam of brilliance. As she said, the Dapeng soars high on the winds, rising straight up 90,000 miles. The world mocks Su Fengqiu for his lack of demeanor, his limited vision, and his thoughtless actions, but demeanor and vision are merely expressions used by so-called powerhouses to highlight their own nobility and superiority. As for Su Fengqiu, he is quite the opposite. He is frighteningly clever. The disciple frowned and said this. "I apologize for my ignorance, but what do you mean by clever, master?" His cleverness lies in the fact that everyone sees only his surface and thinks he is merely superficial. Though I do not know what means Su Fengqiu possesses in 3 days, Piao Miao Peak will likely be expelled from the 8th heaven. The disciple was shocked. He couldn't understand why his master would give such a high evaluation to a reckless person like Su Fengqiu. The Su family is indeed much stronger than Piao Miao Peak. However, this time there will definitely be more than just Piao Miao Peak involved. Piao Miao Peak is merely the fuse for other forces. "Look at this letter on the table," Lu Yunyan said. The male disciple looked at the letter on the table. The content of the letter was very simple. Su Fengqiu could help Lu Yunyan's eldest disciple Lung Ning restore her shattered soul and reshape her body. The disciple looked incredulous and said this. "Master, senior sister's shattered soul is already on the verge of dissipating with no hope of recovery. Do you trust him?" Lu Yunyan replied lightly, "This is precisely Su Fengqiu's strength." The disciple suddenly understood something. "I see now. First, this proves that although Su Fengqiu acts recklessly, he has not considered his options. Second, whether you believe it or not, even if it seems impossible, he has anticipated that you, master, would try to assist senior sister, which means you will certainly take action to help him." Lu Yunyan looked at her disciple and asked, "So do you still think Su Fengqiu is simple?" "I admire him." On the other side, Xiao Li returned to the 8th heaven with Chu Ran. "I want to eat something. Do you want to?" Xiao Li asked Chu Ran. Chu Ran quickly glanced away, then clenched his fist and said, "What does Miss Xiao Li want to eat?" "He'll go buy it. Let's go together. He'll buy some extra food, otherwise it won't be easy to come out after returning to the Su family." Xiao Li then walked toward a city. Chu Ran watched her from behind. Perhaps from the moment he was bloodied and lying on the ground at the city lord's mansion, when Xiao Li suddenly appeared by his side, she was destined to become a light in his heart. Xiao Li happily bought some baked buns. Chu Ran secretly watched her holding the buns, his face beaming with a smile, as he counted them, looking a bit infatuated. "Wait for me for a moment," Xiao Li suddenly said. Chu Ran came back to his senses and replied, "Ah, yes." Xiao Li then walked into a tavern and said, "Is there any immortal drunkenness left?" "Oh, young lady, you have good taste. Those who enjoy drinking immortal drunkenness are true connoisseurs. Our 8th heaven's renowned young master Su Fengqiu loves this immortal drunkenness. Please wait a moment, though I will get it for you." Chu Ran walked over, performed a salute, and asked Miss Xiao Li, "Do you like drinking this immortal drunkenness?" No, the young master likes it." "Su, young master." Yes, this wine is difficult to obtain. Today is a good day." Xiao Li revealed a smile as she received 2 pots of wine. "Oh, do you want to taste it?" "Aye, take it." She handed Chu Ran a pot. Xiao Li then walked out. Chu Ran held the wine in his hand and smiled. He glanced at Xiao Li's back. He knew she was not his moon, but at that moment indeed a ray of moonlight shone upon him. "Thank you." Chu Ran hurriedly followed her out. At that moment a few passers-by walked by chatting. "Have you heard? Piao Miao Peak declared war on the Su family." "I heard. The young master of the Su family killed the daughter of the Piao Miao Peak sect master. His actions are simply unfathomable. As a dignified immortal emperor, he even lacks grace in going to the 1st heaven to kill. But that is not important, he will pay the price this time." The Yaohuang sect also announced a union with Piao Miao Peak. If the Su family does not surrender Su Fengqiu's life, they will launch a joint attack on the Su family in 3 days. Jizangshan's Yaoshan Mountain seems to be stirring as well. This time Su Fengqiu is bound to die, and perhaps the Su family will perish too. The actions Su Fengqiu has taken in recent days will ultimately come at a cost. However, it is laughable that Su Fengqiu killed the daughter of Wang Yuanzong and audaciously demanded that Piao Miao Peak kneel and admit fault, or or he would destroy Piao Peak. Recently Jojo has been restless, and there is a good show to watch. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li frowned. Yes, at the Su family Fengqiu was cultivating. He had slain Yi Feng and received rewards: the chaotic body, the undying body, and the heavenly medical saint technique. The chaotic body is a top-tier physique whose main effect allows the power released by oneself to possess chaotic force. In addition to enhancing strength, chaotic force can ignore defensive spiritual energy. The undying body belongs to the undying divine race, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying healing ability. As long as one is not killed instantly, even if an arm is severed, it will regrow in an instant. The heavenly medical saint technique integrates all medical and alchemical techniques from ancient times to the present. In simple terms, Su Fengqiu's medical skills are unmatched. At this moment, the continent was in turmoil. Even at this moment, the entire Su family was in a state of chaos. Even so, the world believed that the Su family was about to be destroyed. Even countless people are waiting to witness this earth-shattering battle. However, everything is under Su Fengqiu's control. Young Master Chu Ran has been brought here. Xiao Li's voice came. Su Fengqiu opened his eyes and then stood up to walk outside. The door creaked open. Chu Ran looked at the distinguished Su Fengqiu and quickly lowered his head, saying, "Chu Ran pays his respects to young Master Su." Su Fengqiu first glanced at Xiao Li and said, "Xiao Li, you should go back and rest." "Yes." Just as Xiao Li was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and took out a bottle of fairy's wine, handing it to Su Fengqiu with both hands. "Why, young master, this is the fairy's wine that Xiao Li bought." After all, Xiao Li's fondness for Su Fengqiu had reached 20 meant a friendly relationship. Su Fengqiu smiled and said, "So obedient. Young master has been very kind to Xiao Li lately." Xiao Li mumbled softly, "Go rest for now." "Yes." Xiao Li then left. Su Fengqiu sat on a jade stool in the courtyard, glanced at Chu Ran, and said, "Come sit here." Chu Ran walked over and bowed, saying, "Chu Ran does not dare. If I tell you to sit, then sit." "Yes." Chu Ran sat in front of Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu poured the wine, saying, "Try this fairy's wine." Chu Ran quickly stood up, saying, "How could Chu Ran let young master pour the wine? I will do it." Su Fengqiu ignored him, instead flicking his finger to push a cup of wine over. "Thank you." Chu Ran nervously took a sip and then said, "It is fragrant, smooth going down, and the taste lingers in the belly." Su Fengqiu smiled and took a sip, asking, "Do you know why this emperor called you here?" "I don't know. I asked Miss Xiao Li, but she seems to be unaware as well." Su Fengqiu said, Do you have any aspirations?" "Aspirations?" Chu Ran clenched his fist and said, I want. Feel free to speak." Chu Ran looked at Su Fengqiu, his eyes shining with determination. "I want to become strong, just like young Master Su. Just like me, eh? Ha, this emperor does not have a good reputation on the continent." "No," Chu Ran quickly said. "Young Master Su acts as he pleases, unafraid of rumors, exceedingly free-spirited, possessing both courage and insight far superior to those hypocrites by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. What do you want to achieve by becoming stronger?" Su Fengqiu asked again. "I want." Chu Ran tightened his fist, his eyes filled with determination, to eliminate all the despicable people who pretend to care for the people but are truly like demons. It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but it's hard to guard against a hidden arrow. The number of people harmed by such scoundrels far exceeds those evil beings on the continent, even the demon and monster clans. And what else? Also, to protect those I love. This emperor can assist you, Su Fengqiu said. Chu Ran looked at Su Fengqiu in shock. Thud. He knelt directly before Su Fengqiu. "If young Master Su does not mind, Chu Ran wishes to be your disciple. My life is given by you, and you may take it whenever you wish." Su Fengqiu took a sip of wine and said, "No need for a master, let's be brothers instead." "Huh?" Chu Ran looked at Su Fengqiu in shock. "After all, this emperor is only 28, just over 10 years older than you. There's no need for a master." Chu Ran's heart trembled. "No, you are both my master and my brother." Su Fengqiu smiled and said, "Get up." "Yes." Chu Ran stood up. "This place will be your training ground from now on. This emperor will come often. If you have questions, you can also ask Xiao Li. After I finish some matters, I will personally teach you." "Yes." Go rest for now." Su Fengqiu stood up, preparing to leave. "Big brother Su. Is there something?" Chu Ran gritted his teeth and asked. "I am unfamiliar with Big Brother Su, and I am just an ordinary martial artist." "Why do you?" Su Fengqiu said, "You will be stronger than Yi Feng." After saying that, Su Fengqiu walked away. Chu Ran stood there in a daze. He certainly knew of this person Yi Feng. He had once been the role model he aspired to be. Born ordinary, he defied the heavens along the way. Although he died at the hands of Su Fengqiu, not everyone could challenge the Emperor of Immortals at such a young age. Yet Su Fengqiu said he would be stronger than Yi Feng. "Thank you, Big Brother Su." Chu Ran bowed deeply. On the other side, Su Fengqiu was walking towards the Su family grand hall. Ding! Chu Ran gained young master as a backing, destiny value 500000, current destiny value 1390010, promoted to second-tier child of destiny. Ding. Your system value 5 million. Ding. Due to Chu Ran being promoted to second-tier child of destiny, you receive rewards. Open second system, mall treasure vault of poisons. As the child of destiny, every time Chu Ran's level increased, Su Fengqiu would receive rewards. Wait, I am the Emperor of Immortals, and I have the Su family behind me. I became Chu Ran's backing, and he just gained 500,000 destiny value. Su Fengqiu's mouth twitched. Fine. Perhaps his destiny value isn't high, only 1,111,000. Furthermore, just because Chu Ran is backed by Su Fengqiu doesn't mean the Su family is also his backing. Moreover, Su Fengqiu's current situation isn't good. There is not only external pressure, but also internal strife within the Su family. Let's see what the second system mall has opened it. Second system mall spirit binding card allows one target within range under the 5th stage of the Emperor of Immortals to be unable to activate spiritual power for 20 seconds. System value cost 10,000, can be used 10 times a day. Rebound card, all attacks received in the next 30 seconds will be returned to the attacker unaltered. System value cost 100,000, can be used once a day. Contradictory card, when used on a target, their actions and words for the next hour will be the opposite of their true thoughts. System value cost 100,000. Full power card, after use, all of the host's attacks will increase in power by 5 times for the next 3 minutes. System value cost 300,000, can be used once a week. Immortal card, summoning the wonders of heaven and earth through poetry, creating paintings that manifest reality and conveying teachings that resonate deeply. After use, the host will remain in an extraordinary state for a day. Specifics can only be comprehended. System value cost 1 million. Can be exchanged twice in a lifetime. Equality card, for the next 3 minutes, the host will achieve equality with all martial artists of higher realms, making it a 50-50 chance against anyone, all having the opportunity to defeat them. System value cost 1 million. Cooldown time, 3 months. Mastery of Xiantian poison tools. After exchange, the host will gain the crafting methods for Xiantian poison tools on the continent. System value cost 30 million. Revival coin, if the target's physical body is intact, even without a soul, they can be resurrected. System value cost 300 million, can be exchanged once in a lifetime. Su Fengqiu. The first system mall is already unfathomable. What kind of extraordinary thing is this second system mall? What is that last revival coin? People cannot be resurrected after death. No matter how high one's cultivation, it cannot be done. But this system can actually revive the deceased. This mastery of Xiantian poison tools. Su Fengqiu was no less shocked by this exchange content than he was by the revival coin. What are Xiantian poison tools? The spiritual tools of the continent, the celestial treasures, cultivation techniques, and martial skills all have ranks from 1st grade to 10th grade. Beyond the 10th grade is the immortal level. Above the immortal level is the sacred rank. The spiritual tools above the sacred rank are the Xiantian sacred tools. Among all spiritual tools on the continent, the top 10 Xiantian sacred tools possessing one grants invincibility in the world. The counterparts to the top 10 Xiantian sacred tools are the top 10 Xiantian poison tools. The tool is primary while the poison is secondary. The poison is nearly unresolvable. However, the tool bestows the Xiantian poison tools with unfathomable capabilities. The 5th-ranked Xiantian poison tool named Within Reach Across the Horizon. What is Within Reach Across the Horizon? Utilizing a unique release method and crafting technique, a target locked by this Xiantian poison tool, no matter how far they run, will be relentlessly pursued until hit and detonated. Legend has it that the 3rd-ranked Xiantian poison tool is the puppet doll. Using a strand of the target's hair or a drop of blood as a guide, a puppet doll is crafted. Then a poison needle is inserted into the puppet doll. Even if the target is far away, they will be poisoned severely. This is the defiance of the Xiantian poison tools. Of course, the method for crafting the puppet doll has been lost. To be precise, among the top 10 Xiantian poison tools, only a few are still mastered by the Ninefold Heaven Tang clan. Only these few Xiantian poison tools crafting methods are in their possession, making the Tang clan a dominant force in the Ninefold Heaven. However, even knowing the crafting methods, creating them is not that easy. Poison is difficult to mix, and the materials required for crafting tools are extremely rare top-grade crystals. But now Su Fengqiu only needs to exchange it to obtain the crafting methods for the top 10 Xiantian poison tools. How could he not be shocked? This system is too overpowered. Indeed, I still need to gain a vast amount of system value. The items in this system mall are too extraordinary. Su Fengqiu pondered for a moment. Exchange for mastery of Xiantian poison tools. Ding. Confirm to spend 30 million system value for the exchange. Confirm. Su Fengqiu revealed a faint smile. He began to look forward to what extraordinary item the 3rd system mall would hold. What is the treasure vault of poisons? Su Fengqiu looked at a spatial bag that had appeared in his hand and began to investigate. Inside was a small world. In this small world, there were countless heavenly poisonous materials aged hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of years. Tenth absolute in grass, soul-eating in-yang flower blood of the underworld. This level of heavenly poisonous materials, let alone using them. Without high cultivation, just getting close would instantly turn one into a pool of blood. But Su Fengqiu possesses the body of 10,000 poisons. This place is his paradise. Moreover, he had just exchanged for the mastery of Shantian poison tools, and he also possessed the heavenly physician's sacred art. These poisons could elevate the upper limit of Shantian poison tools several times. Refreshing. Su Fengqiu's eyes shone brightly. Then he headed towards the Su family grand hall. At this moment, the Su family grand hall should be quite lively. Inside the Shujia grand hall, a group of powerful figures from the Su family had gathered. The atmosphere was tense, and at a glance it was clear that there were two factions, as the Su family was far from harmonious. It's only natural that such a vast imperial clan like the Su family would have numerous branches. However, it was primarily dominated by two major factions. Su Tianyi and Su Fengqiu's lineage, and then there was the lineage of Su Buhui. In the past, Su Buhui lost to Su Tianyi in the competition for the position of the family head. As for the bloodline connection, it wasn't particularly close. Although they were all members of the Su family, after 10,000 years much had changed. This is simply nonsense. Su Buhui slammed his palm on the table and turned to Su Tianyi saying, "Su Tianyi, are you really going to allow Qiu'er to run amok like this?" A top genius who looked to be about the same age as Su Fengqiu sat there with a faint smirk, sarcastically saying, "Cousin's recent behavior is no different from those arrogant and unruly young scions. What sets him apart? A dignified immortal emperor breaking promises, and specifically killing Yi Feng and others in the first heaven, has lost all dignity. I truly can't imagine what he will do next, especially after killing Wang Jin from the Misty Peak without regard for the consequences." His name was Su Chang'an. Among the current generation of talents in the Su family, apart from Su Fengqiu, he was the only one left. Naturally, he held a grudge against Su Fengqiu. All the resources should have rightfully belonged to him, Su Chang'an, the youngest immortal emperor. If it weren't for Su Fengqiu's father Su Tianyi securing the position of family head, the entire continent would be discussing him, Su Chang'an. The most ridiculous part is that he killed the daughter of a sect master and expects the Misty Peak to apologize. On what grounds? While the Misty Peak may not be significant, what about when the Medicine Emperor sect and the Misty Peak join forces? The Medicine Mountain may also intervene. For one mistake of his, how many lives will my entire Su family have to offer in repayment? An elder remarked, "Indeed, our Su family situation is dire right now. The actions of the young master in recent days have indeed been disappointing. He has not only shamed himself, but has also brought disgrace upon the entire Su family." Previously, people compared Su Fengqiu with the likes of Luo Liuli and Junichen from the contemporary generation. Our Su family was once again mentioned alongside those powers, but now it has turned into a joke, bringing utter disgrace. Su Chang'an said, "If this battle truly ensues, my Su family will likely face annihilation. Even if we survive, we will be gravely weakened and countless lives will be lost. All of this is a result of Su Fengqiu's foolishness. Why should we bear the consequences for him? I suggest we hand Su Fengqiu over to the Misty Peak. Killing for a life is only right, he must pay the price for his actions." "Enough," an elder reprimanded. "What do you mean, your Su family? The Su family is also my Su family. When faced with problems, you shrink back. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Su Chang'an clasped his fist, saying, "Elder, the crux of the matter is that my Su family has already been ridiculed. Handing over Su Fengqiu would at least show that my Su family can discern right from wrong, that family rules are strict. Otherwise, the world will think that all the members of my Su family are like Su Fengqiu." Su Buhui looked at Su Tianyi and said, "Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't do such a thing, let alone my 10th Imperial clan. Su Tianyi, you have spoiled your son well. He returns and hides, expecting us to clean up his mess. How do you propose we resolve this? Also, I must remind you that Yi Feng's master Lu Yunyan has yet to make a move. This time the killing tower may also send people. My Su family is even at risk of annihilation. Can you bear that?" Su Tianyi sat there rhythmically tapping the table with his right hand, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, Su Fengqiu walked in. Oh, such a lively gathering. Everyone's eyes turned towards Su Fengqiu. Upon seeing Su Fengqiu, Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed and he coldly said, Cousin, did you think you could hide like a turtle? Just in time, since you're here, let's have a chat." Su Fengqiu shot a cold glance at Su Chang'an. "Su Chang'an, do you need me to remind you what to call me?" Crack, crack, crack. Su Chang'an clenched his fists. "Young master," he said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with a dark cloud. "What are you so arrogant about? Do you still think you can be the young master of the Su family for a few more days? Do you really think you can survive this time? I, Su Chang'an, don't believe it. Once Su Fengqiu is dead, the position of young master of the Su family will belong to me, Su Chang'an." Ding. Detected the child of destiny. Child of destiny, Su Chang'an. Age 29. Destiny value 188700, second-year child of destiny. Physique undying Tao body. Realm first stage of heavenly Tao. Combat power score 79. Description pure bloodline of the 10th Ascendier Imperial clan Su family, possessing the undying Tao body and blood spirit pearl. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the task. Su Chang'an's destiny value reset task rewards destiny value 0. Peak level, sword intent sealed, sword technique. Su Fengqiu roughly understood the logic behind the system triggering tasks. Those with poor character who bore grudges against him or who would obstruct his path were likely to be eliminated. On the other hand, those with good character who could assist him would likely trigger different tasks. Xiaoli Luo Yoli and Shu ran. As for Su Chang'an, even without triggering a task, Su Fengqiu would still kill him. The reason was simple. What was the premise for Su Fengqiu from Earth to cross into this body? The original owner died. A dignified Immortal Emperor died. Who caused it? Su Chang'an's family. As for who actually killed him, it was most likely the continent's top poison. Perhaps when they saw Su Fengqiu appear unscathed on the day of the grand wedding, they were all bewildered. What Su Fengqiu needed to do was to unify the forces of the Su family. Su Buhui took a sip of tea and said, Su Fengqiu, you're just in time. My Su family is facing the threat of annihilation, and for the sake of the entire Su family, we must discuss handing you over. Su Fengqiu narrowed his eyes, glancing at Su Buhui. Are you the family head, or is my father the family head? Do you have the authority to make decisions? You. Su Buhui bit his teeth and coldly huffed. I am merely representing many powerful figures of the Su family to make a suggestion. Su Fengqiu responded, making a suggestion requires the proper attitude, otherwise people would think you have the final say in the Su family. Furthermore, Su Fengqiu glanced at Su Chang'an and asked, on what grounds do you sit here in the high-level meeting of the Su family? What is your status, Su Chang'an? Are you the young master of the Su family, or an immortal emperor? Su Chang'an was furious, pointing at Su Fengqiu, but had no words to retort. Let's see how you resolve this. I'm leaving. Su Chang'an angrily swept his sleeve and stormed out. Su Buhui and some top powers of their lineage wore grim expressions. Father elders, Su Fengqiu then bowed to them. Su Tianyi, who had remained silent, nodded. Fengqiu, feel free to share your thoughts. Sitting here, Su Fengqiu looked at everyone and said, since this matter was caused by me, I naturally have a way to resolve it. You all need not worry for the Su family. I assure you, no matter what happens, this fire will not reach the Su family. You all should just do what you need to do. After saying this, Su Fengqiu walked out. The others exchanged glances. It won't affect the Su family. On what basis? Can you, with your first stage Immortal Emperor cultivation, contend with the Medicine Emperor sect Misty Peak and Lu Yunyun's Killing Tower? Ridiculous, the Medicine Mountain might not even make a move. An elder snorted coldly. Truly unaware of your own limitations, thinking, just because you've become an Immortal Emperor, you can do as you please. It's far from the truth. You underestimate them too much. Being so young and already an Immortal Emperor, yet lacking the mindset, is not a good thing. Su Buhui scoffed coldly in his heart. Pretending to be godly. You think you don't need their help. Unless you Su Fengqiu are truly willing to go to the Misty Peak and fight to the death. Otherwise, how can you contend with them? Su Tianyi frowned as well. To be honest, does he really think that the Su family doesn't need to intervene? What capability does this son of his have? He increasingly couldn't understand his son. Report. A figure rushed in. Speak, Su Tianyi said. The Medicine Mountain has announced to the world that it will act alongside the Medicine Emperor sect and Misty Peak. Upon hearing this, the hall immediately fell into chaos. What? The Medicine Mountain is also going to intervene. What now? What should we do? With the Misty Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect, my Su family could still fight, but adding the Medicine Mountain and even the Killing Tower, my Su family is doomed. Family head, we must hand over the young master, or my 10th Ascendier Imperial clan will be erased from the continent. I advise that it is indeed better to hand over the young master. Should we sacrifice everyone's lives to atone for the trouble he caused? Su Tianyi coldly swept his gaze over the noisy crowd and said, did you not hear what Xiu'er just said? This fire will not reach you. You may all be quiet now. After saying this, Su Tianyi stood up and walked away. Su Buhui sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, the family head is correct. Everyone should remain calm. Su Fengqiu said he can handle it himself, right? Then let us see how he resolves it. The news of the alliance between the three major forces, Yaoshan Mountain, Yaowang sect, and Piaomiao Peak, shook the entire 9 continents. It has been many years since such a large-scale sect war occurred. In fact, everyone is aware that the Killing Tower will undoubtedly join the fray. Given Lu Yunyun's protective nature, she will not let go of Su Fengqiu after he killed Yi Feng. The 4 top-tier forces are besieging the Su family. Even if they are the Imperial clan of 10,000 years, the Su family is destined for destruction this time. It all depends on whether the Su family will surrender Su Fengqiu within these 3 days. If they surrender Su Fengqiu's life, then the Su family can remain safe and sound. All forces are closely watching the situation unfold. 3 days later, many powerful figures and sect leaders have arrived near the Su family preparing to witness this spectacle. Ha, brother Young, long time no see. You, the carefree scion of the world, are here to witness this grand show. Ha, how many years has it been since such a great upheaval in the 9 continents? Naturally, I must come to see what insight do you have, brother Sima. Today there are only 2 possible outcomes. Either the Su family surrenders Su Fengqiu's life, and this matter concludes peacefully, or the Su family fights to the death, in which case this imperial clan of 10,000 years will suffer great losses. The Su family of Su Bui's lineage will not fight for Su Fengqiu, and only the head of the family, Su Tiany's lineage, is unlikely to withstand it. The Su family's influence has been seriously fragmented over the years, which is also why this imperial clan of 10,000 years is on a downward trajectory. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the Su family, treading upon the void. Moi. Upon seeing that figure, everyone was taken aback. Is that Su Fengqiu? It is him. What does Su Fengqiu mean by this? Is he trying to escape? No, if he wanted to run, he would have done so long ago. Why is he leaving now under everyone's gaze? Wait, the direction he is heading is Piaomiao Peak. Hiss. I don't quite understand. Is he really going to Piaomiao Peak alone? Ha, can't you see it? He is going to Piaomiao Peak to seek death. The Su family has ultimately cowered, but it is quite reasonable. If they fought, the Su family would be destroyed today, especially since they are not united. How boring, how boring. I thought there would be a battle today. Inside the Su family. Su Chang'an laughed heartily. Father, Su Fengqiu has gone to Piaomiao Peak alone. Su Buhui sneered. I thought Su Fengqiu had some earth-shattering idea. He claimed he could resolve it alone, but it turns out he is merely going to die in atonement. How laughable. If Su Fengqiu dies, even if the head of the family is Su Tiany, the position of the Su family young master should fall to me. Su Chang'an said. Su Bui's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know why I didn't poison him last time, but it doesn't matter. This way is even better. From now on, the Su family will be ours. Ha. Shaoli sat in the courtyard looking worried. Chu Ran hurried over Miss Shaoli. Shaoli glanced at him. I heard that brother Su is going to Piaomiao Peak to seek death. Chu Ran's expression was anxious. Shaoli shook her head. That can't be right. Shaoli also didn't know why. In the past, she didn't care about Su Fengqiu's life or death at all. But now her heart was in a knot. She felt it shouldn't be this way. However, from what Shaoli knew, given the current situation of the Su family and the challenges they were facing, there seemed to be no other possibility. Chu Ran clenched his fists. Yes. Su brother must have a way. He definitely will. The news of Su Fengqiu going to Piaomiao Peak alone to seek death quickly spread. Piaomiao Peak. Sect master, according to reliable sources, Su Fengqiu is on his way to our Piaomiao. Alone. Yes, alone. Since he is coming alone, there is no suspense. He is here to exchange his life for the stability of the Su family this time. Wang Yuanzong snorted coldly. A mere clown. Indeed, he is a clown. He even dared to boast and demand an apology from our Piaomiao Peak. How utterly ridiculous. Ultimately, Su Fengqiu is just a 28-year-old youth. Although he is at the Immortal Emperor level, we have over. Sect master, we must torture Su Fengqiu to death and make it public. Avenge Jiyin. Wipe away the shame of our Piaomiao Peak. Wang Yuanzong's eyes flickered with malice. That is certain. Outside Piaomiao Peak, people from various forces have gathered. Luo Liuli also wore a veil, quietly arriving here with the personal maid assigned to her by the sect. Saintess, do you want to help him? The maid asked quietly. Luo Liuli frowned slightly and shook her head. This matter is too big. I fear I can't help, and the sect does not allow it. Exactly, he promised to spare Yifeng's life, but going back on his word is his fault, so you saintess owe him. Luo Liuli replied. Though that is true, what he said was not wrong. He indeed promised to spare Yifeng's life that day, but everyone, including myself, unconsciously thought that this meant he would be spared from now on. But the facts also prove that Su Fengqiu has nothing special about him. Instead, he is a haughty and arrogant young master. Though he is an immortal emperor, he lacks the vision of one, even going to the first heaven to kill, without considering the consequences. Ending up in such a predicament is indeed self-inflicted. Luo Liuli said nothing. The maid muttered, but he is still a man, right? Willing to come and offer his life to prevent the Su family from suffering a needless disaster. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the void. Su Fengqiu's figure slowly approached, treading upon the void. He's here. Whoosh, Su Fengqiu landed. The powerful figures around also made way for him, creating a large space. Su Fengqiu, you finally arrived. Wang Yuanzong pointed at Su Fengqiu, angrily rebuking him. Su Fengqiu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, as per the 3-day appointment, this emperor naturally had to come. Wang Yuanzong coldly said, humph. Allowing you to live for these 3 days is already showing you mercy. How do you wish to die? Beg this sect master, and perhaps I will show you mercy. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Wait a moment. Did sect master Wang misunderstand what this emperor meant by the 3-day appointment? Wang Yuanzong frowned. I Piao Peak granted you Su Fengqiu and the Su family 3 days to surrender your life. You have come to seek death now, is there a problem? No. Su Fengqiu chuckled. It seems sect master Wang has misunderstood. What I meant by the 3-day appointment is that if your Piao Peak does not come to kneel and apologize within these 3 days, then Piao Peak will be removed from the 9 continents. What? As soon as Su Fengqiu's words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Wang Yuanzong's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that you did not come to seek death, but to destroy my Piao Peak? No. Originally there was only one Piao Peak, but now there is also Yaowang sect and Yaoshan Mountain, Su Fengqiu said nonchalantly. Everyone looked utterly bewildered. They exchanged glances with one another. Ha. Then laughter erupted from the powerful figures of the Piao Peak and some onlookers. Is Su Fengqiu out of his mind? Yes, he did say that within 3 days the Piao Peak had to kneel before his Su family to apologize, but on what grounds? Ha, utterly ridiculous, a clown thinking he can destroy the Piao Peak and not just come to meet his end. Ha, does he think he can do it alone? A first-level Immortal Emperor. How laughable for an Immortal Emperor to be so foolish thinking he can destroy the Pill Emperor sect and the Pill God Mountain. Ha. Wang Yuanzong laughed heartily, saying, Su Fengqiu, do you still wish to retain your dignity before you die? Coming to die means you're coming to die. Why claim you're here to destroy my Piao Peak? Do you think such words will give you dignity after your death? Su Fengqiu, at least your father should have sent more people to make it look like an attempt to destroy my Piao Peak. Ha. Su Fengqiu casually replied, I alone can slay the sun, moon, and stars. Ha, what a joke. The people of Piao Peak laughed heartily. Wang Yuanzong coldly said, Enough, there's no need to waste words with you, elder. Attack. Whoosh. In the next moment, a first-level Immortal Emperor from Piao Peak descended before Su Fengqiu. Wang Yuanzong said, First disable him, my sect's main goal is to torment him to death. Then the elder of Piao Peak's eyes narrowed, and the might of a 4th-level Immortal Emperor erupted. The clear sky suddenly changed as the wind and clouds shifted. He pointed at the sky. Thunderbolts poured down from the heavens, coalescing into 9 massive thunder dragons that accompanied him. Su Fengqiu, come and face your death. 9 thunder burn the heavens. The elder charged at Su Fengqiu amidst the torrential thunder. Reaching the Immortal Emperor level, the difference between each tier was like heaven and earth. Moreover, Su Fengqiu had only just stepped into the Immortal Emperor realm. This move could almost disable Su Fengqiu. There was no suspense. Swish. A sword suddenly appeared in Su Fengqiu's hand. You still wish to resist? Ridiculous. The elder snorted coldly. Spirit Restriction Card. Spirit Restriction Card can prevent a target below 5th-level Immortal Emperor within range from mobilizing spiritual energy for 20 seconds. Cost 1000 system points, can use 10 cards per day. Suddenly a force acted upon the elder. His spiritual energy and the terrifying 9 thunder dragons instantly dissipated. And all of this caught him completely off guard. What? The elder froze for a moment. Attribute doubling. Attribute doubling after exchange, strength, speed, and physique double for 3 minutes. Cost 1000 system points. Swish, a cold light flashed. Nothing fancy. Su Fengqiu flickered to the elder's back. In the next moment, the elder's body froze in place. Pat. His head rolled down. What? No, elder. What? This, The crowd stared in disbelief at the scene before them. A 4th-level Immortal Emperor instantly killed by Su Fengqiu, a 1st-level Immortal Emperor. How could this be possible? At the Immortal Emperor level, killing a tier below is not particularly easy to achieve. They looked at Su Fengqiu's figure in disbelief. So strong. Luo Lulis made gasped and Luo Lioli, however, frowned slightly. A spirit restriction. Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden disappearance of the elder of Piao Peak's spiritual energy? But a means to restrict a 4th-level Immortal Emperor's spiritual energy is nearly non-existent in this world, right? A 4th-level Immortal Emperor is indeed strong, but without the ability to release spiritual energy, it's like a gun without bullets. Originally, he could have survived. Even if he couldn't release spiritual energy, he was still a 4th-level Immortal Emperor. A bit of entanglement shouldn't be a problem. But everything happened too quickly. The elder had completely not anticipated this. Moreover, Su Fengqiu had already exchanged for the effect of all attributes doubling for life. Plus, he had just exchanged for attribute doubling. It was reasonable to slay him. The elder's soul flew out. Su Fengqiu brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together and flicked them. A sword formed from gathered spiritual energy, pierced through his soul, annihilating his spirit. Su Fengqiu, stop. Wang Yuanzong trembled all over, his blood-red eyes glaring at Su Fengqiu as he shouted angrily. A 4th-level Immortal Emperor. Just died like that. This loss is too great. Su Fengqiu slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, this is just the first one. You should die. Come kill him. Kill him for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then a group of immortal emperors from Qiaomiao Peak burst forth charging towards Su Fengqiu in unison. Chaos power. Heavenly transformation chaos technique. Su Fengqiu's aura surged. With the strength of one he fought against 8 immortal emperors. The figures of several people clashed in the void, creating a storm of chaos. Wang Yuanzong gritted his teeth. Just because I let you trick me once, do you really think you can defy the heavens? After all, Su Fengqiu was only a first-level immortal emperor, while these 8 immortal emperors were mostly second and third level. Whoosh! Suddenly Su Fengqiu threw a silver needle at one person. The speed was unimaginable. Utterly ridiculous. You think you can ambush this emperor with a poison needle? In front of him, an immortal emperor snorted coldly, releasing his defensive spiritual energy. However, the silver needle pierced directly through his terrifying defensive spiritual energy and stabbed into his body. What? He widened his eyes, clutching his chest as he staggered backward. Su Fengqiu pulled back, grinning, and raised his hand. 5. What? The immortal emperor looked at Su Fengqiu in astonishment. Su Fengqiu replied, 4. Don't play tricks. 3. Come and face your death. Whoosh! He charged at Su Fengqiu again. However, just as he rushed forward, his body swayed unsteadily in midair, his face paling drastically. Su Fengqiu 2. Thud! The immortal emperor fell directly from the void to the ground. 8th Elder. Other immortal emperors rushed over quickly. Su Fengqiu 1. A horrifying toxic mist emanated from the immortal emperor, causing the other immortal emperors to quickly pull back. Then in their disbelieving expressions, the dignified immortal emperor transformed into a puddle of blood. The crowd. What is this? What is happening? It's simply shocking. A dignified second-level immortal emperor reduced to a puddle of blood in just 5 breaths. What kind of poison is this? Poison is one thing, but how could this tiny silver needle break through an immortal emperor's defensive spiritual energy? This is impossible. This is an immortal emperor's defensive spiritual energy. Wait, a poison that can kill an immortal emperor ignoring defensive spiritual energy. This is Xiantian Poison Tool Rank 10th, the Heavenly Punishment Needle. This is the Heavenly Punishment Needle. What? The Heavenly Punishment Needle? How could Su Fengqiu possess the Heavenly Punishment Needle? Isn't this a Xiantian poison tool controlled by the Tang sect? Could it be that the Tang sect is helping him? Wang Yuanzong trembled all over. One more immortal emperor of the second stage has perished. How could it be? A group of immortal emperors had such difficulty killing Su Fengqiu. Had he even managed to kill 2 in retaliation? How could the Xiantian poison weapon Tianqian needle be brought out? Tang sect? No. The Tang sect would never assist him. There is only one possibility: Su Fengqiu accidentally obtained a Tianqian needle at some point. Yet that doesn't seem right. This is indeed a Xiantian poison weapon, but the Tang sect's Xiantian poison weapon shouldn't have such a lethal effect on an immortal emperor. Generally, an immortal emperor poisoned by the Xiantian poison weapon would still survive for several months. The Tianqian needle mainly ignores defensive spiritual energy. When ordinary martial artists encounter silver needles shot at them, they instinctively use defensive. The Tianqian needle mainly ignores defensive spiritual energy. When ordinary martial artists encounter silver needles shot at them, they instinctively use defensive spiritual energy to block. Or they might unleash their power to deflect it. However, that has no effect on the Tianqian needle. Thus, many people easily fall victim to the Tianqian needle. The Xiantian poison weapon ranks 10th. Although it is at the bottom for a dignified immortal emperor to be struck and turn into a puddle of blood in 5 breaths of time, showcases the terrifying nature of the Xiantian poison weapon. Attack! He only has this one. Wang Yuanzong shouted. Immortal Grade Spirit Tool Binding Immortal Rope. A rope surged towards Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu was instantly bound. An Immortal Grade Binding Immortal Rope. He's finished. Bound by the binding immortal rope, unable to unleash his spiritual energy, Su Fengqiu can only be slaughtered. It's been exhilarating to watch, but this is where it ends. Kid, give me your life. Several immortal emperors charged towards Su Fengqiu with terrifying might, intending to slay him directly. However, Su Fengqiu simply extended his hand, pulling the binding immortal rope apart and storing it in his spatial ring. Everyone. This scene was even more shocking than when Su Fengqiu killed a 4th stage immortal emperor. This was a binding immortal rope of the 10th grade. An immortal emperor below the 5th stage would be completely at the mercy of the binding immortal rope. This is not just a simple rope. How could Su Fengqiu possibly pull apart the binding immortal rope? In just this moment, Su Fengqiu has brought too much shock to everyone. Some of it even transcended their understanding. Whoosh! Subsequently, Su Fengqiu threw a pink round ball at the approaching strong ones. Quick dodge! Get out of the way! Watch out! The silver needles were too dense and too fast, piercing through the air. Even if they dodged, quick dodge! Get out of the way! Watch out! The silver needles were too dense and too fast, piercing through the air. Even if they dodged one wave, another would come. There was nowhere to hide. Two immortal emperors reacted, quickly teleporting away 1,000 meters. But the others, instinctively dodging, found themselves unable to escape and resorted to unleashing techniques or defensive spiritual energy. Yet the silver needles easily penetrated their terrifying techniques that could obliterate half a city shooting towards them. Zhi. One by one, silver needles embedded themselves in their bodies. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. The 8th-ranked Xiantian poison weapon, falling flower tears. Meanwhile, Fengqiu extended his hand. Falling flower tears flew into his hand. The materials for refining the Xiantian poison weapon are naturally the top tier in the world. After all, he is the young master of the Su family. Within the resources of the Su family, gathering some was still possible. Coupled with the heaven-defying poisons in the poison treasury, the toxins contained in the Xiantian poison weapon reached their peak. Then Fengqiu walked step by step towards the Miao Peak. As he passed by an immortal emperor, Fengqiu didn't even glance at him. He collapsed to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. Everyone. Luo Luli's red lips parted, slightly shocked at the scene before her. She had never seen several immortal emperors die so effortlessly. They are immortal emperors. Is this the terrifying aspect of the Xiantian poison weapon? No. Luo Luli's brows furrowed slightly. The Xiantian poison weapon is indeed formidable, but the toxins it contains are several hundred times stronger than those mastered by the Tang sect. The poison that can turn an immortal emperor into blood in just 5 breaths. It's unimaginable. The strong ones on Miao Peak looked at Fengqiu with no trace of their previous disdain. In a short time, 7 immortal emperors had perished at Fengqiu's hands. Even if Fengqiu were to die today, he would still be famous throughout the world for this battle. Is there any way to deal with the Tianxin needle and falling flower tears? Wang Yuanzong looked at Fengqiu, who was approaching step by step, and asked in a deep voice. The Tianxin needle is simple, just avoid it. Elder 8 was overly confident and got hit. Falling flower tears is also straightforward, just maintain distance in time. I am only worried whether he possesses any other Xiantian poison weapons. That's not possible. The Tang sect only masters 4 Xiantian poison weapons. Fengqiu cannot possibly have them all right. I understand everything. Why can he break free from the binding immortal rope? What an eerie Fengqiu. Wang Yuanzong's eyes narrowed. Do not panic. He is merely an immortal emperor of the first stage. Pay attention to the Xiantian poison weapons, and let me kill him without a trace. Go. With that, all the immortal emperors from Miao Peak soared into the sky. However, although there were dozens of them, most were first and second stage immortal emperors. Immortal emperors are not common, but a formidable sect existing for thousands or tens of thousands of years naturally attracts others when strong family members become immortal emperors. The heavens dimmed. Wang Yuanzong spread his hands. If the binding immortal rope is ineffective, what about my sacred tool, the Zhantian Tower? A tower surged towards the void. Then its power enveloped Fengqiu within. Now kill him for me, Wang Yuanzong roared. Everyone was even more shocked at this scene. Fengqiu, an immortal emperor of the first stage, could prompt Miao Peak to summon dozens of immortal emperors and the protective sacred tool Zhantian Tower. Fengqiu has already won. Under the Zhantian Tower, even a 5th stage immortal emperor would need to bow down. Angry Sea Chasing Wave Technique. Shin Phoenix 4 Directions Technique. Sword Slashing the 9 Heavens. 9 Thunder Annihilation Palm. Combine the powers into one. The immortal emperors simultaneously condensed powerful techniques converging in the void. Boom. The heavens dimmed and thunder rumbled in the heavy thunderclouds. Above the void, a terrifying force coalesced into a 10th sand-meter thunder dragon. Roar. With a dragon's roar, the 10th sand-meter thunder dragon charged towards Fengqiu, who was sealed by the Zhantian Tower below. Quick retreat. The onlookers in the distance fled instantly, making their distance 10,000 meters. These combined techniques could annihilate a city in an instant. Even a 5th stage immortal emperor would vanish in an instant. Fengqiu was finished. Yet Fengqiu stood there. He raised his hand. Although Fengqiu is an immortal emperor at this moment facing the descending 10th sand-meter thunder dragon, he seemed incredibly small. Everyone was taken aback. They knew that Fengqiu was bound by the Zhantian Tower and could not escape. But shouldn't he at least attempt to use a big move to see if he could resist? What does it mean for him to just raise one hand? Roar. The 10th sand-meter thunder dragon let out a dragon's roar as it fell from the sky. Just when everyone thought Fengqiu would instantly turn to ashes. The moment the 10th sand-meter thunder dragon touched Fengqiu's hand, it could not shake him even a little. The terrifying force upon contact with Fengqiu's hand dispersed in all directions, destroying everything around it. The visual impact was extremely exaggerated. Yet why could it not harm Fengqiu in the slightest? What? Seeing this scene, Wang Yuanzong and the other powerful beings widened their eyes. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Not to mention Fengqiu, even if a 5th-tier immortal emperor were present, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Su Fengqiu raised his hand. This heaven-defying power directly blocked him. No, it wasn't merely a block. It had no effect on him whatsoever. The visual impact seemed extraordinarily exaggerated. But it was useless. This is truly unbelievable. Wang Yuanzong gritted his teeth. What was happening? Could it be a Xiantian sacred artifact? Otherwise such a miracle wouldn't be possible. Wait. Suddenly many people realized something. It's the hand of absolute spirit. Yifeng's supreme bone. How could I have forgotten this? The hand of absolute spirit renders spiritual power ineffective. It may not be apparent when on Yifeng, but placed on the Immortal Emperor, it creates this heaven-defying scene. Supreme bone hand of absolute spirit. No wonder the binding immortal rope is ineffective. It's the hand of absolute spirit. The crowd gazed at Su Fengqiu with fervent eyes. This was the supreme bone, the power everyone desired. Su Fengqiu's hair and clothes danced wildly. An extraordinary phenomenon engulfed the world. An overwhelming aura erupted from him. Supreme Immortal Emperor card. After exchange, one can attain the status of a 10th tier Immortal Emperor. Supreme Immortal Emperor for 3 minutes. Consumption of system points 5 million lifetime. Exchange times 1. What? Feeling Su Fengqiu's aura, everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. Supreme Immortal Emperor. How can he unleash the might of a Supreme Immortal Emperor? The Supreme Immortal Emperor, that is a 10th tier Immortal Emperor. The pinnacle realm of the continent. Even powerful sects like Piao Peak and the Su family do not possess a Supreme Immortal Emperor. Is it possible that Su Fengqiu has unleashed a certain sealed power? It is highly probable, but such power typically lasts only a moment. Su Fengqiu today, could he truly annihilate Piao Peak single-handedly? This is impossible. When the power of the Supreme Immortal Emperor dissipates, he will undoubtedly perish. Su Fengqiu shot forward towards Piao Peak. The heavenly tower was indeed astonishing, but upon touching the hand of absolute spirit, Su Fengqiu easily broke free from its restraints. Quick! Activate the sect protecting formation. Activate the sect protecting formation. Wang Yuanzong shouted. He was terrified. Sect master, only you are qualified to activate the sect protecting formation. Ah, yes. Subsequently, the Piao Peak's sect protecting formation was activated. For any sect, the sect protecting formation is the ultimate trump card. A sect protecting formation can withstand the combined forces of 3 to 5 rival powers. For a sect like Piao Peak, this formation theoretically should be capable of resisting the power of a Supreme Immortal Emperor. The question was how long it could hold. However, Su Fengqiu merely touched the protective barrier of the sect protecting formation. Crack! The protective barrier of the sect protecting formation instantly crumbled. The collapse of the barrier meant that outsiders could freely rush into the sect. No matter what effect the formation had, it essentially signified the sect's fall. The hand of absolute spirit. The hand of absolute spirit. Oh! Wang Yuanzong roared in fury. Run! Despite there being many immortal emperors present, they could still be slaughtered at will by the might of the Supreme Immortal Emperor. In the current situation, they could only avoid its edge, waiting for Su Fengqiu's power to dissipate before launching a counterattack. But how could Su Fengqiu allow them to do as they wished? Su Fengqiu's figure flickered among the immortal emperors. Blood sprayed across Piao Peak. Quick! Retreat first! Wang Yuanzong shouted. Trying to escape. Binding immortal rope. Su Fengqiu threw out the binding immortal rope, ensnaring one immortal emperor. A cold light flashed. The immortal emperor fell on the spot. Great space technique. A terrifying power enveloped the entire Piao Peak. Su Fengqiu stood in the void, pointing towards the sky. A phenomenal occurrence took place. The sky seemed to be torn open. Su Fengqiu raised his right hand and pulled down. From this rift, the shadow of a giant sword measuring thousands of meters slowly descended. The crowd looked up at this scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. I have said I alone can slay the sun, moon, and stars. With a roar, Su Fengqiu swung the giant sword, striking towards Piao Peak. The heavens trembled in response. Those who were thousands of meters away had no choice but to unleash their power to withstand the impact of this strike. They stared wide-eyed, revealing expressions of shock. As the dust settled, the massive Piao Peak was cleaved in two, creating a chasm that stretched for hundreds of thousands of meters. And with this strike, countless lives were lost. Gulp! The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Could he truly annihilate Piao Peak by himself? Oh, is this the might of the Supreme Immortal Emperor? No, it's not merely about the Supreme Immortal Emperor. Under normal circumstances, even the power of the Supreme Immortal Emperor could be resisted for some time by a group of immortal emperors. However, Piao Peak had been completely intimidated by Su Fengqiu. This group of immortal emperors no longer dared to act. And the sect protecting formation upon which the sect relies for survival encountered the hand of absolute spirit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for Su Fengqiu, the Supreme Immortal Emperor, to break through Piao Peak's sect protecting formation. Su Fengqiu stood above in the void looking down at Piao Peak like a king. Elder, elder, grand elder, where are you? Wang Yuanzong stood there covered in blood, helplessly shouting. There was no response. Thud, several Immortal Emperor corpses were thrown in front of him by Su Fengqiu. Wang Yuanzong lowered his head, his pupils constricting. He watched Su Fengqiu approach him step by step. No. Su Fengqiu. Wang Yuanzong gazed at Su Fengqiu in trepidation. Is Piao Peak truly doomed? The onlookers couldn't believe the scene unfolding before them. No, it's over. Su Fengqiu's cultivation has returned to the first tier of Immortal Emperor. But he has already slain dozens of Immortal Emperors and countless heavenly Dao realm beings. Piao Peak has suffered severe damage. When did Immortal Emperors become so easily slain? Su Fengqiu pointed his sword at Wang Yuan. You chose this, Su Fengqiu said lightly. Without the cultivation of a supreme Immortal Emperor, how can you still be so arrogant? Wang Yuanzong trembled as he stared at Su Fengqiu, the might of the Immortal Emperor also erupting. Killing you is more than enough. Spirit binding card. In an instant, Wang Yuanzong's spiritual power dissipated. He widened his eyes. Not good. Protect me. Wang Yuanzong shouted loudly. 9 style of the Phoenix song of the world Phoenix, 9 layers of heaven. Chant. 9 pillars of fire soared into the sky. 9 phoenixes were conjured by Su Fengqiu, emitting phoenix cries. Swish. Subsequently, the 9 enormous phoenix shadows charged toward Wang Yuanzong. You brat. You dare. Dermic aspect of heaven and earth. A furious roar echoed. In the void, a figure of an elder several tens of thousands of meters tall shattered Su Fengqiu's martial technique with a single palm. Then a colossal hand struck towards Su Fengqiu. Ancestor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Yuanzong was overjoyed. The ancestor of Piao Peak, the Celestial Emperor Fengqiu. A being at the 8th level of Celestial Emperor. An existence standing at the pinnacle of the continent. It is precisely because of such an ancestor overseeing that Piao Peak holds such a position. After all, there are very few 8th level Celestial Emperors in the entire 9 continents. It's over. Seeing this scene, the crowd let out a sigh. At the 8th level of Celestial Emperor, yet Su Fengqiu no longer possesses the might of a supreme Celestial Emperor. Now he is merely a 1st level Celestial Emperor. With this strike, he will turn to ashes. What a pity. If only Su Fengqiu could have retained the power of the Supreme Celestial Emperor until now, he could even slay the 8th level Fengqiu Zuns. It's useless. If he had held on to it until now, he wouldn't have been able to force the Grand Piao Peak into such. However, today, even in death, Su Fengqiu will become a legend. At the 1st level of Celestial Emperor, and at the age of 28, he has slain dozens of Celestial Emperors, nearly annihilating Piao Peak. Never before, and never again. What a pity, what a pity. Luo Liuli watched the scene before her, equally astonished. For some reason, she felt extremely uneasy. She did not want someone like Su Fengqiu to fall just like that. Yet she had no way to help. Even if she did, she could not intervene. Young Master Su. Luo Liuli murmured as she gazed at his receding figure. Did he still have any trump cards? He should have none left. I've been waiting for you. Rebound card. Rebound card. Within the next 30 seconds, all attacks received will be returned to the attacker in their original form. Consumption of system points 1000 can be used once a day. Boom. A palm strike descended. An unknown expanse was flattened. Dust rose everywhere. Everyone thought Su Fengqiu was definitely dead. Yet they could not see Su Fengqiu. But in the next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The immense figure of the Celestial Emperor Fengqiu, embodying the laws of heaven and earth, spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, the embodiment of the laws dissipated. Thud. The figure of Fengqiu Celestial Emperor fell from the void, crashing heavily to the ground. Ancestor. Wang Yuanzong and others rushed over to help the Celestial Emperor Fengqiu, only to see his face pale, breath in disarray, and blood continuously flowing from his mouth and nose. Ancestor. Wang Yuanzong was utterly confused. Wasn't that palm strike aimed at Su? Why did it seem like it struck him instead? Cough cough, how did I get injured? Fengqiu Celestial Emperor weakly asked. I don't know, Ancestor, Wang Yuanzong replied. Amidst the dust, Su Fengqiu's figure slowly. What? Upon seeing Su Fengqiu, everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. The people from Piao Peak, including Wang Yuanzong, felt an uncontrollable fear rising within them. What is this Su Fengqiu? Their understanding was being shattered. Is he truly not dead? How is that possible? He no longer possessed the power of a supreme Celestial Emperor. He is merely a 1st level Celestial Emperor. Huh, you. Fengqiu Celestial Emperor pointed at Su Fengqiu, trembling all over. What kind of sorcery are you using? Su Fengqiu coldly replied. Those who fear death, allowing the people of Piao Peak to die at my hands, only daring to come out when my might as Supreme Celestial Emperor has dissipated. How ridiculous. Die? Great palm of the common people. The Celestial Emperor Fengqiu, with his weakened body, unleashed his final strength and struck towards Su Fengqiu. However, in the next second, he spat out blood and was sent flying. Su Fengqiu stood there unmoving. It could only be said that he was anxious. The effect of Su Fengqiu's rebound card had not yet dissipated. What? The crowd looked at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend. Ancestor. Wang Yuanzong hurriedly ran over. Yet he discovered that his ancestor was nearly on the brink of death. This child, cough is not an ordinary person. After saying this, the celestial emperor Fengqiu tilted his head and fainted. Ancestor. Wang Yuanzong's eyes turned blood red as he shouted. He fixed his gaze firmly on Su Fengqiu. I refuse to believe he still has any more heaven-defying methods. He is merely a first-level celestial emperor. Everyone obey my command, kill him. Charge. Other celestial emperors shared the same belief. If Su Fengqiu was not killed today, Piao Peak would be finished. Each of them would also lose face. Whoosh. Invincibility card. Invincibility card. When activated, the user enters a state of absolute invincibility for 30 seconds, ignoring all attacks of any level, usable once a day. Consumption of system points, 100000. Full firepower card. After use, all of the host's attacks will be enhanced by 5 times for the next 3 minutes. Consumption of system points, 3000, can be used once a week. Su Fengqiu smirked. Come. 9 thunderstrikes burning the heavens. Boom. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred, and heavenly thunder rolled in. What? 9 thunderstrikes burning the heavens. Isn't that the martial art of Piao Peak? How can Su Fengqiu also use it? Huh. And he has mastered it to such an extent. The reason Su Fengqiu could unleash 9 thunderstrikes burning the heavens was due to the talent he had previously obtained, Infinite Big Move. Anyone within his line of sight, as long as he releases his ultimate move, Su Fengqiu could use it without any limit on spiritual energy consumption for a day. Boom! 9 thunderstrikes burning the heavens roared forth. Dodged. Such a powerful move is still quite easy to evade. But 9 thunderstrikes burning the heavens. 9 thunderstrikes burning the heavens. 9 thunderstrikes burning the heavens. After dodging 9 thunderstrikes burning the heavens, Su Fengqiu continued to gather. This directly left them dumbfounded. What the heck? Can such a move be unleashed like this? It doesn't. Everyone do not confront him, Hedon. Even top-tier martial arts cannot be unleashed multiple times by a celestial emperor. His spiritual energy will soon be depleted, and then it will be our turn. The ideal is abundant, but reality is cruel. Su Fengqiu's various ultimate moves bombarded them, causing them to collapse in disarray. Wait a minute, Sect Master, how does he still have spiritual energy? Yeah, we can't even get close to him. No way can it really be like this. Piao Peak is going to be obliterated by him. Sect Master, we can't hold on any longer. Wang Yuanzong. He also wanted to know why someone could unleash top-tier martial arts, so recklessly bombarding the place. Are these all the top-tier moves of Piao Peak? What does this mean? The cries of despair from celestial emperors echoed. They simply cannot fight back. Some celestial emperors recognized that the situation at Piao Peak was dire. Now, without mentioning anything else, even if the Su family sent some people from the Su Tian family, they would still be finished. Thus, whoosh whoosh whoosh, many celestial emperors chose to save their own lives fleeing Piao Peak. You all. Wang Yuanzong looked at the departing celestial emperors with a face full of despair. It's over. He looked back at Su Fengqiu. He could never have imagined how Su Fengqiu alone could destroy Piao Peak. Before him, Su Fengqiu walked towards him step by step, without any hindrance. Wang Yuanzong's scream trembled the hearts of everyone. Flames rose over the ethereal peak. The ethereal peak no longer had a celestial emperor. Thus it became Su Fengqiu's sole domain. Leveraging the celestial emperor's formidable barrier, he sealed the entire mountain within an impenetrable dome. Then Su Fengqiu slaughtered the Wang clan within the peak. Screams pierced the air without cease. As the barrier dissolved, countless disciples and martial cultivators unaffiliated with Wang Yuanzong fled in all directions. The ethereal peak burned as a sea of fire. Onlookers stood frozen in awe, exchanging stunned glances. The ethereal peak is gone. Most of the ethereal peak's celestial emperors were slain by Su Fengqiu. Their ancestral patriarch was killed. Heaven Dao realm experts perished in staggering numbers. Not a single member of the Wang clan survived. Who could have imagined Su Fengqiu alone annihilated an immortal sect of this magnitude? It is utterly unimaginable. This battle shall etch his name across the heavens and earth. Unprecedented in history, and perhaps never to be repeated again. How is this possible? Everyone assumed Su Fengqiu came alone to surrender his life. Yet he raised the ethereal peak to ashes. Su Fengqiu emerged from the inferno. Young master of the Su clan. A powerful cultivator, long allied with the ethereal peak, called out from where he stood. Do you have business with me? Su Fengqiu asked. I concede your skill is extraordinary. You eradicated the ethereal peak single-handedly, an act unparalleled before or since. Yet slaying even the clan's children, is that not excessive? Su Fengqiu's gaze sharpened faintly. Body immobilizing talisman. Spirit sealing talisman. Body immobilizing talisman paralyzes one target within line of sight for 10 seconds. Immune to cultivation realm disparity. Usable once per day. Cost 1,000,000 system points. Spirit sealing talisman renders one target incapable of channeling spiritual energy for 20 seconds. Effective against all below Celestial Emperor 5th tier. Cost 1,000,000 system points. 10 uses per day. 9 Thunder Heaven Burning Art. Boom. The cultivator instinctively moved to strike, only to find himself utterly paralyzed, his spiritual energy locked away. A devastating martial technique hurled him backward. Fengqiu flickered before him, severed his head with a single sword stroke, then crushed his soul essence. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Fengqiu swept his gaze across the onlookers and asked coolly, "Does anyone else have something to say?" Silence. "If no one speaks, then I shall. Before dawn tomorrow, the Yaohuang sect and Yaoshan Mountain must kneel before me in apology, or suffer the same fate as the ethereal peak." Whoosh! With those words, Fengqiu vanished. Su Clan Manor. Su Tianyi sat in the grand hall with a gathering of elders, deep silence enveloping them. Su Tianyi, how could you let Xiu'er go alone to the ethereal peak? Even if he did not intend to offer his life, he was certain to die. As a father, how could you allow your son to walk into such peril alone? An elder pointed at Su Tianyi and shouted, "If Su Buhui and the others refuse to intervene, we would rather fight to our last breath. What does it mean to sit idle here like this? Time grows late. The moment we delay further, Xiu'er may already. Better to fall on the battlefield than cower here like a turtle." Su Tianyi exhaled slowly. Had he not longed to act? When Fengqiu approached him, he had refused outright, pleaded, begged, forbade. He would gladly sacrifice his own life to protect his son, even die in his stead. Yet Fengqiu remained resolute, demanding his father's trust. Only when Fengqiu revealed that Lu Yunyan was loyal to him, and that he possessed a meticulous plan, did Su Tianyi begin, however tentatively, to believe his son. Yet profound unease still gripped him. "Elders," Su Tianyi said, turning to the assembly, "Xiu'er is my son, my only son. Is there any father in this world who does not love his child? But some things weigh heavier than life itself. At least today, I swear, Xiu'er will not die." "Clan Master, do you know more than you've revealed?" asked an elder. Su Tianyi replied, "I know little, but I can guarantee Xiu'er's survival this time. That is enough. So long as Xiu'er lives, we may yet deliberate upon what follows." Just then a figure burst report. Seeing the messenger, Su Tianyi rose immediately, his tension unmistakable. "Speak." "The ethereal peak. The ethereal peak." Su Tianyi frowned. "What is it? Speak quickly." He feared above all hearing the words, "The ethereal peak has slain the young master." "Clan Master, the ethereal peak has been annihilated. Its sect master, elder patriarchs, even its ancient ancestor, the Celestial Emperor Fengqiu, have all fallen." Whoosh! At those words, every elder leapt to their feet, eyes wide with disbelief. What? The ethereal peak destroyed, and Celestial Emperor Fengqiu slain. What force did Xiu'er command? Could it be one of the supreme powers from the ninth heaven? Ha ha ha. Su Tianyi threw back his head and laughed. "Elders, I shall tell you now, Xiu'er was aided by the assassin's tower. We withheld this knowledge at his request, to avoid alerting the enemy. His wish that none of us attend the scene stemmed from his conviction this crisis was born of his actions, and he alone would resolve it." Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly excellent. Wait, assassin's tower. If Yi Feng fell to Xiu'er, why does his master Lu Yunyan now aid him? Clan Master, what explanation lies behind this? Su Tianyi shook his head. "We shall ask Xiu'er himself, when he returns." Clan Master. The messenger interjected again. "Any further news?" Su Tianyi replied with a broad, relieved smile. "Clan Master, one matter remains. The ethereal peak fell, not by the assassin's tower, nor any other faction, but solely by the hand of the young master." Su Tianyi. The elders, elsewhere. Father, I just saw Su Tianyi scout return. Clearly Fengqiu is dead. Ha ha ha. Su Chang'an roared with laughter. Su Buhui sipped tea leisurely. Died slower than expected. Must have suffered greatly. Ha ha ha. Indeed, he should have. Pity we couldn't witness it ourselves. Truly a pity. Still our clan stands at the center of all eyes. Best not appear at the scene. Our own scout has arrived. Su Buhui turned toward a martial cultivator and said, "Speak." Fengqiu. Su Buhui frowned. "Why tremble so? If he is dead, it is good news. Why panic?" No. Fengqiu, alone, annihilated the ethereal peak. Its sect master, elder patriarchs, Celestial Emperor Fengqiu, the entire Wang clan, all slain. Swish, Su Chang'an and Su Buhui's laughter vanished instantly. They shot upright. What? The news of the destruction of the Piaomiao peak sent shockwaves throughout the entire Jiuzhou continent. A powerful force at the eighth heaven was annihilated by a single person. That person is none other than Fengqiu. His name echoed across the entire Jiuzhou. Every faction and individual discussed the topic of Su Fengqiu single-handedly annihilating Piao Peak over their meals. Lu Yunyuan, veiled in a thin scarf, also left the scene at Piao Peak. She had expected Su Fengqiu to ask for her assistance. It wasn't until she received news that Su Fengqiu had gone to Piao Peak alone that she felt something was amiss. Logically speaking, Su Fengqiu had told her that he could reshape his corporeal form. His condition would undoubtedly involve Lu Yunyuan dispatching the Slaughter Tower experts to help him resolve the current predicament. But that wasn't the case. Therefore, Lu Yunyuan couldn't understand what Su Fengqiu was doing alone at Piao Peak. After observing the entire process, she finally understood. It turned out that he did not need anyone else. Su Fengqiu had intended to destroy Piao Peak all by himself, slaying over 20 celestial emperors, among whom were 4th and 8th stage celestial emperors. At this moment, Lu Yunyuan's gaze was drawn to a figure not far away. "Your Majesty the Empress." The noble figure looked over. The cold and beautiful eyes showed no emotional fluctuations. The Holy Yao Empress spoke softly. "Lady Lu Yunyuan, a pleasure to meet you. In the 8th heaven, there are 5 great empires. The royal powers of these 5 great empires are all top-tier existences in the 8th heaven. They are basically ranked among the top 10 of all forces in the 8th heaven. At the very least, there are at least a dozen Piao Peaks. The forces on the continent are divided into spirit level, celestial level, sovereign level, imperial level, and divine level powers. Above the divine level, there are a few forces that do not need to be ranked. The Su family, Piao Peak, and the Medicine Emperor sect are all imperial level forces. However, there are distinctions of strength even among forces of the same level. The Medicine God Mountain is a divine level force. The Phoenix Platform is also one. The 5 great empires of the 8th heaven are all imperial level forces, but are close to divine level. As for their true strength, that remains unknown. Whether it be the Medicine Emperor sect Piao Peak or the Su family, they all lie within the territory of the Holy Yao Empire. Lu Yunyuan said lightly. It seems Su Fengqiu has indeed gained fame throughout the world, even stirring the Empress' attention. The Holy Yao Empress then explained, "After all, this is a significant matter within the territory of the Holy Yao Empire. Upon meeting today, Su Fengqiu bears a striking resemblance to the prowess you once displayed." Lu Yunyuan replied, "I cannot compare myself to him. While both of us destroyed a sect, I annihilated a celestial-level sect guarded by 3 celestial emperors, whereas he obliterated an imperial-level sect protected by dozens of celestial emperors." The Holy Yao Empress lightly parted her red lips, saying, "Su Fengqiu's battle today has indeed shocked Jiuzhou, yet there are some aspects I did not comprehend." Lu Yunyuan furrowed her brows, replying, "I too do not understand." What puzzled her was where Su Fengqiu had obtained the Xiantian poison tool. Was it truly given by the Tang clan? Moreover, if it was the Celestial Emperor of Tianqiu attacking Su Fengqiu, why was it Tianqiu who was injured instead? Including his powerful combat strength and methods to immobilize martial artists and suppress spirit practitioners. While one of those appeared on a certain individual, it could still be understood. But when all the powers that baffled them manifested in a single person, it became quite strange. "It has been a long time since we met. Would Your Majesty the Empress come to Tianyan Peak for a chat?" Lu Yunyuan inquired. The Holy Yao Empress replied softly, "I appreciate the kind offer, but I have many matters to attend to. Safe travels. Until we meet again." The Medicine Emperor sect had originally gathered a large number of powerful individuals. They were preparing to join forces with Piao Peak to attack the Su family. A sect's reputation is of utmost importance. During Su Fengqiu's wedding, the Medicine Emperor sect, being an imperial-level force, came to plead for Yi Feng. Su Fengqiu rebuffed them, causing them to lose face. They were surely looking to regain their dignity. If a confrontation with the Su family were to occur, they would no longer fear if the Slaughter Tower and the Medicine God Mountain intervened. They at least wanted Su Fengqiu's life. If Su Fengqiu died, the Medicine Emperor sect could reclaim its reputation. Ideally, they wouldn't even need to strike. Report. A scout from the Medicine Emperor sect dashed in. A group of powerful individuals stood there with their hands clasped behind their backs. Su Fengqiu must be dead, right? The sect leader of the Medicine Emperor sect, Yao Wuchen, asked indifferently. Su Fengqiu has destroyed Piao Peak. The crowd was left dumbfounded. In that instant, the experts of the Medicine Emperor sect were completely bewildered. What did you say? Yao Wuchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. He single-handedly annihilated Piao Peak, and the Celestial Emperor of Tianqiu was also killed by him. What? This was something they absolutely could not have imagined. How is this possible? Su Fengqiu not only survived, but also destroyed Piao Peak. An imperial-level sect just vanished like that. How could he have done it alone? Impossible. Even the entire Su family would need to fight against Piao Peak together. The scout spoke, it's true. With the Xiantian poison tool, the hand of absolute spirit, the might of the supreme celestial emperor, and some inexplicable powers, he rendered dozens of celestial emperors of Piao Peak utterly powerless, and the entire continent was shaken. The crowd was left in shock. Xiantian poison tool from the Tang clan. Yao Wuchen was astounded. Su Fengqiu also mentioned something else. Yao Wuchen hastily inquired, what did he say? He said, within a day if the Medicine Emperor sect does not go to the Su family to kneel and apologize, Piao Miao Peak will be the fate of the Medicine Emperor sect. Bastard. On the other side, Su Fengqiu stepped into the Su family through the void. Su Tianyi beaming with joy stood there with a group of Su family experts. Father. After Su Fengqiu landed he bowed. Ha ha ha. Su Tianyi laughed heartily, walked over, and slapped Su Fengqiu on the shoulder saying, well done. Su Buhui and Su Chang'an's faction wore grim expressions. Su Fengqiu's victory undoubtedly placed immense pressure on their faction within the Su family. Damn it. A single person annihilated Piao Miao Peak. What was this Xiantian poison tool? They had originally planned to find an opportunity to seize control of the Su family. Now they were too intimidated to move. They were all cowed by Su Fengqiu's might. It was truly terrifying. A single person destroyed an Imperial-level sect. Regardless of what means he used, Su Fengqiu is merely a 28-year-old young genius. This Celestial Emperor first stage was also achieved through sheer force. Theoretically, he should have struggled against opponents of the same realm. What gave him such strength? An elder said, the young master has become renowned in a single battle. This battle will likely establish him as the foremost figure of his generation. The young master showcases the might of our Su family. The young master showcases the might of our Su family. Su Tianyi patted Su Fengqiu's shoulder and said, I have prepared a celebration banquet for you. Su Fengqiu shook his head saying, everyone enjoy your meal and drink. I have matters to attend to. What matters? Su Tianyi frowned and asked. Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he said indifferently, the Medicine Emperor sect should also be removed from the list. The crowd exchanged shocked glances. Su Fengqiu returned to his young master pavilion. Chu Ran and Xiao Li both lived in the young master pavilion. On the mountain peak, Chu Ran was practicing some techniques taught to him by Su Fengqiu. His talent was indeed very strong. Xiao Li also received the shocking news of Su Fengqiu's exploits across the continent. The young master should be back soon. Xiao Li ran out. Chu Ran opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and stood up. Miss Xiao Li, he greeted with a did I disturb you? The young master said you could go to his training secret realm where the spiritual energy is even more abundant. In 10 days there is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Xiao Li said. Chu Ran replied. I am also worried about Brother Zu's news. It's alright, the young master has already destroyed the Misty Peak. Xiao Li said this with a hint of pride. Off. Chu Ran was stunned. Did Brother Su do? Xiao Li nodded yes alone. Chu Ran's mouth fell open in shock. A single person, a young genius who had just been promoted to Celestial Emperor at 28. He destroyed a huge sect with dozens of Celestial Emperors. How could this be? Chu Ran could hardly imagine how one could accomplish such a feat. Looking at it this way, those so-called prodigies like Yi Feng are nothing compared to Brother Su. Chu Ran sighed. At that moment, Su Fengqiu descended from the void. Brother Su. Young master. The two greeted him respectfully. How are you adapting to the techniques I provide? Su Fengqiu asked Chu Ran. Chu Ran respectfully replied. Brother Zu's techniques are truly unparalleled in the world, but I find them somewhat difficult to cultivate due to my ignorance. Take your time. Yes. Su Fengqiu then looked at Xiao Li. Don't let Chu Ran catch up to you. I will also work hard to cultivate. Xiao Li said timidly. Su Fengqiu nodded. Yes, you are my mate. When I haven't assigned you any tasks, you can do as you please without needing to follow anyone's orders. At least in this young master pavilion, you have the final say when I am not around. Xiao Li's face flushed. What does this mean? She is just a maid. This sounds like she is the mistress of the young master pavilion. Did you hear that? Su Fengqiu asked. Yes. Xiao Li hurriedly replied. Ding. Xiao Li's affection for you 5, current affection 25. Su Fengqiu then glanced at Chu Ran. He could sense the thoughts of the destined child. Therefore he understood Xiao Li's position in Chu Ran's heart. But Su Fengqiu was also aware that Chu Ran had no other thoughts. That was fine. Ding. Chu Ran's destiny value has reached 2 million, becoming a third-tier destined child. Su Fengqiu provided him with cultivation resources and techniques, and with Su Fengqiu as his backing, he destroyed Misty Peak, today defying the heavens. Chu Ran's destiny value would also increase. Su Fengqiu's system value was also skyrocketing. Ding. You have received the reward Spirit Eye, permanent 10-fold increase in spiritual energy, 9 Dragons Flame, refining pill technique. Spirit Eye can detect the attributes of targets whose realm is no higher than 5 ranks above oneself, can observe the flow of spiritual energy, secret realms, and illusions. 9 Dragons Flame refining pill technique, the pinnacle of alchemy techniques in the world. Ding. You have obtained the exclusive reward for the destined child Chu Ran, killing god technique realm upgraded to Mystic King realm dustless sword technique. Su Fengqiu nodded slightly. Chu Ran, come here. Yes. Chu Ran walked up to Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu placed his hand on his head. I will impart to you a set of mental techniques and a set of sword techniques. These two sets of skills are what you need to primarily cultivate. Chu Ran understands. Then Su Fengqiu infused the rewards into Chu Ran. At the same time, Chu Ran's realm soared. From the divine ability realm, he leaped over the mystic heaven realm and directly broke through to the first tier of the mystic king realm. Chu Ran showed a shocked expression. Thud. He knelt down. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Su. Within a month I hope you can cultivate these two sets of techniques to minor completion and elevate your realm to the law realm. Su Fengqiu said. Chu Ran will not disappoint Brother Su, Chu Ran said with a firm gaze. Xiaoli looked on enviously from the side. She was happy for Chu Ran, but she was also somewhat puzzled. What kind of secret relationship does Chu Ran have with the young master? Why is the young master so good to him? Su Fengqiu heard Xiaoli's thoughts and smiled inwardly. You can go train now. Yes, Brother Su. Miss Xiaoli. Chu Ran takes his leave. Chu Ran then walked away. Xiaoli, here. Su Fengqiu placed his young master token on the In the future, feel free to enter and exit the Su family's treasure vault, medicinal garden, scripture repository, and other places. If you want to practice techniques or martial skills or need spiritual tools and cultivation resources, just take them. Xiaoli was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape as she looked up at Su Fengqiu. Young master, I am just your maid. Why? Su Fengqiu stood up and ruffled her hair. Xiaoli shyly lowered her head, seeming to lose the previous fear. You are at the age for marriage, right? Su Fengqiu said. Xiaoli was startled and hurriedly shook her head. No, I serve the young master, I do not want to marry. Su Fengqiu smiled. Did I say I want to betroth you to someone else? Xiaoli was momentarily stunned, looking at Su Fengqiu with confusion. The next second her face turned as red as an apple. Remember to take the token with you, Su Fengqiu said before walking away. Young master, take care, Xiaoli stammered, lowering her head and remaining dazed for a long time. Then she hurriedly covered her flushed little face, looking adorably flustered. Su Fengqiu went to a secret realm within the young master pavilion. Ding. Xiaoli's affection for you 15, current affection 40. Ding. Xiaoli's affection has reached 40, receiving the reward. All martial skills, techniques, mental techniques, alchemy techniques, and sword techniques you possess are upgraded to their peak. Su Fengqiu. The top martial skills or mental techniques cultivation methods may take hundreds or thousands of years or even a lifetime to cultivate. But now he could directly reach the peak. As the young master of the Su family, he had many powerful martial skills, all upgraded to their peak. This reward saved him thousands of years of time. It's just a pity that there are still many strong powers he has yet to obtain. However, it was enough. Moreover, there was the Tai Su Tian Yanju. The Tai Su Tian Yanju came from the techniques brought by the Supreme Bone. Su Fengqiu had not yet had time to cultivate it. Now he could directly cultivate it to the peak. Ding. Phoenix Song of the World upgraded to 9 heavens. Ding. Great Destiny Technique upgraded to peak. Ding. 9 Dragons Flame Refining Pill Technique upgraded to peak. Ding. Qian Yuan Song Qiong Ju upgraded to peak. Ding. Wu Su Sword Technique upgraded to great perfection. Ding. Tai Su Tian Yanju upgraded to the 5th level of the peak. This reward is incredibly exaggerated. Tai Su Tian Yanju. Su Fengqiu activated this technique. His aura rapidly surged. The release of the 5th level directly forced his Celestial Emperor realm to reach the 6th tier of the Celestial Emperor. A 5-tier increase in realm. What does this concept mean? Celestial Emperor. A 1-tier difference is like heaven and earth. There are no top-tier enhancement techniques on the continent. But there is really nothing that can raise the Celestial Emperor realm by 5 tiers. And one more thing. With the 5th level of Tai Su Tian, Yanju Su Fengqiu's spiritual energy has evolved to Tai Su. He couldn't quite grasp it yet. The general concept is that the spiritual energy flowing within Su Fengqiu has evolved. For example, in a low martial world, everyone uses true qi, and the power of the martial skills released is determined by the strength of the true qi invoked, so it cannot be too strong. In this world, spiritual energy can invoke martial skills that cause changes in the heavens and earth. Immortals use immortal power. Gods use divine power. This can be understood. The levels are different. Su Fengqiu wasn't clear on the specifics. But this Tai Su is a power above spiritual energy. This also means that the martial skills he usually invoked with spiritual energy can now be invoked with Tai Su, resulting in even more terrifying power. This is the simplest understanding. This system's rewards are simply against the heavens. Su Fengqiu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He raised his hand. A pill cauldron appeared before him. 9 Dragons Flame Refining Pill Technique. He began to concoct pills while controlling 9 fire dragons. Why did he need to refine pills? To destroy the Medicine Emperor sect. As a villain, he needed to completely establish his reputation. What seems impossible to others, Su Fengqiu had this level of cheat, so it was completely fine. In the dead of night, Su Fengqiu quietly left the Su family and arrived at a remote location near the Ba Chongtian Yaohuang sect. He concealed his aura, ensuring that this position would not be discovered by anyone. Su Fengqiu stood in the void, taking out a jade vial. Duanshang Juling San. With a flick of his hand, the powder within the vial drifted toward the vast Yaohuang sect. Having completed all this, Su Fengqiu departed directly. This was the Duanshang Juling San, a powder derived from a 10th-tier poison pill that had long since vanished from the continent. In the continent, pills ranged from 1st tier to 10th tier. The 10th tier was said to be legendary. Even for the Su family, possessing 9th-tier pills was not considered abundant. Moreover, there were no 10th-tier pills available. The value of 9th-tier pills was unimaginable. The refining process consumed an overwhelming amount of top-tier spiritual herbs, some even requiring thousands or tens of thousands of years. The absence of 10th-tier pills was due to 2 reasons. First, the recipes for 10th-tier pills that have been passed down to this day are nearly non-existent. Second, there are no physicians capable of refining 10th-tier pills. Why is Yifeng's master Li Qianxiu known as the saint of medicine? Why are there also a celestial doctor and a divine doctor? Because these 3 are known to be the only ones who have ever successfully refined 10th-tier pills. As for Su Fengqiu, he possesses the celestial medical saint technique. He could not count the number of recipes for 10th-tier pills in his mind. Additionally, with his Jiulong Fengqiu alchemy technique having been enhanced through rewards from Shaoli, he had reached a peak level. His Celestial Emperor realm also qualified him to refine 10th-tier pills. The Duanshang Juling San could be classified as a 10th-tier pill due to its extraordinary properties. It does not possess any exaggerated toxicity. Its sole effect is to render warriors, even Celestial Emperors, completely weak, unable to mobilize their spiritual power. The reasons why it can be classified as a 10th-tier pill are threefold. First, it can affect even Celestial Emperors. Second, the powder from this jade vial, when dispersed by the wind, can ensnare everyone in a royal-level sect. Third, it is the incredible subtlety of the Duanshang Juling San. When this powder scatters over the Yaohuang sect, they might not even be able to detect it. A sect renowned for its medical expertise might be oblivious to the fact that the toxicity of the Duanshang Juling San has infiltrated their sect both inside and out. This is the power of the Duanshang Juling San. Moreover, they probably do not even know about it. Su Fengqiu, with the aid of the system, eliminated the Piao Miao Peak. However, annihilating the Yaohuang sect would not be so easy. Though both are royal-level sects, the Yaohuang sect is significantly stronger than the Piao Miao Peak. Yet with just the Duanshang Juling San, an entire sect could be destroyed. It is easy to imagine how exaggerated this 10th-tier pill is. The next day, Su Fengqiu left in a high-profile manner. Chioer Su Tianyi called out to stop Su Fengqiu. "Father," Su Fengqiu bowed in greeting. "Where are you going?" Su Fengqiu replied, "To the Yaohuang sect." Su Tianyi was taken aback. "Is my son really going to destroy the Yaohuang sect alone?" "You alone, eh?" Su Fengqiu nodded. "One is enough." Su Tianyi could hardly recognize his own son. When did this son develop such profound schemes, hidden cards, and thoughts? "Although I should trust you as your father, I cannot blindly believe you. Tell me your confidence." Su Fengqiu said, "I scattered the Duanshang Juling San over the Yaohuang sect last night." Su Tianyi frowned. "Duanshang Juling San? What is that?" "A 10th-tier poison pill." Su Tianyi was astonished. "Wait. The Duanshang Juling San." He pondered for a moment. "I have seen it in ancient texts. Each grain of imperceptible powder can render warriors within a certain area who breathe it and unable to move, colorless, odorless, and formless. Unless through special means, it is difficult to detect." Su Fengqiu nodded. "Exactly. You have indeed encountered a tremendous opportunity, haven't you?" Su Fengqiu nodded. "Good. Good news." Su Tianyi patted Su Fengqiu's shoulder. "However, the true experts of the Yaohuang sect are those who have been in seclusion for years. They will not be affected by the Duanshang Juling San. Therefore, you alone are not enough for this journey. I will send someone to accompany you to showcase your momentum and the prestige of our Su family." Su Tianyi was no longer afraid. Su Fengqiu single-handedly annihilated the Piao Miao Peak, and after this battle, the world viewed the Su family's methods with great caution. Even if they might provoke some powerful forces, they would not dare to act rashly. The Su family had fallen for so many years and needed this opportunity to rise again. Su Fengqiu nodded. "All right, thank you, father, but there's no need for too many." Yaohuang sect. At this moment, the sect master Yao Wuchen and several other powerful figures were convening in the Great Hall. Yesterday, the Piao Miao Peak was destroyed. Su Fengqiu had made a fierce declaration. If the Yaohuang sect did not apologize to the Su family within a day, they would be removed from the 9 prefectures. To be honest, they were very angry. However, they were also somewhat anxious, because the Piao Miao Peak had indeed been eradicated. In one night, the continent lost over 20 celestial emperors. "Everyone, what do you think of Su Fengqiu?" Yao Wuchen scanned the crowd. An elder spoke. "The Piao Miao Peak was annihilated by him alone, which is indeed unexpected. However, it fundamentally stemmed from Su Fengqiu catching us off guard. Now we have precautions against the Xiantian poison weapon and the absolute spirit hand. He will undoubtedly be unable to unleash the might of a supreme celestial emperor. Theoretically, unless the entire Su family comes out, our Yao Huang sect would only face a risk of destruction. What Su Fengqiu said yesterday was likely just bragging, thinking that after single-handedly destroying the Piao Miao Peak, we would be frightened and come to apologize. Ridiculous, a mere boy attempting to play tricks on us. Now what I worry about is if the Su family mobilizes. With his absolute spirit hand, our sect protection formation would be useless. And without the sect protection formation, if only Su Tiany's lineage of experts were to intervene, it would be very difficult for our Yao Huang sect to withstand. What the Su Tiany lineage dares not do is to destroy our Yao Huang sect. Their losses would undoubtedly be severe, and once they suffer heavy losses, Su Buhui would then seize the position of Su family leader. Thus, no matter what, our Yao Huang sect will not be in danger. Su Fengqiu is merely blowing hot air. My thoughts are similar to Elder Three's. He wouldn't dare to come. The Supreme Elder Yao Changfeng said coldly, "If he comes, kill him." Report. A figure rushed in. "Speak," Yao Wuchen said urgently. Su Fengqiu, along with dozens of celestial emperors from the Su family, is heading toward our sect. Hearing this, Yao Wuchen's body trembled. He really came. Indeed, after the Piao Miao Peak was annihilated by Su Fengqiu, he was genuinely shocked. Upon hearing that Su Fengqiu was coming, he felt quite apprehensive. However, Yao Wuchen stood up and quickly asked, "Are you sure it's just Su Fengqiu and dozens of celestial emperors? Who is the strongest among them?" "The strongest should only be a sixth-tier celestial emperor, just this one." Bang! Yao Wuchen slammed his palm on the table, his face filled with rage. "Do they really think my Yao Huang sect is easy to bully? All of you listen up. Today let Su Fengqiu and the dozens of celestial emperors from the Su family come and not return." The crowd stood up, understood. Yet the next second, thud, Yao Wuchen suddenly lost strength and slumped in his chair. "Sect Master." The crowd was shocked and hurried to check on him. However, one by one they fell limp. All of them displayed expressions of shock. What happened? Why do I feel so weak? I can hardly stand. I can't mobilize my spiritual power. What is poison? It's poison. We have been poisoned. Yao Wuchen struggled to support himself on the golden chair, his face alarmed. Could it be him? Su Fengqiu. Quick! Someone go summon the ancestor to come out of seclusion. At this moment, Su Fengqiu had brought the 12 immortal emperors of the Su family to the outside of the Medicine Emperor sect. Numerous people had already gathered there waiting. The number of people paying attention to this battle was several times greater than that of the previous battle at the Misty Peak. This was due to the tremendous commotion caused by Su Fengqiu during the battle at Misty Peak yesterday. Upon seeing that Su Fengqiu had truly arrived, they were taken aback. Was Su Fengqiu really here? They glanced at the lineup that had come to annihilate the Medicine Emperor sect. With Su Fengqiu, there were 13 immortal emperors. The strongest among them was merely at the 6th level of Immortal Emperor. Was this lineup not coming to seek death? Then again, considering the Su family's current predicament, the Su Tiany lineage could not possibly deploy many powerful figures. But how could they destroy the Medicine Emperor sect with merely this lineup? First, the Medicine Emperor sect was stronger than Misty Peak. Second, the Medicine Emperor sect had already taken precautions this time. Third, Su Fengqiu could no longer use the power of the Supreme Immortal Emperor. Unless perhaps assistance came from a top-tier sect. Is there any news of other sects gathering? Not at all. This time it seems there are only these dozen immortal emperors. Then how can they destroy the Medicine Emperor sect? They might even have to risk their lives here. I truly do not believe that Su Fengqiu can annihilate the Medicine Emperor sect. Lu Yunyan, standing under a tree not far away, watched as Su Fengqiu and the others descended slowly. A powerful figure from the Su family stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Medicine Emperor sect scoundrels, come out and face your death." Above the Medicine Emperor sect, Yao Wuchen and several others emerged. To others it seemed insignificant, but they knew in their hearts that they had exhausted all their strength just to stand here. Now nearly all the members of the Medicine Emperor sect were in this situation. The ones who remained unaffected were those who had been in closed-door cultivation. With a dozen immortal emperors and dozens of heavenly Dao experts, the latter had no role to play in this battle. Could a dozen immortal emperors withstand Su Fengqiu and the other immortal emperors from the Su family? If they couldn't, they would be finished. Yao Wuchen roared with all his might, "Su Fengqiu, I give you a chance. Leave the Medicine Emperor sect now, and I will spare your life." Su Fengqiu chuckled. "Senior Yao Wuchen, are you still being stubborn when death is imminent? Is standing here all you've got? You? Su Fengqiu?" Yao Wuchen pointed at Su Fengqiu and shouted angrily, "It's really you. What despicable means? Despicable. You Medicine Emperor sect, truly shameful." As one of the top medical sects on the continent, a group of top-tier physicians couldn't even realize they had been poisoned. Can you still blame this emperor for being despicable? As soon as Su Fengqiu said this, everyone gasped in surprise. What? From Su Fengqiu's words, does that mean everyone in the Medicine Emperor sect has been poisoned? Huh. This is the Medicine Emperor sect. They are all top-tier physicians on the continent, all poisoned. What? What kind of poison? How could they not detect it? Whether it was poison in the water or toxic gas in the air, it should have been detectable, right? How could the entire Medicine Emperor sect be poisoned? After all, this is the Medicine Emperor sect. No matter what kind of poison, it should not be a big problem, right? Kid, you won't get far relying on despicable means. This emperor only knows that Misty Peak was destroyed, and today the Medicine Emperor sect will follow in their footsteps. A roar echoed, and over a dozen figures flew out from the Medicine Emperor sect. Su Fengqiu died. Yao Wuchan shouted, "Ancestors, I beg you all, die." Then a dozen immortal emperors from the Medicine Emperor sect rushed forward unharmed. Su Fengqiu said, "Everyone leave these 2 8th-level immortal emperors to me. You handle the others. Sure, you can deal with 2 8th-level immortal emperors." A powerful figure from the Su family asked. Su Fengqiu smiled slightly, just a small issue. Although 8th-level immortal emperors stood at the peak of the continent, Su Fengqiu's abilities were simply too formidable. All beings equal card. All beings equal card. For the next 3 minutes, the host will achieve equality with all martial artists whose realm is higher, making all fights evenly matched with opportunities to kill. Cost 1 million system points, cooldown 3 months. Thus, even though Su Fengqiu was only a first-level immortal emperor, in reality, he fought with the strength of his same realm. Tai Su Tian Yanju 5th level. Kid, no matter what martial skill you use, it's useless against the absolute gap in realms. The Great Thousand Heavenly Net Palm. An 8th-level immortal emperor struck down towards Su Fengqiu with a palm that covered the sky. Seeing this scene, the crowd could hardly believe how Su Fengqiu would survive. Rebound card. Rebound card. For the next 30 seconds, all attacks received will be returned to the attacker. Cost 10000 system points, usable once a day. This item card is incredibly useful, basically ensuring that the opponent will be heavily injured. Kid, aren't you going to dodge? The 8th-level immortal emperor sneered. With such a vast gap in realms, this palm could easily take Su Fengqiu's life. Bang! The palm of the 8th-level immortal emperor landed firmly on Su Fengqiu. However, Su Fengqiu's body merely staggered back slightly. The rushing 8th-level immortal emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What? Witnessing this strange scene, the crowd was astonished. They had seen this scene before. The Tianqiu immortal emperor from Misty Peak attacked Su Fengqiu, but was injured instead. The entire continent was discussing the reasons, but no one could make sense of it. They never expected it to happen again. Ancestors. Yao Wuchan roared with all his strength. This palm, equivalent to the 8th-level immortal emperor's power, landed steadily on himself. Even an 8th-level immortal emperor would be heavily injured, if not dead. Infinite great move, Great Thousand Heavenly Net Palm. Su Fengqiu unleashed this 8th-level immortal emperor's ultimate move. What? My Medicine Emperor sect's Great Thousand Heavenly Net Palm. Yao Wuchan's pupils constricted. Another 8th-level immortal emperor attempted to save him. Kid, you dare. Fixed target card. Fixed target card can immobilize one target within the line of sight for 10 seconds regardless of realm, usable once a day. Cost 10000 system points. He then froze in place. Whoosh! Su Fengqiu flickered in front of the flying immortal emperor and struck down with a palm. It wasn't that the 8th-level immortal emperor was too weak, but rather that he had never anticipated this. Everything was within Su Fengqiu's plan. Su Fengqiu was simply too fast. Another palm equivalent to an 8th-level immortal emperor struck down on the head of the ancestor of the Medicine Emperor sect. This palm was fatal. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Both figures crashed down, creating a massive crater. Heavenly lightning prison summon. Crackle! Countless heavenly thunders rained down. 8th-level immortal emperor slain. Ancestor! Yao Wuchan shouted. Hiss! The crowd gasped at the sight. What is this? By what right does Su Fengqiu as a first-level immortal emperor kill an 8th-level immortal emperor? Insane. This world has gone mad. What kind of methods does Su Fengqiu possess? This completely exceeded this old man's understanding over the past 1,000 years. To instantly kill an 8th-level immortal emperor at the first level, and yesterday, he destroyed Misty Peak. Is Su Fengqiu challenging the heavens? Is this the strength of the young master of a millennia-old Imperial family? When has an 8th-level immortal emperor ever died so easily? Such a figure is one that looks down upon the world. What kind of methods does Su Fengqiu truly possess? The other 8th-level immortal emperor was immobilized for 10 seconds. The fixed target card ignores realms. Even a supreme immortal emperor would be trapped for 10 seconds. Only 2 seconds had passed. 8 seconds would be enough to slay him. Why can't I move? He exerted all his strength, but still could not move. But it should be fine, right? He used the power of an 8th-level immortal emperor for defense. Su Fengqiu couldn't possibly do anything to him, right? Su Fengqiu extended his hand, holding a heavenly punishment needle. Upon seeing the heavenly punishment needle, his pupils constricted violently. You bastard. Whoosh, the heavenly punishment needle shot forth. Help me. The 8th tier Xindi shouted. He could have been unafraid of the heavenly punishment needle. Although the heavenly punishment needle could break spiritual power, his realm was still there. The heavenly punishment needle also has its limits. The heavenly punishment needle from the Tang sect does not have a particularly great effect on Xindi. However, yesterday Su Fengqiu's heavenly punishment needle at the Misty Peak shook the entire continent. It let the world know that the heavenly punishment needle ranked 10th among the Xiantian poisonous artifacts could indeed break the spiritual power of Xindi. The poison could turn a Xindi into blood within seconds. Thus, when Su Fengqiu's heavenly punishment needle shot over the 8th tier, Xindi trembled all over and immediately cried for help. But no one could save him now. Under normal circumstances, someone might have sacrificed themselves to shield him. But now everyone had their own opponents. The remaining ones were unable to even stand who would protect him. Sizzle, the heavenly punishment needle hit steadily. Then the terrifying poison erupted from his body. No. He showed a look of fear. An 8th tier Xindi he had cultivated for 10,000 years. He had a chance to challenge the supreme Xindi. He did not want to die here like this. Ancestor. Yao Wuchen roared with red eyes. It's over. Thud. He fell to the ground, letting out a shrill wail. However, the heavenly punishment needle should not turn an 8th tier Xindi into blood. Or rather, he could still live for another month or two. After all, he was an 8th tier Xindi. But he had basically lost his combat power now. Others looked dumbfounded. Did 2 8th tier Xindi just fall in? Oh. Seeing this scene, the Su family experts were overjoyed. Young master is mighty. Whoosh. An 8th tier Xindi from the Su family landed in front of Su Fengqiu. Young master, we will deal with these Xindi outside. You go to the Yaohuang sect. Su Fengqiu said. No hurry, they can't escape. Let's deal with these first. Yes. Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed as he held the divine sword. Spirit binding card. It could be used 10 times a day, and it would bind spiritual powers for 20 seconds. With 9 cards left, Su Fengqiu directly used them on the other 9 Xindi. They could not mobilize their spiritual power. The Xindi of the Yaohuang sect were instantly disbanded. Those who were injured ran away. Whoosh. Then Su Fengqiu rushed towards the Yaohuang sect. Sect master. Not good. Yao Wuchen's pupil shrank, and he immediately activated the protective array. However, Su Fengqiu stretched out his hand, and the array barrier instantly dissipated. Without the barrier to keep people out, the remaining formations had little effect. Su Fengqiu, holding the divine sword, slashed towards the strong ones of the Yaohuang sect. Boom! A loud noise accompanied by a cloud of dust. Surrounding onlookers stared in shock, utterly astonished. Is the Yaohuang sect about to be destroyed? What? What is happening? When did such a sect become so fragile? When did an 8th tier Xindi become so easily erased? Is this still the Jojo I know? Su Fengqiu truly defies heaven. Inside the Yaohuang sect, there were many poisoned individuals, their movements hindered. Su Fengqiu, a dignified Xindi entering among them, was nothing short of a massacre. Unless the Yaohuang sect can detoxify, otherwise dozens of Xindi and thousands of Tian Dao will all be like ants. The Yaohuang sect will be no more. What method did Su Fengqiu use? As the dust settled, a number of corpses lay there. Countless strong individuals were on the ground, grievously injured and wailing. Su Fengqiu raised his hand. The Tian Tower, originally belonging to the Misty Peak, flew out, its powerful force enveloping the Yaohuang sect. 10,000 shadows. Whoosh! Countless clones of Su Fengqiu appeared above the Yaohuang sect. Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. All individuals from the Yaohuang sect, regardless of gender or age, shall be killed. Any disciple of the Yaohuang sect who resists will also be killed. Whoosh! Tens of thousands of Su Fengqiu's clones entered the Yaohuang sect, beginning the massacre. The screams were incessant. The heavy scent of blood filled the sky above the Yaohuang sect. Everyone, the crowd outside the sect, looked on with trepidation. Meanwhile, Su Fengqiu looked at the Yaohuang sect's strong individuals with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Whoosh! One by one, the once mighty strong individuals died under Su Fengqiu's sword. Thud! A Xindi strongman knelt in fear before Su Fengqiu. Su Xiaozhu, I am not from the Yaohuang sect. I am merely a strong individual who joined the Yaohuang sect. I have never attacked you, please spare my life. Another elder crawled over. Su Xiaozhu, I am too. I am willing to serve you, please spare my life. Su Xiaozhu, spare me. If I had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? Countless swords condensed, slaying many strong individuals. Su Fengqiu is so ruthless. Lu Yunyan pondered. He is establishing his prestige, said one strong individual. Lu Yunyan glanced over. Phoenix Master. A pleasure. Too many legendary figures were drawn here. I find it strange, since Su Fengqiu killed Yi Feng, why have you not acted? The Phoenix Master asked faintly. Or do you already know of Su Fengqiu's methods? Lu Yunyan replied calmly. If Su Fengqiu gives the order, I will also send someone to assist him. Do you believe this? The Phoenix Master was secretly startled, then said softly, "It seems that Su Fengqiu's defiance of heaven does not end here. Jojo is about to undergo great changes." Lu Yunyan glanced at Luo Lioli. "Lioli has met Senior Lu." Luo Lioli bowed. "Lioli is indeed quite interested in Su Fengqiu. I have seen you at the Misty Peak too." The Phoenix Master said, "I will bring Lioli to learn from him." Not long after Su Fengqiu's tens of thousands of clones wreaked havoc throughout the Yaohuang sect. On the square, tens of thousands of Yaohuang sect disciples huddled together in fear. These were all geniuses who entered the Yaohuang sect from various cities and empires. They were essentially innocent. Thus, Su Fengqiu naturally would not harm these individuals. In addition, there were also thousands from the Yao family, brought by Su Fengqiu's numerous clones. Men and women, young and old. Despairing cries echoed in the sky. They were all extremely weak, unable to move. Su Fengqiu approached an elder with his sword. Clunk. The elder felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Thud. He knelt before Su Fengqiu. "Su Xiaozhu, please do not kill me. From today on I am no longer a member of the Yao family. I am willing to serve you. Second brother Yu." Yao Wuchen was covered in blood, pointing angrily at his own brother. Su Fengqiu chuckled coldly. "Not bad attitude." The elder showed a hint of delight. "Then I will grant you a quick death." In the next moment, Su Fengqiu beheaded him. "Su Fengqiu!" Yao Wuchen shouted with all his might. Ding. Detected the Child of Fortune. Child of Fortune Yao Wuji, destiny value 880010, first year Child of Fortune, age 8, bloodline human physique, heavenly yang physique, realm, Xiantian realm, first tier. Combat power rating 44, introduction Yao Wuchen's grandson with a promising future. Ding. You triggered the quest destiny value to 0 quest reward completion of the Tiantong formation diagram. Tiantong formation diagram integrates all formations in the world. Upon obtaining it, one will become familiar with their setups and unlock all formations. Su Fengqiu then raised his hand, and the 80-year-old Yao Wuji flew up, weakly kicking his legs and crying, "Grandpa, Grandpa, save me, Grandpa, woo woo woo." Yao Wuchen's pupils shrank. Su Fengqiu, what do you want? Let go of my grandson. Crack. Then Su Fengqiu squeezed. Yao Wuji's neck was ding. Killed Child of Fortune Yao Wuji rewarded completion of the Tiantong formation diagram. Gulp. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. The cries around them grew louder. "Ah, Su Fengqiu, may you die a horrible death. You shall not be spared." Yao Wuchen shouted with blood-red eyes. Su Fengqiu then walked in, dragging a woman by her hair to make her look at Yao Wuchen. "Father." The woman cried, looking at Yao Wuchen. Su Fengqiu said indifferently, "Let's play a game. I will give you an incense stick's time to open all the treasures of the Yaohuang sect, but be quick. Every 10 breaths, I will kill a member of your Yao family." After speaking, Su Fengqiu beheaded the woman. "Now it begins." "No, daughter." Yao Wuchen. "Su Fengqiu, you are exceedingly cruel. You will face retribution. You will face retribution." "Ah!" Yao Wuchen screamed. Su Fengqiu had no reaction whatsoever. Yao Wuchen said, "You do not spare even children and women. Your actions are more ruthless than those of demonic sects. You will surely face retribution." Su Fengqiu reached out, and a small boy flew over. Su Fengqiu stood there rubbing his hair. "Grandpa, Grandpa, save me, Grandpa." The boy cried, unable to move. Su Fengqiu smiled slightly. Crack. Thud. The boy's corpse. "It's been 10 breaths." Yao Wuchen shuddered. A man flew over. Su Fengqiu's sword pressed against his neck. Uncle. The man looked helplessly at Yao Wuchen. Yao Wuchen trembled as he stood up. No, don't. He'll go. Just don't move. He'll go right away, just don't do anything." Then he dragged his weak body and hurried away. "It's been another 10 breaths," Su Fengqiu said indifferently. "Ah!" A scream. The man was slain by Su. In the distance, those people watched Su Fengqiu's atrocities. To be honest, even for some strong individuals, their hearts could not help but feel a chill. Su Fengqiu, a 28-year-old young talent. It was astonishing how ruthless he could be. They understood the principle that wildfires cannot be completely extinguished. Spring winds will bring life anew. But he could kill them all at once. Now Su Fengqiu's actions instinctively instilled a sense of fear in these people. "Such methods, there is no second person in Su Fengqiu's generation who can match them," said the Phoenix Lord. After speaking, she looked to Luo Lioli and asked, "Lioli, do you think his methods are cruel?" "They are somewhat cruel, but it is not without reason. Wildfires cannot be completely extinguished. Spring winds will bring life anew. Since ancient times, the victors have prevailed. If young Master Su did not possess such methods, it would be he and the Su family who were killed. This act also serves to intimidate the 9 continents and his next target, the Medicine God Mountain." "But..." Luo Lioli's brows slightly furrowed. "What is it?" Luo Lioli said, "For some reason I feel that young Master Su has 2 faces. Just days ago I heard that young Master Su was having a delightful outing with his maid. I cannot discern which one is truly him." Soon Yao Wuchen rushed back. In front of him lay the familiar corpses of the Yao family members. In the background, cries of helplessness could be heard from other Yao family members, including his many concubines, wives, and daughters. Grandpa, save me. Father, save me. Will a husband please save our child? Su Fengqiu, you will face retribution. Yao Wuchen cried with blood and tears, pointing at Su Fengqiu and shouting. Is the matter taken care of? Su Fengqiu asked indifferently. Yao Wuchen gritted his teeth, saying, everything is opened. All the resources of my Yao Emperor sect are yours now. I can die, but they are innocent. Spare their lives. One arm for one life, choose wisely, Su Fengqiu said, tossing a sword in front of Yao Wuchen. Yao Wuchen picked up the sword, lowering his head. Swish, his arm flew off. He clutched the severed limb, his face pale. Su Fengqiu asked, which one do you choose? Yao Wuchen glanced at the crowd, blood and tears falling. He pointed at a girl of 13 or 14. Su Fengqiu looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Oh, it seems this girl is very important to you, your granddaughter. Yes. Yao Wuchen gritted his teeth and replied. Come out, Su Fengqiu said to the girl. Grandpa, woo grandpa. The girl, weak in the legs, crawled towards Yao Wuchen. Just as she was about to reach Yao Wuchen, swish, a sword pierced through her body. Yao Wuchen trembled. No, he roared. Su Fengqiu, you are untrustworthy. Su Fengqiu. Ha ha. Su Fengqiu laughed heartily. Sect Master Yao, I just said it was a game. Did you take it seriously? You understand the principle that wildfires cannot be completely extinguished. Spring winds will bring life anew, right? After that, Su Fengqiu turned to the crowd. There were still hundreds of strong individuals here. They were not Yao family members, merely strong individuals who had joined the Yao Emperor sect. Su Fengqiu looked at them and said, in 30 breaths, anyone holding the head of a Yao family member can escape death. This is not a game, it is a rule set by me. Upon hearing this, those strong individuals rushed forward as if grasping a life-saving straw. Whoosh, they all charged ahead. Do not compete with me. Whoever competes will be killed. Ha! I survived. Ha! Damn it, I will kill. I will show my resolve to young Master Su. There were not many Yao family members left alive. There were many more of them. Many would not be able to obtain a head within 30 breaths. If they did not hurry, it would be their own deaths. No. Yao Wuchen looked at the scene before him in despair. The strong individuals around were also shaken to their core. Such cruelty from Su Fengqiu, such ruthless methods. Why could he directly kill these people? Why go to... He is establishing authority, he is intimidating those who covet his life, and those who desire the supreme bone of the Su family. Farewell, Su Fengqiu said, executing Yao Wuchen with a sword. Subsequently, a group of strong individuals holding heads rushed to Su Fengqiu. They displayed expressions of surprise. Young Master Su, I have a head in my hands. Young Master Su, please spare me. Young Master Su, spare me. Su Fengqiu pointed to the sky. Thunder rained down, obliterating those strong individuals who had not seized a head. Then Su Fengqiu flicked his hand. Some pills flew out. Those who consume this poison pill may live. Do not play any tricks on me. To live, they had no choice but to hurriedly consume the poison pills. This is the life-ending, soul-severing pill. The mother pill resides within me. I control your lives. If I die, you all die. Their pupils constricted. Thud. One after another they knelt down. I am willing to serve young Master Su. I am willing to serve young Master Su. Su Fengqiu nodded in satisfaction. These people should have dozens of celestial emperors, and over 100 in the Tao realm. They were also not a small force. Su Fengqiu waved his hand, and the heavenly suppression tower descended. Then he looked at those disciples and said, you may leave, seek other sects to cultivate. Yes. Tens of thousands of disciples fled in droves. Su Fengqiu then tossed some pills to those individuals. This is the antidote. After consuming it, search for remnants of the Yao Emperor sect. Anyone found to be a remaining member of the Yao family must be killed. Yes. Then Su Fengqiu headed toward the treasure vault and herb garden of the Yao Emperor sect. Here lay the resources of a millennium-level royal sect. Heavenly spirits, martial arts techniques, mental methods, spiritual artifacts, pills, spirit stones, and cultivation resources of the Yuan spirit realm, all priceless treasures. Others were shocked as they watched the scene before them. The Yao Emperor sect is no more. Who could have imagined? Yesterday, the Misty Peak was exterminated, and today Su Fengqiu can directly annihilate the Yao Emperor sect. In a sense, it was as if he single-handedly destroyed this royal sect. Nearly 100 celestial emperors, 2 8th-tier celestial emperors, like ants. Su Fengqiu is simply defying the heavens. Never before has there been one like him, and none to come after. In this current generation, no one can compare to Su Fengqiu. These two battles have shaken the 9 continents, and Su Fengqiu will gain fame. The Su family is likely to return to the peak. Gathering all the resources, Su Fengqiu walked through the void. Tomorrow at noon, if the 9-fold Heaven Medicine God Mountain does not come to the Su family, it will also be destroyed. After speaking, Su Fengqiu strode away. Su Buhui paced anxiously in the courtyard, hoping fervently for Su Fengqiu to fail and perish at the Medicine Emperor sect. He did not go to the scene. As a member of the Su family, it was too dangerous for him to be there. There was no need for it either, he just had to wait for news. At that moment, a communication talisman flew out in front of him. Father! Su Chang'an's astonished voice came through. Speak. Su Chang'an had disguised himself to reach the Medicine Emperor sect. The Medicine Emperor sect has been destroyed. Yao Wuqing and the others have all been killed. What? Su Bui's eyes widened as he sank into a daze. On Piaomiao Peak, the Medicine Emperor sect, two major imperial sects of the 8th heaven. Not the strongest, but still imperial. Terrifying sects with dozens of immortal emperors. Yesterday Piaomiao Peak was destroyed, today the Medicine Emperor sect is gone. The key point is this was not the work of the Su family. This was the doing of Su Fengqiu alone. Could Su Fengqiu really destroy two major imperial sects by himself? No one would believe it if told. Even a supreme immortal emperor might not accomplish it alone. With the sect protection formation, dozens of immortal emperors, and various miraculous spirit artifacts, they could make a supreme immortal emperor drink from the cup of defeat. What right did Su Fengqiu have? Yet the fact had occurred. This made them very wary. If one person could achieve such a feat, what capabilities did he possess? How could they counter it? How could they seize power now? Su Fengqiu must have obtained tremendous fortune. You return first, we need to investigate his background and avoid rash actions. Yes. In the 9th heaven at the Medicine God Mountain, countless disciples were discussing Su Fengqiu. The young master of the Su family, Su Fengqiu, destroyed Piaomiao Peak yesterday, and today the Medicine Emperor sect is also gone. It's too shocking. Who hasn't heard? Previously I only heard that Su Fengqiu advanced to Immortal Emperor at the age of 28. Although it was astonishing, I didn't take it too seriously. After all, our Medicine God Mountain's holy son is also an Immortal Emperor at 29. I looked down on him just a few days ago, but now oh my. It's too exaggerated. I suspect Su Fengqiu is either a reincarnated deity or has obtained great fortune. He single-handedly destroyed two major imperial sects. The absolute spirit hand of Yifeng's supreme bone enhanced him greatly. A powerful sect's millennium protection formation was rendered completely ineffective. Now the pressure is on our Medicine God Mountain. I wonder how we will decide. He can't really intend to destroy our Medicine God Mountain, can he? He's just putting on a show. I don't believe he can. Inside the grand hall of the Medicine God Mountain, a group of top-tier powerhouses sat in the luxurious and noble hall, their expressions grave. They were of course aware of the news regarding the destruction of the Medicine Emperor sect. Now their moods were heavy. After entering, they fell silent. The sect master Li Baishan glanced at the powerhouses and said, "Speak." In these past few days, the destruction of Piaomiao Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect exceeded everyone's imagination. Su Fengqiu's methods are all defiant against heaven, some of which I even now cannot understand. To speak frankly, whether it was Piaomiao Peak or the Medicine Emperor sect, even our Medicine God Mountain would incur significant costs to intervene. Su Fengqiu has accomplished all this too easily. Li Baishan's eyes were filled with anger as he asked, "So are you implying that our Medicine God Mountain should apologize before declaring an attack on the Su family?" "Sect Master," the elder said sternly, "all members of the Medicine Emperor sect are poisoned. You should know what kind of poison it is, right?" Li Baishan pondered. "It must be the legendary 10th grade Duanshang Absolute Spirit Powder." "That's right, the Duanshang Absolute Spirit Powder. Our Medicine God Mountain has no means to detect or detoxify it. Perhaps we are already poisoned ourselves." The crowd erupted into chaos. Where did Su Fengqiu obtain such methods? Li Baishan's expression turned serious as he said, "It is highly likely he acquired a top-tier fortune from the Age of the Gods. That's not important. What matters is that we cannot resolve the Duanshang Absolute Spirit Powder. If we are indeed poisoned, how can we fight tomorrow? If the Su family were to come out in full force, our Medicine God Mountain would surely be destroyed." "That's right, Su Fengqiu possesses the Absolute Spirit Hand. The time is too short for us to cope with this. I think it's better to avoid his sharp edge. After all, before this no one believed he could destroy Piaomiao Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect, and everyone regarded it as a joke, but the results speak for themselves. Sect Master, it's not about fear, it's about considering the overall situation. Su Fengqiu's brilliance is too glaring, we must avoid it." Li Baishan sighed. When did our dignified divine level force the Medicine Emperor Mountain get cornered by a mere junior like this? When our Medicine God Mountain stomps its feet, the continent trembles. And now sigh. The crowd fell silent. Li Baishan looked at the crowd and said, "If we apologize, the face of our Medicine God Mountain will be up. Face is temporary. We have ample time to deal with Su Fengqiu's methods before we destroy the Su family to regain our face." Li Baishan realized that the shocking methods of Su Fengqiu against the Medicine Emperor sect were extremely cruel, and they were all scared. Sigh. Li Baishan sighed heavily and then looked at everyone. "Is that what you all think?" No one spoke. They didn't dare to gamble. This sect master understands. Elder, second elder, accompany this sect master to the Su family. Yes. Not long after the news of Piao Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect being destroyed by Su Fengqiu spread out, everyone was waiting for the attitude of the Medicine God Mountain. A shocking message once again spread across the continent. The Medicine God Mountain showed weakness. Sect Master Li Baishan along with the powerhouses publicly went to the Su family to apologize. A dignified, divine-level force of the ninth heaven. Overall strength far surpassing that of the Su family, the Medicine God Mountain went to apologize to the Su family. Coupled with Su Fengqiu's thunderous methods and defiant deeds, he had frightened many powerful forces. The Su family for a time was at its zenith. Su Fengqiu's name echoed throughout the 9 continents. At night the moonlight spilled over the Su family. Su Fengqiu stood at the cliff's edge, hands behind his back, gazing at the distant stars. This can be considered a conclusion. With this incident, Su Fengqiu's reputation and fearsome name were thoroughly established. For now he did not need to worry. Now there were matters before him. The tasks of Xiao Li and Luo Liuli. These could not be rushed. The task of Chu Ran also could. Su Chang'an. Child of Destiny. Su Chang'an, age 29, Destiny value 1887 row, 2nd stage, Child of Destiny, physique, Undying Dao body, realm, 1st stage, of Heavenly Dao combat power, rating 79, introduction, a pure bloodline of the 10th ascendant Imperial clan, the Su family, possessing the Undying Dao body and the Blood Spirit Pearl. Task, clear Su Chang'an's Destiny value task, reward Destiny value, 0, peak level, sword, intent, sealing sword technique. Killing directly is also acceptable. But after all, there are nearly 2 million Destiny values corresponding to nearly 20 million system points. This system has created the legendary feats of Su Fengqiu. Without the system, how could he have destroyed both Piao Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect? And Su Chang'an's life history was available for Su Fengqiu to review at will. He also roughly understood the origins of his Destiny value. The background given to him by the Su family did not provide much Destiny value, just over 100,000. The key to his Destiny value was a woman. A relationship similar to that of the medical sage Li Qianxiu and Yi Feng. However, why did Su Chang'an remain in the Su family on the day of the grand wedding? It was close enough, but Su Fengqiu did not trigger his Child of Destiny task. That was because at that time Su Chang'an was not yet considered a Child of Destiny. His Destiny value was merely over 100,000. Coincidentally, when Su Fengqiu went to the first heaven to kill Yi Feng, he encountered an opportunity in that woman. He gained over 1 million Destiny values, achieving the 2nd stage of Child of Destiny. What Su Fengqiu had to do was simple. To dismantle the relationship between him and that woman. Xiao Li, Su Fengqiu said. Hearing this, Xiao Li, who was teasing a spirit fox not far away, hurriedly ran over while holding the spirit fox. Young master, do you want to go out? Su Fengqiu asked. Yes, I do, Xiao Li nodded repeatedly. Su Fengqiu patted the spirit fox in her arms and said, at dawn this emperor will take you to Liuzhou City. The next day at dawn in Liuzhou City, which is the closest city to the Su family, Su Chang'an arrived early in the morning with a pile of food. Once I capture Qianxiu as Su Fengqiu, what are you even worth? Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. A few days ago Su Fengqiu was full of vigor, while Su Chang'an, feeling upset, had gone to the demon god forest to vent his anger by hunting beasts. Along the way, a massive meteorite fell from the sky, landing not far in front of him. Su Chang'an walked over and discovered a fainted woman in the deep pit. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, even surpassing the true appearances of the top 20 fairies he had been fortunate enough to see before. He believed that even the holy Yao Empress would be slightly inferior to this young lady who possessed an elegance and nobility that was unparalleled. At first Su Chang'an thought she had fallen. To be honest, even if she had fallen, he still wanted to take action. She was too beautiful, too noble. Just as he was about to remove his clothes, the woman opened her eyes, startling Su Chang'an nearly into paralysis. Fortunately, he had not yet undressed. After some communication, Su Chang'an learned that this woman had lost all her memories, only recalling that her name was Li Qianxiu. Li Qianxiu was immensely powerful. With a mere wave of her hand, she could halt the flow of time within a 10-mile radius. Su Chang'an realized that his opportunity had come. Since Li Qianxiu had lost her memories, he deceived her into believing that Su Chang'an was her husband. He fabricated some reasons, claiming that she had mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago, and that he had searched for her for 5 years, only to find her now with no memories. His acting was unbeatable, filled with emotion and tears. Li Qianxiu, half convinced, followed him. Su Chang'an was quite clever. Although he had temporarily established his identity as her husband, he would not easily attempt to hold her hand. Su Chang'an knew that his priority was to slowly build a good relationship with Li Qianxiu. Step by step, he aimed to truly enter her heart and make her his own. He arranged for Li Qianxiu to stay in Liuzhou City and sent several maidservants to take care of her. Meanwhile, he put all his effort into showcasing his gentlemanly charm and masculine appeal. Huff! Su Chang'an exhaled deeply and then knocked on the door. A maid opened the door and respectfully bowed, saying, "Young master, is Qianxiu here?" "Yes, she is." Su Chang'an smiled and walked in. In the courtyard, there was a particularly beautiful back garden with a small lake and a pavilion. In the pavilion stood a woman gazing at the beautiful scenery. She wore a blue fairy dress that swayed gently with the wind. Her noble and elegant aura resembled a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, pure and unattainable, with rosy lips and clear eyes, as if she had never experienced the turmoil of life. Just standing there, she seemed to blend into the surrounding beautiful scenery. Su Chang'an approached, mesmerized by her silhouette. "Qianxue." Su Chang'an smiled as he walked over. Hearing his voice, Li Qianxue turned around, slightly bowed, and said softly, "Su Gongzi. Upon merely seeing your silhouette, inspiration struck me, and I composed a poem on the spot. A divine maiden should only exist in the heavens. How rare it is to hear of one in the mortal realm." Su Chang'an had no real understanding of poetry. He had specifically learned this line to appear more charming. Li Qianxue showed no emotional fluctuation and simply said, "Su Gongzi is indeed a talented person. Ha, many years ago our acquaintance was forged through poetry. I brought you some food and drinks that you used to love, osmanthus cake and jujube flower wine." Li Qianxue sat there, her clear eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "I used to love these. Ha, yes, especially this osmanthus cake. I had the servants make it early this morning while it was still warm. You should." Of course, Su Chang'an had no idea what she liked to eat. But osmanthus cake was generally loved by women, so he couldn't go wrong. Anyway, she remembered nothing. As long as she also loved it, it would highlight the authenticity of his words, right? Li Qianxue picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, studied it for a moment, and then slowly placed it into her red lips. Su Chang'an watched her delicate red lips and couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, just looking at her made him feel a sense of inferiority. Damn, he had to win her over. Just the thought of it was unbearable. "How is it?" Su Chang'an asked. Li Qianxue nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad, Su Gongzi, you have put in effort. Qianxue, you used to call me Chang'an Gij. This address feels very strange now. Please understand, Su." Ha, it's fine. Finding you is my greatest fortune." Li Qianxue set down the osmanthus cake and then opened her palm, revealing a colorful holy lotus. Colorful holy lotus. Su Chang'an was taken aback. The Su family didn't even have this thing. It was something that could appear only once in 100 years across the 9 continents. Its value was unimaginable. If a 10th stage heavenly Tao cultivator had a colorful holy lotus, they could almost certainly advance to the realm of Immortal Emperor. To him, this was a treasure. It was indeed wise to establish a good relationship with her, even though she remembered nothing and couldn't accept the fact that they were once immortal partners. However, because of this connection, she was quite generous, imparting to him powerful martial arts techniques and mental methods, even teaching him top-tier swordsmanship. After all, Su Chang'an was from the Su family. These techniques and sword skills made him feel that they surpassed many from his own family. "Qianxue cannot simply accept Su Gongzi's kindness. Please accept this." Su Chang'an extended his hand, saying, "Then I won't be polite with you, Qianxue. It is only proper." Li Qianxue said gracefully. Su Chang'an sighed softly. "Why is Su Gongzi sighing?" Su Chang'an replied, "To be honest, back then I felt like I was reaching for the stars. I still don't know why Qianxue would be fond of me. Even now I have only just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Beyond the heavenly Tao is the Immortal Emperor realm. Su Gongzi will surely achieve the Immortal Emperor realm in just a few years. Such outstanding talent is rare in the world. But compared to Qianxue, you are still lacking. You don't know why your cultivation has been sealed, but you are still at the Immortal Emperor level, so it's no wonder Qianxue finds it difficult to accept me now." Li Qianxue looked at Su Chang'an, her brows slightly furrowed. "Su Gongzi need not belittle himself. If we were once immortal partners, you must possess extraordinary qualities. I just don't remember, but I can feel your true feelings for me. It just requires some time." Su Chang'an's heart leaped with joy. This divine woman, although noble and enchanting, seemed rather innocent. He thought to himself that it wouldn't be long before he could win her over. No need to rush. Ha, it's nothing, just a bit sentimental. Alright, there are a few things I'd like to ask Qianxue. Li Qianxue nodded slightly. "Please go ahead, Su Gongzi." There is a contemporary young talent who was forcibly elevated to the Immortal Emperor realm at the age of 28 with various resources. Li Qianxue replied. "In this case, his foundation is unstable. Although he is at the Immortal Emperor level, he may not be able to withstand a powerful heavenly Tao cultivator. What is strange is that he is indeed not very strong, but recently, for some unknown reason, he single-handedly destroyed 2 royal forces with dozens or even nearly 100 immortal emperors." Li Qianxue furrowed her brows in contemplation. "What abilities does he possess?" Su Chang'an replied. "He has taken the supreme bones of other talents and obtained the absolute spirit hand. In that case, the protective array of the sect would be utterly ineffective, but that alone is far from enough." Su Chang'an added, "He can also unleash the might of the supreme immortal emperor. It must be the power of a strong inherited legacy, and I fear he can only use it this once in his lifetime." "I understand this point. One thing is very strange, he at the first level of Immortal Emperor easily slays several at the 8th level without relying on any spiritual weapon of the Shantian Holy Artifact level or any defying martial skills. This, Li Qianxue fell into deep thought. Qianxue, don't you understand? Li Qianxue shook her head slightly. If he truly has no top-tier spiritual weapon to assist him, it is hard to comprehend. Therefore, when you say he can single-handedly annihilate royal-level forces, Qianxue also finds it hard to believe. But the reality is such. Moreover, he uses the Shantian poison weapon whose poison can turn the Immortal Emperor realm into blood in mere moments. This is quite normal. The difficulty of the Shantian poison weapon lies in its crafting. The poison is merely an auxiliary effect. If one can concoct even more powerful poison, the lethality of the Shantian poison weapon would significantly increase. However, it is rare but not impossible for poisons that can turn those below the 5th level of Immortal Emperor into blood in a few breaths to exist. Su Chang'an nodded. Also, after being attacked by an 8th level Immortal Emperor, he remained unscathed while the 8th level Immortal Emperor was injured. What could this be? Li Qianxue furrowed her brows slightly. Could it be some kind of technique that reverses fate? Su Chang'an's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? Li Qianxue nodded. Yes, after activation it can reverse the attacks received onto the target, which is extremely profound. Qianxue only remembers there is such a technique, but does not recall the specifics. I see. As for the Shantian poison weapon, Qianxue has the method to refine the heavenly punishment needle falling flower tears, and the methods for crafting the puppet doll. Would Su Gongzi like them? Su Chang'an. What? She actually has the crafting methods for the Shantian poison weapon. She even has the methods for crafting the puppet doll. That was ranked 3rd among the Shantian poison weapons. Even the Tang sect doesn't have it. He would be invincible. Su Chang'an was about to become invincible. Can I? Li Qianxue nodded, of course, but the materials needed to refine the Shantian poison weapon are all the best in the world. Su Gongzi may need to search for them yourself. That's fine. Well, please give Qianxue a few days. Of course, I won't disturb you any further. If you need anything, just say so. Alright, Su Gongzi, take care. Su Chang'an reached out wanting to hold her hand, but Li Qianxue dodged. When can we hold hands? Su Chang'an asked. Please give Qianxue some time. No problem, then I'll head back first. In a few days I'll take you to my family. Su Gongzi, take care. Su Chang'an then left excitedly. Su Fengqiu, do you really think you are invincible? Ha. By that time, I who can refine the legendary 3rd-ranked Shantian poison weapons puppet doll will make you die without knowing how. Ha. I am the one who will truly be invincible in this world. There are many people in Liuzhou City. After all, it is a city of the 8 heavy heavens. There are numerous powerful martial clans. Any casual city is filled with hidden talents. As they walked through Liuzhou City, one could hear discussions about Su Fengqiu everywhere. However, not many had truly seen Su Fengqiu. Thus, when Su Fengqiu walked through the city with Xiao Li, he would be regarded as a young master of a sect, a holy son, or a young heir of a clan. Because there are simply too many outstanding individuals. Young master, have you ever had candied hawthorn? Xiao Li asked cutely. I have. Su Fengqiu replied with a smile then. Would you like to have some? Su Fengqiu chuckled. If it's Xiao Li buying it for me, then I would like to have some. Xiao Li's little face turned red. Ding. Xiao Li's affection for you 1, I current affection 41. Xiao Li ran over with silver in hand. Uncle, I'll take 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Then Xiao Li happily walked back with 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Young master, here you go. Su Fengqiu smiled as he accepted them. Xiao Li looked at Su Fengqiu with anticipation and said, it's very sweet. Su Fengqiu took a bite. Is it delicious? Xiao Li asked eagerly. Not bad. Ding. Xiao Li's affection for you 1, I current affection 42. Xiao Li was really very happy. In the past, Su Fengqiu had not treated her well. She was very afraid of this hot-tempered young master. But recently he had become very gentle, especially since Xiao Li had started to admire Su Fengqiu. Moreover, Su Fengqiu had even shared some sweet words with her. As a 16-year-old girl just beginning to understand love, how could she resist? Su Fengqiu brought Xiao Li to a residence. He was able to probe into Su Chang'an's past. Thus he was fully aware of the events that had transpired these past few days. One could only say that dismantling the relationship between him and Li Qianxue was too easy. Knock, knock, knock. Su Fengqiu knocked on the door. Creak. The door opened, revealing a maid who looked at Su Fengqiu in surprise. Young master. To be honest, though they were all from the Su family, this maid served the Su Buhui branch. However, she would definitely recognize Su Fengqiu. Is Su Chang'an here? Su Fengqiu asked casually. The young master just left. The maid hurriedly replied. She didn't dare to lie to Su Fengqiu. After all, Su Fengqiu's momentum had been too strong these past few days. He was decisive in killing, and his methods were extremely ruthless. She was merely a maid. She just needed to listen and do her job. I came to visit, having heard that Su Chang'an had a residence here, so I came to take a look. Yes. Su Fengqiu said while walking in, I will rest inside. Please bring me a cup of tea." "Yes." Su Fengqiu entered the residence and headed towards the back garden where Li Qianxue was. "Young master, the back garden is not very convenient," the maid said. "Oh, why?" Su Fengqiu asked knowingly. "This." The maid's eyes darted. "The young master has important guests. Su Chang'an's guests are my guests, and moreover they are guests of the Su family. I must go take a look. Lead the way." "Yes." Li Qianxue was sitting in the back garden appreciating some literary verses. She really liked it was beautiful. Sometimes a single sentence could brighten her day. In fact, not just now, she had always loved poetry, literature, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Because for a strong individual these are all methods of tempering one's mindset. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Qianxue looked up. Then she saw several figures approaching. Su Fengqiu casually glanced at the back garden and remarked, "Su Chang'an indeed has a leisurely disposition. This back garden is quite beautiful." Li Qianxue stood up with slightly furrowed brows upon seeing the newcomers. Didn't young Master Su say that no one would disturb her? She took another look at Su Fengqiu. He seemed somewhat similar to Su Chang'an. Though young, this man had a more reserved aura compared to Su Chang'an, appearing slightly more composed. Su Fengqiu's gaze also fell upon Li Qianxue. Though she was currently wearing a veil, her stunning beauty could not. She was breathtaking. How could one describe her? A beauty that could topple kingdoms. A fairy-like presence. No, that was not enough. It seemed that those so-called idioms could hardly encapsulate her appearance, especially the gracefulness of her every frown and smile, every movement. Ding. Detected the child of destiny. Su Fengqiu. Her positioning should be similar to Li Qianxue. Could she also trigger the child of destiny? It seems that the child of destiny is not something that only the younger generation can trigger. Many who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years can still be considered children of destiny, because they always have been. Child of destiny, Li Qianxue. Tianming value 980-131 29th rank child of destiny. Age 5500. Bloodline 9-tailed celestial fox. Physique ice divine body 9-fold Holy Spirit body 3000 paths of gods and demons. Realm Immortal Emperor 5th stage. Combat power rating 95. Description: one of the highest bloodlines in the world, the 9-tailed celestial fox clan, an absolute supreme among the demon race hailing from the 8 desolations. 16 years ago, the daughter of calamity emerged, causing suffering among the beings of the 8 desolations. Li Qianxue united the human race, demon race, and devil race of the 8 desolations to battle the daughter of calamity, ultimately slaying her. However, during the time of sealing the gods, she failed the 9-9 tribulation and fell to the Immortal Emperor realm, losing her memories and scattering across the 9 continents. Upon seeing this introduction, Su Fengqiu shuddered. 9th rank child of destiny. Immortal Emperor 5th stage. 5,500 years old. Demon God. What does it mean to fall to the Immortal Emperor 5th stage? What is the 8 desolations? Su Fengqiu was in a daze. And the daughter of calamity. Xiao Li is a body of calamity. Is there a connection between this body of calamity and the daughter of calamity? Xiao Li is 16 years old, and she also fought against the daughter of calamity 16 years ago. Is there a connection? It should not be. Just a coincidence. Originally, Su Fengqiu was quite confident. But to be honest, after seeing the introduction of Li Qianxue, Su Fengqiu felt like a mere pawn in front of her. The realm was one aspect, but she seemed to exist beyond any understanding. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the task, subdue Li Qianxue. When Li Qianxue's affection for you reaches 20, 40, 60, or 80, you will receive rewards. Reaching 80 will grant you the ultimate reward belonging to Li Qianxue. Originally, Su Fengqiu had no plans. He simply came to dismantle the relationship between her and Su Chang'an. But now, having triggered a task, that changes things. Having probed into Su Chang'an's life, Su Chang'an's actions towards Li Qianxue had indeed given him some insights. He could emulate what Su Chang'an did and play the role of this immortal sister's former partner. This way he could quickly draw closer to Li Qianxue and rapidly increase her affection. Although the approach was indeed shameless, he was after all a villain. Moreover, Su Fengqiu was not despicable enough to think of taking advantage of a woman who had passed away. To be a qualified villain, one must learn from the likes of Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an, oh Su Chang'an. You truly have some skills with the ladies, but you still need me to teach you how to truly woo someone. One can only say, poor lady. Who told you to bump into the door? So noble. Xiao Li's little mouth opened in awe as she looked at Li Qianxue. At this moment, however, Li Qianxue's attention was drawn to Xiao Li. She furrowed her brows, seemingly sensing something that made her uneasy. Su Fengqiu noticed her attention on Xiao Li and greeted Li Qianxue with a fist salute. I am Su Fengqiu, and this is Xiao Li. Li Qianxue came back to her senses and slightly bowed. I am Li Qianxue. At that moment, a flock of birds flew away from the trees. Su Fengqiu glanced, and then smiled slightly. The fish sinking, and the wild geese startled, the moon hiding, and the flowers trembling. Miss Qianxue, it truly is breathtaking. Li Qianxue showed a hint of interest upon hearing Su Fengqiu's poetry. Young Master Su, you flatter me. Ooh, I seem to have never heard these lines of poetry before. Su Fengqiu replied, I just felt inspired just now. Young Master Su is truly talented. Please both of you have a seat. Su Fengqiu sat down. Shall you sit too? Shao Li, being sensible, said, Young Master, I'll go get you some immortal drunk. Yes. Shao Li then walked away. Li Qianxue looked at Shao Li's departing figure with clear eyes, and then asked, Miss Shao Li is. Su Fengqiu has made a discovery. Li Qianxue seems to be more interested in Shao Li than in himself. I am the Emperor's maid, Li Qianxue said. Su Fengqiu chuckled, of course. May I ask why Miss Qianxue is here? Su Fengqiu began to set a trap. Li Qianxue retorted, What is the relationship between young Master Su and Su Chang'an? Su Chang'an is my cousin from the Imperial lineage, Su Fengqiu replied. Li Qianxue suddenly understood and felt less presumptuous about Su Fengqiu's presence. On the contrary, Li Qianxue had many things she wanted to learn about Su Fengqiu. Young Master Su Chang'an said that I am his immortal partner, and we got separated 5 years ago. Su Fengqiu displayed an expression of surprise. How could I not know? Li Qianxue frowned slightly. What do you mean, young Master Su? Su Fengqiu said, I am the young master of the Su family, and have grown up alongside Su Chang'an, but Miss Qianxue and he. Could it be that young Master Su is simply unaware? Li Qianxue asked. Su Fengqiu laughed. Haha, that is a possibility. However, even though we are of the same family, my relationship with him is quite poor. Poor relationship. Yes, the Su family is an ancient imperial clan currently led by my father's lineage and Su Chang'an's lineage. I am the young master of the Su family. I understand now, Li Qianxue nodded. Miss Qianxue, I have a request, Su Fengqiu suddenly said. Please speak, young Master Su. Su Fengqiu looked at Li Qianxue and asked, May I ask if Miss Qianxue could remove her veil? Li Qianxue frowned slightly. Su Fengqiu explained, The thing is, when I heard your name it struck a chord with me, for I once had a confidant named Li Qianxue as well. Li Qianxue, I feel ashamed to say the story is not too different from what Su Chang'an mentioned. Li Qianxue said, That shouldn't be possible. Although I have amnesia, I still remember some things, so I shouldn't be the same person. Su Fengqiu nodded. True, my confidant was from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, but like you, she was very innocent and easily deceived. Li Qianxue shook her head and said lightly, I am not innocent, nor am I easily deceived. Su Fengqiu sighed. Haha, that's right. She came from the 8 desolations. Although I currently don't even know what the 8 desolations is, that's what she said. Li Qianxue, she is very powerful and shouldn't have fallen for me, but due to some special fate we ended up together. Oh, by the way, she has a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, very lovely. Li Qianxue, Su Fengqiu continued, she has a light pink birthmark on her bottom, very pretty. She is also an ice god body. It was because of this ice god body that we never reached the final step, as I was too weak back then. Li Qianxue. Su Fengqiu smiled at Li Qianxue, saying, By the way, she doesn't like osmanthus cake at all, but when I first gave it to her she said she liked it. Since you have osmanthus cake on your table, it cannot possibly be her. I was rude earlier. Li Qianxue. Su Fengqiu chuckled inwardly. Su Chang'an, this is the difference between having and not having a relationship. Just teach once and learn well in the next life. Under her veil, Li Qianxue's expression slightly changed. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Su Fengqiu. Why does everything he says resonate with her? Could it be? Is there such a coincidence in this world? Absolutely impossible. And she and her memories indeed seems to come from that place in the 8 desolations. She is the Nine-Tailed Fox. She has the ice god body. She has a light pink birthmark on her bottom. She truly does not like osmanthus cake. Then what about Su Chang'an? Miss Qianxue? Su Fengqiu said. Li Qianxue came to her senses. Su Fengqiu. I seem to have heard this name before. Li Qianxue looked at Su Fengqiu and said, During this time I have indeed eliminated 2 sects, so my fame may have grown a bit. Su Fengqiu replied, Indeed. It is I. To say am ashamed, this Xiantian poison device, the heavenly punishment needle, falling flower tears, and the closer to heaven and puppet doll were all taught to me by her. Li Qianxue. It is her. She only knows these few methods for refining Xiantian poison devices. Then, why did you part ways? Su Fengqiu sighed. She has to return to the 8 desolations, saying she has important matters to attend to, and she asked me to wait for her. I will wait for her. Li Qianxue turned around. A flicker of emotion passed through her beautiful eyes. But what if she doesn't remember you? Li Qianxue asked. Su Fengqiu replied. If we loved once, then if we meet again we will surely love a second time. Su Fengqiu then said, I shall not disturb you further, farewell. Having said this, Su Fengqiu left. Li Qianxue slowly turned around, watching Su Fengqiu's receding figure. Su Chang'an hurried over. He received news from a maid that Su Fengqiu had come to his residence. This startled Su Chang'an. What is he doing here? This could be serious. Qianxue. Su Chang'an shouted as he ran to the back garden. Li Qianxue stood by the lake as if merging with heaven and earth. Qianxue, did my cousin Su Fengqiu come by just now? Li Qianxue remained unmoved. Su Chang'an frowned, feeling something was off. Qinxue. Li Qinxue nodded. Yes, we chatted for a bit. He didn't say anything bad about me, did he? Ha! He did, Li Qinxue replied. Su Chang'an's heart sank. Qinxue, do not believe what he said. The matter of us being immortal partners is a secret and not many people in this continent know about it, but my father is aware. He doesn't know Su Fengqiu. Li Qinxue nodded. Why do I feel like something is off? Su Chang'an asked. Li Qinxue said, it's just that I seem to have recalled some things. Oh, is that so? Li Qinxue looked at Su Chang'an and said, I remember we went to the North Polar continent. Before the scenery there was beautiful. As she spoke, she took out a beautiful necklace. This is the one you gave me. Su Chang'an replied, Ah, yes, I chose this necklace after a long time. The light blue color suits your temperament well. Li Qiangshu's hair danced as her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange purple hue. A chill emanated from her, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Su Chang'an was startled. Qinxue. Then Li Qinxue reached out her hand, grasping Su Chang'an's neck from a distance and lifting him up. Why did you deceive me? Li Qiangshu's tone was devoid of emotion. I didn't. What did Su Fengqiu say? Li Qinxue replied, this necklace is from your maid, not a gift from you to me. Su Chang'an. He hurriedly said, I must have remembered wrongly. After all, I have given you so many gifts. Qinxue, we are truly immortal partners. Osmanthus cake, I do not like it. Then, perhaps you have lost your memories and your tastes have changed. Li Qinxue tried her best to suppress her anger. Su Chang'an, there is no one in this world who can deceive me. I didn't deceive you. Do not believe what Su Fengqiu said. He is a ruthless, despicable person. Su Chang'an said in a panic. Li Qiangshu's beautiful eyes turned a strange purple hue, her anger flaring up. She parted her red lips and coldly said, you are not allowed to speak of him. Su Chang'an was truly on the verge of collapse. He had finally encountered such a formidable person, such a grand opportunity. Why him? Su Fengqiu. You damn it. Li Qinxue flicked her hand, throwing Su Chang'an over 100 meters away, crashing down on a row of houses. Considering you helped me these past few days, I shall spare your life, Li Qinxue said before walking away. Su Chang'an, covered in dust and dirt, crawled out from the ruins, his face filled with resentment. Su Fengqiu. He clenched his fists. I must kill you. Tear you to pieces. Oh, Su Chang'an roared. Su Fengqiu had bought a pile of delicious food with Xiao Li and was heading towards the Su family. Ding. Li Qiangshu's relationship with Su Chang'an has broken. Su Chang'an's destiny value 1500, your system value 1500. Ding. Li Qiangshu's affection for you 10, current affection 10. Great. The system value had soared to 50 million again. Let's see what else the third system mall has in store. In any case, the more system values the better. In the future you can leave the Su family freely without too much concern, but do pay attention to your safety, as I have made many enemies who may have their eyes on you. Su Fengqiu reminded Xiao Li. Xiao Li shook her head. I am the young master's maid. I must stay by the young master's side and take care of him. I won't leave easily. Su Fengqiu smiled slightly, ruffling her hair. But Xiao Li doesn't quite understand. Xiao Li suddenly said, what is it? Xiao Li said somewhat angrily, Su Chang'an is so much worse than the young master. Why can he meet such a beautiful and outstanding fairy? Ha! Su Fengqiu laughed. Xiao Li looked at Su Fengqiu and said, the young master is the one who is more compatible with her. What makes you think she is so beautiful? Su Fengqiu asked with a smile. Although her face is veiled, her aura is extraordinarily stunning. She must be very beautiful. The young master even spontaneously composed a poem due to her beauty. Su Fengqiu laughed. Are you jealous? Xiao Li blinked and quickly waved her hands. No, the young master misunderstands. I am just the young master's maid. How could I be jealous? She indeed was not jealous. Or rather, Xiao Li always understood her own identity. Then how do you know this emperor hasn't written a poem for you? Xiao Li blinked. Su Fengqiu continued walking forward and said, in the crowd, she was like a blooming flower. The colors of the world were like dust. Xiao Li paused for a moment. Her little face flushed red. She stomped her foot cutely and pouted. The young master is teasing Xiao Li again. Ha, keep up. In Liuzhou City, Li Qinxue, with her face veiled, walked along the bustling streets. Countless gazes fell upon her, yet no one dared to look too long. Su Chang'an's incident had little effect on Li Qiangshu's heart. However, Su Fengqiu's impact on her heart was significant. Li Qinxue could basically confirm that she and Su Fengqiu must have the name of celestial partners. She had originally doubted if she and Su Chang'an were truly celestial partners, as she could see that Su Chang'an seemed to lack any extraordinary qualities. But Su Fengqiu did. At the age of 28, he was an emperor among immortals. Even though he was still weak when they were together, he was very eye-catching. With his own strength, he annihilated 2 major imperial sects. Handsome and charming, with a remarkable demeanor, and also talented. He was extremely gentle when he wanted to be. Yet when it came to killing he was exceedingly decisive. Moreover, he was especially infatuated. Li Qianxue could not remember what kind of person she was, but she believed that with someone like Su Fengqiu, even for her, if fate came along with some time spent together and experiences, their love seemed not impossible. Now Li Qianxue was entangled with the thought of whether she should seek out Su Fengqiu. Initially she did not want to. However, Su Fengqiu's words, "I will wait for her," triggered the softest part of her frozen heart. Perhaps this was one of the reasons she once fell for Su Fengqiu. "Sister, would you like to eat some candied hawthorn?" A little girl struggling to hold a bunch of candied hawthorns shyly asked as she looked up. Li Qianxue paused and looked at the girl, then at the candied hawthorns in front of her. "Are they delicious?" Li Qianxue asked. "Haven't you eaten, sister?" "Yaya can give you one to try here, sister, try it." Li Qianxue took it, examining it in her hand, seemingly contemplating how to eat it. She slightly lifted her veil and tentatively extended her pink tongue to lick it. "So sweet. Sister, you have to bite it." "Oh." Li Qianxue took a small bite. "Is it good?" Yaya asked expectantly. Li Qianxue replied, "It's good." "Then will sister buy some?" Li Qianxue nodded, "Yes, I will." "Hehe, would you like one?" "I want them all." "Yeah." Li Qianxue took out a purple heavenly spiritual item and asked, "But I have no money, is this okay?" A commotion arose among the surrounding warriors. Tianxian Zitong. "This is at least a millennium grade Tianxian Zitong. What is this? I have only seen Tianxian Zitong once at an auction. Who is this woman?" "What?" "Exchanging Tianxian Zitong for some candied hawthorn." Yaya felt a bit nervous. Cough, cough. An elder approached and said, "Esteemed guest, I can accept Tianxian Zitong." Li Qianxue shook her head. "I will give it to her." The elder then smiled at Yaya. "Little girl, how about I trade you 1,000 taels of silver notes?" Li Qianxue then left with a large bundle of candied hawthorns. "Flower thief. Finally I've caught you. I won't let you go." A man was beating a flower thief on the street. "Good hit. Good hit." A group of citizens nearby cheered. Meanwhile, Li Qianxue was carrying a large bundle of candied hawthorns. She also had a bag of baked cakes at her waist. Her hands held a large coconut with something resembling a straw sticking out of it. Li Qianxue gently sipped from it, quietly passing through the crowd. One must say a noble and cold fairy had a certain cute contrast. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Li Qianxue shook the coconut and found it empty. She reached out her hand, and another coconut appeared in her palm, and she began to drink again. At that moment, a man named Gu Changsheng was about to enter the city when his gaze was suddenly drawn to Li Qianxue. What a beautiful woman! His eyes lit up. He never expected that going down the mountain would lead him to encounter such an extraordinarily stunning fairy. Gu Changsheng revealed a gentlemanly smile and walked over. Suddenly Li Qianxue stopped. Did she forget something? She remembered. Su Fengqiu. Li Qianxue approached an elderly man who was about to enter the city. "Elder, do you know where Su Fengqiu is?" Su Fengqiu." As she spoke, Li Qianxue planned to take out something to give him, but her hands were full. "Beautiful lady." Gu Changsheng smiled and walked over to strike up a conversation. Li Qianxue, hearing the commotion, handed the coconut to him. "Here." "Off." Gu Changsheng was momentarily stunned and instinctively took it. Then his heart surged with joy. Could it be that this beautiful lady had fallen for him at first sight? Then Li Qianxue produced a crystal stone from her hand and handed it to the elderly man. The elder took it and pointed in a direction. "They're the Su family, a 50-mile journey, the ancient Imperial clan." "Thank you." Gu Changsheng stood there in a daze, pondering how to speak to her next. Miss. Gu Changsheng suddenly came to his senses and realized the coconut in his hand had vanished. He quickly looked over. Li Qianxue was walking towards the Su family holding the coconut while sipping from it. Gu Changsheng. Interesting. Gu Changsheng's lips curled slightly. Su Fengqiu sat in the courtyard of the young master pavilion, having achieved the mastery of the heavenly communication formation after slaying the son of the medicine emperor sect Yao Wuji. His medical skills were now the finest in the world. His formation skills were also unmatched in the world. Next, it is time to find an opportunity to eliminate Su Chang'an. He mused, considering the fortune of Su Chang'an to be easily extinguishable. It wouldn't cost Su Fengqiu much effort, much easier than dealing with Feng. Meanwhile, outside the Su family, Li Qianxue had arrived at this location. She held a coconut in both hands, looking up at the magnificent Su family, a millennium imperial clan. Li Qianxue seemed even more certain of her relationship with Su Fengqiu. Even though Su Fengqiu was not strong during their romantic relationship, his identity was certainly not trivial. Naturally, the people of the Su family noticed Li Qianxue. Such an extraordinary fairy, yet carrying so many candied hawthorns, while holding a coconut, appeared somewhat out of place. "Miss, who are you looking for?" A guard from the Su family approached curiously. Gulp. Li Qianxue took a sip of coconut water and said, "I am looking for young master Su Fengqiu. Oh, may I ask what your relationship with our young master is?" Li Qianxue blinked her beautiful eyes, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "We are friends." "Please, miss." "Thank you." Li Qianxue took down a candied hawthorn and offered it, saying, "Here." He was taken aback, but accepted it, bowing slightly. "Thank you." In the Su family's guest hall, Li Qianxue sat there as a maid poured her tea and served spiritual fruits. Su Tianyi hurriedly came after receiving news. He heard from the Su family that a strange woman was looking for his son, and he wasn't sure whether it posed a danger. Su Tianyi planned to see her before Su Fengqiu arrived. Su Tianyi entered the hall and immediately saw Li Qianxue. With just one glance, he could tell she was extraordinary, even making him feel as if he dared not breathe too loudly. Despite the fact that a wooden stick nearby was adorned with a pile of candied hawthorns, creating a somewhat incongruous atmosphere, Li Qianxue stood up. Su Tianyi gestured, "Please sit, I am Qiuer's father." Li Qianxue slightly bowed and replied, "Head of the Su family." "Haha, no need for such formality. What is this?" Su Tianyi looked at the candied hawthorns in surprise. Li Qianxue handed one over, saying, "It's delicious." They both sat down. "I heard you were friends with my son." Li Qianxue pondered for a moment and replied, "I suppose so. I suppose." They both sat down. "I heard you were friends with my son." Li Qianxue pondered for a moment and replied, "I suppose so. I suppose. I have already sent someone to call him over." Li Qianxue nodded. "Thank you, head of the Su family, please wait a moment." She then extended her hand, presenting a rare spiritual herb in her palm. Su Tianyi was taken aback. "Heavenly wonder fungus." Li Qianxue said, "I apologize for my sudden visit and hope you don't mind, head of the Su family." "No need for such politeness, Miss Qianxue. You are a friend of Qiuer, and thus a guest of the Su family, so no need to be so formal. This small token please accept it, head of the Su family." Su Tianyi chuckled. "All right then, I shall not refuse." He had already recognized Li Qianxue at a glance, even though he didn't know her relationship with Su Fengqiu. If she could become his daughter-in-law, he would wake up smiling from his dreams. He needed to help this lad. What if? It could happen. "How did Miss Qianxue come to know my son?" Su Tianyi asked. Li Qianxue hesitated for a moment, her red lips parted slightly, as she truthfully replied, "We were celestial partners." "What?" Su Tianyi was astonished. "What? His son managed to woo such a divine girl?" Wait. What does it mean? To have been celestial partners? Does that imply they separated due to certain conflicts? No. Even if Su Tianyi was unaware of Li Qianxue's true identity, such an outstanding woman must help his son win her back. Moreover, she had proactively come to the Su family to find Su Fengqiu, indicating there was still a chance. "I see. Until this moment, I seem to understand something." Li Qianxue looked earnestly at Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi said, "Previously Qiuer mentioned that he encountered the woman he loves most in this world. It seems that must be you, Miss Qianxue." Li Qianxue's heart stirred. Su Tianyi continued, "As for the specifics, I am not too clear. Miss Qianxue, while Qiuer is not present, please speak from your heart." "You may speak. My son is good in every way. He is talented, decisive in action, and has a meticulous mind. To be honest, as his father, I am very proud to have such an outstanding son. Qiuer is also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and literature, making him quite the talented scholar." Of course, Su Tianyi was boasting a bit. "I have some understanding of that." After all, Su Fengqiu had composed a poem on the spot. Su Tianyi, how did his son manage to win her over before? What music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and literature? His son didn't understand any of that. Su Fengqiu had never studied it. How could she say she had some understanding? Su Tianyi thought to himself, this lad must have stolen someone else's poem and claimed it as his own. He then continued, "But there is one thing that worries me greatly about him. He is simply too sentimental." The word too was emphasized. Su Tianyi said, "Being sentimental isn't bad, but the more sentimental one is, the more vulnerable they are to being exploited." Li Qianxue nodded in agreement. In her view, Su Fengqiu was indeed exceedingly sentimental. That was why, even though she didn't remember, she still wanted to meet Su Fengqiu. She didn't wish to hurt him. Don't be fooled by how decisive Qiuer is when it comes to killing. He does that to protect his beloved. In truth, he has a soft side. Whenever he sees an injured animal, he feels heartbroken for a long time. When he encounters beggars in the city, he always lends a helping hand. So I truly fear for his safety. Such talent, morals, character, and capability are indeed rare. Yes, that is why so many outstanding women are enamored with Qiuer. Saints from various sects, princesses from empires, and fairies from all walks of life have shown him favor, yet he has not accepted any of them over the years. But he is uniquely infatuated with Miss Qianxue, proving that you are far superior to those saints. And at that moment, Su Fengqiu arrived at the hall's entrance. Ding! Li Qianxue's fondness for you increased by 5, current 15. Su Fengqiu was taken aback. He pushed the door open and was stunned again upon seeing Su Tianyi. "Father!" Su Tianyi quickly stood up, smiling and saying, "You two continue your conversation, or I won't interrupt." As he passed by Su Fengqiu, Su Tianyi winked and whispered, "Father can only help you this much. This is my deep paternal love for you." Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu walked up to Li Qianxue. He was quite surprised that she was able to come. Su Fengqiu clasped his fist. Li Qianxue slightly bowed, saying, Su Gongzi. Did my father say anything bad? Su Fengqiu smiled. Li Qianxue shook her head slightly, of course not. She then handed Su Fengqiu a sugar-coated hawthorn stick. It's very delicious. Su Fengqiu accepted it, laughing. Ha ha, you two are really alike. She loved sugar-coated hawthorn the first time she had it too. Li Qianxue was slightly moved. Su Gongzi. Li Qianxue's beautiful eyes looked at Su Fengqiu. Please speak, Miss Qianxue. Li Qianxue slowly removed her veil. To be honest, when Su Fengqiu saw her face, he was momentarily lost in thought. Su Fengqiu looked intently at Li Qianxue. Li Qianxue opened her red lips slightly. Perhaps I am the person you speak of, but I remember nothing. Su Fengqiu smiled faintly. Actually, I had already thought it was you at Su Chang'an's residence. I just feared it might be too presumptuous. Qianxue is not foolish, I can tell that with so many details you mentioned you are indeed talking to me. Su Fengqiu chuckled and said, but it doesn't matter, as I said, since we could fall in love once we can do it again. Shall we start over? Li Qianxue nodded. Thank you for your understanding, Su Gongzi. Come, I will take you to get familiar with the Su family. For now, you can stay here. All right. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an returned to the Su family covered in dirt, heading straight to where Su Bui's lineage was. Young master, what happened to you? Some people were shocked to see Su Chang'an's disheveled appearance. In the current situation, how could anyone dare to touch the Su family? Let alone Su Chang'an. Shut up. Su Chang'an scolded harshly before heading to where his father Su Buhui had been restless lately. The sudden rise of Su Fengqiu, which was somewhat exaggerated, was hard for him to accept. He wanted to find a way to kill Su Fengqiu, but he didn't know how to proceed. Father. Su Chang'an walked over. Su Buhui frowned. What happened to you? Why do you look like this? Su Chang'an clenched his fists, eyes filled with resentment. Father. I truly want to kill Su Fengqiu. Father. He then recounted the entire situation to Su Buhui. Are you not afraid that the woman will regain her memories and kill you out of anger? At that time it would already be too late. I had already made the first move. Even if she remembers, it won't matter. We have developed feelings, father. It's useless to say anything now. Su Fengqiu has ruined my plans, and you don't know. She can even teach me how to refine the Xintian poison device. She can casually take out divine items like the 7-colored sacred lotus. What? What did you say? I am not lying at all. Su Buhui frowned. Wait. Li Qianxue. He suddenly remembered something. Yes. Her name is... Su Buhui stood up, frowning. Not long ago it seems a woman named Li Qianxue came by. Off. She came? To find me. No, she came to find Su Fengqiu. Su Chang'an. What does she want with Su? It seems they are immortal partners. What? Su Chang'an was taken aback. Father, are you sure? Su Buhui nodded. I am certain. Su Chang'an laughed loudly. Ha! Su Fengqiu, you and I are just two birds of a feather. Seeing that my methods were effective, you have started to play the same game. Taking advantage of the situation, right? Hehe, you are finished. You are done for. Su Chang'an excitedly left. Su Chang'an could never reach Li Qianxue, this great Buddha. Neither can you, Su Fengqiu. At this moment, Su Fengqiu and Li Qianxue were sitting in the young master pavilion. Treat this place as your home. If you have any issues, feel free to find me, or Shaoli. Su Fengqiu said while looking at her. Shaoli nodded repeatedly. Li Qianxue slightly nodded. At this time, Su Chang'an also walked over. He saw Li Qianxue. Su Fengqiu sitting there with her looked like they had a very good relationship, drinking tea together. Li Qianxue noticed the commotion. Her gaze turned to Su Chang'an, and a cold, distant aura surged. Ha ha ha. Miss Qianxue, why so cold? Su Chang'an walked over mockingly, then poured himself a cup of tea and drank it all at once. Su Fengqiu said lightly, get lost. Su Fengqiu, what? Afraid that I'll ruin your good thing. Hurry and drive me away. Ha ha. Su Chang'an laughed heartily. Su Chang'an sat down, crossing his legs, looking at Su Fengqiu with disdain. Su Fengqiu, trying to imitate me. Ha ha, you crack me up. How is that imitating you? Su Fengqiu asked lightly. Su Fengqiu, I ask you, what is your relationship with Miss Ch? Su Chang'an sneered. Once immortal partners, now close friends, Su Fengqiu replied. Ha ha. Su Chang'an laughed out loud. Su Fengqiu, you don't really think I haven't used this trick before, do you? Su Chang'an looked at Li Qianxue. Miss Qianxue, I admit I indeed used despicable means, but the same trick Su Fengqiu used, can't you see through it? He is merely taking advantage of your forgetfulness to deceive you, claiming he is your former immortal partner. I've used this trick before, I don't need to remind you further, do I? Get lost. Li Qianxue's icy voice rang out. Su Chang'an's expression stiffened. Get lost. What does that mean? No. Miss Qianxue, do you really believe Su Fengqiu is your former immortal partner? Su Chang'an asked, dumbfounded. Yes, Li Qianxue replied. Su Chang'an. What? Why does she believe Su Fengqiu? What sweet words could he possibly say to deceive her? It's impossible. Especially considering Su Chang'an's previous experience, Su Fengqiu could not possibly succeed. So why? Su Chang'an became anxious. No. Miss Qianxue, are you joking? No matter what he said, he is deceiving you. Why can you trust what he says? Then why don't you believe me? Shall we show him out? Su Fengqiu said lightly. Shao Li, young master Su, please. As Su Chang'an was being shown out by Shao Li, he shouted in confusion. Miss Qinxue, he is deceiving you. The same trick, you can't be fooled twice. Why do you trust him? Miss Qinxue. Su Fengqiu smiled inwardly. There are two outcomes whether there is a relationship or not. Su Chang'an walked through the Su family with a sinister expression. He did not understand. Li Qinxue was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps she is the supreme Immortal Emperor. Perhaps she is one of the 8 supremes of the 9 continents. The pinnacle of the 9 continents exists, and after all, she can casually take out things that the Su family cannot even produce. Thus, even if she lost all memory, she is not foolish. To successfully deceive her requires good acting and a fortunate appearance before her. However, now that Su Fengqiu has come out and claims to be her former immortal partner, isn't that seeking death? Isn't that asking for trouble? Su Chang'an let out a long cry of frustration. Li Qinxue and Su Fengqiu were walking by a beautiful lake in silence. Su Gongzi, Li Qiangshu's voice broke the stillness. I need to enter seclusion for a period of time, at least a month or up to half a year, Su Fengqiu replied. There is a place for that. It's no trouble. Your cultivation has plummeted and you still have injuries, your breath is disordered. You indeed need good care. Don't worry, I will find a way too. Li Qianxue slightly bowed her head and said thank you. Su Fengqiu smiled and shook his head. Su Gongzi. Su Fengqiu turned to look at her. If Su Gongzi has other beloved women, there's no need to consider Qiangshu's feelings. Su Fengqiu shook his head. How could that be? As for this matter, Qianxue has always viewed it lightly. For a capable man, having multiple wives is quite normal, or otherwise I would feel guilty within. Then it's settled. I agree to your terms. Wonderful. Oh, a reasonable woman is simply irresistible. I will arrange a place for you to rest and recover without anyone disturbing you. Thank you. Su Fengqiu said, after all, you are my Qianxue. Li Qianxue said nothing further. The two walked side by side. Su Fengqiu's hand quietly reached towards Li Qiangshu's slender waist. Su Gongzi. Li Qianxue suddenly spoke, causing Su Fengqiu to pause. Can we wait a bit longer? Su Fengqiu understood that Li Qianxue had noticed his movement. All right, he nodded, retracting his hand. There's no time to lose, I will arrange things for you. Thank you, Li Qianxue bowed. Su Fengqiu left. Li Qianxue returned to the courtyard. Sister Qianxue, where's the young master? Shaoli asked cutely. Su Gongzi went to arrange a place for my seclusion. Oh, Shaoli nodded. Sister Shaoli, Li Qianxue said. My. Shaoli tilted her little head. I wonder if I could trouble you with something, Sister Shaoli. Please go ahead, Sister Qianxue. During this period of seclusion, which may last from 3 months to half a year, I will worry if anything significant happens to Su Gongzi, or if he needs me. I wonder if you could send me a message. Of course, no problem, Shaoli nodded. Thank you. Father, something has happened, Su Chang'an hurried back. Speak. Father, Su Fengqiu has somehow made Li Qianxue believe that they were once celestial partners. His methods are astonishing. He even knows the refining method for the Xiantian poisonous puppet. If Su Fengqiu's faction gains her assistance, we might not be able to stop them. Su Buhui narrowed his eyes, taking a sip of tea. So it's time to take action, otherwise we won't get another chance. Clearly Su Buhui had already made plans. Father, what do you mean? Su Buhui said lightly. In fact, I have been secretly contacting the Medicine God Mountain these past few days, and I just confirmed that we can take action. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Su Buhui continued, the Medicine God Mountain has found a recipe for a 9th-tier pill that Master Yi Feng left behind from Li Qianxue. What recipe is it? Su Buhui replied. It's the nearly lost 9-fold blood chi powder. 9-fold blood chi powder. What effect does it have? Su Buhui said it is quite similar to the Duanshang jeweling powder used by Su Fengqiu against the Medicine Emperor sect, extremely hard to detect. If poison one will quickly lose combatability. Even below the 5th stage of the Celestial Emperor, they can hardly escape unscathed. A poisoned Celestial Emperor at the 8th stage will also experience significant effects on their combat power for a time. If the several ancestors who have been in seclusion for hundreds of years are not notified in advance, even if the Su family is destroyed, they will remain oblivious. By the time they emerge the winds of the Su family, if the several ancestors who have been in seclusion for hundreds of years are not notified in advance, even if the Su family is destroyed, they will remain oblivious. By the time they emerge, the winds of the Su family will have changed, and it will be too late for them to say anything. Su Chang'an was extremely excited but suddenly frowned. But is there any way to poison them? Su Buhui revealed a sinister smile. What day is it? 2 days from now. 2 days from now. Su Chang'an's eyes lit up. It's my 30th birthday. Su Buhui continued, although the Su family is not harmonious, at least on the surface, they have not torn their faces apart, and it's not wise to do so. On your 30th birthday, such an important occasion, Su Tianyi and others will definitely come to the banquet. They can't miss it, just like how all the celestial emperors came when Su Fengqiu ascended to the throne, didn't they? Huh. Father, this is brilliant. Su Chang'an laughed heartily. Su Buhui coldly laughed. With the help of the medicine god mountain, this battle is ours to win. There's no need to worry about Su Fengqiu's methods. They are useless. Su Chang'an said, when the time comes I will make him suffer, killing his family before his eyes. Huh. But father, what if there are unexpected events? Su Buhui replied, there will be no unexpected events. The ninefold blood chi powder won't be discovered. Can our Su family's doctors be inferior to those of the medicine god mountain? Although Su Fengqiu produced the Duanshang jeweling powder, this item was obtained through an opportunity. It doesn't mean he has the ability to refine it. Moreover, he was able to destroy the Misty Peak due to the might of the Supreme Celestial Emperor and taking them by surprise. To destroy the Medicine Emperor sect fundamentally relied on the Duanshang jeweling powder. Essentially, he is at the first stage of the Celestial Emperor, even though he has some extraordinary methods once he reveals his cards, and we are fully prepared. A first-stage Celestial Emperor cannot stir up much trouble. But Li Qianxue, even if she is extraordinary, how many stages of Celestial Emperor cultivation can she have? You also mentioned that her breath is disordered. She is not a threat. Su Chang'an said, I need to find a way to invite her to the birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. Father, I hope we can spare her life. I have seen her appearance. She is stunning, and I can't bear to kill her. At that time we will abandon her cultivation. You can keep this body for your use. Su Chang'an was delighted. Su Fengqiu walked through the grand Su family estate. He planned to gather some herbs from the medicinal garden to refine a pill for Li Qianxue, helping to calm the disordered blood energy within her. The Su family has 8 peaks. Each peak is home to many powerful individuals. Among them, 4 peaks are primarily inhabited by Su Fengqiu's faction. The other 4 peaks are mainly occupied by Su Buhui's faction. Young master. Young master. As he walked, some people also bowed to him. An elder spoke. Su Chang'an nodded, and then saw Su Fengqiu. Su Chang'an snorted coldly, not showing his current delight, to avoid raising An elder spoke. Su Chang'an nodded, and then saw Su Fengqiu. Su Chang'an snorted coldly, not showing his current delight, to avoid raising Su Fengqiu's suspicions. Su Chang'an walked over. Su Fengqiu, my 30th birthday is in 2 days. Will you come? Su Fengqiu replied, I can. Su Chang'an coldly laughed. I thought you wouldn't come. Although our relationship isn't good, we are still members of the Su family. I should go. Didn't we all attend your ascension to the throne on our 20th birthdays? Come or not is up to you. Anyway, I don't particularly welcome you, Su Chang'an said, employing a trap. Su Fengqiu smiled. Furthermore, how exactly did you deceive Li Qianxue? She believes you, I am well aware. You are ruining my good deeds. I will remember this. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Speaking of this, I haven't troubled you yet. You almost took advantage of my woman. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Nonsense. Su Fengqiu said lightly. Kneel and apologize. I will not hold it against you. You? Su Fengqiu, don't be too arrogant. Su Fengqiu unleashed the might of the Celestial Emperor. Thud. Su Chang'an was forced to kneel under the immense pressure. Apologize within 3 breaths, or I will make you lose an arm for the birthday celebration in 2 days. I keep my word. 3. You? Su Fengqiu. 2. Su Chang'an's face twisted in rage, gritting his teeth. It was my fault. Su Fengqiu let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Su Chang'an stood up, his eyes filled with malice. Su Fengqiu, I will let you live for 2 more days. I will make you pay back 1,000-fold. On the other side, Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly, as the favored son of fate triggering the task. Su Fengqiu was able to probe into Su Chang'an's life, including hearing his thoughts when they were face to face. Su Fengqiu coldly laughed. The ninefold blood chi powder, is it? 2 days later, a large number of people from the Su family gathered at the peak of the Su Buhui lineage. In the vast square, hundreds of tables were set up. Su Fengqiu, Su Tianyi, and others were also seated at the high places. This side was filled with the immortal emperors of the Su family. The 2 lineages combined had nearly 200 immortal emperors. Li Qianxue also arrived. She sat beside Su Fengqiu. Everything seemed harmonious. In reality, the internal strife within the Su family mirrored the conflicts of any powerful sect. At its core, it was a battle of the strong. In fights among the powerful, the victor usually dictates who prevails. Some people from the Su family were whispering among themselves. Su Chang'an's birthday, today's spectacle seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Indeed, theoretically, why would so many immortal emperors come for Su Chang'an's birthday? A few representatives from various factions would suffice. It's not as if it's the ascension of a young master to the throne. Although there's nothing wrong in principle, Su Chang'an doesn't have that much clout after all. That makes sense. Recently, the family head and the young master have been quite prominent. Su Buhui has made this birthday banquet rather grand, and having more participants raises his status and face. But why would so many immortal emperors give Su Buhui face? After all, our Su family is currently a target for criticism. Everyone knows about the internal discord. The family head likely hopes to stabilize the Su family with this display of unity. That makes sense. Who is the woman beside the young master? Many people also noticed Li Qianxue. It was hard not to. Everyone present were strong individuals. Even the immortal emperors were among the top on the continent. Li Qianxue sat quietly, not speaking or making any movements. Yet one could sense her extraordinary presence. An elder furrowed his brow. This girl is unfathomable. Sitting among the immortal emperors, why does the old man feel she does not quite belong in this scene, but rather seems like an individual in a painting? Could this girl be a supreme immortal emperor? Strange, although I have seen a supreme immortal emperor, I still feel that this girl's aura is more nuanced. What a peculiar matter. Su Buwei walked out holding a cup of wine. Everyone. Ha ha, today, I am very happy. My son Chang'an is celebrating his 30th birthday. I could have kept it low-key, but our Su family has been in the spotlight recently. I thought with double happiness, why not take this opportunity for everyone to gather? I am also grateful to everyone for giving me Su Buhui face. Today so many people from our Su family have come. This occasion is no less grand than when Qiu'er ascended to the throne. At this moment a group of maidservants began pouring wine for everyone. Su Tianyi stood up and said, as the family head, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words. Please, family head, Su Buhui replied. Su Tianyi said, upon learning of Chang'an's 30th birthday, I, as the family head, am also very pleased. Therefore I summoned everyone yesterday to discuss this matter leading to today's grand gathering of nearly 200 immortal emperors of the Su family. Yes, at that time Su Tianyi had gathered all the immortal emperors of their lineage. He only mentioned that everyone must participate in Su Chang'an's birthday. He did not openly disclose his knowledge of Su Bui's schemes, fearing there might be moles among them. In reality, during that banquet, they had already mixed the antidote of the ninefold blood breath powder refined by Su Fengqiu into their wine. That's right. Today they intended to turn the tables and unify the Su family. Su Tianyi declared, people say our Su family is in chaos. Today on Chang'an's birthday, with 200 immortal emperors and thousands of heavenly Dao practitioners gathered here, those rumors will shatter on their own. Su Buhui laughed heartily. My son's birthday, and the family head has brought so many immortal emperors to celebrate. This shows our bonds. We are all members of the Su family. We are family, even if 10,000 years pass, the same blood flows within us. Li Qianxue, sitting beside Su Fengqiu, elegantly took a sip of tea. The intrigues among the human race and the empty flattery truly opened her eyes. Su Tianyi proposed, I suggest everyone raise their cups and congratulate Chang'an on ascending to the throne and stepping onto the peak of the 9 continents. The future of our Su family depends on you young people. Everyone raised their cups and stood up. Su Buhui laughed. Come. This cup everyone drinks. Then Su Buhui and Su Chang'an tilted their heads back and drank it all in one go. Everyone else followed suit. Seeing everyone finish their drinks, Su Buhui secretly snickered. Su Tianyi, Su Fengqiu, today you are finished. Su Tianyi laughed. Ha ha, today we are happy, bring it on. 2 Su family members brought over a large barrel. Oh, family head, what does this mean? Su Tianyi smiled. Buhui, you must know the drink Junzi Xiao, right? Of course it is the favorite of wine lovers among the 9 continents, the drink beloved by the immortal wine master. On the day Qiu'er ascended to the throne, he had a cup and was enchanted by it. Su Buhui laughed. Su Tianyi said, today this Junzi Xiao is right before us. Oh, the family head even privately stored such a large barrel of Junzi Xiao. Su Buhui laughed. Su Tianyi looked at everyone and said loudly, over the years I've secretly stored a bit. Qiu'er used up 1 barrel, and recently is a good day, so this last barrel is for you all, half a cup each, there's no more after this. Thank you, family head, everyone chorused. Ha ha, come distribute it. Su Tianyi said. Su Buhui secretly snickered. Su Tianyi, it seems you are showing weakness. Right now you would never dare to let internal strife erupt in the Su family. Thus you are giving face by inviting so many immortal emperors. And you brought out Junzi Xiao. Isn't it just to make Su Buhui feel good, stabilizing him in the short term, ensuring he doesn't rebel? Hee. It's too late. Su Chang'an also sneered inwardly. He glanced at Su Fengqiu, especially noticing the dazzling Li Qianxue sitting beside him. It won't be long before he makes Su Fengqiu regret it. No wonder it's Junzi Xiao. Family head, I would rather not drink this half cup, but I'm afraid that after drinking it I will think about it day and night. Ha ha, Elder Yushan, if you want drink it, give it to me. Oh, that won't do. Ha ha ha. Su Fengqiu took a sip of Junzi Xiao and revealed a hint of a smile. Li Qianxue raised her glass, wanting to take a sip. She didn't know who the immortal wine master was, but it seemed this Junzi Xiao was quite famous. Qianxue better not drink this wine. Su Fengqiu said. Li Qianxue put down the jade cup. Why, oi? Su Fengqiu, it's poisonous. Li Qianxue. In an instant Li Qianxue seemed to understand everything. After a while Su Buhui stood up. Everyone, today I have an announcement to make. Upon these words many people were in an uproar. The family head is Su Tianyi. What does it mean for Su Buhui to proclaim himself as the family head? Su Tianyi's lips curled slightly. Su Buhui sneered and shouted, "From today onward, I Su Buhui am the head of the Su family. Su Tianyi the Grand Elder, do you have any objections?" As Su Bui's words fell, nearly 100 immortal emperors of his faction were taken aback. Su Buhui was finally going to rebel. But why did he not inform them beforehand? Indeed, the powerful figures of Su Bui's lineage were unaware. This was because Su Buhui feared that news might leak. Only he, his son, and 2 immortal emperors he absolutely trusted knew about this matter. As Su Bui's voice fell, an old man stood up. "Su Buhui, what is it? After enduring for so many years, have you finally reached your limit today, eh?" Su Buhui let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Ha, yes, today I can no longer endure. But what gives you?" Su Buhui revealed a smug expression. "Elder, I have witnessed your diligent service to the Su family over the years. You are from the same lineage as Su Tianyi, though separated by a millennium, your blood ties are not so close. I can spare you today. You will still be the Grand Elder of the Su family in the future." The Grand Elder replied, "Su Buhui, according to the rules of the Su family, you must be stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the Su family for this act today. The rules of the Su family. From today onward, the rules set by my lineage of Su Buhui shall be the true rules. Everyone, after enduring for so long today, stand with me and seize the power of the Su family." As his words fell, the strength of the immortal emperors from Su Bui's lineage erupted. Meanwhile, the immortal emperors of Su Fengqiu's lineage also instantly released their power. In the distance, those from the heavenly path were also present. Although they did not understand the situation, they naturally opposed each other. Under their feet, the vast mountain peak activated a powerful formation. This is the ninefold ceiling formation. Once this formation is activated, no one can leave regardless of victory or defeat. Even you, Su Fengqiu, will be helpless against this formation. Su Buhui said coldly. Then he glanced over. "Su Tianyi, Su Fengqiu, do you still have the mind to sit here?" Su Tianyi took a sip of wine and said lightly, "Su Buhui, do you think your people are stronger than mine?" "Huh, they are about the same, but what if all of you are poisoned?" Su Buhui laughed heartily. "What?" Upon hearing this, the immortal emperors of Su Tianyi's lineage were all startled. The nearly 100 immortal emperors of Su Tianyi's lineage did not know they had consumed the antidote the previous day. "Su Buhui, you despicable! Did you poison the wine?" The Grand Elder pointed at Su Buhui and shouted angrily. "Huh, is it despicable for my son to poison the royal drug sect while it is fine for me to do so?" Su Chang'an laughed loudly, saying, "Today I will reclaim everything I have lost." Su Fengqiu wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, stood up and squinted at them. "Let's call it a day. Perhaps we can try again in the next life." Su Chang'an laughed, and then pointed at Su Fengqiu, saying, "Su Fengqiu, do you know what I despise most about you? It is your calm demeanor, as if you are indifferent to any peril." "Huh, what are you pretending to be?" Also, Su Chang'an stared at Li Qiangshu's back. Everyone stood up. Li Qiangshu sat there slightly savoring her tea with her back to Su Chang'an. "After today, your fate will no longer be in your hands." Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly, saying, "Aren't you noble? Aren't you pure? Aren't you aloof? Then I shall make you a plaything for those beneath you. Ha ha. After today, your fate will no longer be in your hands." Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly, saying, "Aren't you noble? Aren't you pure? Aren't you aloof? Then I shall make you a plaything for those beneath you. Ha ha. Alright, Chang'an, it's a bit undignified to say that out loud," Su Buhui said smugly. Li Qiangshu did not respond at all, calmly sipping her tea. Seeing this scene, Su Chang'an angrily said, "How vexing. Su Fengqiu and Li Qiangshu both carry such calm expressions. I must see how calm they can remain." At this moment, Su Buhui said, "Everyone, you should already be feeling the effects of the poison. I will only kill the descendants of Su Tianyi. As for the others, if you wish to live, I, Su Buhui, will not kill you. After all, we are still family." The powerful figures exchanged glances, frowning. Have they been poisoned? No, right. They felt fine. Su Buhui also frowned. Something is off. Why does it seem like they are not affected at all? Each of them only frowned, but seemed not to be in. Suddenly, several immortal emperors besides Su Buhui spat out black blood, staggering back. Su Buhui was startled. "Su Baiming Chantian, Immortal Emperor, you." The two looked pained, saying, "Poison, we've been poisoned." "What?" Su Buhui was shocked. "No. Why are my own people poisoned? They had consumed the antidote for the ninefold blood essence powder. How come Su Buhui and the others are fine?" "Who?" At the same time, the powerful figures of Su Bui's lineage all spat out black blood. "You?" Su Buhui looked at this scene in disbelief. Sigh. Su Tianyi sighed deeply. "Su Buhui, we all give birth to sons. I can only say that my son inherits all the excellent traits of his father, while your son inherits all your flaws. Ah, the gap between sons." Su Fengqiu's lips twitched slightly. His father truly had a thick skin. "Pooh." Su Buhui spat out a mouthful of black blood, trembling as he pointed at Su Tianyi, saying, "Su Tianyi, you are despicable. Your Junzi laugh is poisonous. You poison us too." They had only consumed the antidote for the ninefold blood essence powder they had put in, but unexpectedly Su Tianyi had also poisoned them. Su Tianyi returned Su Bui's words without a change. It's fine for you to poison, but if the head of the family poisons, it's despicable. Impossible. Impossible. Su Chang'an's face was filled with disbelief. Why did their plan fail? Why were Su Fengqiu and the others not poisoned? Unless they had taken the antidote in advance. But the prerequisite to consuming the antidote is that they must know what would happen. How could they know? Moreover, a few immortal emperors from Su Tianyi's lineage were actually their people. They had not sent any news saying they had taken the antidote or knew of their plan. How could this be? Su Tianyi said, everyone during yesterday's discussion in the main hall about attending Su Chang'an's birthday banquet, the wine you drank contained today's antidote for the ninefold blood essence powder. Everyone suddenly understood and rejoiced. The head of the family is brilliant. The head of the family is brilliant. Su Tianyi said, it was not the head of the family but Xiao'er. The young master is brilliant. Su Tianyi said, as the head of the family, I know that some of you have defected to Su Bu. It's normal. You just chose the wrong side, but after all you are still from the Su family. Therefore this time I will not hold it against you. Since Su Bui's lineage does not value family ties, I will take this opportunity to completely eradicate these pests within the Su family. Cough cough. An old man who had been poisoned stepped forward saying, head of the family, I chose the wrong side, please forgive me. From now on the Su family will be united, and we will work together to fight for the rise of the Su family. Head of the family, we will fight for the rise of the Su family. Head of the family. They were all members of the Su family. The blood ties were actually quite distant. Over 10,000 years. Generations have already spanned 100 generations. Close relatives can marry after 3 generations. The blood ties of these 100 generations have long been too distant. It was just a matter of choosing sides. Some believe that the Su family should be decided by Su Tianyi now. Others believe that Su Buhui would eventually seize the power of the Su family. A battle was inevitable. In the current situation, who they fought for did not matter. They were all members of the Su family. Su Tianyi narrowed his eyes slightly and said, within 3 generations of Su Buhui today, we will kill them all. From the 3rd to the 10th generations, they will be expelled from the Su family. Those without second thought starting today, I Su Tianyi will give you equal treatment. Su Buhui, Su Chang'an, and the others felt their pupils constrict. Su Tianyi said, everyone obey the order, kill. Yes. A group of immortal emperors erupted with momentum, preparing to rush forward. Suddenly fluffy snow began to fall from the void. The ground quickly froze over. The terrifying might made over 100 immortal emperors tremble in fear. Even several 6th-stage immortal emperors could not help but be astonished. Everyone's gaze turned towards Li Qianxue, who had been sitting quietly. At this moment her flowing hair danced gently. Behind her 9 enormous fox tails swirled, radiating a dazzling white light. Seeing this, the crowd was taken aback. Such terrifying power. This aura seems to belong only to a 5th-tier immortal emperor. Why does it feel like a presence that even the supreme immortal emperor cannot possess? Who exactly is this girl? The Nine-Tails. Could she be from the legendary nine-tailed celestial fox clan? Could it be that this clan still exists in the world? Wait, why do I sense a faint presence of 10 tails? Li Qianxue's aura left nearly 200 immortal emperors in shock. Her single presence suppressed hundreds of immortal emperors. It was simply outrageous. Su Fengqiu looked at Li Qianxue and couldn't help but swallow. How exaggerated. One person's aura overshadowed nearly 200 immortal emperors. The immortal emperors already looked down upon the masses, and she seemed to belong to a completely different tier of existence. At this moment Li Qianxue was in Su Fengqiu's eyes the true embodiment of a celestial sister. Although she looked quite adorable, that was because she was indeed quite innocent and her memories were not intact. But she was a demon goddess. If she were to find out that he tricked her into thinking they were celestial partners, goodness, wouldn't he be skinned alive? Li Qianxue stood up, her pupils shimmering with an enchanting purple hue. Noble, elegant, and cold beyond measure. Li Qianxue's ethereal and noble voice echoed as if coming from a distant realm. Su family head, if Qianxue were to kill them, would it be justified? Su Tianyi was startled. Oh my goodness. When did my son manage to woo such a celestial sister? Is this someone he could truly be with? Su Tianyi had long sensed that Li Qianxue was extraordinary. He had thought she was a saintess from a powerful sect, or perhaps a peak master, or elder. If she were any more extraordinary, she might even be akin to Lu Yunyan. Could it get any more impressive? Now it seemed. My goodness. Let alone being his daughter-in-law. She could very well be older than his great-great-grandfather. This is a true celestial sister. His son is remarkable. No. It's not unjustified, Su Tianyi replied. Su Fengqiu asked, are you going to take action? Li Qianxue replied calmly. I have long been unable to hold back. Su Fengqiu chuckled inwardly. This Li Qianxue was truly adorable. She was noble, cold, and distant, yet she would suddenly reveal a pure and cute side. Moreover, she was very straightforward. She would say whatever was on her mind. Who would casually say, "I have long been unable to hold back." Li Qianxue had originally been deceived by Su Chang'an and had intended to take action, but she had held back. Killing was not necessary. However, earlier Su Chang'an had spoken disrespectfully to her. He even planned to take action against her. He even intended to make her his plaything. It was simply infuriating. Had she not possessed strength, had Su Fengqiu failed today, the consequences for her would have been unimaginable. Are all of them to be killed? Li Qianxue asked Su Fengqiu while looking at the 30-odd immortal emperors in front of her. Su Fengqiu nodded. Yes, but be cautious. Though they are poisoned, they remain immortal emperors and may still fight back desperately. I alone am sufficient, Li Qianxue said indifferently. In the next moment, a flash of cold light passed by. Su Fengqiu and the others felt their hair and clothes whip violently. When they looked again, their clothes and hair were all covered in a layer of frost. Su Fengqiu felt a deep sense of fear that came from his very soul. Su Bue roared, "Everyone! If we are to die today, we might as well fight to the death. Who knows, we might find a way to survive. Follow me, let's kill." Kill. Su Tianyi frowned and said to Su Fengqiu, "Qiu'er, do not encircle the enemy too tightly and do not press the desperate foe. Miss Qianxue might be in danger." Yes, Su Fengqiu nodded, but if Qianxue wishes to fight, I cannot stop her. The saying means that even if one has 100% certainty of victory over an enemy, there should be an opening left for the enemy to escape or a glimmer of hope to avoid desperate resistance or being bitten back. Su Fengqiu was also worried about this. Although they were poisoned and the situation seemed decided, if the 30-odd immortal emperors chose to fight to the death, they would still suffer losses. But the next second, Su Fengqiu opened his mouth. Li Qianxue faced the 30-odd immortal emperors fighting desperately, and she handled them as easily as if she were taking something from her pocket. The immense ultimate move that was being gathered was effortlessly blocked by her with just a single hand as she rushed forward. Absolute Spirit Hand. She also possessed Supreme Bone and the Absolute Spirit Hand. Wherever Li Qianxue went, no matter the tier of the Immortal Emperor or how strong their power, she could freeze them in it. What is this? Those Immortal Emperors who were originally ready to resist desperately were now trembling uncontrollably. Behind Li Qianxue, 9 enormous foxtails, each 100 meters long, swirled as a terrifying cold force erupted, stepping closer to the Immortal Emperors. The Immortal Emperors instinctively stepped back in fear. Let this Emperor kill. Why fear anything? 1/8 tier Immortal Emperor roared. The wind and clouds shifted and lightning flashed. A terrifying force bombarded Li Qianxue. Yet she walked towards them gracefully and coldly, as if entering a no man's land. The forces were all frozen as they approached. I do not believe in this evil. You are merely a 5th tier Immortal Emperor. The 8th tier Immortal Emperor roared, charging forward with a sword and 9 fire dragons. However, just as he was nearing Li Qianxue, the 9 fire dragons transformed into ice dragons. The 8th tier Immortal Emperor could no longer advance even an inch. On the contrary, with each step that Li Qianxue took, the 8th tier Immortal Emperor's sword hand and arm were rapidly frozen. Crack! His body turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. Su Fengqiu, this is just too fierce. Even a Supreme Immortal Emperor cannot do this, let alone she is only a 5th tier Immortal Emperor. Huh, could it be that you have a system too? This is too exaggerated. Is this what it means to be the child of destiny of the 9th tier? Becoming an Immortal Emperor is truly difficult. The Su family has over 100 Immortal Emperors, but the Su family is a 10th-century-old Imperial clan. Immortal Emperors are ranked in tiers. A single tier difference is like heaven and earth. Reaching the Immortal Emperor level, ascending a tier, might take thousands of years. Therefore, any sect may have several Immortal Emperors, but they are usually only 1st tier. Whoosh! Li Qianxue flashed and instantly traversed to the back of a group of Immortal Emperors. In that moment, everyone froze in place. Then their bodies were rapidly frozen. In the next second, Li Qianxue stood nobly while her 9 foxtails burst open fiercely behind her. Crash! The crowd of frozen Immortal Emperors shattered into pieces, turning into nothingness. Ding! The child of destiny, Su Chang'an, has been slain. You have received rewards: destiny value 500000, peak level sword, intent sealed dust sword technique. The crowd was shocked as they watched the scene before them. How did it feel like? This woman alone could annihilate their Su family. The purple hue in Li Qianxue's pupils faded. The foxtails were retracted. Everything returned to calm. However, the hearts of the crowd were anything but calm. At this moment, Li Qianxue staggered slightly. Whoosh! Su Fengqiu rushed over and immediately supported her. Are you alright? Su Fengqiu hurriedly asked. Li Qianxue weakly shook her head and fainted in Su Fengqiu's embrace. Father, I leave her in your care, Su Fengqiu said. Okay, no worries. You take care of Miss Qianxue quickly. Su Fengqiu carried Li Qianxue away. Su Fengqiu carried the unconscious Li Qianxue into his own secret training realm. This delicate body was slightly cool, soft, smooth, and faintly fragrant. Reluctantly, Su Fengqiu laid Li Qianxue on a cold jade bed and then removed her shoes. What a pair of perfect and flawless jade feet they were. Oh, I can't take it. Su Fengqiu hurriedly turned his eyes away. Although this delicate body was perfect and flawless, Su Fengqiu had no wicked thoughts at the moment. Su Fengqiu checked Li Qianxue's pulse beside her. His brows furrowed. Is it that serious? Su Fengqiu had always known that Li Qianxue's breath was chaotic and that she was injured within. However, it didn't feel particularly severe. Her complexion was not pale. It seemed that the impact on her was not significant. Now let's investigate. This was no ordinary injury. Su Fengqiu recalled. She had failed to ascend to divinity and was injured by the lightning tribulation. Her cultivation had regressed, and she bore heavy injuries. Although her injuries had healed, the countless hidden ailments caused by them were still affecting her constantly. The pulse was weak and her qi and blood surged. Earlier, in an attempt to relieve her immediate condition, he had made her qi and blood surge even more, which caused her to faint. The impact was not significant, as she would wake up after a while. However, she would often be in a state of considerable pain. Li Qianxue must have been aware of this, but she had never. In that case, at least a Tianqing blood spirit pill will be needed to effectively suppress her surging qi and blood. The Tianqing blood spirit pill is a 9th grade pill. There are probably very few people in the entire 9 continents who can refine it. Su Fengqiu certainly could, as he was a unique physician rewarded with the divine physician's sacred art. However, the spiritual materials required were all extremely rare. The others are manageable, but the Xian grade Bodhi spirit fruit, the holy grade Phoenix feather fire fruit, and the holy grade creation immortal ginseng are quite hard to obtain. Su Fengqiu pondered for a moment. Spiritual materials from the 1st to the 8th grade were relatively common. Upon reaching the 9th, 10th Xian grade and holy grade, they became nearly rare or extinct. The Phoenix feather fire fruit might be available in the Phoenix platform, considering he had tricked his future fiancé back. It's best to be attentive. Su Fengqiu began to refine the pills directly beside her. Based on the currently available spiritual materials, he refined some pills that could temporarily help suppress her qi and blood. In no time, Li Qianxue woke up. She sat up and looked at Su Fengqiu, who was refining pills not far away. 9 fire dragons circled around the cauldron. 9 dragons burning heaven alchemy technique. Li Qianxue's brows slightly furrowed. Although she remembered nothing, her amnesia was limited to her own experiences. Did I teach this too? Li Qianxue murmured to herself. After all, according to Su Fengqiu, his Xiantian poison tool was taught by her. The 9 dragons burning heaven alchemy technique was the pinnacle of alchemy on the continent, and she also knew it. Countless physicians desperately sought to obtain this technique. Pills are categorized from 1st to 10th grade, with the 10th grade being the divine pill. The same pill refined by different physicians varies in quality. The better the quality, the stronger the efficacy. A slight difference can lead to vast disparities. This is related to the physician's alchemy level. The 9 dragons burning heaven alchemy technique greatly enhances pill quality. It also aids in refining some powerful pills. Li Qianxue stood up and looked at Su Fengqiu from a distance. His medical skills were surprisingly strong. No wonder she had once favored a human boy. He truly is exceptional. As the pill thunder fell, Su Fengqiu blocked it with one hand, signifying the completion of the pills. The cauldron opened and a surge of spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance gushed out. Su Fengqiu walked over with several pills in hand. This is the 7th grade Great Return pill, which will temporarily suppress your current condition. For effective healing, a Tianqing blood spirit pill is required. Li Qianxue took the pill and frowned slightly. The Tianqing blood spirit pill seems to have no known formula anymore. I happen to know it. Li Qianxue glanced at Su Fengqiu. However, the required medicinal materials are indeed rare. Other than that, the Bodhi spirit fruit, the Phoenix feather fire fruit, and the creation immortal ginseng have not appeared on the continent for many years. I only have the Bodhi spirit fruit. Li Qianxue extended her hand, presenting a golden fruit in her palm. That's fine. You can keep it for now. Stabilize your qi and blood over the next few months, and I will look for— Thank you. Li Qianxue gave a slight bow. Su Fengqiu smiled. There's no need for politeness between us. You may stay here. This is my training ground, and only I can enter or exit. Li Qianxue inclined her body. Then I will not disturb you. Take good care of yourself. After Su Fengqiu finished speaking, he turned to leave. Su Gongzi. Li Qianxue suddenly called out. If there's anything, feel free to tell me. Su Fengqiu looked at her. With a whoosh, at the next moment, 9 ethereal foxtails behind her suddenly spread wide. Then the foxtail phantoms merged together, enveloping Li Qianxue and Su Fengqiu. This scene was extraordinarily beautiful. The foxtails dissipated. Li Qianxue's slender fingers pointed at Su Fengqiu's forehead. A holy light of the holy grade slowly faded. Qianxue, why did you transmit the power of the 9-fold sacred spirit body to me? Su Fengqiu asked with a smile. The 9-fold sacred spirit body is one of Li Qianxue's physiques. In addition to other effects, the ninefold sacred spirit body is the purest body in the world. All impurities cannot harm the ninefold sacred spirit body. Spirit restrictions, mental type, eye techniques, charm techniques, soul techniques, curses, and so on. Especially those evil techniques and the powers of ghost infants refined from them are very strong, but dare not approach the ninefold sacred spirit body in the slightest. In simple terms, while the evil powers in this world are indeed strong and difficult to guard against, they cannot harm the ninefold sacred spirit body. Yet Li Qianxue transmitted the power of her ninefold sacred spirit body to Su Fengqiu. This power can be passed down to one person every 1,000 years. It can be considered a major protective talisman for Su Fengqiu against unknown evil powers. Li Qianxue retracted her hand and did not directly answer Su Fengqiu's question, but said lightly, "Be careful of danger." Li Qianxue admitted that during their short time together, coupled with her belief that Su Fengqiu was her once celestial partner, her sealed heart had experienced some ripples. "Don't worry, focus on your recovery. Su Gongzi, take care." Su Fengqiu left the secret realm. Ding. Li Qiangshu's affection for you 15, current affection 30, friendly. Ding. Li Qiangshu's affection for you reached 20, rewarding you with heavenly punishment technique. The simple heavenly punishment technique revealed something extraordinary. Su Fengqiu knew that these affection rewards were usually quite strong. Heavenly punishment technique, named for its defiance against the heavens, it uses slaughter to attract heavenly punishment, and by heavenly punishment, it proves the heavenly path. When operating the heavenly punishment technique, it can absorb the power of all recently deceased warriors around, used to enhance one's own cultivation. The stronger the warrior, the greater the enhancement. Su Fengqiu slightly furrowed his brows. According to the introduction of the heavenly punishment technique, does this not amount to a form of wicked art? Typically, wicked arts rely on absorbing the vital blood essence and cultivation of others to enhance oneself. It can even devour souls. In short, the cost is murder. The heavenly punishment technique on the surface is indeed a method of self-enhancement through killing. It will certainly make one strong, albeit quite brainless. However, unlike typical wicked arts, the heavenly punishment technique should have no side effects. It is a means of elevating one's realm as a reward from the system. Unfortunately, I came too late. If the heavenly punishment technique had arrived earlier at the Misty Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect with so many powerful beings, and even immortal emperors, Su Fengqiu would not know how many realms he could have ascended. But it is not a matter of great significance. The Su family has already been purged. Su Tianyi will be very busy for a while. Su Chang'an and Su Buhui, the 3 generations of strong, have all been killed. Women and children, or those deemed unimportant, were expelled from the Su family. The resources of Su Bui's lineage have all been consolidated by Su Tianyi. In addition to the resources from the Misty Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect, the Su family has gained much in just a few days. Moving forward, making the Su family stronger will rely on the allegiance of other powerful beings. In these past few days, apart from the strong from the Medicine Emperor sect, that Su Fengqiu has subdued, no other powerful beings have allied with them. This is because everyone feels that the Su family is currently the target of public criticism, strong, yet too glaring. Who knows when they might suddenly disappear? For now, they do not dare to easily join the Su family's forces. Su Fengqiu sat in the courtyard of Shaoli. Peak-level sword, intent, sealing, dust sword art. This is the reward from Su Chang'an. For a swordsman's sword, intent is of utmost importance. The sealing dust sword art is an even more powerful sword technique. Su Fengqiu's strength has once again received a significant boost. The Medicine God Mountain. Su Fengqiu rhythmically tapped on the table, deep in thought. This matter must also be attributed to the Medicine God Mountain. Without their instigation, Su Bui's lineage would not have acted, nor would it have led to the unification of the Su family. However, their original intention was to eliminate Su Fengqiu. The Medicine God Mountain will have to be kept for a while. After all, a divine level force is indeed not to be trifled with. No rush. Su Fengqiu can start preparing for something. Just then, ding. Detected the child of fortune. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Child of fortune, Gu Changxing. Tianming value 689006. Dear child of fortune. Age 29. Bloodline human race. Physique, Tianjue divine vein. Realm 8th tier of the heavenly Dao realm. Combat power score, 88. Introduction 6th tier child of fortune, Tianjue divine vein of martial arts, young master of the Gu family, a 10th ascendier Imperial lineage, cultivates at an astonishing speed, renowned as one of the 4 great talents of the 9 continents, the future sage of literature in the 9 continents, with an extraordinary background. Gu Changsheng. This name carries great renown. Su Fengqiu is quite familiar with him. One could say they belong to the same generation of young talents. They are also geniuses of the same echelon. Previously, even when Su Fengqiu ascended to the Immortal Emperor realm, everyone still placed them in the same tier. This is because Gu Changsheng has already reached the 8th tier of the heavenly Dao realm. It will not be long before he ascends to the Immortal Emperor realm. The Gu and Su families are both ancient imperial lineages of the 8th heaven. However, in recent years the Gu family has been on the rise, while the Su family has been on the decline, leading to an increasing gap between them. I wish to trigger a child of fortune like Feng. Su Fengqiu complained. Starting with a broken engagement, or being a waste at the outset. For some reason, Su Fengqiu feels that dealing with a child of fortune, like the protagonists in those novels, is much more satisfying. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the quest. Gu Changsheng's Tianming value returns to 0. Quest rewards Tianming value, 1 million system value, 50 million, randomly 1 piece of Xiantian sacred artifact. Xiantian sacred artifact. Su Fengqiu's eyes lit up. Legends of the continent speak of the 10 great Xiantian sacred artifacts. All of them are extraordinary existences. One can imagine how exaggerated they are compared to the Xiantian poison artifacts. However, half of these 10 Xiantian sacred artifacts are scattered across the world with their locations unknown. Only a few are in the hands of top-tier forces. This reward could actually grant him a Xiantian sacred artifact. At that moment Xiao Li came over holding a spiritual fox, her eyes slightly red. She saw from afar that Su Fengqiu was sitting in the courtyard where she resided, and Xiao Li was quite surprised. She quickly turned to leave. Come here, Su Fengqiu called out. Xiao Li set down the spiritual fox, and slowly walked in front of Su Fengqiu with her head lowered. Xiao Li softly said, Young master. Su Fengqiu stood up, walked in front of Xiao Li, and gently lifted her delicate chin. Su Fengqiu sat down. Speak. It's just a small matter, young master, need not worry, Xiao Li replied. Even without Xiao Li saying, Su Fengqiu already knew the reason. After all, he could hear her thoughts. It's about Gu Changsheng, Su Fengqiu said. Ah, how do you know, young master? Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's go, I will seek justice for you, Su Fengqiu said. Xiao Li anxiously replied. Young master, there's no need, it's not a big deal, really not necessary. She felt she was merely a maid. It wasn't anything particularly significant, she was just a bit wronged and hadn't intended to tell anyone. Xiao Li also did not expect Su Fengqiu to be in her small courtyard. Moreover, Xiao Li knew that the Gu family was very powerful. She also understood Su Fengqiu's temperament. She feared that her minor issues might cause some trouble. Su Fengqiu said nothing, but walked away. Young master. Xiao Li hurriedly chased after him in a flustered manner. Inside the Su family's main hall, Gu Changsheng sat there. A maid brought tea. The grand elder Su Tianhai was entertaining him. After all, he is the young master of the Gu family, and his status is indeed high. But it was not Su Tianyi's place to entertain him. Su Tianhai was able to handle the situation adequately. Young friend Changsheng, you come to my Su family without prior notice. I wonder what brings you here. Gu Changsheng smiled and said, Senior Tianhai, I merely came to catch up with Su brother. It has been a year since we last met. Recently I have heard of Su brother's legendary deeds, and specially came to express my admiration. I see I do not know if the young master has the time. In that case, I will send someone to inquire, the elder said. No need, no need. It is my sudden visit. I am afraid of disturbing Su brother. By the way, I heard that a remarkable young woman entered the Su family a few days ago. Is that true? Su Tianhai understood his intention. Do you know Miss Li, young friend Changsheng? Haha, just an acquaintance, merely inquiring. Gu Changsheng said lightly. I do not know much either. You should inquire with the young master, the elder said. Suddenly, Su Fengqiu pushed open the hall doors and walked in. Upon seeing Su Fengqiu, Gu Changsheng also stood up with a smile, then cupped his fists. Su brother, long time no see. Then Gu Changsheng's brow furrowed suddenly. This was because he saw Xiao Li following behind Su Fengqiu. Gu Changsheng stood outside Liuzhou City, gazing at Li Qianxue, who resembled a celestial maiden. Even though her face was partially veiled, Gu Changsheng could tell she was extraordinary. A woman with just a hint of her delicate demeanor stirred emotions within Gu Changsheng. Shortly after, he saw Li Qianxue arriving at the Su family. He waited outside the Su family for 2 or 3 days, but did not see Li Qianxue come out. During this time, he seemed to have witnessed a powerful battle erupting within the Su family. Today, Gu Changsheng could no longer wait, his heart itching with curiosity. He decided to visit the Su family to find out who that woman truly was. He wanted to know her. Then he saw a young girl. Dressed plainly, he never expected that upon closer inspection, she would be so beautiful. Even though she had yet to fully blossom and lacked luxurious garments, to Gu Changsheng this girl's beauty was indeed astonishing. With just a little adornment, one could say she might rank among the top celestial maidens. Gu Changsheng approached her to strike up a conversation, only to discover she was a maid of the Su family. This revelation shocked Gu Changsheng. Knowing she was merely a lowly maid, he revealed his true self. He explicitly stated his intention to ask the Su family for the girl, wanting her to serve as his maid. He even reached out to touch the maid's face. The maid, Xiao Li, frightened, hurried away towards the Su family. Seeing her timid demeanor only brought more delight to Gu Changsheng. In a lewd tone, he remarked, You can't escape a mere maid. I tell the Su family they won't care about you, and they'll take you back to be my warm bed maid, haha. After all, she was just a maid. Gu Changsheng's true self being exposed didn't matter. No one would pay attention to a maid, nor would anyone heed her words. A small maid had no voice. Xiaoli felt humiliated, both wronged and frightened. Moreover, being inherently delicate, she couldn't help but redden her eyes, and was then seen by Su Fengqiu. Gu Changsheng did not expect Su Fengqiu to bring her along. Could it be that she was Su Fengqiu's maid? Gu Changsheng's brow then relaxed. So what? She was just a maid. Gu Changsheng greeted him, but Su Fengqiu ignored him and walked straight towards Gu Changsheng. Su brother, it has been a while since we last met. Why are you ignoring me? Gu Changsheng smiled and said. Su Fengqiu approached Gu Changsheng and then slapped him hard. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed, sending Gu Changsheng flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoli covered her mouth, shocked and frightened. Then she looked at Su Fengqiu in disbelief, her beautiful eyes shimmering. The young master actually struck Gu Changsheng for her. Even the elder Su Tianhai was startled by Su Fengqiu. What the hell? What's going on with the young master? Gu Changsheng stood up, pointing angrily at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu sneered coldly. The so-called 4 great talents of the 9 continents, handsome and gentlemanly Gu brother, actually has the gall to speak filth against a young girl. Gu Changsheng was renowned in the 9 continents for his gentlemanly demeanor, unassuming, and even took in stray animals to care for them on his master peak. Many women admired him, deeming him a perfect male god. Gu Changsheng's gaze narrowed, glaring at Xiaoli. How dare this girl tell Su Fengqiu about the matter? How could she? Didn't she think that if she spread such words and tarnished his reputation, what if he decided to... Gu Changsheng's eyes fixed on Su Fengqiu. No matter what, Su Fengqiu, this has nothing to do with you. I will remember. Does Gu brother think that teasing my maid doesn't concern me? Just a mere maid. If Su Fengqiu has an issue with me, he could find another reason. Isn't this reason a bit hypocritical, Su brother? Smack. Su Fengqiu gave Gu Changsheng another slap. 2A. Gu Changsheng spat out a bloodied tooth, pointing at Su Fengqiu and scolding Su Fengqiu. What do you want to do? Su Fengqiu said indifferently, a mere maid. Then I will marry Xiaoli tomorrow. Does Gu brother still think she is just a maid? Xiaoli's eyes turned red, her small mouth slightly agape as she looked at Su Fengqiu's retreating figure. Su Tianhai opened his mouth. Oh, what? Gu Changsheng's pupils constricted. What? Could it be that this girl is Su Fengqiu's woman? No. Does that mean Su Fengqiu intends to marry his maid? Wait a minute. This isn't important. What matters is that Xiaoli is now Su Fengqiu's celestial partner. Even if she is a concubine, she is still a celestial partner. If this news spreads, Gu Changsheng would be ridiculed by the entire 9 continents, becoming a laughingstock. Su Fengqiu said, You Gu Changsheng have harassed my celestial partner. Do you have any objections to these 2 slaps? Gu Changsheng's face darkened. Su brother, marrying a maid? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world? Su Fengqiu chuckled. Do you want to give it a try? Gu Changsheng understood Su Fengqiu's meaning. Gritting his teeth, he decided to endure the anger and bowed his fist to Su Fengqiu. Su brother, these 2 slaps I deserved. Does Gu brother realize the mistake? Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth. Yes. Please understand, Su brother, I was unaware and acted rashly, so I will take my leave. After saying that, Gu Changsheng prepared to leave. Su Fengqiu stood with his hands behind his back. Did I allow Gu brother to leave? Gu Changsheng frowned and stopped. Does Su brother have something else? Su Fengqiu said, These 2 slaps have not yet relieved my anger. Will Gu brother take action himself, or shall I do it? You. Gu Changsheng pointed at Su Fengqiu, gritting his teeth. Su Fengqiu, leave a line for others to follow so we can meet again in the future. Su Fengqiu's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand, placing an incense stick against the wall, fixing his gaze on Gu Changsheng. If my anger is not quelled within the time it takes for this incense to burn, I will have to inform the Gu family to collect your corpse. Elder Su Tianhai was startled. Gu Changsheng was about to say something like, What are you? Your Su family cannot compare to my Gu family. Do you dare to kill me? But then he recalled Su Fengqiu's recent actions. He dared not speak out. He truly feared that Su Fengqiu would resort to lethal force. All right. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists. I will do it myself. Su Fengqiu smiled. Please. Smack. Following that, Gu Changsheng slapped himself hard. The force was considerable, drawing blood. Smack. He continuously slapped himself. Su Fengqiu sat there sipping tea and said lightly, Gu brother, if you do not release your spiritual power, I seriously doubt your sincerity in apologizing. Crack. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists, then released his spiritual power. Smack. This slap nearly knocked him out. He glanced at Su Fengqiu, who was gently blowing on his tea. Smack. Gu Changsheng received another slap, losing a few more teeth. Su brother, is that enough to relieve your anger? Gu Changsheng asked. Su Fengqiu did not answer, but glanced at the incense. Smack. Smack. This slap sent him flying. Xiaoli stood there, her head down, not daring to look. Cough. Gu Changsheng coughed up blood and got up, looking at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu still showed no reaction. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, increasing the force as he slapped himself again. His body spun around several times, crashing heavily against the wall of the grand hall. Gu Changsheng, bloodied, managed to get up, straining to open his eyes and look at Su Fengqiu. Yet he found Su Fengqiu still unresponsive. He looked again at the spot where the incense was burning. Suddenly, Su Fengqiu tossed over a sword. You. Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth, trembling as he picked up the sword. Resolutely he stabbed it in. Ah! He screamed in agony looking at Su Fengqiu. Still there was no reaction. Su Fengqiu. Gu Changsheng's fists clenched tightly. Then he picked up the sword again, aiming for his abdomen. Swish! The sword pierced through his lower abdomen. Puffed! Gu Changsheng spat out blood, stumbling backward. He wouldn't die? He knew how to find a non-fatal spot. Shall I ask you, is that place a vital point? Su Fengqiu asked casually. No. It's not. Shao Li shook her head. Su Fengqiu nodded. How could Gu Changsheng not understand Su Fengqiu's intention? He wanted him to stab himself in a vital area. Even though he could ensure his survival, that would be far too serious. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Changsheng gripped his fists, picking up the sword, his right hand slightly trembling. Then he thrust it forcefully into his innards. Su Fengqiu smiled, then stood up and walked over. Gu brother, I see your sincerity. Get up. Su Fengqiu reached out his hand to him. Gu Changsheng weakly. Su Fengqiu pulled, but suddenly let go. Thud! Gu Changsheng fell down. A cry of agony echoed once more. Sorry, my hand slipped, Su Fengqiu said. Gu Changsheng struggled to stand up, swallowed a pill, and stumbled out. His head had turned into a swollen mess. Gu brother, take care, Su Fengqiu said with a smile. The Grand Elder Su Tianhai dared not to speak. Normally, as the Grand Elder of the Su family, his authority and status should be higher than Su Fengqiu's. However, due to Su Fengqiu's recent fierce actions, the Grand Elder subconsciously did not stop him, even though he felt that Su Fengqiu's previous behavior was overly reckless. Yet he was somewhat hesitant to intervene. Ahem, Chior. Grand Elder, Su Fengqiu clasped his fist. I won't say much more, I trust you can make the right judgment. If anything arises, consult with the family head more often. Su Fengqiu nodded. Please rest assured, Grand Elder. Su Tianhai glanced at Shao Li before exiting the Great Hall. Su Fengqiu ruffled Shao Li's hair, saying, It's all right now. If anyone bullies you, remember to tell me. If you can handle it yourself, then just kill them. You have me backing you. Shao Li softly trembled as she replied, Thank you, young master. Let's go, Su Fengqiu said. Shao Li obediently followed behind him. Shao Li truly did not expect that Su Fengqiu would teach Gu Changsheng a lesson for her sake. Gu Changsheng was no small character. Su Fengqiu's actions left Shao Li both astonished and deeply touched, especially when he said they could get married. This made her heart race like a startled deer, feeling both shy and nervous. Ding! Shao Li's affection for you has reached 50 developing feelings. The higher the affection, the harder it becomes to increase. Su Fengqiu's kindness towards Shao Li was not merely to gain affection, it was undoubtedly heartfelt. Su Fengqiu. In a cave, Gu Changsheng, covered in blood, opened his eyes filled with resentment. In terms of status and identity, he was equal to Su Fengqiu. In terms of background, the Gu family was much stronger than the Su family. However, he was treated by Su Fengqiu as if he were an ant. He had lost half his life at the Su family. Yet, Gu Changsheng was bullied in such a manner that he could not even tell others, nor could he report it to the Gu family. At least on the surface, he could not seek revenge on Su Fengqiu. Why? His weaknesses were in Su Fengqiu's hands. In the eyes of the world, Gu Changsheng was a perfect gentleman. If he were to completely tear the facade, Su Fengqiu would make this matter public. Gu Changsheng would then become a disgrace to the Gu family and a laughingstock to the world. This was also one of the reasons he complied with Su Fengqiu's wishes in the Great Hall. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists. You wait, I will find a way to repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold. No, it wouldn't do. His injuries were too severe. He had to return to the Gu family, or he might die. The Gu family, with its ancient imperial lineage, saw a group of powerful figures gathered at the young master's peak. Gu Changsheng's father Gu Fengqiu hurriedly rushed over. Family head, everyone bowed. How is Changsheng's injury? Gu Fengqiu asked anxiously. An elder shook his head. His life is not in danger, but what? The elder replied. The young master's injuries seem to be the result of prolonged beating. The assailant does not intend to take his life, but rather to torment him. It appears to be someone who harbors intense hatred towards the young master, or our Gu family. Gu Fengqiu's eyes filled with killing intent as he rushed into the room. Changsheng. Father. Gu Changsheng weakly uttered. Who did this? Gu Changsheng asked. This? He wanted to say it was Su Fengqiu's doing, but he didn't. His wings, his reputation, he cared too much. Gu Changsheng slightly shook his head. I do not know them. You are upright, support the weak, kind-hearted, never make enemies. It is impossible that you have provoked someone. Gu Fengqiu pondered for a moment. Such torture was not meant to kill him. What was the purpose? The goal was to threaten the Gu family, to give them a warning. Or to threaten someone in the Gu family, such as Gu Fengqiu. What characteristics did this person have? Gu Fengqiu asked again. Gu Changsheng casually fabricated, dressed in black robes, wearing a mask. I truly do not know. Not daring to reveal their true identity means they are someone we are familiar with. Rest well. Gu Fengqiu finished speaking and then walked out. Gu Chongqing clenched his fist. Even if his father spent manpower to investigate, it would not be in vain. He would find an opportunity to take revenge himself. After Gu Fengqiu left, his face was filled with rage. Send the order of the family head, gather the Gu family, and destroy the Shi family. The ancient Imperial Shi family had been the Gu family's longtime enemy, with numerous grievances. Resource competition, worldly grievances. Moreover, the head of the Shi family had once pursued the same woman as Gu Fengqiu, becoming sworn enemies. In the end, Gu Fengqiu pursued this woman and had Gu Chongqing. But over the years, in order to develop, they naturally would not clash heated. Just a few days prior at an auction, Gu Fengqiu competed with Shi Sandao, the head of the Shi family, for a treasure, frequently raising bids. In the end, Gu Fengqiu won. After the auction, Gu Fengqiu brought people to humiliate Shi Sandao, saying he could not win her in the past, and now a child had been born. In competing for resources, he could not win, and he certainly could not win in the auction for auction items. Then Shi Sandao, humiliated and angry, had a dozen strong figures from both families engage in battle. Afterwards, Shi Sandao was furious and vowed to retaliate. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this Shi Sandao's revenge? He did not dare to kill Gu Chongqing for fear that Gu Fengqiu would act recklessly. But now Gu Fengqiu wanted Shi Sandao to realize he had picked the wrong person to provoke. The Shi family. Family head. It's bad. The Gu family has gone mad. Gu Fengqiu has brought over 1,000 heavenly Dao experts and over 100 immortal emperors. Even the ancestors of the Gu family have come out heading straight for my Shi family. What? Shi Sandao stood up. Gu Fengqiu has gone mad. Though the two families had enmity, they both understood that once a fight broke out, it would be bad for everyone. What is happening? Shi Sandao frowned. How could the Gu family suddenly attack my Shi family? Don't they fear mutual destruction? What on earth is going on? Does anyone know? Gu Fengqiu led over 100 immortal emperors from the Gu family, arriving with great momentum. This also caused a tremor across the continent. Fengqiu had just stirred the eightfold heaven into chaos. How could the Gu family and Shi family be about to fight again? Shi Sandao? Get the hell out here. Gu Fengqiu roared. The protective formation of the Shi family had already activated. Shi Sandao looked down at them with a group of strong figures. Gu Fengqiu, what the hell kind of medicine did you take? Shi Sandao? A good name, you two-faced three-knife Shi Sandao. Do you still have any face left? You beat my son Chongqing to near death. Do you think that not killing my son means I won't move against your Shi family? Today I will make you all regret it. Shi Sandao frowned. Gu Fengqiu, what do you mean? When did I ever attack Chongqing? Don't slander me. Dare to do, but not to admit it, huh? Today I, Gu Fengqiu, will bloodily wash your Shi family. Shi Sandao gritted his teeth. You Gu Fengqiu want to add charges without reason. If you want to attack my Shi family, at least find a reasonable excuse. The auction incident, you mock me in front of me, and I am still not calmed down. Now you come to attack my Shi family. Do you really think I am easy to bully? In the eightfold heaven, the Gu family and the Shi family clashed in a fierce battle that darkened the skies and shook the earth, with strange phenomena persisting throughout. The conflict raged for 2 days and nights. Ultimately, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The Shi family incurred slightly greater losses, yet the Gu family was unable to conquer them. Despite the Gu family's superiority, the Shi family was protected by a millennium-old protective array. In a direct confrontation, it was indeed challenging to breach their defenses. As the attacking party, the Gu family had already achieved victory by inflicting greater losses on the Shi family. It was also due to the intervention of the heavenly feather saint of the eightfold heaven, coupled with the significant losses suffered, that both sides cooled down. This clan war concluded rather abruptly. At the same time, it made everyone realize an important truth: in battles of such magnitude between powers of this level, determining a victor without special means is indeed very difficult. The Immortal Emperor is truly terrifying and difficult to fall. This also proves just how extraordinary Fengqiu's strength is, as he single-handedly annihilated a royal-level sect. Ding. The Gu family's vitality has been severely wounded. Gu Chongqing's fate value 0. Your system value 0. Fengqiu, who was in meditation, opened his eyes. The severe wounding of the Gu family's vitality and the loss of Gu Chongqing's fate value are reasonable. A minor loss is also expected. After all, it was merely a severe injury, not total destruction. It's not important, because Fengqiu has yet to take action against Gu Chongqing. It's time to head to the Phoenix platform. The Phoenix feather fire tangs required for the Tianqing blood spirit pill might only be available there. Another ingredient, the creation immortal ginseng, would require some additional time to find. Fengqiu stood up. Shaoli ran over, standing in front of Fengqiu with a lively demeanor. Young master. Another ingredient, the creation immortal ginseng, would require some additional time to find. Fengqiu stood up. Shaoli ran over, standing. Yair. Su Tianyi gently caressed the tombstone, as if stroking a woman's hair. Recently, the Su family's affairs have been numerous, and I've come less frequently. Last time I told you that our Chioer had advanced to the Immortal Emperor, and this time I have many more good news to share with you. Our Xiao'er has grown up, and is now capable of standing on his own, able to annihilate royal-level forces by himself, saving our lineage from dire straits, and unifying the Su family. Do you know? Ha, that brat Xiao'er has set his sights on Xiaoli. Do you remember Xiaoli? The abandoned baby girl we brought home 16 years ago. She has grown up beautifully, no wonder Xiao'er would take a liking to her. As he laughed, tears silently flowed from Su Tiany's eyes. But why is it that Xiao'er has taken a fancy to Xiaoli? I have always harbored resentment towards her. I know I shouldn't, but... Sigh. Yair. Su Tiany clung to the tombstone, collapsing there as he sobbed drunkenly. Why are you so cruel? It's been 16 years. My mind is filled with thoughts of you I am unable to cultivate, and each night I drink myself to sleep only wishing to see you again. Why? Why have you never appeared in my dreams? I beg you. Could you come to me in my dreams? Yair. At this moment, he was no longer the formidable head of the Su family. I beg you. Could you come to me in my dreams? That brat Xiao'er is nothing like me. Despite not being married, yet he seems to be quite the sentimental person, which isn't bad. Once Xiao'er takes over the Su family, and can truly stand on his own, I will come to accompany you. It's almost time. In the distance, Su Fengqiu and Xiaoli stood watching Su Tiany. Although Xiaoli did not understand the situation, she could roughly guess what was happening. The family head. Su Fengqiu looked ahead and said, all these years my father has never walked out from the shadow of my mother's departure. But the family head usually seems. Su Fengqiu said bitterly, that's because he is the head of the family of father a man. He has a group of people to protect. If he were to fall, Su Buhui, who covets the Su family's power, would have struck long ago. He can only maintain a facade of strength in front of others, yet every night, he must drink himself to sleep, waking the next day to use spiritual power to awaken the effects of alcohol. This is something I accidentally discovered. Su Fengqiu held flowers and walked over with Xiaoli following behind. Su Tiany heard the noise, stood up, and quickly wiped his eyes. Su Fengqiu and Xiaoli placed the flowers before the tombstone. The wind today is really strong, blowing sand into my father's eyes. Xiaoli, did you get sand in your eyes too? Su Tiany looked at Xiaoli. Xiaoli's big eyes were red as she looked at Su Tiany, her little mouth pouting as tears streamed down. Family head. Xiaoli was naturally sensitive. She easily cried over small matters. Where was the demeanor of a powerful figure in the divine sea realm? She was also touched by Su Tiany's deep affection. Xiao'er quickly comforted Xiaoli. Su Fengqiu nodded. Su Tiany waved his hand and then walked away. Su Fengqiu held Xiaoli in his arms. Young master, why did the matriarch leave? It's been 16 years since that incident. At that time I was not present. My father said she was killed by an enemy, and he has already avenged her, but... Su Fengqiu shook his head. I still feel that it is not that simple. I remember my father saying that my mother was once recognized as the #1 fairy in the 9 continents. In my memories, she was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. It must be so. Young master should find the current #1 fairy of the 9 continents to marry. The matriarch would be very happy. Xiaoli said softly. Su Fengqiu pinched Xiaoli's cheek. Are you indirectly rejecting me? No. Xiaoli quickly shook her head. How could I, Xiaoli, be worthy of the young master? I only hope to serve by your side and be content with that. But I am not easily satisfied. Xiaoli shyly lowered her head. Su Fengqiu looked at the tombstone. Mother, rest assured, I will find a way to help father emerge from the shadows. A month later, Su Fengqiu had solidified most of his realm. His prior rapid advancement meant that the remaining progress would require some top-tier heavenly and earthly spiritual items or pills to supplement. Ding. Chu Ran's realm has advanced to the law realm, with the god of killing technique and the dustless sword technique reaching initial mastery. Fate value, your system value, 0. The system notification came through, and Su Fengqiu nodded in satisfaction. Within a month, Chu Ran successfully reached the law realm. His fate value was also increasing, and once it reached the 4th-tier child of destiny, Su Fengqiu would receive further rewards. Su Fengqiu exited the secret realm and came to the young master pavilion courtyard. Big brother Su. Chu Ran rushed over hurriedly bowing. Chu Ran has advanced to the law realm, with the god of killing technique and dustless sword technique, both reaching initial mastery. Not bad, you have solidified your realm, right? I have solidified it. The law realm can be considered the initial step into the realm of minor power, but it won't be enough in the 8-fold heaven. Go to the 4-fold heaven to train for a while. I will give you a year. In this year, I hope to hear your name, Chu Ran, in the 8-fold heaven. His powers as the god of killing are also gradually awakening. Su Fengqiu provided him with suitable sword techniques and the god of killing technique. The rest would depend on him. Understood. Set off immediately. Chu Ran hesitated for a moment. Speak your mind. Nothing else. Su Fengqiu nodded. Outside the Su family, Chu Ran glanced back reluctantly once more. This journey would last a year, and he was uncertain if he would survive. Before leaving, he still did not see Xiaoli. Perhaps this would be their last meeting. Chu Ran took out the bottle of immortal drunkenness that Xiaoli had gifted him, carefully placing it into his spatial ring. I cannot let Big Brother Su down. Chu Ran turned and set off. Chu Ran. A voice suddenly called from behind. Chu Ran shivered and turned to look. Shaoli descended from the void. This is something the young master entrusted me to give you, not much, just a few pills and talismans for emergencies along with a set of martial arts. The rest depends on you. Chu Ran accepted it and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Shaoli. It's nothing, just be careful. We will meet again in a year. Chu Ran nodded vigorously. By the way, is the immortal drunkenness delicious? Shaoli smiled. Chu Ran scratched his head. It's good, very good. Have you finished it? Shaoli asked. Chu Ran took out the bottle of immortal drunkenness. Not yet. Shaoli took it and shook it. Hey, why is there only a sip left? Do you not like to drink? It's okay, there are many other delicious wines. I will head back now, waiting for your good news. Shaoli handed the immortal drunkenness back to Chu Ran, waved, and walked away. Chu Ran held the immortal drunkenness in his hands, glancing at Shao Li's departing figure, murmuring to himself, it's not that I dislike it, but rather, I like it too much. This is the best drink in the world, and this is the only one. After securing it, Chu Ran bowed to the Su family, and then sped off into the distance. The following day, Lu Yunyan arrived at Su Fengqiu's young master pavilion. Su Fengqiu had already informed Su Tianyi in advance. Otherwise, how dare Su Tianyi allow Lu Yunyan to seek out his own son? A long-standing mystery perplexing the entire Su family, and indeed all 9 provinces, was this Yifeng, Lu Yunyan's disciple, had been slain by Su Fengqiu. Yet Lu Yunyan, renowned across realms for her fierce protectiveness of her disciples, had taken no action whatsoever. It was deeply strange. Even more astonishing to the Su family was Lu Yunyan's personal visit, a second such visit within the past month. During her first visit, Su Fengqiu had been in seclusion. Today she came again, Lu Yunyan gliding forward gracefully, her face veiled by a delicate gauze. Though Su Fengqiu had already beheld the celestial grace of Li Qianxiu, even he could not help but be momentarily captivated upon seeing Lu Yunyan. Senior Elder Yunyan, please be seated. Su Fengqiu sat calmly and poured tea as he offered the greeting. His address, Senior Elder Yunyan, caused Lu Yunyan's finely arched brows to lift ever so slightly. After all, Su Fengqiu was by age little more than a junior peer to her own disciple, yet he called her Senior Elder Yunyan. It almost seemed as though he hesitated even to bestow that title upon her. Yet she said nothing. Lu Yunyan seated herself before Su Fengqiu and accepted the cup of tea. I trust young Master Su is well aware of the purpose of my visit. Naturally. How could I renege on a promise made to Senior Elder Yunyan? How fares Lung Ning's soul body? She rests within the heart-nourishing jade. Her condition dire. Were it not for the jade's sustaining power, her soul body would have long since collapsed. So then, what method do you propose, young Master Su? Su Fengqiu extended a single finger. Countless celestial sigils coalesced at its tip, forming a complete talismanic parchment. Have you ever heard of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Gathering Array? Lu Yunyan gave a slight nod. Indeed, I have. But if your proposed method is merely that array, then I must conclude I have been deceived. It is far from so simple. What if we combine the Heaven and Earth Spirit Gathering Array with the 9 Heaven Soul Recall Array, and augment both with the sacred artifact, the Heaven Soul Lamp? The 9 Heaven Soul Recall Array has been lost for 10,000 years. Su Fengqiu smiled faintly and slid the talismanic parchment toward her. This is its complete formation diagram. The 9 Heaven Soul Recall Array has been lost for 10,000 years. Su Fengqiu smiled faintly and slid the talismanic parchment toward her. This is its As she turned to leave, a voice lingered behind. Should the Su family engage the Gu family in battle, this one shall lend her strength. With that, she vanished from Su Fengqiu's presence. Truly formidable, this woman of insight. She discerned my involvement in the gushy conflict. In theory, Lu Yunyan should also have triggered the fortune-chosen protagonist quest. Yet Su Fengqiu remained unaware why it had not. No matter. He had neither time nor energy for such matters now. Shaoli approached, holding an ornate invitation scroll. Young master. Su Fengqiu regarded the scroll in her hands. What is it? Shaoli replied. While returning to the Su family estate, I encountered emissaries of Her Imperial Majesty the Saintly Yao Empress. This invitation comes directly from the Empress herself. Su Fengqiu accepted it and unrolled the scroll. A poetry gathering. Wow. The Empress invites the young master to attend a poetry gathering. Shao Li's eyes sparkled with delight. This was no ordinary literary assembly. Otherwise, why would it merit an invitation to Su Fengqiu himself? Though only 28, he was widely acknowledged as a prodigy of his generation. Yet he was an immortal emperor. Would such a sovereign deign to attend a common poetic gathering? No. This event recurred only once every 4 years, and was arguably the most prestigious poetry gathering across the 9 provinces. For the poetic sage himself would attend. Long ago he attained the Tao through poetry, truly a peerless master. When he recited verse, heaven and earth responded with omens and portents. Profound beyond measure, he wandered freely between heaven and earth. Rumor held his cultivation level might have reached the apex, the supreme Immortal Emperor or 10th tier of the Immortal Emperor realm. Even if not quite there, he was certainly among the rarest of 9th tier Immortal Emperors. What did 9th tier Immortal Emperors signify? Across the entire 8th heaven among all sects and the 5 great Imperial houses, perhaps no more than 10 individuals had achieved that rank. Even in the 9th heaven, where powerhouses like the Phoenix Terrace resided, only 2 or 3 9th tier Immortal Emperors were believed to exist. As for Supreme Immortal Emperors, only 8 were publicly acknowledged across the 9 provinces, perhaps no more than 20 in total. Thus the 9th tier represented near absolute pinnacle, because at the Immortal Emperor level, even a single tier's difference meant an abyssal chasm, especially beyond the 5th tier. Within the Su family, the strongest cultivators were 2 8th tier Immortal Emperors. Moreover, even among peers of identical rank, distinctions abounded. Some could fight across tiers, others struggled against those beneath them. Genius itself possessed hierarchies. Some hailed as prodigies never transcended the Immortal Emperor threshold, while others attained it in 10,000 years, while still others did so in mere centuries, or even decades. A 20th-year-old first-tier Immortal Emperor bore no resemblance to a 10,000-year-old first-tier Immortal Emperor. Hence 2 truths stood starkly clear. Beyond a certain realm, talent cannot be compensated for by diligence alone. Having spent an entire lifetime attaining immortality, casting off mortality, believing oneself invincible, transcendent, only to discover one is but a lowly celestial soldier hunted mercilessly by Sun Wukong. The poetic sage was undeniably a true genius. And what mattered most? Gu Chongsheng's fortune aura derived significantly from him. For at the poetry gathering 4 years prior, Gu Chongsheng had risen to fame overnight. The poetic sage himself had entertained the idea of taking him as a disciple, and even paid a formal visit to the Gu family. That very intention propelled the Gu family's meteoric ascent over the past 4 years. The poetic sage had declared openly, at the next gathering, should Gu Chongsheng continue to astonish me, I shall accept him as my disciple. Thus all expected the poetic sage to formally take Gu Chongsheng as his disciple at this very gathering, making Gu Chongsheng's attendance inevitable. By now his injuries should have fully healed. This Immortal Emperor finds it rather intriguing, Su Fengqiu murmured, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The young master is profoundly gifted too. Shaoli said, her gaze brimming with quiet admiration. Su Fengqiu gently pinched her cheek. Would you accompany this Immortal Emperor? Shaoli shook her head. This servant is dull-witted. Such a grand occasion dares not be entered by one such as I. Su Fengqiu stroked her silken hair. Remain here at the Su family estate, and cultivate diligently. This Immortal Emperor shall return within a day or 2. Yes, sir. The poetry gathering would be held tomorrow night within the Imperial Palace of the Saintly Yao Empire, in the capital city of Shengyao Tianqing. It seems the Saintly Yao Empress intends to win me over. Su Fengqiu mused quietly. He had never cultivated any reputation for poetic or literary inclination. Such gatherings were simply not his domain. Yet he had been invited nonetheless. Clearly the Saintly Yao Empress wished to meet him there, perhaps even to consult him on some matter. The gathering was merely a pretext, a stepping stone. That was of no consequence. Meanwhile, at the Gu family estate, on the young master's peak, its courtyard teemed with small creatures, spirit foxes, spirit cats, and puppies, all adopted and cherished by Gu Chongsheng. Gu Chongsheng gazed at the invitation scroll in his hands, his heart pounding with exhilaration. Gu Chongsheng gazed at the invitation to the poetry assembly in his hands. For years ago, the poetic sage had taken a special interest in him, Gu Chongsheng, and even entertained the notion of taking him as a disciple. After the assembly concluded, the sage himself had paid a formal visit to the Gu family residence. Over these 4 years, countless sects and clans had eagerly sought alliances with the Gu family. In merely 4 years, the Gu family's rise rivaled that of an entire century before. Such was the sheer magnitude of influence wielded by a 9th-rank Immortal Emperor. He needed do nothing, merely speak a word or make a gesture, and the entire 8th heaven would tremble. Between an 8th rank and a 9th rank Immortal Emperor lay but a single tier, yet the chasm between them was unfathomable. Indeed, within the Immortal Emperor realm itself, even a single rank separated heavens from abyss. This time I, Gu Chongsheng, shall surely become the poetic sage's disciple. Should I succeed, I shall ascend yet another step upon the celestial ladder. Though he stood as the young master of the Gu family, a title already synonymous with prestige, lineage, peerless talent, and overwhelming strength, yet above him still loomed a handful of figures whose power eclipsed his own. Indeed, within the Immortal Emperor realm itself, even a single rank separated heavens from abyss. This time I, Gu Chongsheng, shall surely become the poetic sage's disciple. Should I succeed, I shall ascend yet for the poetic sage himself hailed from an immensely formidable background. Su Fengqiu, a name utterly insignificant. Even an Immortal Emperor held no weight against such pedigree. Gu Chongsheng would soon attain Immortal Emperorhood himself, In true martial prowess, Su Fengqiu stood no chance against him. Nor could Su Fengqiu ever rival the legacy and authority vested in the poetic sage's transmission. Su Fengqiu. At the mere thought of that name, Gu Chongqing's face twisted into a mask of savage fury. Gu Chongqing reached out and gently lifted a nearby spirit fox into his arms, stroking its silken fur with practiced tenderness. Yet the fox showed no sign of docility. Only raw terror glinted in its eyes, and it dared not stir a single limb within his embrace. Gu Chongqing was adored by maidens across the continent. Renowned for his compassion, he alone among the top-tier geniuses made it his practice to shelter stray spirit beasts. To the world he seemed unlike any other, refined, handsome, and profoundly kind-hearted. As he stroked the fox, he murmured softly, "Little one, tell me, does that wretch Su Fengqiu deserve to die, eh?" The fox remained frozen in his arms, trembling silently. "Why do you remain silent?" Gu Chongqing. The fox writhed desperately, trying to flee, but Gu Chongqing's grip tightened like iron, pinning it fast. "Why, oi? Why do you struggle? Why? I took you in. I feed you, I shelter you, I grant you sanctuary within the Gu family's spiritually rich domain. What more could you possibly want?" Gu Chongqing's expression darkened, his fingers dug deeper, tightening with mounting force. "I will slay Su Fengqiu. I will carve him into 1,000 pieces. Before his very eyes I will defile his woman. How dare Su Fengqiu show me disrespect? By what right does he presume such insolence?" His features contorted grotesquely, his grip growing ever more crushing. The fox's limbs grew slack, their struggles weakening then ceasing entirely. Gu Chongqing's fingers sank deep into its flesh. Crimson blood seeped slowly through the crevices of his clenched hand. Gu Chongqing seemed oblivious, his teeth bared in a snarl. "Su Fengqiu, the humiliation you inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold." The fox's corpse lay mangled beyond recognition in his palms. Blood soaked his robes crimson. Only then did the coppery stench of gore pierce his haze of rage. He glanced down at the ruined body, then with blood-licked fingers stroked it once more softly. "In your next life, be obedient." Flames erupted, consuming the corpse until only ash remained. The following day, as the sun dipped below the western horizon, Su Fengqiu arrived quietly in Fengyao Heavenly City, the imperial capital of the Fengyao Empire in the 8th heaven. A metropolis of staggering scale and splendor, the city teemed with cultivators and martial clans. Many invited guests entered openly, spirit beasts soaring through the void toward the imperial palace, and elders arriving on flying swords or carried in sacred palanquins. Lanterns blazed across every street, crowds surged like rivers. Citizens recited poetry, composed couplets, improvised verses, and pinned spring festival scrolls, as if celebrating the Lunar New Year itself. In the 9 provinces, the martial path reigned supreme. Yet poetry, calligraphy, music, painting, and strategy retained immense cultural resonance. For some attained Tao through verse, others through ink and brush. Once one harmonized with the Tao via such arts, cultivation surged, inevitably culminating in emperorhood. Though millennia had passed without more than a handful achieving this, the path remained real and possible. For those lacking martial aptitude, the literary path offered viable ascent. Even without attaining Tao, one might still secure minor official posts. Su Fengqiu walked unassumingly through the bustling streets. "Grandfather, it's so lively today." Today marks the Fengyao Empire's quadrennial poetry assembly. Every city within the empire celebrates thus. Her Majesty the Fengyao Empress adores classical literature and maintains deep ties with the poetic sage. Wow, will the poetic sage himself attend? Yes. He is likely already within the imperial palace. Observe, the skies teem with honored guests: Gu Chongqing, the young master of the Gu family, and one of the 4 great literary geniuses of the 9 provinces, the saint son of Yaoshan Mountain. Grandfather, will Su Fengqiu, the recently famed young master of the Su family, attend? No record exists of his interest in poetry or literature. He is unlikely to attend, let alone receive an invitation. Were he to come, he'd merely watch from the sidelines. This assembly gathers only the most brilliant minds. The setting suits him not. Ahead rose a towering, majestic pavilion, reminiscent in miniature of the famed Yellow Crane Tower, perched gracefully upon a vast river. Exquisitely beautiful, its interior glowed with golden light. Scholars streamed in and out ceaselessly. This was the Celestial Poetry Pavilion, a place where anyone passing by might inscribe verses or couplets upon its walls. Exceptional works attracted attention across the land. Even the Fengyao Empress regularly collected outstanding poems from here. Some unknown poet had once casually scrawled a verse here, and overnight fame swept across the 9 provinces. Su Fengqiu entered with quiet curiosity. His primary purpose in attending the assembly was to sever Gu Chongqing's heavenly mandate. Merely thwarting his ascension as the poetic sage's disciple would cause his celestial fate value to plummet catastrophically. Still, he might as well amuse himself. Poetry, prose, verse. His mind overflowed with them. Inside the celestial poetry pavilion, the halls were vast and hushed, lined with countless inscribed scrolls. Crowds thronged the lower floors, admiring the works displayed. Floors rose in tiers. The higher the level, the greater the mastery reflected in its verses. Fengqiu began ascending. A steward frowned, then followed him up to the second floor. There's Fengqiu turned immediately toward the third. Hey, sir. The steward blocked his path. The second floor suffices. The third hosts only masterworks left by celebrated literati. Fengqiu smiled faintly. When I finish writing, judge for yourself whether my work belongs on the third floor. With that he continued upward. Calling himself an emperor, the steward's face paled. He hurried after him. Upon reaching the third floor, Fengqiu said, "Steward, bring me a brush." Hands trembling slightly, the steward bowed deeply and presented the brush. Fengqiu accepted it, then leapt onto a platform before a towering wall, landing before a blank scroll. With swift, decisive strokes, he inscribed a couplet. Here. He handed the brush back to the steward and departed without a backward glance. Who was that? Not a poem, a top line of a couplet. Wangjiang Pavilion. Gazing at the river's flow beneath Wangjiang Pavilion, gazing at the river's flow. The pavilion endures for millennia, the river flows for millennia. Ah, magnificent. And perfectly resonant with this pavilion's location beside the great river. Whose hand is this? He forgot to leave his name. The steward stood stunned, speechless. Yes, sir. You forgot to sign your name. He rushed outside. But Fengqiu had vanished without trace. Fengqiu strode directly to the gates of the Imperial Palace. Above its vast, majestic expanse floated a celestial isle suspended in the void. A serene, ethereal island that housed the true imperial residents of the Fengqiu Empire. That was a forbidden realm, accessible only to the divine empress and core members of the imperial family, their sanctuary for rest and cultivation. Presenting his invitation, Fengqiu gained seamless entry into the palace grounds. An attendant guided him inside. The imperial palace sprawled immense and awe-inspiring, adorned everywhere with lanterns and radiant lights. Tonight evidently held special significance. Even palace maids laughed and played freely. Arriving at the site of the poetry gathering, he beheld a colossal hall standing solemnly ahead. Though night had fallen, the area blazed with daylight brilliance. Rows of ancient trees stretched all the way to the grand staircase before the hall, each branch hung with scrolls of poetry and prose, glowing softly with luminous elegance. Figures strolled along the path, reading verses aloud and debating them as they advanced toward the hall. Ha ha, Brother G, long time no see. A refined figure in white robes, handsome and poised, fanned himself leisurely while greeting the man ahead. Ji Buochang smiled warmly and clasped his fists in salute. Brother Huang. What an honor. Li Sheng's face lit with a gentle smile. I truly envy you, Brother Ji. Your poem Ode to Chang'an earned the divine empress's profound admiration. Ji Buochang replied modestly, Brother Li, you flatter me. Lacking martial aptitude, I turned to literary artistry for distinction. Unlike you, who at only 25 claimed last year's poetry examination championship. I am deeply impressed. Li Sheng shook his head with a sigh. Yet tonight we remain mere peripheral figures. At such a grand assembly, where the legendary poetic sage himself is said to attend, and the divine empress graces us in person, who are the guests gathered here? Gu Chongqing, heir of the Gu clan, such a towering figure. No, Ji Buochang countered firmly. Though they dwell beyond our reach, this poetry gathering exists precisely to unite scholars through verse, to exchange ideas, refine craft, and compete in artistry. Tonight, all stand equal. Rank holds no sway, excellence alone commands reverence. Even if their status is exalted, our verses, if masterful, shall still command the hall. As for me, I seek no grand fortune. Only the divine empresses notice a single chance to ascend. Li Sheng nodded in quiet agreement. Fengqiu passed by them. Esteemed sir, you seem unfamiliar. Might I ask your name? Li Sheng inquired curiously. Fengqiu returned the salute. Fengqiu of the Su clan. A sharp intake of breath. Both men trembled, inwardly stunned into silence. Great heavens! The celestial emperor Fengqiu, such a legendary sovereign, walking among us, entering the hall, just as we do. Instantly they bowed low. Your celestial majesty. You're too kind. With those words, Fengqiu stepped into the hall, leaving the two drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware they occupied entirely different strata of existence. Neither in cultivation nor lineage did they belong to his realm. Though tonight's gathering declares all equal regardless of station, Li Sheng sighed softly. Ji Buochang's expression darkened. Why must we bow and scrape before him? So humbly, so unjustly. Li Sheng sighed softly. Ji Buochang's expression darkened. Why must we bow and scrape before him? So humbly, They immediately prostrated themselves. Gu Chongqing's gaze narrowed, fixed upon Fengqiu vanishing into the hall. Fengqiu had actually come. He'd merely been idling through the city, hoping to glimpse a fair maiden. when quite by chance he spotted Su Fengqiu's figure and followed discreetly. Though Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth in seething hatred at the sight of Su Fengqiu, what sort of occasion was this? A poetry gathering, a hall of highest refinement and grace. What does Su Fengqiu know of poetry or classical prose? Tonight Gu Changsheng would strip him bare of dignity. I've heard of both of you and even read your masterpieces Ode to Chang'an and River and Moon correct. Ji Buochang clasped his fists reverently. We've long heard of your young mastery's celestial bearing, yet also your scholarly gentleness and unconventional charm. To meet you today confirms every word, and that you deign to converse with humble men like us is truly extraordinary. All living beings are equal, though strength may differ, none are inherently base. Tonight's gathering hosts not only the poetic sage and the divine empress, but also gifted talents like yourselves. This alone reveals the profound intent behind their majesty's patronage. Indeed, the divine empress herself declared tonight rank dissolves, all gather as peers united by poetry. Precisely. Gu Changsheng chuckled lightly, then said, there is one matter I wish to discuss with you both. Your young mastery, please speak. Gu Changsheng sighed. My nature is overly forbearing. Yet Su Fengqiu bears grave sins and possesses not a shred of poetic sensibility. His presence itself violates the sanctity of this refined assembly. The two dared not utter a word. Gu Changsheng continued, his character is vile. He scorns all, flaunts his arrogance without restraint, and I hold a personal vendetta against him. They fell utterly silent. Who was Su Fengqiu? Without this poetry gathering they might never have glimpsed him in their lifetimes. Not even Gu Changsheng himself could claim otherwise. He stole my beloved. By despicable means violated her purity, driving her to shame-filled suicide. Both men recoiled in shock. I yearn for vengeance, but constraints bind me. Yet now that Su Fengqiu has come, I ask you both test him rigorously, strip him of dignity. Thus I shall at last render justice to her memory. They recoiled again, speechless. Thud. Ji Buochang dropped to his knees in terror. Why, your young mastery? We are but ordinary cultivators, barely past 20, having only just reached the profound heaven realm with no noble lineage. How dare we challenge young Master Su? Without this poetry gathering, Su Fengqiu was a being they could never hope to approach, even in a lifetime's devotion. To provoke him, that was unthinkable. It would be kinder to simply end their lives outright. Gu Changsheng gently raised him, saying, I understand your plight. Rest assured, I guarantee your safety. Upon success, I shall welcome you both into the Gu clan, bestow supreme cultivation, arts, martial techniques, and boundless resources. From then on, the Gu clan stands as your pillar, and the three of us shall be sworn brothers. A sharp gasp escaped them. They were breathless with awe. Brotherhood with Gu Changsheng might be nominal, but it was real patronage. The cultivation resources of the 10th Ascendier Imperial House of Gu. Unimaginable. Though gifted in literature, they'd taken this path only out of necessity. Who wouldn't choose the martial path, if given the chance? Who doesn't dream of becoming a sovereign cultivator? And let us be practical, realm advancement extends one's lifespan. Gu Changsheng too faced constraints. To the world he was the epitome of the cultivated gentleman. How could he openly harass Su Fengqiu again and again? He dared not. Su Fengqiu held compromising leverage over him. As for recruiting others of high status, why would they risk provoking Su Fengqiu without cause? Even if they despised him, they saw no reason to invite enmity, unless their own standing rendered them utterly unafraid of Su Fengqiu. Whether such a person attended tonight's gathering, Gu Changsheng did not know. Even if he did, he might not recognize them. And even if he did, his own status paled beside theirs, making any request perilous. Thus these two were ideal pawns. I entrust this to you both. Gu Changsheng clasped his fists deeply. Such a gesture from one of his stature, coupled with the task's apparent simplicity, sealed their resolve. How could they resist such temptation? Moreover, they couldn't guarantee encountering anyone influential tonight. Even if they did, that connection would pale next to Gu Changsheng's patronage by 100-fold. After prolonged hesitation, Ji Buochang clenched his jaw and saluted. Su Fengqiu's depravity knows no bounds. Young Master Gu, I accept this duty without reservation. Li Sheng added resolutely. Rest easy, young Master Gu. I, Li Sheng, swear tonight to reduce Su Fengqiu to ridicule and deliver you righteous satisfaction. Thank you both. Gu Changsheng replied, smiling. Su Fengqiu, tonight prepare to become the laughingstock of the realm. Su Fengqiu stepped into the imperial hall of the palace. Its interior bore little resemblance to his prior understanding. Neat rows of desks filled the vast space. Each desk held brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, resembling a scholar's academy magnified many times over, steeped in scholarly elegance. At the hall's far end stood a dragon throne centered with regal authority. To either side several desks were arranged. The dragon throne naturally belonged to Her Imperial Majesty the Empress. Those adjacent desks would seat the distinguished guests of tonight's poetry gathering. Famous verses adorned the walls. 200 or 300 people filled the hall. Scholarly young men in flowing robes and folding fans, refined young women from eminent families. Before the hall a seat drew a crowd of admirers. A masterpiece. Truly exquisite. No wonder it is Lin Yangyang's work. After all, she is Lin Yangyang, the foremost among the 4 great talented women and disciple of Her Imperial Majesty. Even my father reads her verses with reverence. At last year's gathering, Master Shisheng himself wished to take her as his disciple, but she had already sworn fealty to the Empress. Master Shisheng could only sigh in quiet regret. Lin Yangyang is truly the celestial maiden of countless dreams. Today at last we are blessed to behold her in person. Su Fengqiu's entrance drew the attention of nearly everyone present. Yet none recognized him. They sensed only an aura of extraordinary distinction. Entering the hall, Su Fengqiu found no familiar faces. Only gifted scholars and accomplished ladies, most hailing from martial clans of modest prestige. They belonged to a realm entirely beneath his own. His gaze upon entering immediately settled upon the figure encircled by admirers. Her attire was simple, a white immortal gown, her face veiled by gossamer silk. Her lustrous hair was elegantly coiffed, secured by a hand-carved wooden hairpin. She sat with effortless grace, every gesture embodying noble refinement. Ding! A fortune-blessed maiden detected. Fortune-blessed maiden Lin Qingzhu. Destiny score 690-190 Tier 6, Fortune-blessed maiden. Age 26. Race human. Constitution celestial Bodhi heart. Cultivation realm Tao heaven realm, 1st tier. Combat aptitude 80. Profile 1 born with the celestial Bodhi heart, embodies absolute purity, untouched by even a trace of defilement, and possesses peerless talent, potentially becoming the youngest poet to attain Tao through verse. Ding. Quest activated. Lin Qingzhu's affection. Rewards will be granted when Lin Qingzhu's favor toward the host reaches 20, 40, 60, and 80. Upon reaching 80, a unique reward tied exclusively to Lin Qingzhu will be bestowed. Lin Qingzhu. Su Fengqiu arched a brow. A legendary contemporary immortal maiden, ranked among the top 10 on the immortal maiden list. If an icebound mountain represented the ultimate conquest for men, then Lin Qingzhu embodied the ideal wife every man longed to bring home. Peerlessly graceful, breathtakingly beautiful, erudite, and poised, gentle and virtuous. She mastered zither chess, calligraphy, and painting, with poetry her deepest passion and greatest gift. Though 2 or 3 years younger than Su Fengqiu, her verses were studied even by supreme cultivators devoted to literary arts. Master Shisheng himself had lauded her work. For years ago he declared, only Lin Qingzhu and Gu Changsheng, within the limits of my narrow vision, hold true promise to follow in my footsteps and attain Tao through poetry. Su Fengqiu seated himself nearby and poured himself a cup of tea. Miss Lin, I have composed a verse. I humbly request your critique. Young Master Shin speaks too modestly. Lin Qingzhu replied, setting down her brush with elegant poise, her lips parting softly. How could light bamboo presume to judge? Yet I would be honored to savor your work. She accepted the poem and read it carefully several times over. Young Master Shun possesses extraordinary talent. This verse resonates with profound, exquisite imagery. Ah, Miss Lin flatters me. Might you offer any suggestions? With due humility, Lin Qingzhu rose and offered a slight graceful bow. Might Guan Qingxiu be refined to Sua Qingxiu? Would that not deepen its resonance? A wave of admiration rippled through the crowd. Young Master Shin's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Simply changing one character elevates the entire verse. My deepest gratitude, Miss Lin. Forgive my presumption, Lin Qingzhu murmured, bowing once more. Those near Su Fengqiu sighed in awe. Miss Lin is incomparable, so radiant, so refined, so exquisitely cultivated. She and Gu Changsheng are truly destined for each other, matching in temperament, stature, and lineage. Where are the elders who preside over such gatherings? Why are only our generation present? The venerable connoisseurs, Elder Zhuge Chun of the Nine Heavens Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Elder Wei Yannian of the Nine Heavens Immortal Sect, and Master Shisheng himself, have likely gone ahead to pay their respects to Her Imperial Majesty. After all, the gathering has yet to begin. A pause. Gu Changsheng entered, and his gaze instantly fixed upon the figure surrounded by admirers. Lin Qingzhu, the woman he cherished above all others. Her purity, brilliance, erudition, and noble bearing captivated him utterly. Young Lord Gu. This humble one salutes young Lord Gu. To meet you in this life is an honor beyond measure. Just today, I read your latest composition and was left awestruck. A pause. Gu Changsheng smiled. You flatter me excessively. All who attend this gathering possess exceptional talent. None stand apart, we are equals here. Young Lord Gu is far too humble, Ji Buchang interjected. Though we all gather for poetry, talent undeniably varies in degree. After all, none of us have earned praise from Master Shisheng or Her Imperial Majesty. Indeed, Li Xing added. Young Lord Gu and Miss Lin already dwell far beyond our reach. Gu Chongqing refrained from boasting, but hearing others extol him brought quiet satisfaction. Ha ha ha, your praise is too generous. He stole a glance toward Su Fengqiu seated nearby calmly sipping tea. Then Gu Chongqing strode toward Lin Qingzhu. Miss Lin. Lin Qingzhu rose offering a gentle respectful bow. Young Master Gu. Ha ha ha, how long it has been. Yet these past days I've often read your new works, and each time I gain profound insight. Young Master Gu is too kind. Just as Gu Chongqing prepared to speak, further figures emerged from the far. All eyes turned instantly. Su Fengqiu's gaze followed. At their head walked a noble woman, her face veiled by translucent gauze clad in a subdued azure immortal gown. The Empress of the Fengyao Empire. Today, being a poetry gathering, her Imperial Majesty had chosen simplicity, but her transcendent beauty remained undeniable. Her regal presence forbade even a direct glance. Even Gu Chongqing hesitated to meet her gaze, let alone the assembled scholars and ladies. Behind the Empress walked dozens of venerable elders, ethereal in bearing, scholarly in demeanor. Elder Zhuge Chun of the Nine Heavens Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Elder Wei Yinyan, Grand Elder of the Nine Heavens Immortal Sect. Huang Jingshan, Grand Master of Poetry across the continent. Chao Qiaoran, another preeminent poetic luminary. We pay homage to Her Imperial Majesty. We greet Elder Zhuge Chun. We greet Elder Wei. We greet Elder Huang. Elder Chao. All bowed deeply in unison. Please rise. No formalities required, the Empress said, gently taking her seat. Tonight is for poetry. Let us gather as fellow literati, sharing art, expressing talent. Beyond courtesy, titles hold no place here. As she spoke, her calm, clear gaze swept briefly over Su Fengqiu. Yes, Your Majesty. Ha! What wonders shall tonight's gathering unveil? Elder Wei Yannian stroked his beard and chuckled. Gu Chongqing stepped forward respectfully. This unworthy junior dares not aspire. Merely to absorb a sliver of wisdom from your venerable guidance would fulfill me. Gu Chongqing. Dear young friend. This old man watches you with great anticipation, Elder Wei smiled. My deepest thanks, Elder Wei. With a glance across the assembly, the Empress murmured, her lips curling faintly. It seems Master Shisheng has indulged in wine once again. Elder Zhuge Chun settled into his seat with a soft smile. The gathering begins in one incense sticks time, no haste. Please converse freely in the meantime. Voices lowered to hushed tones, movements grew deliberate and restrained. At that moment, Gu Chongqing exchanged a subtle glance with Ji Buochang, who nodded comprehension dawning. Though apprehensive, he had already resolved his course. Young Lord Su Fengqiu, this humble one has composed a verse. I beg your esteemed critique. He raised his voice deliberately. At those words, the entire hall, including Elders Zhuge Chun and others upon the dais, stilled in stunned silence. Su Fengqiu, Zhuge Chun, Wei Yinyan, and others were also unaware of the specific attendees of this poetry gathering. Yet it was generally understood that only those of exceptional literary talent would be present. Beyond the guests already known to be attending, the invitations had been issued personally by Her Imperial Majesty the Holy Yao Empress. Indeed, they themselves had all been summoned by her. But Su Fengqiu, and what? Lord Su Fengqiu, the young master of the Su clan. He has actually come to the poetry gathering. I have never heard that this esteemed young master possesses any scholarly interest in poetry or classical prose. On the contrary, I am told he holds no affinity for such arts. Beings of their caliber at this age devote their entire being to the martial path. Aside from young Master Gu, Miss Lin, and the Phoenix Holy Maiden, only a handful among the youth. How many truly possess both the time and inclination to cultivate literary refinement? Even if some do, how few among them possess the genuine talent required to participate in this gathering? And could it be? He has come to kill. His fearsome reputation has echoed widely these days. Why would he appear in such an exalted hall of elegance? And whispers rippled softly through the crowd. Gu Chongqing inwardly sneered. This was precisely the effect he sought. Su Fengqiu was undoubtedly unversed in poetry and classical literature, and his true purpose here likely concerned Her Imperial Majesty, the Holy Yao Empress, Elder Zhuge, or Elder Wei. Yet within this setting, Gu Chongqing would inevitably seize the opportunity to humiliate him. Miss Zhao, does that gentleman over there happen to be young Master Su Fengqiu? Indeed, it is he. Lin Qingzhu turned her curious gaze towards Su Fengqiu. As a disciple of Her Imperial Majesty, the Holy Yao Empress, and daughter of General Lin of the millennium-old Lin clan, her status was extraordinary. The Lin clan had helped forge the imperial throne of the Holy Yao Empire. Indeed, the Empress's ascension to the Dragon Throne owed much to generations of unwavering service and sacrifice by the Lin family. Moreover, the Lin clan had long produced prodigies in abundance. Their bloodline, said to be born almost exclusively male, carried the sacred lineage of the war god, endowing them with astonishing, almost preternatural combat prowess. Thus Lin Qingzhu was cherished above all else within the Lin clan, especially by her elder brothers, who treated her as a priceless treasure. She herself stood among the foremost luminaries of her generation. She had encountered countless peerless geniuses across the 8th and 9th heavens, Su Fengqiu numbered among them. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have found him particularly remarkable. Yet recently Su Fengqiu's meteoric rise had captivated the realm. His heaven-defying feats were common knowledge. Even her own master, Her Imperial Majesty the Holy Yao Empress, had personally attended several of his battles. Hence Lin Qingzhu felt a genuine curiosity about him. She sensed he was unlike other prodigies. At the very least, he surpassed them in sheer transcendence. He shattered the limits of mortal comprehension. Su Fengqiu of course perceived Gu Chongqing's intent clearly. And if you wish to play, then let us play slowly and deliberately. Su Fengqiu sipped his tea calmly and asked, within this grand hall dwell so many masters of verse. This humble servant hardly merits mention. Why then single me out for critique? Young Master Su honors us with his first attendance at the poetry gathering. Surely your insight must surpass the ordinary. Thus I respectfully sought your appraisal. Her Imperial Majesty the Holy Yao Empress sensed something amiss. She had invited Su Fengqiu not merely as a gesture, but to foster rapport, for she required his aid. She certainly did not intend for him to suffer exclusion or humiliation. Logically speaking, what stature did Su Fengqiu hold? Even if some doubted his literary cultivation, none would dare voice such doubt aloud. Who could have imagined someone would deliberately broach the very subject best left untouched? It defied reason. Someone clearly was stirring the waters. Calmly the Empress declared, bring forth the poem. Let this sovereign and our assembled literary masters examine it. Su Fengqiu rose and offered a formal bow. Grateful for your Imperial Majesty's kindness. Yet no such trouble is necessary. And very well. Then young Master Su, please proceed. Su Fengqiu accepted the poem and glanced at it briefly. Gu Chongqing sneered inwardly. How effortlessly he feigned comprehension, wearing the mask of one who truly understood. What truly did he understand? In Su Fengqiu returned the poem to Ji Buchang. In, young Master Su, your verdict. In he replied, indifferent and unruffled, rather ordinary I'd say. A ripple of stifled laughter ran through the assembly, yet no one dared laugh aloud. To do so might cost them their lives before nightfall. In ahem. Gu Chongqing hastily masked his near burst of mirth with a dry cough. Li Sheng stepped forward and took this humble student finds Brother Ji's verse genuinely illuminating. Young Master Su, might you care to peruse it once more? And they knew full well they could not provoke Su Fengqiu, but they also knew Gu Chongqing would shield them. They understood, too, that even if fury stirred within Su Fengqiu, decorum forbade him from acting rashly in such a setting. And even should he attempt it, the presence of so many cultivators would surely intervene. A figure entered the hall, fanning himself lazily. Is it truly necessary to press young Master Su? All eyes turned. Li Mufeng, holy son of the divine medicine mountain. Fate-selected prodigy detected. Fate-selected prodigy Li Mu Feng, destiny value 7-3, 7th year. Fate-selected prodigy in age 35, in race. Human physique, supreme emperor body, sacred flames, spirit cavity. Cultivation realm, immortal emperor, first rank in combat aptitude, rating 90, in profile. A 7th year fate-selected prodigy, bearing the supreme emperor body. His medical mastery is legendary. Hailed as the sole genius with potential to surpass the divine physician, the sacred physician, and the immortal physician. Fate-selected prodigy task activated. Nullify Li Mufeng's destiny value and reward, celestial venom pearl, 0, destiny value. Su Fengqiu paused, startled. A 7th tier fate-selected prodigy, and the reward was merely a celestial venom pearl. What exactly was this artifact? He truly had no idea. It seemed, however, far from trivial. Li Mufeng closed his fan and offered a respectful bow to the Empress and the elders. This junior Li Mufeng greets your Imperial Majesty Elder Wei and Elder Zhuge. They nodded in acknowledgement. Li Mufeng then turned to Su Fengqiu and bowed again. Brother Su. Then facing Ji Buchang he asked, esteemed sir, pray tell, was your intention to test Brother Su? Or did you simply fail to realize he possesses no expertise in poetry and classical literature, thus prompting you to offer him the verse? Truly Li Mufeng was perhaps the most astute fate-selected prodigy Su Fengqiu had ever encountered. Outwardly courteous, his words impeccably polite, neither sharp nor confrontational towards Su Fengqiu. Instead, he questioned Ji Buchang's motive, appearing on the surface to stand firmly with Su Fengqiu. Yet in truth, he had exposed every unspoken implication with surgical precision. Gu Chongqing's heart leapt with delight. Unexpectedly, Li Mufeng of the Divine Medicine Mountain had arrived. He knew intimately the bitter enmity between Su Fengqiu and the Divine Medicine Mountain. The Divine Medicine Mountain had recently yielded, so Li Mufeng's resentment was inevitable. Gu Chongqing could not possibly miss the veiled meaning behind those words. And Li Mufeng was on his side. Excellent. Today, with such a peerless ally standing shoulder to shoulder with him, Su Fengqiu would be utterly undone. He had not expected Li Mufeng to step forward so boldly. Evidently after over a month the divine medicine mountain no longer feared Su Fengqiu. This, Njai Buchang hurriedly kowtowed before Su Fengqiu. Young Master Su, I sincerely believed one of your stature gracing the poetry gathering would naturally possess literary mastery equal to young Master Gu, or His Holiness the Holy Son of the Divine Medicine Mountain. I had no inkling of your unfamiliarity with verse. I beg your forgiveness. Li Mufeng turned to Su Fengqiu and said, Brother Su, his explanation seems reasonable, there is no need for anger. In her Imperial Majesty the Holy Yao Empress's delicate brows furrowed faintly. The Divine Medicine Mountain had recently submitted to the Su clan. Logically they ought now avoid provoking Su Fengqiu. She had not anticipated Li Mufeng would openly seek to undermine him. Su Fengqiu smiled faintly. Why anger? Are not all gathered here connoisseurs of poetry? I have offered my critique. Brotherly, do you suspect I feign understanding? Gu Changsheng and Li Mufeng exchanged silent disdainful smiles. And do you not know whether you speak with knowledge or pretense? In fine, let us indulge you. The poetry gathering has yet to begin. There is no rush. Let us see how long you can sustain this charade. And Li Mufeng laughed heartily. Naturally not. Clearly Brother Su has devoted considerable effort to poetic study lately. I salute your dedication. He took the poem from Ji Buochang and scanned it. This verse does possess certain merits. Surely Brother Su's assessment of ordinariness cannot reflect its true worth. With a playful lift of his brow he added, though perhaps Brother Su's own literary brilliance renders even fine verse seem commonplace. Many in the hall silently marveled. The gathering appeared serene on the surface, yet beneath surged treacherous currents. Today Su Fengqiu risked utter disgrace. Ji Buochang nodded eagerly. Undoubtedly so. And might Brother Su share some of his recent compositions with us all? This junior too would be honored to hear them. Li Mufeng smiled warmly at Su Fengqiu. At that moment a figure entered the hall from outside. My sincerest apologies, I arrived late. Null eyes turned toward the entrance. And the poetic sage, appearing as a 60-year-old man in an ill-fitting, oversized white robe clutching a wine gourd and walking with a light, drifting gait. His eyes were slightly unfocused, his body permeated by the scent of wine, as though he had drunk deeply. For many cultivators true intoxication was a choice. If they wished to remain sober, they never would. Yet they cherished the blissful haze of drunkenness, and even in that apparent stupor they could awaken instantly sharp and lucid. Still an aura of transcendent profundity clung to them, as if they dwelled beyond the mortal realm. Senior poetic sage. The assembly bowed in unison. He waved dismissively. No need for formalities, no need at all. Today I am but a humble spectator here to savor poetry. Ha ha ha. With a carefree laugh, he tilted his head back and drained several generous swallows of fine wine. Then swaying slightly he approached Gu Changsheng with a warm misty-eyed smile. Young Master Gu Changsheng, pleased to meet you. Care for a drink? Gu Changsheng returned the bow. This junior declines. Ha ha ha. Where is young lady Lin Qingzhu? Lin Qingzhu stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Honored poetic sage. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent indeed. With a soft whoosh, he leapt forward, landing before Empress Sheng Yao and the elders. Your Imperial Majesty Elder Wei, Elder Zhuge. What an honor to meet you all. Zhuge Chen replied, esteemed poetic sage, what joyful news brings you here today? Ha ha ha. No secret. I passed by the Celestial Poetry Pavilion, ascended its stairs, and glimpsed an upper couplet that struck me like lightning. I spent some time composing several lower couplets, hence my tardiness. Empress Sheng Yao arched a delicate brow. Esteemed poetic sage, pray what is this upper couplet? Rising he lifted his hand, and his gaze once hazy sharpened into crystalline depth. With a graceful sweep of his fingers through the air characters formed, elegant, ethereal, woven from spiritual energy. Wangjiang Tower. Gazing upon the river's flow beneath Wangjiang Tower, gazing upon the river's flow. Tower, eternal current eternal. Su Fengqiu fell silent. At once brows furrowed across the assembly. Exquisite. A masterstroke. Was this couplet inscribed at the Celestial Poetry Pavilion? Indeed exquisite. The Celestial Poetry Pavilion itself floats upon the river's surface. Clearly the author composed it spontaneously upon beholding the pavilion, a feat of brilliance worthy of profound admiration. A magnificent couplet, peerless in beauty. Elder Zhuge Chen stroked his beard, sighing in reverence. Esteemed poetic sage, may we ask who penned it? Gu Changsheng bowed again to inquire. The poetic sage shook his head. It bears no signature. Empress Sheng Yao asked. To craft a matching lower couplet on such short notice would be extraordinarily difficult. What then is your own composition, esteemed poetic sage? Ha ha ha. With a booming laugh he swiftly inscribed his lower couplet beneath the upper one in midair. Poetry contest platform. Testing poetic talent. Upon the poetry contest platform, testing poetic talent. Platform, peerless talent, peerless. Brilliant. Talent, peerless. Truly worthy of the poetic sage. We are awestruck, deeply impressed. Wei Yanni and Rose face alight with fervent admiration. For these luminaries of literary artistry, the moment they saw the upper couplet, their minds had already begun weaving responses, only to find after reflection how daunting the task truly was. Then seeing the poetic sage's reply, so perfectly balanced, they could not help but exclaim in genuine awe. The poetic sage shook his head, balanced it may be, but the upper couplet evokes at first glance a vivid timeless landscape. Talent and eternal fail to parallel tower and current in resonance or weight. Thus my reply remains wanting. Then let this poetry gathering commence with the Wangjiang Tower couplet. What say you all? A splendid idea, most auspicious. Yet truly this couplet resists resolution. I pondered long, and found it difficult, sighed Elder Chao, master of verse. If even the poetic sage finds it taxing, our challenge is greater still. Let us pool our wisdom, each of us a paragon of literary excellence. Surely among us one shall rise to answer it. Ha ha ha. Li Mufeng turned smiling towards Su Fengqiu. Brother Su, you possess deep mastery of poetry. How about a demonstration? All eyes turned to Su Fengqiu, not in earnest expectation, but with amused anticipation. Dare I provoke? Dare I speak? Dare I even watch with delight? Gu Changxing's heart leapt with quiet triumph. Li Mufeng, your timing is impeccable. Just moments earlier the poetic sage's sudden arrival had interrupted their plan to humiliate Su Fengqiu. Now fate intervened once more. Su Fengqiu remained silent, his left hand clasped behind his back, his right hand sweeping rapidly through the air. Characters materialized one by one beneath the upper couplet, Inyue well, reflecting the moon's image, within the Inyue well reflecting the moon's image, well enduring 10,000 years image enduring 10,000 years. The crowd had watched Su Fengqiu's response with smirking condescension, yet in the next breath their expressions hardened into solemn awe. The poetic sage tilted his gourd, took a slow sip, and half closed his eyes to study Su Fengqiu's couplet. Then his gaze snapped into razor-sharp focus. His gesture froze midair. Softly he recited, Inyue well, reflecting the moon's image, within the Inyue well reflecting the moon's image, well enduring 10,000 years image enduring 10,000 years. A flash of brilliance lit his eyes. This lower couplet, sublime. A collective gasp surged through the hall. Zhuge Qin sprang to his feet breathless, truly sublime. This lower couplet is nothing short of miraculous. Wangjiang Tower answers, Inyue well, eternal answers 10,000 years. This is precisely what the poetic sage meant. A single glance, and a complete living scene unfolds before the mind's eye. What? Impossible. Li Mufeng, who had come to witness Su Fengqiu's embarrassment, stood utterly stunned. What is happening? Could he really match it so flawlessly? How? Wasn't Su Fengqiu known to lack poetic cultivation entirely? And yet, in mere moments, he had forged a lower couplet of such perfect symmetry and haunting beauty. Huh? Gu Changxing's brow nodded in disbelief. Is this real? Can this brash fellow truly possess such talent? Even the poetic sage's reply lacked this precision. Ji Buchang and Li Sheng exchanged a glance. Then both turned silently toward Gu Changxing, their meaning unmistakable. Is this that Su Fengqiu, the one you called utterly talentless, young Master Gu? Lin Qingzhu gazed up at Su Fengqiu's couplet and murmured softly, Tower eternal image enduring 10,000 years. How exquisite. Excellent. 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 Inyue well, image enduring 10,000 years. The poetic sage's eyes gleamed fiercely as he turned to Su Fengqiu. Young Master Su, might I ask whence you hail? Su Fengqiu clasped his fists in salute. This junior is Su Fengqiu, honored to meet the poetic sage. Su Fengqiu. The poetic sage nodded thoughtfully. I have long heard of your extraordinary aptitude, but never of such poetic mastery. You have dazzled me, young Master Su. Might you compose another lower couplet? His voice held warm anticipation. Gu Changxing clenched his teeth. Damn it. Today's poetry gathering was meant to secure my place as the poetic sage's disciple. Yet this Su Fengqiu has stolen the limelight. Is it true? Could Su Fengqiu truly possess such genius? Su Fengqiu said calmly. This junior humbly confesses. The upper couplet was my own creation. A stunned silence crashed over the hall. What? The upper couplet of Wangjiang Tower, the one that even the poetic sage could not resist, was composed by Su Fengqiu. And he also crafted the lower couplet. Moon shadows span 10,000 years. Astonishment rippled across the crowd. Was it not common knowledge that Su Fengqiu held no fondness for poetry and literary arts, and certainly possessed no extraordinary talent? This feat left everyone utterly spellbound. Gu Changxing's brow furrowed deeply. He composed the upper couplet. Wait. Gu Changxing and Li Mufeng suddenly sensed something amiss. They were certain Su Fengqiu had never shown interest in poetry or classical literature, and possessed little innate brilliance. That he had matched the lower couplet truly stunned them. But now, what if the upper couplet itself was his own creation? Then everything fell neatly into place. Su Fengqiu remained precisely who he had always been, a man without poetic genius. He had simply prepared both couplets in advance. The lower couplet was not an impromptu response to the upper, crafted on the spot, but rather rehearsed long before. Indeed, he had likely prepared them well ahead of time, and the verses themselves were probably not even his own. Perhaps upon learning he would attend this poetry gathering, he had commissioned them from others. He merely memorized them. Only then did the pieces fit. With this realization, their earlier awe dissolved, and so this is how he plays, resorting to deception and pretense. Lacking true talent is one thing, but to seek glory at a poetry assembly through artifice, without genuine mastery, exposure is inevitable. A cold sneer flickered within Gu Changxing's heart. This is unexpectedly fortunate. Originally, I could only mildly embarrass him, but if Su Fengqiu lacks talent yet dares to deceive once exposed, he will suffer utter, irredeemable disgrace. So it was you who composed that upper couplet? Asked the poetic sage, turning to Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu nodded. It was my first visit to the Celestial Poetry Pavilion. I was moved by the sight, and composed it spontaneously. I forgot to sign my name. Li Mufeng clapped lightly. Master Su, your skill is remarkable. So you gazed upon the pavilion rising above the river, and instantly composed the line, Wangjiang Tower, gazing upon the flowing river. And moments ago you improvised the lower couplet. Moon shadows span 10,000 years, a feat even the poetic sage himself could not accomplish. Such extraordinary talent explains why you dismissed that gentleman's poem as ordinary. It is indeed perfectly reasonable. Li Mufeng's words carried veiled meaning. Even the poetic sage and countless other masters of verse had failed to match the lower couplet in such short time. Yet you claim to have composed the upper couplet spontaneously upon seeing the pavilion. And the lower couplet, did you truly conceive it just now on the spot? How astonishing you are, surpassing even the poetic sage, Her Imperial Majesty the Divine Empress Zhuge and Wei Yannian. Hearing Li Mufeng's words, the crowd grasped his implication. At once Su Fengqiu was clearly putting on airs. The poetic sage too detected the subtext. He chose a seemingly trivial question. Oh, which poem did you deem ordinary? Ji Buchang respectfully presented his own poem with both hands. The poetic sage glanced over it briefly. He possesses talent, but measured against Master Su's couplets, it is indeed unremarkable. Thus spoke the poetic sage. Many thanks to the esteemed poetic sage, replied Ji Buchang, bowing deeply. The poetic sage returned to his seat upon the dais. Her Imperial Majesty, the poetry gathering may now commence. The poetic sage declared. The Divine Empress Shengyao nodded. Master Su's couplet has set an excellent precedent. Let us begin tonight's poetry gathering, all of you. The assembly bowed in unison. The poetic sage added, let me offer one remark. This year I have resolved to take a disciple. Whosoever excels most in tonight's gathering shall earn the honor of becoming my apprentice. Many eyes turned toward Gu Changxing. The poetic sage too looked directly at him. Changxing, I hope you will astonish me once more, as you did 4 years ago. Gu Changxing bowed respectfully. This junior shall not disappoint you, esteemed poetic sage. Indeed, he possessed genuine talent. Yet the poem that had dazzled the poetic sage at last year's gathering had been prepared long in advance. More precisely, he had stumbled upon a destitute scholar in the mortal realm, a poet obsessed with verse, who had penned numerous masterpieces destined to echo through millennia. Gu Changxing slew him and seized all his poems, committing each to memory. One of them, the very poem that had captivated the poetic sage last year, now belonged to him alone. He believed the vast repertoire he had memorized, spanning every conceivable theme, would surely serve him well tonight. First he must secure discipleship under the poetic sage. Though he knew his method mirrored Su Fengqiu's, Su Fengqiu stood as the target of universal scrutiny, while no one questioned Gu Changxing. Moreover, Gu Changxing truly possessed talent. Gentlemen, asked Zhuge Chen, what theme shall guide our first round of poetic exchange? The Divine Empress Shengyao gazed out the window and murmured, tonight's moonlight is exquisite. The poetic sage laughed aloud. Her Imperial Majesty praises the moon. And just now Master Su offered moon shadows span 10,000 years. Thus let our first round be devoted to the moon. What say you all? No objection whatsoever. Countless immortal verses have been written about the moon throughout history. Precisely because so many timeless masterpieces exist on this theme, crafting one that stuns the assembly proves exceedingly difficult. Then, gentlemen poets, give your utmost. You have one instance. Sestic's duration, form, and genre are unrestricted. Some immediately seated themselves and took up their brushes, lost in contemplation. Others strolled to the side of the hall, gazing outward at the landscape and the full moon, deep in thought. Still others whispered quietly among themselves. Master Su, I never imagined you possessed such brilliance. My deepest admiration, said Li Mufeng, smiling warmly. Masterly flatters me. Please convey my regards to Patriarch Li of Yaoshan Mountain upon your return, Your Imperial Majesty. Li Mufeng understood the subtle message in Su Fengqiu's words. Master Su, must our private affair escalate into a matter between sects? He asked. I merely extend a courteous greeting. Why do you interpret it so gravely? Su Fengqiu smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. Li Mufeng laughed, then his gaze sharpened. Master Su Yaoshan Mountain stands ready to welcome you, anytime. Li Mufeng was the fortune-linked protagonist triggered by Su Fengqiu. His bold confrontation now implied explicit authorization from Yaoshan Mountain itself. Put simply, Yaoshan Mountain had recently adopted a posture of humility, but no longer feared Su Fengqiu. The reason was straightforward. Yaoshan Mountain's ancestral patriarch had ascended to the rank of supreme Immortal Emperor. This was their newfound confidence. Yet they still lacked absolute certainty to launch a direct assault upon the Su clan. Still, they now feared no retaliation from Su Fengqiu himself. I shall go, said Su Fengqiu. I accept your invitation, and Master Su. A gentle reminder. Li Mufeng's lips curved slightly. Tonight's gathering gathers the continent's foremost poets, including Her Imperial Majesty and the poetic sage himself. Fleeting cleverness is easily seen through. With that, he walked away, no longer concealing his intent, laying bare his stance before Su Fengqiu. A quiet smile flickered across Su Fengqiu's mind, and he sat down, brush in hand. Not far away, Gu Changxing watched the scene and scoffed inwardly. He writes already. Who knows what grotesque nonsense he's scribbling. Gu Changxing too set his brush to paper, his composition titled Ode to the Moon. This piece will astound the entire assembly tonight. To become the poetic sage's disciple is not mere ambition, it is destiny. Gu Changxing brimmed with unwavering confidence. The assembled scholars and literary talents all began composing without delay. Your Eminence, the poetic sage, whispered Elder Chao softly beside him. The poetic sage boldly wiped his mouth and replied with a faintly tipsy lilt, Elder Chao, please speak. Ahem. As for Su Fengqiu, I know him well. He has never shown devotion to music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, or prose. At 28, he is already an immortal emperor, yet all his focus lies solely in cultivation. The implication was clear. Whether Su Fengqiu possessed the poetic brilliance to compose such a couplet, and whence that talent might have sprung, remained deeply questionable. The poetic sage merely murmured in vague assent, offering no further comment. He did not care. I merely feel such conduct disgraces this hall of refined elegance, though I dare not. Oh, never mind. Elder Chao sighed heavily. He loathed this behavior intensely, yet dared not voice his protest. After all, what stature did Su Fengqiu hold? Fortunately, Li Mufeng and Gu Changxing were also present. Sooner or later they would expose Su Fengqiu. A stick of incense later, the participants signed their names and submitted their works. Your Imperial Majesty, the Divine Empress. Lin Qingzhu bowed with serene grace and presented her work with both hands to Empress Fengyao. This sovereign eagerly anticipates your composition. I trust it shall not disappoint your Imperial Majesty nor our esteemed elders. Having spoken, Lin Qingzhu withdrew, and there walking toward her was Su Fengqiu. Lin Qingzhu offered a gentle, respectful bow, her voice soft as silk. Master Su. Su Fengqiu paused. Miss Lin, what an honor. Your couplet just now was exquisitely crafted, Master Su. I am truly in awe. Su Fengqiu smiled faintly. Miss Lin, do you not suspect, as others might, that I prepared it in advance? His question left Lin Qingzhu momentarily speechless. She answered honestly. I have heard that Master Su holds little affection for poetry and prose. Yet true genius needs but a fleeting moment to give birth to brilliance. Perhaps you are precisely such a prodigy. Qingzhu looks forward to your masterwork. Many thanks. With that, Su Fengqiu ascended, presented his poem to Empress Fengyao, and descended once more. Gu Changxing cast a sidelong glance at Su Fengqiu before handing his verse to the poetic sage. All participants then returned to their seats. Empress Fengyao declared, very well, please wait a moment. Each of us shall select several works we deem most accomplished and present them one by one. Yes, your majesty. They bowed in unison. Ah, young master Li Mufeng's, the moon over all under heaven. What heroic grandeur. A magnificent poem, truly magnificent. Elder Huang exclaimed in admiration. Li Mufeng's lips curved into a subtle smile as he returned a respectful fistapalm salute. Rising to his feet, Elder Huang announced, this old man shall recite it aloud for all. As Elder Huang finished his recitation, applause filled the hall. Excellent. Truly excellent. The poetic sage took a long draught of wine and praised twice. This poem stands as today's first rare masterpiece. Your Eminence overpraises me, Senior Master, replied Li Mufeng. And now, the second poem arrives. Staggering slightly, the poetic sage rose, swaying with intoxication, and proclaimed, Moon Verses, by Gu Changxing. Gu Changxing's face lit with delight. All eyes turned toward him. The moon reflects upon 100 rivers flowing. When the recitation ended, applause broke out once more. Truly worthy of the young lord. What extraordinary talent. What exquisite moon verses. We stand humbled and awestruck. Indeed, this moon verses seems to surpass even Saint Prince Li Mufeng's poem. It appears today's disciple of the poetic sage can be none other than young Lord Gu himself. Bravo, bravo, Gu Changxing. You have not disappointed this old man. The poetic sage gazed upon Gu Changxing full of praise. Gu Changxing replied, to earn the esteem of my seniors brings me profound fulfillment. Yet I believe the verses of immortal Lady Lin and several others are no less brilliant than mine. Inwardly he rejoiced. Though the poetry gathering had barely begun, his position as the poetic sage's chosen disciple was all but secured. Master Gu's talent is peerless. I dare not compare, said Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu bowed gracefully. Beneath her veil, Empress Xingyao's lips curved into a faint knowing smile. Lady Lin's poem indeed rivals Gu Changxing's. Oh, ha ha ha. Pray your majesty unveil it. The poetic sage laughed heartily and drank deeply twice. Empress Xingyao raised a hand before her. A poem materialized in midair. Gu Changxing glanced, and his brows drew tight in astonishment. Lin Qingzhu's literary brilliance was nothing short of astonishing. No wonder the poetic sage had instantly wished to take her as his disciple, and even declared her the sole candidate most likely to attain Tao through poetry. Gu Changxing acknowledged inwardly that he fell short. Fortunately, Lin Qingzhu had already sworn fealty to Empress Xingyao, and held no desire to wander the heavens under the poetic sage's tutelage. Your Imperial Majesty, Your Imperial Majesty. The poetic sage gazed intently at the poem and sighed wistfully. This old man envies you beyond measure. How I long to take Qingzhu as my disciple. Even I would need considerable effort to compose such a verse. Senior Master, your praise is undeserved. I have always taken you as my exemplar. Traces of your style linger in every line I write. No, you are wholly yourself. This poem is supreme among all today's offerings. The poetic sage spoke with deep reverence. Indeed, what a year for poetry. Let us see if any further verses will dazzle our senses. Empress Xingyao reached for the next submission. When she saw it bore Su Fengqiu's name, she studied it with particular attention. This gathering had placed Su Fengqiu in an awkward position, yet upon reading his verse her veiled expression betrayed unmistakable astonishment. Your Eminence the poetic sage, please peruse this. Empress Xingyao handed the poem across. The poetic sage, clutching his wine gourd in one hand, accepted it casually with the other, then froze, his gaze locked upon the page. Whoosh! He sprang upright, eyes blazing as he fixed them upon Su Fengqiu. All present were stunned. What verse could evoke such a reaction from the poetic sage? Gu Changxing's brow furrowed. Following the poetic sage's gaze, he too looked upon Su Fengqiu, then allowed himself a quiet inward smile. Could it be that Su Fengqiu's poem was so wretched the poetic sage could barely suppress his fury? Li Mufeng lazily fanned himself, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Beside him, Zhuge Chen, curious, picked up the poem from the table and read aloud. When did the bright moon first appear? Holding wine, I asked the azure sky. Those opening lines gave him pause. Then he continued, unable to stop himself. I know not what year it is tonight within the celestial palaces. HSS. He glanced at Su Fengqiu, then back at the verse, his tone growing solemn. I wish to ride the wind home, but fear the jade towers and crystal halls where the heights grow too cold to bear. Dancing amidst the pure shadows. How unlike the mortal realm. HSS. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly as all stared awestruck at Su Fengqiu. What? Gu Changxing stared, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? Oh. Zhuge Chen blinked, then looked again at Su Fengqiu. Nearby, Elder Wei Yannian of the Xianyi sect reached over and took the poem from his hands. It turns past vermilion pavilions, dips low beneath carved windows, shining upon the sleepless. It bears no grudge. Why must it wax full precisely when loved ones part? He frowned. Mortals know joy and sorrow, parting and reunion. The moon waxes and wanes, brightens and dims. Such imperfection has reigned since time immemorial. Yet may all who live endure. 10,000 miles apart, share the same moon. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. Everyone present was a person of refined literary talent, deeply devoted to poetry, verse, and classical prose. Indeed, even the least accomplished among them would be deemed exceptionally gifted across the 9 provinces. They were without question connoisseurs of poetry. Merely hearing the piece once sufficed for them to gauge its extraordinary caliber. So sublime that were one to claim it the work of the poetic sage himself, none would doubt it. Could this truly be the handiwork of Su Fengqiu? Surely not. This was composed impromptu by the young master in the span of a single incense stick. A masterpiece destined to echo through millennia. When shall the bright moon rise? I raise my cup and ask the azure heavens. May we live long though miles apart, sharing the same luminous moon. Yet wasn't young Master Su known to disdain poetry and classical literature altogether? How could he possess such genius? This may well be the most astonishing lyric I've encountered in recent years. Lin Qingzhu, her delicate face veiled, parted her lips ever so slightly. What exquisite language! What ethereal imagery! What vast sweeping vision! Her luminous eyes flickered, then turned lingering upon Su Fengqiu, standing not far away. Young Master Su, truly a man of extraordinary literary brilliance. She cherished poetry above all else. Talent to her was irresistible, and Su Fengqiu's lyric had left her utterly spellbound. Li Mufeng frowned deeply. Su Fengqiu came prepared, very well prepared indeed. His gaze sharpened faintly. It mattered not. Tonight Su Fengqiu's deception would inevitably unravel. Impossible. Gu Chongqing's heart turned cold within him. Su Fengqiu was utterly ignorant of poetry and classical literature. He could never have composed such a masterpiece. This had to be plagiarism. What consummate pretense! How dared he appropriate a timeless classic of such transcendent quality? Damn it. Was he about to steal the title of poetic sage's disciple through sheer theft? That could never happen. He longed to watch Su Fengqiu humiliated beyond redemption, and something had to be done. This lyric. Wei Yannian rose, his expression stunned as he gazed at Su Fengqiu. Its imagery is peerless, its craftsmanship extraordinary. To encounter such an immortal work at a mere poetry gathering. Unbelievable. Even more astonishing is that it was composed spontaneously. This lyric alone merits inclusion in scholarly anthologies, destined to be studied and recited by generations of scholars, echoing through eternity. Chao Lao, who had remained silent until now, wore a grim expression. He held no fondness for Su Fengqiu, for two reasons. First, he believed Su Fengqiu possessed no genuine literary talent whatsoever. All these works were stolen, merely stamped with his own name. Second, the Yao Huang sect's Yao family, whom Su Fengqiu had slain, bore deep, intricate ties to Chao Lao himself. He had withheld his voice thus far, not out of fairness, but out of fear. Yet now restraint was slipping from young Master Su. Witnessing such a lyric at this poetry gathering exceeds even this old man's expectations. Your literary brilliance rivals even that of Miss Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu murmured softly, by this lyric alone I recognize the chasm between myself and young Master Su. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. The poetic sage burst into hearty laughter. In truth, everyone present suspected, almost unanimously, that the lyric must have been either plagiarized or meticulously precomposed. To compose such a lyric within a single incensestic's duration. Only the poetic sage and perhaps a handful of others could accomplish such a feat, yet no one dared voice such doubts aloud. Gu Chongqing swiftly signaled Ji Buochang and Li Sheng beside him. Both men flinched visibly. They had believed their ordeal nearly over. After all, Li Mufeng had already taken the lead in challenging Su Fengqiu. They had not expected the young master himself to summon them. Frankly, they lacked the courage. Were it not for this poetry gathering, Su Fengqiu would remain an unreachable celestial sovereign, a figure they could not even hope to glimpse in their lifetimes. Now they were being asked to confront him directly. A shiver ran down their spines. Even Gu Chongqing's promises offered little solace. It was a terror rooted deep in their souls, of visceral humility carved into their very bones. Earlier, when ordered to have Su Fengqiu recite Ji Buochang's own poem, he had gritted his teeth and forced himself forward. But having come this far, what choice remained? They had no recourse but to press on, however daunting. To retreat now would render all prior effort futile. Li Sheng, seizing resolve, stepped boldly forward. Esteemed guests, I have something to say. All eyes turned toward him. Li Sheng continued, there are words I have long held in silence. Words I dared not utter. Chao Lao interjected immediately, speak freely. Yes. It is only because Her Imperial Majesty the Divine Empress declared today that rank holds no sway here, that we gather solely as fellow poets exchanging literary artistry, that I dare step forth. As one who prides himself on righteous indignation, I offer only a humble inquiry. Chao Lao said, proceed. Li Sheng replied, the brilliance of young Master Su's lyric has stunned the entire assembly. The beauty of its imagery, the height of its realm, simply unimaginable. Composed within a single incense stick, yet rich in both depth and length. Such a feat would be natural for masters like the poetic sage, or Her Imperial Majesty, or our venerable elders. Hence I respectfully inquired, did young Master Su truly compose this celestial lyric spontaneously in that brief span? Li Sheng dared not meet Su Fengqiu's gaze. Ji Buochang stepped forward. This junior disciple shares certain reservations. I do not deny young Master Su's transcendent talent, but it is widely known that at merely 28 he ascended to the Celestial Emperor realm, a miracle unparalleled. All his devotion has been poured into cultivation. He has shown no affinity for poetry or classical literature. Indeed, he has never composed a single verse nor entered any literary circle. Yet he presents us with a work of such staggering magnitude. Surely this defies reason. A quiet smile flickered across Gu Chongqing's face. Satisfying, truly satisfying. The flaw had now been laid bare. Su Fengqiu stood exposed, cornered. Gu Chongqing truly was a genius, exhilarating. Li Mufeng glanced at Gu Chongqing, his understanding immediate. Young Master Su, might you care to offer an explanation? Chao Lao turned his gaze upon Su Fengqiu. There remained those who discerned truth from illusion. All eyes converged upon Su Fengqiu, awaiting his reply. Truth be told, this was precisely what everyone assumed. Even Zhuge Chun and Wei Yannian upon the dais, and even Her Imperial Majesty the Divine Empress, and the poetic sage himself, they shared the same suspicion. At the very least they considered it plausible. Su Fengqiu spoke with serene nonchalance. Must explanation be given? How I spend each day, or where I go, is hardly common knowledge. Just as some cannot fathom how one attains celestial emperorhood before 30, so too does wonder arise where none is warranted. Do you not agree, Brother Gu? Su Fengqiu suddenly gestured toward Gu Changsheng, startling him so thoroughly he trembled. Ah yes, absolutely. Ahem, some people dwell in wells so narrow they mistake their own shadows for the sky. What seems impossible to them must therefore be impossible for all. They simply inhabit a different realm entirely. Su Fengqiu smiled faintly. Ji Buchong, Li Sheng, wait, what on earth is happening? You sent us to challenge Su Fengqiu. And now you're defending him. Didn't you declare your hatred for him? Even if apprehensive, why defend him at all? Am I the fool in this drama? Gu Changsheng was in great discomfort. Su Fengqiu had leverage over him, and Su Fengqiu had already pointed him out. He had no choice but to speak on Su Fengqiu's behalf. However, it didn't matter anymore. Ji Buchong and Li Sheng had already clarified the situation regarding Su Fengqiu. They just hadn't made a definite conclusion yet. Next, there would be plenty of opportunities to expose that Su Fengqiu's poetry was all plagiarized. Once his deception was revealed, he would lose all face. He would become a laughingstock of the continent. The Holy Empress, Sheng Yao timely remarked, since it's a misunderstanding, let it pass. Ji Buchong and Li Sheng respectfully bowed, saying, Yes, Your Majesty. However, being able to see the composition of young Master Su today has already made this poetry meeting worthwhile. Zhuge Chun said, stroking his beard and laughing. Wei Yannian also chuckled. We just got started, who knows what further surprises await us. Indeed. Esteemed poet, what will the second topic be? The poet reluctantly shifted his gaze away from Su Fengqiu's poem. Let us speak, everyone. Elder Chao calmed his displeasure and said, I have a brilliant idea. The Holy Empress, Sheng Yao asked, Oh, Elder Chao, please elaborate. Elder Chao said, All present are young talents, and nearly all are unmarried or without partners, right? The crowd shook their heads. Therefore you all must have dreams of expressing love, but have rarely attempted it. There must be very few poems depicting the opposite sex. I propose that this round's topic be the extraordinary women and the remarkable men. Elder Huang chuckled and said, Elder Chao, that's a wonderful suggestion. I still vividly remember the scene when the esteemed poet Drunk wrote Tale of Beauty for a fair lady, how carefree and spirited it was, boldly defying the world. Zhuge Chun laughed and said, Indeed, it's a good theme. In this poetry meeting, the men will write about beauties and the ladies will write about handsome men expressing admiration and love. Very well. The poet laughed heartily and stood on his chair, saying, Why not go even bolder? Let us write poems based on those present at the poetry meeting. Brilliant. Then the poet tilted his head back and drank heartily, suddenly wiping the corner of his mouth. Refreshing. Elder Chao also responded, That sounds wonderful. Today's poetry meeting is filled with so many young talents. The men have the likes of the Holy Son of Yaoshan Mountain and young Master Gu, while the women include Qing Zhu and Miss Zhao, even Her Majesty the Empress. Men write about women in the venue and women write about men. Splendid. Having said that, Elder Chao also sneered inwardly. For these young people, writing poetry about love and the opposite sex was likely not their strong suit. This theme isn't uncommon, but in such a grand and solemn poetry meeting it becomes exceedingly rare. Su Fengqiu having plagiarized others, or having someone write new poetry for him in advance claiming it as his own. How could he possibly have anticipated that today's poetry meeting would feature this theme? He surely wasn't prepared, right? Wait for him to reveal his true self. If it really comes to it, the ladies could also reference me to write poetry. It doesn't necessarily have to be about love, right? If they reference me for love, that wouldn't be bad either. The poet laughed loudly. Ahem, esteemed poet, you've had too much to drink. The Holy Empress, Sheng Yao remarked. I lost my composure. The poet chuckled as he sat down. Such is the esteemed poet, free-spirited and unrestrained, how carefree and joyful. Zhuge Chun sighed. Then Elder Chao said, After completing the poetry, please be sure to note who this poem is about before signing your name. Yes. Su Fengqiu glanced around the venue. Undoubtedly the best writers were two people, Lin Qingzhu and the Holy Empress Sheng Yao. Lin Qingzhu, on the other hand, looked at the young men in the venue. Many capable young men could write. She might even be able to write about the poet himself, that kind of carefree spirit bold in the world. It didn't necessarily have to be about love. But she inexplicably fixed her gaze on Su Fengqiu and suddenly felt that there was something about young Master Su that she really wanted to write about. At the same time, Su Fengqiu was also looking at Lin Qingzhu. Their eyes met. Lin Qingzhu's face blushed slightly beneath her veil. She politely nodded at Su Fengqiu from a distance. Gu Changsheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. This theme is good, just right for writing about Miss Lin. He loved Lin Qingzhu the most. She ranked 6th on the fairy list. he still didn't know how to express his admiration for her. It was just right to use this poem to express himself. As for Fengqiu, no need to worry about him. This theme, especially requiring impromptu writing based on someone present, was quite the challenge. Fengqiu certainly didn't have a poem prepared that described women. In a poetry meeting like this, who would expect to write based on themes of women and men? Thus, Fengqiu's upcoming poem about women would reveal his true level. The last poem had reached a level of timelessness. He himself claimed it was an impromptu piece. This one, if it turns out to be mediocre, would solidify the accusation of plagiarism against him. On the contrary, Gu Changsheng believed that Fengqiu would find it difficult to even write a mediocre poem. He simply did not understand. The venue fell silent. Everyone was constantly watching someone and thinking about, "Are you starting to write now?" Gu Changsheng glanced at Fengqiu, chuckling inwardly. It was ridiculous. He was quite the actor. Soon a stick of incense had passed. Everyone also completed their creations. Then they submitted their poems to the Holy Empress Fengyao and Wei Yannian flipped through them and said, "Indeed, your descriptions seem somewhat lacking, but that's fine. If a poem can stand out, it will be even better. Oh, young friend Gus' poem is quite good. What's about the girl Qingzhu?" Lin Qingzhu politely bowed to Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng cupped his fists and said, "If Miss Lin is displeased, please forgive me." In reality, he believed Lin Qingzhu likely wrote about him, or perhaps about the poet. But writing about an elder, even if it expresses respect, is indeed not suitable. "What are you saying, young Master Gu?" Lin Qingzhu said softly. Elder Chao then read Gu Changsheng's poem. Good poem. Good poem. Even if one doesn't know who young Master Gu wrote about, just listening to the poem reveals it is written about Miss Lin. Vividly portrayed young Master Gus' poem is indeed filled with admiration for Miss Lin. Good poem. Young Master Gu is immensely talented. The poet nodded in satisfaction. It seems my disciple might indeed be said, ha. Gu Changsheng was overjoyed. Lin Qingzhu bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, young Master Gu. It's a small matter, looking forward to Miss Lin's poem." Gu Changsheng revealed a gentlemanly smile. The Holy Empress Fengyao glanced at him, and beneath her veil a hint of a captivating smile emerged. "Qingzhu's poem is quite good as well," the poet said with a smile. "Oh, let me see if these two have some mutual understanding. It's a pity they share some mutual understanding." Gu Changsheng frowned. She didn't write about him. Who could she write about? Fengqiu. Don't joke. Lin Qingzhu probably wouldn't have any good feelings towards Fengqiu. She surely suspects Fengqiu's poetry is plagiarized or pre-prepared. The Holy Empress Fengyao glanced at Fengqiu. Actually, it was about Fengqiu. Gu Changsheng. Oh, has he become the clown now? Gu Changsheng was filled with resentment. Fengqiu. Once again it was Fengqiu. Everyone believed that Lin Qingzhu must be writing about him. Gu Changsheng also thought so, because everyone felt they were a match made in heaven. Moreover, it was clear to all that Gu Changsheng harbored secret affections for Lin Qingzhu. His expression and his eyes were waiting for the announcement that Lin Qingzhu had written about him. Now it was clear she did not write about Gu Changsheng, but rather about Fengqiu. On the surface, Gu Changsheng seemed calm, but inside, he was seething with rage. Why? Why did you not write about me? Why? Gu Changsheng and Lin Qingzhu, a golden boy and jade girl, a match made in heaven. There is no one else in this world as suitable as us. Why did you write about Fengqiu? I, Gu Changsheng, have known you for several years, and we have discussed poetry together many times. You clearly have feelings for me. Why did you write about Fengqiu? Fine. Is this how you treat me? Everyone knows our feelings, yet you have fed my true heart to the dogs, making me lose face in front of everyone. That Fengqiu you have only met for the first time, yet you have changed your affections. Good. Lin Qingzhu, you are just a shameless woman. You just wait. Gu Changsheng roared in his heart. Fengqiu glanced at Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu slightly bowed and said, "I do not know much about young Master Su, and the poem is based solely on my first impression. If young Master Su dislikes it, please forgive me. How about you read it yourself, Qingzhu?" The Holy Empress Fengyao flicked her delicate fingers, and the scroll flew towards Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu caught it, feeling a bit embarrassed. It felt so awkward. Writing a poem about young Master Su and having to read it herself seemed somewhat difficult. Lin Qingzhu waved her hand in the air as her spiritual energy surged. Her poem appeared in the air. Gu Changsheng appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it. It was really well written. Ciao. Fengqiu. Lin Qingzhu. Oh, it's really well written. The words are beautiful and grand, portraying young Master Su vividly. It's a pity I am a man. If I were a woman and accidentally read this poem, I would surely fall in love with the man in the poem. Li Mufeng praised. He was clearly trying to stir up trouble between Fengqiu and Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng, you love your mother. You can love now. Ciao. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. What a good poem. Truly a remarkable poem. Qingzhu's talent is indeed unparalleled in this generation. Ha ha ha, the esteemed poet saint will lament for not receiving such a good disciple again. However, what you said, Li Mufeng, is also incorrect. This poem is not about affection, but admiration. A genius as if entering an uninhabited realm, bold and fierce, yet with a gentle side. Thank you, Miss Lin. Su Fengqiu clasped his fist. Lin Qingzhu slightly bowed in return. Su Fengqiu said, coincidentally, the poem I wrote is also dedicated to Miss Lin. It's actually quite normal. In the hall, out of 200 men, over 95% wrote about Lin Qingzhu. The Empress, no one dared to write about her. Lin Qingzhu felt a flicker of anticipation. Meanwhile, Gu Changxing watched the two of them exchanging glances. His heart was about to explode. Oh, so this is how it is. Then let this emperor see Su Fengqiu's work. The Holy Empress Sheng Yao took out Su Fengqiu's poem. After a glance, the Holy Empress' expression changed in surprise again. It seems Su Fengqiu's poem is not simple. The poet saint remarked. Chao Lao spoke sarcastically. Naturally, it is not simple. Because he had plagiarized or perhaps asked someone else to write it in advance. Of course, he only dared to think it in his heart. The Holy Empress spread her right hand and waved in front of her, and a series of heart-shaking words floated in the air. Everyone quickly looked up. Lin Qingzhu also looked on with anticipation. Like a startled swan, graceful like a wandering dragon. Glorious as autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing like spring pines. Fleeting like light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the returning snow of the flowing wind. Hiss! In the quiet poetry meeting, many people involuntarily gasped. The poet saint's murky gaze suddenly became clear again. Fleeting like light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the returning snow of the flowing wind. His body trembled slightly. It was a mixture of restrained excitement, as if images surged in his mind. It felt like an unfulfilled wish, as if in this moment he found what he had been searching for. This. Wei Yinyang, Zhuge Chun, and others looked at the poem with expressions of disbelief, instinctively standing up. How beautiful! This is the most beautiful poem I have ever seen. Fleeting like light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the returning snow of the flowing wind. What kind of talent must one have to write such a masterpiece? How beautiful! Truly beautiful. Young Master Su is a great talent. In this world, not just in this generation, but even looking back 100 years, young Master Su's talent must rank among the top. At this moment, if someone were to tell me that this was a poem young Master Su had prepared in advance and had someone else write it for him, I would almost not believe it. In this world, who else could write such beautiful poetry? Everyone was stunned, looking at Su Fengqiu, who stood there as if in an uninhabited realm. Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed at Su Fengqiu's poem. How beautiful! This might be the most beautiful poem she has read in recent years, right? She never expected that this was written by young Master Su for her. In that moment, Lin Qingzhu's heart was suddenly touched. Over the years, she had experienced many declarations from exceptionally talented men across the continent. But she had never felt moved. She didn't even understand what it meant to be moved. However, seeing this poem, she suddenly seemed to grasp what it meant to be touched. A poem that plucks at the heartstrings. It could be seen how beautiful this poem truly was. Ding! Lin Qingzhu's affection for U5, current affection 15. How could this be? Li Mufeng frowned as well. He felt that even if it were prepared in advance, it couldn't possibly yield such a poem, could it? Miss Lin, do you still like it? Su Fengqiu asked Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu slightly inclined her body towards Su Fengqiu and said, Young Master Su is a great talent, and I certainly like it, but I feel rather unworthy in the face of such beautiful poetry. Su Fengqiu smiled and said, Miss Lin is too humble. Poet Saint. At this moment, the Holy Empress Sheng Yao looked at the Poet Saint. Everyone turned to look. The Poet Saint looked up at the poem motionless. Only 2 lines of tears flowed slowly down his cheeks. The Poet Saint raised his hand, as if trying to touch something only he could see. It seemed he was caressing a woman's cheek. The Poet Saint's lips moved slightly, and in deep emotion he said, That is my greatest love. She has returned with this poem. Did you see it? Tears flowed silently down the Poet Saint's face, his gaze slightly dazed with a hint of a blissful smile at the corner of his mouth. She is so beautiful. Everyone was silent. After a long while, the Poet Saint came back to his senses. He looked at Su Fengqiu. The Poet Sage gazed intently at Su Fengqiu. Senior Poet Sage, Su Fengqiu clasped his fist in greeting. What a fine lad. A remarkable Su Fengqiu, a paragon of both martial and literary prowess. The Poet Sage sighed. Gu Changxing shuddered. No, Senior Poet Sage. You can't possibly believe he wrote this himself, can you? Even if we assume he did write it, you can't seriously think he composed it spontaneously in such a short time. He is Su Fengqiu, not the Poet Sage. A poem has made me seem to conjure forth my long-lost love, and in my narrow view it appears I have encountered a prodigy capable of entering the Tao through poetry. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted. They looked at Su Fengqiu with a mix of envy and jealousy. But upon reflection it made sense. The 2 poems Su Fengqiu presented today, including a couplet, are worthy of being passed down through the ages. They were simply breathtaking. Did Su Fengqiu truly create these spontaneously? As an emperor of the immortals, such martial talent, and now such literary brilliance. The poet-sage looked solemnly at Su Fengqiu and asked, "Young friend Su Fengqiu, I truly wish to take you as my disciple. What are your thoughts on this?" The crowd exclaimed, "What? The senior poet-sage wants to take Su Xiaozhu as a disciple. Shouldn't it be Gu Ch-" Hush! From the beginning the poet-sage was merely impressed by Gu Xiaozhu. Everyone truly thought Gu Xiaozhu would become the poet-sage's disciple today, as before this only Miss Lin's talent rivaled Gu Xiaozhu. But now with these couplets and poems from Su Xiaozhu, are they not astonishing enough? Far surpassing Gu Xiaozhu. How envious we are. What? Gu Changsheng was utterly bewildered. His identity as the poet-sage's disciple was gone. No. Today only he Gu Changsheng could become the poet-sage's disciple. How could he be overshadowed by Su Fengqiu? Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu. Oh, you shall pay for this. Gu Changsheng's face was filled with resentment. No way. Senior poet-sage. Gu Changsheng could no longer hold back, and stood up. Oh, Changsheng. The poet-sage remarked. Gu Changsheng pointed at Su Fengqiu, and said, "Senior poet-sage, perhaps you have been deceived by Su Fengqiu. He absolutely lacks such talent. I am certain he is someone with no interest in poetry or literary pursuits. How could someone with no interest possess such talent? Oh, are you quite familiar with me, brother Gu?" Su Fengqiu asked with a smirk. "Whether I am or not is unimportant. What matters is that you Su Fengqiu have no such talent." Gu Changsheng, emotionally charged, looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, Su Fengqiu's couplets were merely prepared in advance. They carry no persuasive weight. The poem for Miss Lin and the one for the moon must have either been written for him in advance, which he memorized, or he plagiarized them. You all must understand this clearly, right?" Gu Changsheng's gaze narrowed as he stared at Su Fengqiu. "Su Fengqiu, stop pretending you have no talent. Everyone knows this. They simply don't dare to speak up due to your status. But I, the young master, am not afraid of you. After enduring for so long, I see you declaring others' poems as your own and deceiving the senior poet-sage. I must expose you. This poetry gathering, such a grand occasion, is not something someone like you Su Fengqiu should attend. Do not forget the heinous deeds you've committed that incite the wrath of both gods and men. How could someone like you write such exquisite poetry? Ha ha ha, this is absurd, utterly ridiculous." Gu Changsheng could no longer contain himself. If he held back any longer, his status as the poet-sage's disciple would vanish. What leverage? It no longer mattered. The crowd exchanged glances. Yes, they thought the same. Yet they could. "Young Master Gu, I mentioned this earlier, but you refuted me," Jibo said. Gu Changsheng replied, "That is because I and Su Fengqiu are old acquaintances, and I did not wish to make things clear and wanted to give him some face. However, discovering that he has become increasingly brazen as someone who loves poetry and possesses the spirit of a scholar, my conscience tells me I can no longer turn a blind eye." Li Mufeng stepped forward and said, "I agree with Brother Gu. I have never heard of Su Xiong having an interest in poetry. Every time I hear of him, he is either in seclusion training or honing skills. Not to mention poetry, I have never heard of him playing chess with anyone. Even if we assume Su Xiong truly loves poetry, the level of these two poems is simply beyond him. Besides, let us not forget this was an impromptu performance. I do not believe anyone could write such poetry spontaneously." Having said that, Li Mufeng looked at the poet-sage and added, "Senior poet-sage, if it were you, I would believe it." Then he turned to Wei Yinyang, Zhuge and the Holy Empress. "You esteemed seniors are also individuals of great talent. Perhaps you too hold doubts." Wei Yinyang and the others did not comment. The world is vast, full of wonders. Though they were indeed skeptical, what if? Who could say for certain? Li Mufeng turned back to Su Fengqiu. "Su Xiong, in this poetry gathering facing Her Majesty the Empress and senior poet-sage, do you not feel ashamed to display such despicable means to showcase yourself?" The crowd exchanged glances. Indeed, they too did not believe Su Fengqiu could write such poetry, let alone spontaneously. Su Fengqiu smiled and said, "Well then, let me say a few words. Please do not hesitate." Words spoken in such a grand assembly, relying solely on speculation, with no evidence, every statement is hearsay, never seen before. Do you consider this to be an elegant matter? I admit I did not write it, then who do you say did? Cough, cough. At that moment Elder Chow cleared his throat. "Let me say a couple of words." The crowd turned to look at Elder Chow. Elder Chow gazed at Su Fengqiu and asked, "Young friend Su, the lines as fleeting as clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the wind in returning snow, I have seen before." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was left in an uproar. Even those who had believed in Su Fengqiu's poetry, including the poet-sage, furrowed their brows. What? Lin Qingzhu frowned at Su Fengqiu. Could it be that young Master Su truly copied these? Gu Changsheng and Li Mufeng felt a surge of delight. Indeed. What? Elder Chow has seen these lines. So that means Su Fengqiu indeed copied them. How despicable. Utterly vile. This is an affront to the elegance of this gathering, showing utter disregard for the esteemed seniors here. How utterly detestable. Elder Chow glanced at the crowd, and then said, "The lines as fleeting as clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the wind and returning snow, I first encountered when I was merely a teenager. My teacher, the once great literary sage of the Shengyao Empire, Zhou Wenshi, left behind this pearl of wisdom. These lines have never been circulated, and I have never spoken of them before, because they were my teacher's last work. I have been reluctant to say anything due to young friend Zu's status. However, upon seeing him claim these lines as his own, I can no longer remain silent, for it would be a disservice to my esteemed teacher. Therefore, young friend Su." Elder Chow stared at Su Fengqiu. "May I ask where you learned these lines? Why did you claim they were composed spontaneously?" In fact, everything Elder Chow said was fabricated. He had long wanted to step forward. Now, with Gu Changxing and Li Mufeng having made their statements so clear, it was the perfect opportunity for him to fan the flames. Though it was all a fabrication in this situation, if he said it, then it was true. For he was certain that Su Fengqiu did not create these works. With this statement, everything was brought to light. Su Fengqiu, ha! This is utterly laughable. A dignified emperor of the immortals, the young master of the Su family, engaging in such underhanded tricks is a disgrace to the Imperial clan of 10,000 years. Gu Changxing pointed at Su Fengqiu and coldly laughed. "How satisfying. Now let's see how you Su Fengqiu will respond." Ha 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 ha. Su Fengqiu, however, laughed heartily. Everyone frowned. Was Su Fengqiu exposed, using a smile to mask his own guilt? "You are simply filled with righteous indignation to the point where I almost doubted myself." Su Fengqiu indeed had copied it. A mere literary thief, and yet it was no matter. But had this poem become the last work of Teacher Chow? "How are you still trying to argue?" Gu Changxing asked. Su Fengqiu ignored him and looked at Old Chow, asking, "Old Chow, do you say floating like light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like flowing wind amongst the returning snow? Were these lines composed by your esteemed teacher?" "Exactly," Old Chow nodded. "Did he leave behind only these 2 lines?" Su Fengqiu asked with a, "Your esteemed teacher wrote only these 2 lines, and then you took them, embellished them, and altered them, claiming them as your own. What is the problem with that?" Su Fengqiu then chuckled, stepping forward leisurely, "Floating like light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like flowing wind amongst the returning snow." Everyone looked at him in confusion. Su Fengqiu's voice continued, "From a distance it shines bright, like the sun rising with the dawn. When closely observed it dazzles like the lotus emerging from the rippling waves." Upon hearing this line, the crowd was momentarily stunned. The poet sage's eyes even glimmered with a hint of brightness. Su Fengqiu continued to stride forward, his voice resonating. With ample grace and slender form, the shoulders carved like jade, the waist as delicate as silk. With a graceful neck and a fair complexion, the fragrance untouched, the makeup unneeded. Su Fengqiu approached Lin Qingzhu, looking at her, soft and charming, alluring in words. Then Su Fengqiu continued walking, draped in splendid garments adorned with jade and emerald. The crowd's expressions changed in shock. Old Chow's face grew even darker. The holy Empress, Xinyao, beneath her veil, was also filled with astonishment. Su Fengqiu proceeded, faintly scented like the hidden orchid, stepping on the rich pepper, the fragrance wafts as I tread upon the soft grass. With the body swift like a flying duck, drifting as if divine. With delicate steps upon the waves, my silk stockings brush against the dust. The crowd was left speechless. The poet sage's eyes sparkled with shock. What a swift body, like a flying duck, drifting as if divine, and with delicate steps upon the waves, silk stockings brushing against the dust. In Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes a hint of admiration even flickered, although some of Su Fengqiu's verses may no longer apply to her in that moment. But how beautiful! Gu Changxing's expression turned extremely grim, even more so for Old Chow. Su Fengqiu directed his gaze at Old Chow, with movements unpredictable, at times perilous, at times safe. With difficult timing, like going forth or coming back. Glancing around, the light reflects on a jade-like visage with words unspoken, the aura like a faint orchid. Old Chow sat there with his head lowered, his hands trembling slightly around the teacup. Su Fengqiu walked up to Old Chow, fixing his gaze on him, suddenly not realizing what he had let go, feeling lost in the night obscuring the light. "Old Chow, are you saying that your esteemed teacher informed me of the latter part, but did not tell you? At that time I had yet to be born, how strange. Or is it that I have altered the latter part entirely?" Old Chow lowered his head, his face pale, not daring to look at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu then swept a glance over the crowd. Everyone was shocked and stunned in place. What was this? A poem formed with each step. Each step corresponded to such a beautiful line. Could it be that Su Fengqiu conjured up such exquisite poetry with every step he took? Is he even human? In any case, everyone seemed to realize that this could not possibly be the work of Old Chow's esteemed teacher. For Su Fengqiu, with just this one moment, had proven in the most unassailable way that floating like light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like flowing wind amongst the returning snow, was not composed by the Zhou Wenshi that Old Chow mentioned. Su Fengqiu then looked at Lin Qingzhu and said, "Miss Lin, there is another poem after this one." Ah. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback and quickly flipped the paper over. Su Fengqiu cupped his fist towards the Holy Empress Xinyao. This poem is dedicated to your Majesty the Empress. The Holy Empress was taken aback. Lin Qingzhu slightly parted her red lips reciting, clouds yearn for garments, flowers yearn for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, dew shines thick. Her expression was slightly shocked. If it were not for the sight atop the mountain of jade, I would meet you under the lunar light. The crowd once again revealed expressions of astonishment. This. He actually composed such two shocking pieces in the time of a single incense stick. It's simply too astonishing. From what we just saw, Su Shaozhu composed poetry with each step, and this seems entirely reasonable. In all the world there exists such talent. They looked at Su Fengqiu in disbelief. Li Mufeng and Gu Changxing's expressions turned ashen. How could this be possible? How could this be? The Holy Empress, Xinyao, seemed still immersed in the realm of the previous poem. She came to her senses and looked at Su Fengqiu. Young Master Su, your great talent has opened my eyes. This poem is one of my favorites in recent years. What a line! Clouds yearn for garments, flowers yearn for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, dew shines thick. What a wonderful line! If it were not for the sight atop the mountain of jade, I would meet you under the lunar light. I am in awe. The poet sage trembled slightly, looking at Su Fengqiu with shining eyes. This kid, he was simply astonishing. Su Fengqiu cupped his fist towards the Holy Empress Xinyao, then looked at Old Chao. Old Chao, do you still say that those two lines were composed by your esteemed teacher? Old Chao lowered his head, his eyes slightly widened, his body trembling slightly. His lips moved, but he dared not utter a word. Very well. Su Fengqiu extended his hand towards an unopened wine jar on the stage. The jar flew into his hand. Su Fengqiu tilted his head and took two big gulps. Pen. Lin Qingzhu proactively handed Su Fengqiu a pen. Paper. A talented individual passed over some paper. Not long enough. I have this. The poet sage said, waving his hand. A long paper roll, several dozens of meters long, and over a meter wide, unfurled, standing over a meter high in the air. Su Fengqiu took another sip of wine, then faced the paper roll suspended in front of him, and wrote with bold strokes. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river come from the heavens, rushing towards the sea and never returning? Holy crap! The crowd rushed over. Su Fengqiu's first line struck them like a punch to the heart. This. As Su Fengqiu wrote, he boldly declared, do you not see the bright mirror in the grand hall laments, white hair morning like black silk, evening like snow? The poet sage took 2 steps forward, looking in astonishment at this poem. This. The crowd swallowed hard. Old Chao, sitting not far away, instinctively looked up. In life one must enjoy to the fullest. After finishing, Su Fengqiu tilted his head and drank all the wine in the jar, then threw it away. Let not the golden goblet face the moon empty. Boom. At that moment outside the great hall the void was entwined with thunder. Amidst the night's clouds a shadow of a divine dragon seemed to be twisting. Su Fengqiu's hair and clothes danced wildly. Immortal card reciting poetry invokes celestial phenomena. Painting can be considered concrete reality, imparting the Tao deep into the hearts of people, etc. After use, the host will be in a transcendent state for the next day. Specific understanding can only be comprehended. Cost and system points 1 million. Usable twice for a lifetime. This. The crowd's eyes widened as they looked outside. Celestial phenomena, dragons and phoenixes presenting auspicious signs. This. Entering the Tao through poetry. This. Gulp. This. In my lifetime, I actually witnessed such a heart-stirring scene. This. Could this be faked? This can completely prove that everything is true. And outside, celestial phenomena appeared. Dragons and phoenixes twisted in the clouds, shaking the entire Holy Yao city. The night with lights bright filled the city. Yet now in the dark void the golden red light of dragons and phoenixes flickered. All the citizens looked up at this shocking scene. Wow. Grandpa, what is happening? Could it be? The poet sage has achieved the supreme Immortal Emperor. This is a celestial phenomenon, dragons and phoenixes presenting auspicious signs. So spectacular, so shocking. From the ethereal voice of Su Fengqiu, it resonated through the void. Heaven gave me talent for a purpose. Even if a fortune is spent, it will return. Wow. The entire Holy Yao city fell into shock upon hearing Su Fengqiu's poem. This is not the voice of the poet sage. Roasting lamb and slaughtering cattle for joy, one must drink 300 cups. During the poetic gathering, the poet sage looked at Su Fengqiu with astonishment. Gu Changxing, Li Mufeng, and the others swallowed hard. Su Fengqiu tossed aside the brush, grabbed a jar of wine, and threw it to the poet sage. Senior poet sage. Your Majesty the Empress, Senior Zhuge, Senior Wei Qingzhu. Su Fengqiu tossed wine to each of them, a smirk on his face as he laughed heartily. Everyone, let's raise our cups and not stop. The poet sage caught it. Haha. What a line, let's raise our cups and not stop. Su Fengqiu opened a jar of wine and drank heartily. Let me sing a song for you, please lend me your ears to listen. Celestial phenomena, dragons and phoenixes presenting auspicious signs. The voice of Su Fengqiu resonated above the entire Holy Yao city. Countless individuals instinctively raised their wine cups. The bells and drums. Exquisite food are not what one values, but I wish to stay drunk and never awaken again. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, only drinkers leave their names. In the past, King Chen feasted at Ping Lu, battling wine for 10,000, indulging in merriment. Why does the host speak of having little money? Just buy a drink to share with you. Su Fengqiu finished the last sip of wine, then smashed the wine jar and fixed his gaze on Old Chow. Old Chow locked eyes, with Su Fengqiu trembling all over. Su Fengqiu looked at Old Chow walking closer while reciting 5 flower horse, 1,000 gold fur. Call the boy to exchange for fine wine. Boom! Su Fengqiu leaned forward on the table in front of Old Chow, staring at him, each word articulated. With you, let's consume. 10,000. Ancient. Grief. With the final word, lightning struck fiercely. Thud. Old Chow trembled all over and fell from his chair to the ground. Ha ha ha. Su Fengqiu burst into laughter. The entire poetry gathering was silent. Everyone seemed to only hear the frantic beating of their own hearts. Su Fengqiu recited a poem titled Invitation to Wine. His carefree, bold, and highly imaginative imagery struck at the hearts of everyone present. Most astonishingly, there were signs of extraordinary phenomena. That terrifying aura impacted everyone. He had reached the 3rd stage of the Immortal Emperor. Was this the path of poetry leading to enlightenment? In a sense, it could be considered so. Pause. That terrifying aura impacted everyone. He had reached the 3rd stage of the Immortal Emperor. Was this the path of poetry leading to enlightenment? In a sense, it could be considered so. The Immortal card, once used, would trigger unimaginable phenomena of celestial grace. As for what would exactly happen, it remains uncertain. Just moments ago, the poetry that Su Fengqiu delivered was his celestial grace achieved through poetry elevated his realm within the Immortal Emperor's domain by 2 stages. This is unimaginable. Even if Su Fengqiu were in the Su family, elevating 2 stages in the Immortal Emperor realm would take decades. For others without luck or exceptional talent, it might even take a millennium or longer to advance a single stage. However, the effect of the Immortal card is unpredictable. If he were to attempt this again, it might yield no results. It needs to be activated at the right moment, in the right situation, and in the right state to have the desired effect. Within the Holy Yao Heavenly City, the common folk were all in shock. This poem. Someone has achieved enlightenment through poetry. Who could it be? Gu Changsheng. Could it only be him? No. No. This poem could not have been written by him. This imagery is not his, and this boldness is even less so. In the poetry gathering, Zhuge Chen stood up, his beard trembling with excitement. To achieve enlightenment through poetry. To achieve enlightenment through poetry. Ladies and gentlemen, what was just presented before you is the 2nd person in the 9 continents to achieve enlightenment through poetry after the poet sage ascending to the Immortal Emperor at the age of 28. I never expected that in my lifetime I would witness such a scene. It suffices. Wei Yinyang looked at Su Fengqiu in shock, a world-shattering talent. This poem can be said to be the most bold and carefree I have ever seen. Young Zu's exuberance in spirit led to the birth of this poem, signifying the emergence of the 2nd poet sage of the 9 continents. No, I would like to call him the poetry immortal. Any line taken out could be savored for years. The entire poem, One must enjoy life to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. Wonderful. This is the Su Fengqiu who has shaken the 9 continents recently. Wonderful. Zhuge Chen looked at Su Fengqiu. What could be doubted? Before everyone, achieving enlightenment through poetry is the most unbreakable proof. I apologize for my previous doubts toward young Su. Li Mufeng and Gu Changsheng stood there like clowns. How could this? This Su Fengqiu, young Su. Lin Qingzu's beautiful eyes sparkled, admiring the figure before her. He is so stunning. Lin Qingzu, oh Lin Qingzu, you should feel ashamed. Because there were indeed moments when you doubted young Su. Ding. Lin Qingzu's favorability towards you 15, current favorability 30. Ding. Lin Qingzu's favorability has reached 20, a reward obtained, heavenly reversal Yinyang art. Su Fengqiu looked at the standing up Elder Chow and asked, Elder Chow, I will ask you once more, were those 2 lines just now composed by your esteemed master? Thud. Elder Chow directly knelt down, trembling. No. Young Su, no poetry, immortal Su, I was wrong. And you too. Su Fengqiu looked at Gu Changsheng and Li Mufeng. The 2 with troubled expressions saluted. We underestimated you with petty thoughts and were short-sighted. Please forgive us, Brother Su. The Holy Yao Empress looked at Su Fengqiu, her heart uncertain about what she was thinking. Today's shock is world-shattering. It will also shake the 9 continents. Su Fengqiu flicked his sleeves, directing his gaze towards the poet sage. The poet sage stood there, his form gradually becoming ethereal. This scene also drew everyone's attention. What is this? They widened their eyes, displaying expressions of shock. The poet sage laughed heartily and recited aloud, "Do you not see the waters of the yellow river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall, lamenting white hair morning as black silk, evening as snow, marvelous? Marvelous! Ha ha!" The poet sage spread his arms, looking upwards as if savoring something. "One must enjoy life to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. Ha! Heaven has given me talent for a purpose. Even if a fortune is spent, it will return. Invitation to wine, let the cup not stop. Let us sing a song together. Please lend me your ears to listen. 5 flower horse, 1,000 gold for call, my son, to exchange for fine wine. Let us end the eternal sorrow together. Marvelous! Ha ha!" With a swish, the poet sage vanished from their sight. The crowd rushed forward. In the void above, the figure of the poet sage stood there. Thunder poured down from the sky, connecting to the poet sage. Ha! After so many years, I've been waiting for this very poem. Ha ha ha! The poet sage's laughter echoed through the night. In the void, a pair of gigantic eyes appeared. It seemed as if the eye of heaven was watching the poet sage. The eye of heaven certifying the supreme immortal emperor. The crowd was immensely shocked. The poet sage stood in the void, arms wide open, feeling the pouring of countless thunders. This scene was certainly witnessed by the 9 continents. Many of the top powerhouses and factions of the 9 continents stood atop mountains looking at the eye of heaven. The Lord of the Phoenix emerged, accompanied by Luo Linglong. In the 8 heavy heavens, the eye of heaven, another person has achieved the supreme immortal emperor. Luo Lioli said, "Master, who in the 8 heavy heavens can achieve the supreme immortal emperor?" The Lord of the Phoenix replied, "The strongest in the 8 heavy heavens is the immortal emperor of the 8th stage. It should be someone from the 9 heavy heavens, and as far as I know at this time and place." The poet sage. Over the past several tens of thousands of years in the 9 continents, the number of immortal emperors is indeed not few. Of course, compared to the countless martial artists, it is naturally small. However, each stage of the immortal emperor represents a significant reduction in numbers. The difference of one stage among immortal emperors is almost equivalent to the gap between the Tao realm and the immortal emperor realm. A difference of one stage among immortal emperors means a gap of a major realm. Reaching the 5th stage of the immortal emperor, there would be hardly any left in the entire 8 heavy heavens. The 8th stage of the immortal emperor is the pinnacle existence among all top factions in the 8 heavy heavens. In the 9 heavy heavens, it is almost the same. The 9th stage of the immortal emperor is even rarer. As for the supreme immortal emperor, there are at most a dozen or so in the entire 9 continents. Now another supreme immortal emperor has emerged. Just now it seemed there were extraordinary phenomena in the heavens. That is enlightenment, a position. It seems someone has achieved enlightenment through poetry. What on earth happened at this poetry gathering this year to cause such a shock to the 9 continents? Tomorrow it should be known. Indeed. Whoosh, the poet sage descended. His aura and demeanor had completely transcended. Ha! Young Su. The poet sage laughed heartily as he ran over and embraced Su Fengqiu. With your poem Invitation to Wine, you have achieved enlightenment through poetry, and I have used this to certify as the supreme immortal emperor. Ha ha! The poet sage, he has always entered the Tao through poetry. His comprehension of poetry has reached a higher level, which signifies a deeper understanding of the Tao and an elevated state of mind. He has remained at the 9th level of the immortal emperor for many years, unable to take that final step. The poet sage is also seeking a breakthrough, searching for such an opportunity. This opportunity may come in an instant, or it may take 100 years, 1,000 years, or possibly a lifetime. Yet the poet sage could never have imagined. At a poetry gathering held with like-minded talented individuals who love poetry, a contemporary young talent recited Song of the Wine and unexpectedly helped him break through to the supreme immortal emperor. This Song of the Wine, with its free-spiritedness, grandeur, and artistic conception, is precisely what he has always yearned to express. The poet sage could attain the Tao of the supreme immortal emperor through this poem. Su Fengqiu entering the Tao through poetry, what is so strange about that? Su Fengqiu clasped his fist. Congratulations, poet sage, on achieving the Tao of the supreme immortal emperor. Wei Yinyang and Zhuge Chen also clasped their fists. From now on there will be another supreme immortal emperor in the 9 continents. Poet sage, congratulations. How delightful, how delightful. The poet sage laughed heartily. Wei Yinyang glanced at Su Fengqiu and asked the poet sage, tonight can be said to be a double joy. Su Xiaoyu enters the Tao through poetry, and you achieve the Tao of the supreme immortal emperor. But there is also a third joy. The only 2 in this world who enter the Tao through poetry may become master and disciple. Gu Chongxing clenched his fists. His face darkened as he lowered his head. Ahem. The poet sage could not help but cough. That won't do, Wei, old man, you cannot say that. Oh. Wei Yinyang raised an eyebrow. The poet sage looked at Su Fengqiu. This supreme immortal emperor's achievement is due to Su Xiaoya's assistance in achieving the Tao. You want me to take him as a disciple? He initially wanted to, but now what qualification do I have to take him as a disciple? Hearing this, Gu Chongqing felt a flicker of joy. Could it be? Although he had failed to humiliate Su Fengqiu, even becoming a laughingstock himself, as long as he could still have the poet sage take him as a disciple. In fact, everything was still somewhat acceptable. The poet sage patted Su Fengqiu on the shoulder. Su Xiaoyu, achieving the Tao of the Immortal Emperor, at just 28 years old, entering the Tao. Through poetry, your future achievements will be higher than mine. Even today, at the moment of entering the Tao, the mysteries of heaven and earth allowed him to advance 2 levels, becoming a 3rd-level Immortal Emperor at 28. Li Mufeng was filled with resentment. He too was a 1st-level Immortal Emperor. At 35 years old, he was nearly the same. However, to advance to the 2nd level of the Immortal Emperor, even with his astonishing talent, he might still need 10 years without opportunity. To advance to the 3rd level requires 30 years. Though 10 years can pass in the blink of an eye, Su Fengqiu is already a 3rd-level Immortal Emperor at 28. Why? Damn. The poet sage continued, in terms of talent, I truly may not compare to Su Xiaoyu, so you all need not worry about me taking Su Xiaoyu as a disciple. Ooh, I won't be embarrassed. Then is there no 3rd joy tonight? Zhuge Chen asked. Gu Changsheng's heart roared. There is. That is the poet sage taking me, Gu Chongqing, as a disciple. Empress Sheng Yao said the 3rd joy is witnessing several such stunning works tonight. Empress, your words are Gu Chongqing clenched his fists. Then what about poet sage taking disciples tonight? Wei Yinyang asked. The poet sage shook his head. No, seeing the talent of the girl Qingzhu awakened my desire to take disciples, yet I am powerless. And seeing Su Xiaoyu, since you all say that after witnessing these 2, do I still have the heart to take disciples? Gu Changsheng's heart sank. Everyone here is a 1,000-year-old fox. Since the poet sage has said so, regardless of the reason, it signifies that he no longer wishes to take Gu Chongqing as a disciple. Even though Gu Chongqing is quite talented. Thus no one mentioned this topic. Ding. Gu Changsheng's relationship progress with the poet sage has been severed. Destiny value decreased by 1 million. Your system value 10 million. He even has not yet established a master-disciple relationship with the poet sage. Merely severing this possibility has reduced his destiny value by 1 million. If he had already been the poet sage's disciple, how much would it have decreased? Refreshing. With a reduction of 1 million destiny value, he has directly fallen from a 6th-level son of fate to a 5th level. There is also Li Mufeng. Let's take it slowly. Everyone return to the main hall. The poetry gathering continues. Empress Sheng Yao said. Old Chao's body lay slumped over the table. It was evident that he had taken his own life. As for the reason, as a scholar, he had tarnished the reputation of his mentor by falsely accusing Su Fengqiu, leading to his own disgrace. In the future, if this spreads, he would have no place to hide. Secondly, he had falsely accused Su Fengqiu. If he did not take the initiative to atone with his death, it would likely bring disaster upon his family. Seeing this scene, the talented men and women were shocked. However, the others appeared quite calm, as if they had anticipated this. Someone, Empress Sheng Yao said. A warrior entered the main hall, Your Majesty. Take him away. Yet, Gulyalu, Li Sheng and Ji Buchang swallowed hard in fear at this scene. Even someone of old Chao's stature had committed suicide in the main hall. The 2 of them. It's over. Although they had helped young Master Gu, they ultimately failed. Instead, Gu Chongqing ended up losing face. Can he still keep his promise? Will he kill them to silence them? However, Gu Chongqing is a gentleman. He shouldn't do such things, right? No. No matter how much of a gentleman Gu Chongqing is, he wouldn't value their lives. What to do? The 2 of them exchanged despairing glances. Su Fengqiu had already been surrounded by almost all the talented men and women. Gu Changsheng's eyes turned cold. It's over. Not becoming the poet sage's disciple, but instead in a fit of anger standing up to falsely accuse Su Fengqiu, causing his image in the poet sage's mind to plummet. Su Fengqiu was not humiliated either. He had also completely torn apart the facade with Su Fengqiu, and his secrets would be exposed. Li Mufeng came over this. Su Fengqiu has ruined your chance to become the poet sage's disciple, and Miss Lin seems to have a fondness for him. Can you just let it go? Gu Chongqing clenched his fists. What can I do? In this vast world, what method cannot exist? It depends on how much determination you have. The instigator Li Mufeng finished speaking and walked away. How could Gu Chongqing not know that Li Mufeng was fanning the flames? But he truly could not endure. He glanced at Ji Buchang and Li Sheng in the crowd. These 2 must be dealt with after the poetry gathering ends. In the middle of the night, the poetry gathering came to a successful conclusion. During this time, Li Mufeng found an excuse to leave early. Gu Chongqing endured and stayed until the end to eliminate Ji and Li. Empress Sheng Yao looked at everyone. This emperor has prepared a resting place for you in the Imperial Palace. Then thank you, Your Majesty. The poet sage put his arm around Su Fengqiu's shoulder. I shall not stay any longer, as I have had a wonderful conversation with Su Xiaoyu. We shall meet again soon. Empress Sheng Yao smiled. Poet sage Qingzhu would also like to have a chat with Su Fengqiu. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. Although that was the case, it did not mean she would interrupt the bond between young Master Su and the poet sage. She understood that Empress Shengyao actually intended to keep her around to talk with young Master Su about something. Lin Qingzhu slightly bowed. The poet sage certainly understood the other meaning of Empress Shengyao. Very well, Su Xiaoyou, in a few days I shall visit your Su family and talk with you through the night. Su Fengqiu clasped his fists. I await your esteemed arrival. Good. Huh. The poet sage laughed heartily as he left the main hall. Su Fengqiu said, Miss Qingzhu, I shall take a rest for the night and discuss further tomorrow. Ji Bichang and Li Sheng dared not leave the Imperial Palace. They followed the crowd to the residence arranged for them by Her Majesty the Empress within the palace. The sky was beginning to brighten. The two sat in the courtyard, their faces showing despair. Gu Changsheng had just come to find them, meaning that at dawn he would take them back to the Gu family. Although they had not accomplished their task, they had done their best. Gu Changsheng would surely make promises. They outwardly agreed, but in their hearts they knew that when dawn broke, it would likely be their time of death. Run. There was no escape. What kind of existence was Gu Changsheng? Although they had some cultivation in this eighth heaven, they were like mere weeds. Running now would only lead to an earlier death. Li brother, it seems we are doomed. If Gu Changsheng fails, he will lose all face, and knowing his dirty methods, he will surely silence us. Su Fengqiu will also not let us live. Ji Bichang said bitterly. No, there is a way. Li Sheng replied. What? Speak quickly. Li Sheng looked at Ji Bichang. We should ally with young Master Su. We help Gu Changsheng to trouble him, and if he doesn't kill us, that would be a good thing while lying with him. Isn't that courting death? I might as well believe that young Master Gu is indeed a trustworthy person. Li Sheng shook his head. Gu Changsheng sending us to trouble Su Fengqiu is that the act of a gentleman. So following him would surely lead to death. It is better to take a gamble. How to gamble? Li Sheng said, expose Gu Changsheng's actions to the public to show our sincerity to young Master Su. This? Ji Bichang frowned. Li Sheng said, either way it's death, we might as well gamble. Ji Bichang gritted his teeth. Alright, let's gamble. Gambled. Dawn broke. Li Sheng and Ji Bichang exited the palace and arrived at the main street. There were many pedestrians on the road. The common folk seeking a living. Warriors traveling from all corners of the world seeking experience. Disciples of various sects coming down the mountain to train. The two were preparing mentally. At this moment inside the Imperial Palace, Gu Changsheng was in a state of distress. Where are they? Where did these two go? Weren't they supposed to wait for him? Gu Changsheng sensed something was amiss and hurried out of the palace. As he walked on the street, he noticed a large crowd ahead. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brows and quickly walked over. Before he could see anyone, he heard a voice. Everyone! Ji Bichang shouted. I am Ji Bichang, and this is my brother Li Sheng. I believe many of you have heard of us. The crowd pointed and whispered, filled with curiosity. Ji Bichang shouted, last night's poetry gathering in the palace was a great success. We were fortunate to meet Her Majesty the Empress, the poet saint, and young Master Su Fengqiu. We also had the privilege of witnessing the poet saint attain the supreme Immortal Emperor, and young Master Zu's poem, Bringing in the Wine, was bold and unrestrained, entering the Tao through poetry, earning the title of the Poet Immortal. The crowd gasped in shock. What? Last night's celestial phenomenon was indeed Su Fengqiu entering the Tao through poetry. It is rumored that young Master Su Fengqiu is extraordinarily gifted, having attained the status of Immortal Emperor at the age of 28, but that was in martial arts. He is also so talented in poetry. Entering the Tao through poetry. The poem Bringing in the Wine that spread this morning actually came from Su Fengqiu. My goodness. I thought it was composed by the poet saint last night, serving to attain the supreme Immortal Emperor. Ji Bichang shouted. The poet saint last night felt the meaning of young Master Su Fengqiu's poem, Bringing in the Wine, thus attaining the supreme Immortal Emperor. The crowd was once again shaken. So what do you want to say? A passing warrior asked. Ji Bichang replied. Although the poetry gathering last night was splendid, many unpleasant events occurred, especially for us. We believed the rumors and questioned and troubled young Master Su. Gu Changsheng, what is happening with these two? Oh, have they turned against the heavens? Were they threatened by? Li Sheng shouted. Young Master Su entering the Tao through poetry awakened me. In the spirit of literary integrity, I felt uneasy, hence today, I explained the situation to everyone. Ji Bichang gritted his teeth, resolved. The young master of the ancient Imperial family, Gu Changsheng, has grievances with young Master Su. Before the poetry gathering, he lured us with the promise of cultivating us in the Gu family, enticing us to trouble young Master Su at the gathering. Gu Changsheng, Li Sheng. We were blinded by immediate benefits, fearing that if we did not comply we would be silenced, thus, we troubled young Master Su, regretting it now. The crowd gasped. What? Gu family's young master Gu Changsheng. Isn't he a gentleman? He even adopts stray animals, so kind-hearted, yet he would do such dark deeds. Although Su Fengqiu has a fearsome reputation, merciless in battle, everything he does is above board. We have never heard of him engaging in schemes behind the scenes. Such things are common, but if they fall on Gu Changxing, it shows he is a hypocritical scoundrel. Is Gu Changxing really such a person? One knows a person's face, but not their heart. Yes, Gu Changxing's reputation is too perfect. Though this matter is common since he has done it, it suggests he is not inexperienced in such things. It seems there are no perfect people in this world. Haha. Looking at it this way, although Fengqiu's fearsome name is great, at least he is not a petty person. I have always thought Gu Changxing was a hypocrite. He seems too perfect to the point one feels it is contrived, especially regarding his adoption of stray animals, which is particularly contrived. Hearing the discussions around him, Gu Changxing's expression turned extremely grim. Ji Bichang shouted, "You all are not wrong, judging from this young Master Gu is definitely not the gentleman he appears to be. You have no status or background, yet you slander young Master Gu without fear of him silencing you." Ji Bichang said, righteously, "I Ji Bichang, though without background or talent, have the pride of a scholar. What is death? In this world where the strong are revered, I Ji Bichang might die tomorrow, but I must say this: if either of us goes missing or is killed, it must be the doing of young Master Gu." Gu Changxing gritted his teeth. Good. Playing this game, threatening him, Gu Changxing, huh? Damn. It seems he genuinely cannot kill them. Otherwise many would definitely suspect he did it. Why wouldn't it be Fengqiu? After all you troubled him, he must repay the debt, even if it means killing in the first heaven. Gu Changxing secretly nodded repeatedly. Yes, why couldn't it be Fengqiu? Ji Bichang said, though young Master Su must repay the debt, he entered the Tao through poetry last night, so grand do I believe he wouldn't. Li Sheng. Even if he kills us we will have no complaints since we disrespected him first, and I believe that if he were to kill us it would be done openly and acknowledged. So if we die, dying openly would be the doing of young Master Su, and if we die without explanation it can only be attributed to Gu Changxing. Here I sincerely apologize to young Master Su, and hope he can be magnanimous. Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu passed by. The two happened to see him. Their gazes were filled with anticipation, eagerly waiting for Fengqiu to say something that would ensure their safety. However, Fengqiu just walked by, not even glancing back, not even looking at them. The two felt a chill in their hearts. Ding. Gu Changxing's reputation has suffered destiny value 0, your system value 0. Normally a person's reputation does not greatly affect their destiny value. However, in recent years Gu Changxing's reputation has been exceedingly good. Many people, including certain forces, are friendly towards him and the Gu family because of Gu Changxing's graceful demeanor. His good reputation causes some strong individuals to have an instinctively favorable impression of him. As a result, among a group of people it becomes easier for him to gain certain opportunities and assistance. This is also part of destiny. Therefore his tarnished reputation does have an impact on his fortune, and it's not. Under her veil Lin Qingzhu slightly pursed her red lips and softly spoke to the medical sage. The two of them have indeed tried to make amends, but they are still likely to face death. Fengqiu said lightly, before undertaking any action one must consider the consequences. What they did just now can only spare them for a while, otherwise if Gu Changxing does not kill them this emperor will not let them go either. Lin Qingzhu for some reason did not feel any aversion upon hearing Fengqiu's words. Normally an immortal emperor quarreling with someone so close to being immortal indeed diminishes imperial prestige. However, Fengqiu did not hide his thoughts at all. Even if it truly diminishes imperial prestige, she felt it was very genuine. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's favorability towards you 1, current favorability 31. Su Gongzi is truly genuine. Qingzhu admires you. Fengqiu walked forward with his hands behind his back and said, what is there to admire about this? Lin Qingzhu replied, in all these years I have rarely encountered someone as carefree as Su Gongzi, unafraid of worldly judgment. No wonder you could write such a magnificent and free-spirited piece as Jiang Jinjiu, which matches your temperament perfectly. It's no wonder you can enter the Tao through this poem. This emperor also wishes to be a dashing gentleman. Fengqiu chuckled. Lin Qingzhu candidly said, in my eyes Su Gongzi is indeed a dashing gentleman. Oh. Fengqiu glanced at her. Lin Qingzhu said, it seems to me that not only is Gu Gongzi a dashing gentleman, but this moment Su Gongzi and the Su Gongzi who recited poetry last night are both dashing gentlemen. I'm just joking. This emperor does not wish to be a gentleman. Being a scoundrel is much better, and being a villain is even better, free from constraints. I can kill anyone I dislike and openly express my admiration for anyone I fancy. Why conceal it and worry about reputation? Lin Qingzhu said, I never expected Gu Gongzi to be this way, but upon reflection, how many saints are there in this world? Do you think Gu Changxing will kill the two of them? Fengqiu asked. Lin Qingzhu walked thoughtfully, pondering. If he is truly a gentleman, he should not kill them. If he is a false gentleman, well, he should still not kill them, at least not in the short term. He could wait until the storm passes before taking action. Fengqiu smiled. Lin Qingzhu curiously looked at Fengqiu and asked, why do you smile, Su Gongzi? 3. 2. Lin Qingzhu was stunned. 1. Suddenly a noisy commotion arose from behind. Lin Qingzhu turned her head to look. Gu Changsheng walked into the crowd and killed the 2 men in the street. Bastards! This young master has no acquaintance with you two, let alone committed such despicable acts. To slander this young master like this, you deserve to die, Gu Changsheng said angrily. Then he looked around and added, these 2 have slandered this young master. Heaven and earth can bear witness. I suspect their actions now are being directed by someone slandering this young master's reputation. They are not worth mourning. Gu Changsheng had no choice. He could only use their slander against him as a reason to kill them openly. This is actually better. Otherwise, if they die later, the blame would fall on him. Doing it this way now is reasonable and justifiable. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. She followed Su Fengqiu's footsteps and asked, how did Su Gongzi know that Gu Gongzi would kill them now? Su Fengqiu chuckled, to think as others think, to feel as others feel. This emperor is not a good person, so I can naturally guess what he will do. Miss Qingzhu, be cautious. Qingzhu is not afraid. That's good, huh? Lin Qingzhu brought Su Fengqiu to the Imperial Island where the Empress Fengyao usually resides. This is where Empress Fengyao usually stays, as well as the residence of the Imperial Strong. Below the Imperial Palace is merely a place for dealing with various political matters with civil and military officials. The scenery here is beautiful, and the spiritual energy is extremely rich. There are not many people around under Su Fengqiu's divine perception. These maids appear to be at the Divine Emperor realm and the Tao realm. I could only enter here after becoming a disciple of the Empress. I usually cultivate here, please Su Gongzi. Lin Qingzhu led Su Fengqiu to a lakeside. The maids brought in fruits and brewed tea. Su Fengqiu took a sip of tea and asked, what does the Empress want with me? Lin Qingzhu sat before Su Fengqiu and shook her head slightly. Qingzhu does not know, but I indeed wish to discuss poetry with Su Gongzi. Qingzhu would like to ask Su Gongzi to comment on some poems I wrote a while ago. Su Fengqiu replied, I am not proficient in judging poetry. Su Fengqiu's gaze turned to Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. But I can copy poetry, I can do that. Su Fengqiu chuckled. Lin Qingzhu said softly, Su Gongzi is jesting. Last night I did indeed have a moment of doubt about Su Gongzi, but Su Fengqiu asked, no harm, no harm. May I ask if Miss Qingzhu can remove her veil? Su Fengqiu inquired. Lin Qingzhu looked somewhat apologetic. It is Qingzhu who has disrespected Su Gongzi. Then she slowly removed the veil, revealing an unparalleled beauty before Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu exclaimed, a beauty that could topple a kingdom, neither flower nor mist, walking alone against the spring breeze for 10 miles. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. Su Gongzi's talent astonished her. Such beautiful verses flowed from his lips. Su Gongzi, you flatter me. You are the true genius. Lin Qingzhu elegantly picked up a brush and could not help but excitedly copy down Su Fengqiu's verses. Let me see. Yes, thank you, Su Gongzi. Lin Qingzhu handed the poems she had written to Su Fengqiu. These are all excellent. Su Fengqiu praised, however, there are a few places that could be improved. In the distance, Empress Fengyao watched Su Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu discussing poetry, nodding slightly. She had originally wanted to ask Su Fengqiu for help. After the poetry gathering last night, she knew even more certainly that she was right. Empress Fengyao turned to leave. Let's give them some time alone. An hour later, as Empress Fengyao browsed ancient texts, her brows suddenly furrowed. She looked out the window. In the back garden by the lake there appeared to be faint signs of a celestial phenomenon. Empress Fengyao frowned as she looked over. By the lakeside the two were sitting there. At this moment above Lin Qingzhu, a phantom of a phoenix slowly spread its wings, radiating brilliance. But Lin Qingzhu was completely unaware. What is this? Empress Fengyao was startled. Her disciple Lin Qingzhu, after chatting with Su Fengqiu about poetry for a while, was she subtly about to enter the Tao through poetry? Oh, Su Fengqiu was able to notice this. It was not that Lin Qingzhu could not see it, but rather she had entered a special state. Lin Qingzhu was deeply immersed in the poetry Su Fengqiu had just created. She was also engrossed in the revised poems he had given her. She did not even notice that her hair was subtly swaying. Why was it so easy for her to enter the Tao through poetry? The answer is simple. First, she is indeed a rare genius of monstrous talent. Second, the Immortal card. The effect of Su Fengqiu's Immortal card lasts for a day and is not yet over. The Immortal card does not only affect Su Fengqiu, it is also effective for those around him. Ultimately, its effect is to make Su Fengqiu appear like an immortal. Reciting poetry brings forth celestial phenomena. Painting manifests reality. Teaching the Tao causes everyone to break through, advance, and comprehend the Tao. Everything is to showcase Su Fengqiu, making the world perceive him as an immortal. Why can the saint of poetry ascend? It is not merely due to Jiang Jinjiu influencing his poetic path. The effect of the Immortal card also plays a role. A poem from Su Fengqiu calls forth celestial phenomena. After the saint of poetry comprehends it, he successfully advances to the supreme Immortal Emperor. Is this not all to highlight Su Fengqiu's greatness? This is the essence of the Immortal card. Right now the effect of the Immortal card is still ongoing. Lin Qingzhu harbors no ill will towards Su Fengqiu and is deeply engaged in it. The Immortal card is aiding her in entering the Tao, thereby elevating Su Fengqiu's status in her heart. It showcases Su Fengqiu's extraordinary nature. The Holy Empress Xinyao gazed from a distance at Su Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu. As one of the top powerhouses on the continent, she was once a pinnacle existence of her generation comparable to the current Luo Yuli. Over the past 300 years, she had witnessed countless geniuses rise and fall. Su Fengqiu was by far the most extraordinary one she had ever encountered. Now Lin Qingzhu was discussing poetry and literature with him. Was she really about to enter the Tao through poetry? What does that even mean? In the entire 9 continents, this hadn't happened in hundreds of thousands of years. Only 2 individuals had entered the Tao through poetry. 1 entered through the zither, becoming the contemporary zither emperor. 3 had entered through painting. The chess sage entered through chess. The fate sage entered through the will of heaven, among others. Altogether, those who had entered the Tao before becoming emperors were merely a handful. This was in hundreds of thousands of years. She had personally witnessed Su Fengqiu enter the Tao, and now her disciple was about to do so with his help. Lin Qingzhu, now 26, was at the first stage of the Tao realm. Once she succeeded in entering the Tao, she was likely to reach the Emperor realm today. How terrifying is Su Fengqiu? Wait, what's even more terrifying is that from afar she felt an inexplicable sense of breakthrough coming over her. She hadn't broken through for some time at the 7th stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, and she was quite anxious. However, once one reached the Immortal Emperor realm, advancing a stage became exceedingly difficult. At the age of 300, her 7th stage as an Immortal Emperor was not something many could match in the 9 continents, and she took pride in it. The reason there were so many younger Immortal Emperors now is, according to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the 9 continents was about to welcome a second era of gods. We are currently in a golden age that only began 10 years ago. There is hope to recreate the prosperity of hundreds of thousands of years ago when the various divine clans stood tall. But why were she and Lu Yunyan so famous? One reason is that they were among the few who advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm in the brief 100 years before the Golden Age. There's no denying that sometimes talent must bow to the greater environment. If she had been born in this era, not to mention surpassing Su Fengqiu, entering the Emperor realm by 30 should be no problem. The Holy Empress Xinyao sat there looking ahead. Truly, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. What the hell? She was in shock, realizing that she was about to break through. In truth, it was still the Immortal card. In a sense, some exceptionally talented individuals merely needed to glimpse the presence of a strong person beyond their understanding and feel their aura to gain insights. The Immortal card granted Su Fengqiu this very ability. At this moment, he had temporarily withdrawn the effects of the Immortal card from Lin Qingzhu. He couldn't allow her to enter the Tao yet. If she didn't succeed in entering the Tao, there would be more opportunities to interact and build affection. If she entered now, there would be no reason to meet again. At this moment, a terrifying aura darkened the sky. Lin Qingzhu snapped back to her senses and looked over with Su Fengqiu. It seems the Empress has leveled up. Lin Qingzhu displayed a surprised expression. Su Fengqiu. It must be that the Holy Empress Xinyao saw their situation. She saw him discussing the Tao with Lin Qingzhu. Under the effect of the Immortal card, she had broken through. This Immortal card is truly remarkable. There was one more use left which could be dealt with later. On this journey, he had advanced from the 1st to the 3rd stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, reaping plentiful rewards. After a long while, the celestial phenomenon dissipated and the aura subsided. The Holy Empress Xinyao let out a breath. She had leveled up. She had only watched Su Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu discussing the Tao for a while. Had she leveled up? What is this? Could it be that Su Fengqiu is some legendary being? Otherwise, why did I only need to watch him for a moment, witnessing Qingzhu's imminent breakthrough to level up? The Holy Empress Xinyao was startled. If so, what kind of identity did Su Fengqiu possess? A reincarnation of a legendary god. Moi. The Holy Empress Xinyao furrowed her brows slightly. How long had it been since she leveled up? Why was there no movement from Qingzhu? Could it be that Qingzhu had succeeded in entering the Tao? The Holy Empress Xinyao walked over. No. Aside from seemingly having improved her talent, there were no significant changes. Congratulations to Your Majesty the Empress on your successful advancement. Lin Qingzhu bowed and said. Su Fengqiu also clasped his fist. The Holy Empress Xinyao nodded and said slowly, It seems, Qingzhu, you failed to enter the Tao. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback, looking at the Holy Empress Xinyao with confusion. Enter the Tao. Qingzhu, are you not aware? The Holy Empress Xinyao asked. Lin Qingzhu looked at Su Fengqiu in confusion. Su Fengqiu nodded. Just now you indeed entered a state of Tao realization. The Holy Empress Xinyao sat down and nodded. Yes, I saw with my own eyes that the celestial phenomenon was about to form, but during that time I broke through, and thus did not observe it. Lin Qingzhu suddenly realized, it seems I was indeed on the verge of entering the Tao just now. Then she was startled. So it turned out she had almost entered the Tao through poetry. Her beautiful eyes sparkled looking at Su Fengqiu in shock. She had merely discussed poetry with Su Gongzi. After looking at Su Gongzi's new poems for a while, she had almost succeeded in entering the Tao. Huh. Is it really so easy to enter the Tao through the 3,000 methods as described in legends? Su Gongzi, this poetic genius, is truly astonishing. Who would believe it if told? The holy empress, Shenyao, glanced at the poems on the table. She was utterly shocked and sighed. Was this the new poem Su Fengqiu had just composed? The falling clouds fly with the solitary wild goose. The autumn waters share the same color as the long sky. When autumn comes on the 8th day of September, my flowers bloom and kill 100 flowers. The hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests, a sword cold as frost across 14 states. To buy osmanthus flowers and share wine, it is never like the youthful wanderings. The holy empress, Shenyao, was deeply shaken. How did he manage to write such wild verses? And after such wildness, how did he create the line, to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine, it is never like the youthful wanderings, which is so difficult to reconcile? He is truly a poetic immortal. He truly entered the Tao through poetry at the age of 28. He indeed made Qingzhu nearly enter the Tao. Even in this moment, she, the holy empress Shenyao, who has lived for 300 years, felt inexplicably moved. Was he really just a 28-year-old young talent? Su Fengqiu thought to himself, it's not that I don't help you, it's just that the time isn't right yet. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's affection for you 4, current affection 35. It can only be said that no wonder the advice for wooing others should start from their interests and hobbies. This Lin Qingzhu truly demonstrated this point vividly. The increase in affection was indeed rapid. Mainly Lin Qingzhu admired Su Fengqiu greatly. She even looked up to him. Her admiration had surpassed her own understanding and had become tinted with a filter. Lin Qingzhu looked at Su Fengqiu, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of admiration. It is I who am lacking. The holy empress Shenyao took a sip of tea and spoke. I had a sudden idea, but I don't know if Su Gongzi would agree. Your Majesty, please speak. Su Fengqiu replied. The holy empress Shenyao glanced at Lin Qingzhu and then said to Su Fengqiu, since Qingzhu nearly entered the Tao, due to Su Gongzi, would it be possible for Qingzhu to accompany you back to the Su family? I think that way perhaps Qingzhu's entry into the Tao will be just around the corner. Su Fengqiu, you truly are like a worm in my belly. Are you really pushing your beloved disciple into a tiger's den? Marvelous. Empress Shengyao's thoughts were quite simple. Firstly, just a moment ago her disciple Lin Qingzhu was on the verge of entering the Tao. If she could spend more time with Su Fengqiu, it was indeed possible for her to enter the Tao in a short period. Secondly, it was important for Lin Qingzhu to establish a good relationship with Su Fengqiu. After all, it was clear to her that her disciple had some feelings for him. Even if it was not much, there was definitely an opportunity for the two of them to cultivate their relationship. Su Fengqiu pretended to ponder for a moment and said, well, that might not be appropriate. Empress Shengyao nodded. It is indeed a bit abrupt considering that young master Su has many matters to attend to. However, even in his spare time it can still be arranged. Lin Qingzhu glanced at Su Fengqiu with a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Did she want to go? Of course she did. Firstly, because the empress had agreed. Secondly, she admired Su Fengqiu and liked his poetry. Thirdly, if she could enter the Tao, her advancement would be tremendous. However, Su Fengqiu was a contemporary genius. Moreover, he was the young master of a millennium-old imperial family, and he had so many matters to deal with recently. It seemed indeed a bit intrusive. Su Fengqiu rubbed his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. It seemed Lin Qingzhu noticed Su Fengqiu's contemplation. She said softly, young master Su, you need not worry. I will not disturb you. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will seek your guidance then. Then let's leave it for another time. Su Fengqiu began to employ a strategy of feigned indifference. It wouldn't do to cater excessively to a girl. All right. Lin Qingzhu nodded slightly. Empress Shengyao said actually Qingzhu could also serve as young master's maid for a while at the Su family. Su Fengqiu. No. Wouldn't that just ruin the effect of feigned indifference? Empress Shengyao continued this way. Firstly, it can help refine her mindset. Secondly, she can also learn about poetry and essays. Thirdly, if she is a maid, her status would be different, and young master Su wouldn't need to treat her specially. When busy, he could simply set Qingzhu aside. After speaking, Empress Sheng Yao looked at Lin Qingzhu and asked Qingzhu, would you feel wronged by this arrangement? Lin Qingzhu shook her head. To be able to discuss the Tao with young master Su is already a stroke of luck. I fear it is young master Su who may find it bothersome. Su Fengqiu took a sip of tea and said, since both Empress and Qingzhu are so sincere, I cannot refuse any longer. Coincidentally, I also have a maid named Xiaoli. In her spare time, Qingzhu could help me guide her. Qingzhu will listen to young master Su. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's affection for you has increased by 1 current affection 36. Empress Sheng Yao also nodded in satisfaction. Then if you two have no further matters, you can set off. Qingzhu, I will send someone to inform your family. Thank you, your majesty. Su Fengqiu cupped his fist. Your majesty, farewell. Take care, Qingzhu, will trouble young. No problem. Su Fengqiu then took Lin Qingzhu and left directly. Empress Sheng Yao had initially sought Su Fengqiu for a matter, but now it seemed there was no rush. I hope this girl Qingzhu can establish a good relationship with Su Fengqiu. If their relationship improves, it would also serve as a bond between the Empress Sheng Yao and Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu were on their way to the Su family. Young Master Su, will I trouble you? Lin Qingzhu asked softly. She felt uneasy inside. It was evident that Su Fengqiu did not seem very eager for her to go to the Su family. As for the reason, as the young master of the Su family, he had many matters to attend to recently. No matter the reason, it was quite normal. Yet she still followed along. It's fine. Having one more maid, what trouble? Lin Qingzhu said gracefully, it's just that I'm not familiar with the duties of a maid, but I will do my best. It's not too difficult, but my maid does need to warm the bed. Su Fengqiu teased deliberately. Lin Qingzhu panicked. This. No wonder young Master Su treats Xiaoli so well. At first glance her tone seemed unchanged. However, Su Fengqiu clearly detected a hint of her panic. Su Fengqiu stopped and looked at her. Is it very strange? Su Fengqiu asked. Lin Qingzhu mumbled softly, it's a bit unexpected. I'm not familiar with the work of a maid, but it seems reasonable. Isn't that exactly what Empress Sheng Yao wants to achieve? With your intelligence, Qingzhu, you should be able. Empress Sheng Yao must have sought young Master Su for an important discussion, but since it wasn't addressed, having Qingzhu serve as young Master Su's maid is likely to establish a good relationship with the Su family, akin to a marriage alliance. Su Fengqiu was unsure if Empress Sheng Yao had such intentions to elevate their relationship to that of partners in the Tao. But the fundamental intention was to hope that Su Fengqiu would maintain a good relationship with Lin Qingzhu, so that in the future, when she needed Su Fengqiu's assistance, this connection might persuade him to help. Or it might make it easier to discuss cooperation. You can still back out now, Su Fengqiu said lightly. Lin Qingzhu did not doubt the truth of Su Fengqiu's words. She felt that as a maid her status was indeed the lowest within the family. Although not all maids were bedwarmers. However, if the young master required it, could she resist? In that case, her brothers might have also done some bad things to their beautiful maids. Lin Qingzhu was conflicted. Young Master Su had been so sincere and straightforward. She had never considered such a step before. She thought it was just about taking care of daily needs, making tea, and so on. Therefore, backing out now should also be fine, right? But she had already promised Empress Sheng Yao. She had also agreed to Su Fengqiu. Lin Qingzhu never did such untrustworthy things, because she couldn't get over it in her heart. But after all, this was related to her chastity. She could not treat it lightly. Although she greatly admired and respected Su Fengqiu, this was a different matter, and she wasn't at a level where she could do such a thing. A girl's chastity is something that must be reserved for her future husband. Su Fengqiu sensed her inner turmoil, and felt she was truly regretting. To be honest, it was quite normal. This was not the modern world. Here girls were extremely conservative. Moreover, Lin Qingzhu was not of low status. Ranked 6th on the fairy list, a disciple of the Empress. The daughter of General Lin of the Sheng Yao Empire. Talented and pure as ice. Su Fengqiu said, I was just joking, let's go. Lin Qingzhu followed Su Fengqiu's footsteps. Young Master Su. She called out to him. Su Fengqiu stopped and looked at her. Lin Qingzhu slightly bowed. This time Qingzhu has been a bother. I did not consider this point beforehand, it is my own. This time, whether it is Qingzhu's personal desires, or to establish a relationship with the Su family for Empress Sheng Yao, it will trouble young Master Su. If Qingzhu has done anything inappropriate, please young Master Su, do not hold back. As for warming the bed, Lin Qingzhu bit her red lip. Qingzhu will not do anything untrustworthy, but it is indeed difficult to accomplish. I hope young Master Su can forgive me. No worries, let's go. Young Master Su. Lin Qingzhu called out to him again. Qingzhu will try her best, but cannot guarantee. On the other side, Gu Changxing also conducted an investigation and arrived at a small town. His resentment and anger surged, yet killing Ji Buchang was not enough to satisfy him. What status did Gu Changxing possess? How could he be threatened by an insignificant ant? Su Fengqiu had yet to do anything, yet his reputation was already tarnished by a mere insect. Gu Changxing walked into a courtyard in the town. Inside the courtyard, a beautiful woman in her 40s was drying corn to prepare lunch. Sounds of children playing could be heard from within the house. Upon seeing Gu Changxing enter, the woman wiped her hands and asked, young master, who are you looking for? Gu Changxing gazed at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are you Ji Bochang's mother? Indeed, Changer has gone to participate in a poetry meeting and is not here. Gu Changxing's eyes flickered with a hint of wickedness. This Ji Bochang's mother is quite beautiful, possessing a certain charm. Upon hearing this, the woman exhibited a look of terror. Instinctively, she ran towards the house. Gu Changxing reached out, and the woman flew towards him. No matter how the woman struggled, she could not break free. He grasped her neck and entered the house. Inside, a girl of about 14 or 15 and a toddler were playing. Suddenly witnessing this scene, the girl was stunned. Mother! Mother! The child, seemingly unaware of what was happening, called out in a sweet voice. Oh, there's a little sister too. Gu Changxing revealed a cold smile. He extended his hand towards the child and squeezed. The child turned to nothingness. Annoying, Gu Changxing coldly uttered, "No, Howard." The woman cried out in anguish. Slap. Gu Changxing struck her, sending her flying to the ground, and then a force rendered both of them immobile. "Do you know why I have come?" The girl and the woman wept in terror. "Ji Buochang has been killed for disrespecting me, and if you wish to blame someone, blame your good son." "Changer. My changer," the woman cried in agony. Gu Changxing revealed a cold smile. "Indeed, both the older and the younger are quite good-looking. Ooh, just right for my pent-up anger. Merely killing you wouldn't be enough to relieve it." Saying this, Gu Changxing walked towards the terrified women while adjusting his pants. My dear, look what good things I've brought back." A man came back happily carrying a large fish. When he saw the scattered corn kernels in the courtyard, his brows furrowed sharply. "My dear, my daughter." He threw the fish aside and rushed into the house. Inside, a woman leaned against the wall, her clothing insufficient to cover her eyes wide open, having lost her breath. "No, my dear." The man screamed in shock. Who? He rushed out with a knife and found a man sitting in the courtyard. "I will kill you." He charged at Gu Changxing, filled with rage. However, he was no match for Gu Changxing. A scream echoed. Gu Changxing severed his arms and legs. Then he crouched in front of the man, reaching into his mouth with a sinister look. "This is the consequence of provoking me." He then pulled down the man's tongue. The man whimpered in pain. Gu Changxing then waved his hand. His severed limbs healed. "Your wife and daughter are quite nice. The more they struggle, the more I enjoy it." Gu Changxing licked his lips. The man cried in despair. "Your daughter has had her tongue cut off and sent to a brothel. She will never leave there in this lifetime. From today onwards, you will have to beg near the brothel, watching countless men go in and out. Would you like that? Your good son Ji Buochang worked hard to secure this for you." Gu Changxing grinned wickedly and then walked away. After leaving, he blended into the crowd. "Su Fengqiu." Gu Changxing's eyes flashed with malice. "I will never let you go. Never." Approaching, Gu Changxing saw a woman with a light veil covering her face. From the jade pendant at her waist, he recognized her identity. "Miss Luo, to meet you in such a remote town is quite a surprise," Gu Changxing said with the demeanor of a refined gentleman, giving a fist salute. "Young Master Gu, a pleasure. I merely passed through this place. Why is young Master Gu here?" "Miss Luo," Gu Changxing smiled slightly, "I just attended an auction and happened to pass through here." "In that case, Miss Luo," Gu Changxing called out to her, "does young Master Gu have further business?" Gu Changxing asked, "Have you heard about the poetry meeting?" Yes, the poetry saint ascended to the supreme Immortal Emperor, and young Master Su shocked the world with his poetry. "Alas, I have become a clown." Gu Changxing sighed. Miss Luo had certainly heard of it. "Miss Luo, you're a wise person. I need not say. What I mean is simple. Even if they had 10,000 times the courage Ji Buochang and Li Sheng would not dare to slander Gu Changxing. Behind this Su Fengqiu is the mastermind. The innocent will clear their names. Time will prove the truth," Miss Luo said. "Indeed." Gu Changxing smiled. At that moment, Ji Buochang's father, who had lost his arms and legs, crawled out covered in blood, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Miss Luo also looked over. Gu Changxing sighed, "Alas, the sufferings of the world. These are what we martial artists must strive to alleviate. I hope there is less suffering in this world. What young Master Gu says is true. Miss Luo, let us go." Miss Luo said, "Qingfeng Town produces natural emerald root tea. I would like to take some back. Young Master Gu, you may leave first." That is fine, and then I shall take my leave." Young Master Gu walked slowly. Gu Changxing then departed while Miss Luo continued ahead. As she passed by, she took out a pill and handed it to Ji Buochang's father, then walked away. When Miss Luo returned, she happened to see that figure near a brothel. How tragic. "Oh, I wonder what kind of person he has offended. Old Ji worked hard throughout his life, raising such an outstanding son, only to be killed." Sigh. Do you think old Jis situation is related to Gu? Should be careful, a misfortune can come from careless words. It's not certain, it's hard to say. Let's just pretend we don't know him. Miss Luo furrowed her brows slightly. Ji Buochang. It seemed she had heard that it was Ji Buochang who made things difficult for Su Fengqiu at the poetry meeting. She had also heard that Ji Buochang was acting under Gu Changxing's orders. She was unclear about the details, but he was Ji Buochang's father. Coincidentally, Gu Changxing had strangely arrived at Qingfeng Town. Could all of this have been orchestrated by Gu Changxing? What Gu Changxing, with a heart of a beast and a face of a man, did Su Fengqiu need not know. He did not care anyway. After all, he only needed to meet him once, and he would understand everything about him. Su family. Su Fengqiu settled Lin Qingzhu in his young master pavilion. There were still many matters to attend to. Gu Changxing's destiny value must be seized, and he must be killed. There was also the rather tricky Li Mufeng. Through the system, he learned that there was a supreme immortal emperor at Yaoshinshan, where Li Mufeng resided. The current Su Fengqiu found it rather difficult to take any action. "I shall enter seclusion for a while, Qingzhu. You can familiarize yourself with the surroundings first." Lin Qingzhu nodded, understood. Su Fengqiu then proceeded to enter seclusion. He had advanced to the third stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. This two-stage improvement needed to be consolidated. His foundation was already unstable, and he needed to find some methods to stabilize it. Now it was even more urgent. By the way, Su Fengqiu almost forgot. With Lin Qingzu's favor reaching 20, he had obtained the Heavenly Reversal Yin-Yang art. Yet he was unaware of what it was. Heavenly Reversal Yin-Yang art, a top-tier dual cultivation technique allowing both men and women to cultivate together, leading to rapid enhancement for both parties. Su Fengqiu. Damn, so this was such a technique. It was a good thing. In these times, dual cultivation methods were not rare. However, truly powerful ones without side effects and with strong effects were exceedingly rare. The one awarded by the system was definitely reliable. However, now a problem arose. Who should he find? Such techniques required mutual participation. Su Fengqiu seeking ordinary women was of no use. The more outstanding and talented the woman, the stronger the effect would naturally be. Luo Liuli Lin Qingzhu Li Qianxue Shaoli. If all else fails, Lu Yunyan, the Holy Yao Empress. Oh dear. This is quite embarrassing. Clearly at present none of the outstanding women Su Fengqiu knew were suitable yet. Only Shaoli was still, but Shaoli's cultivation was not high at the moment. A dual cultivating with him, an Immortal Emperor, would not yield a strong effect for Su Fengqiu himself. No way. As the esteemed young master of the Su family at the third stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, he suddenly realized he didn't even have a romantic partner who had reached fruition. Su Fengqiu scratched his head. This is truly pitiful. If I had known, I should have kept Jiang Qingxue around. Jiang Qingxue Yi Feng's romantic partner. The body of heavenly ice. But he had wasted her. He had indeed made a miscalculation. He should have adhered to the principle of not letting good women go to waste, and not wasting bad ones. Otherwise, how good would it be now? No. Su Fengqiu slowly paced in the secret realm. He had to come up with a plan. It had been so long since he crossed over. He really hadn't encountered a sister yet. Li Qianxue, still not suitable. Luo Liuli, even more so. Lin Qingzhu was on the right track, but it seemed there was no immediate solution. As for Shaoli, it was feasible, but the effect wouldn't be too significant. Moreover, her body was one of calamity and blood-killing. A favor of 42 wasn't quite enough. If it truly came to it, he could seek some powerful sex. The sex Holy Maiden was renowned on the immortal ranking. He could propose a marriage, perhaps. Su Fengqiu thought for a moment. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. It's not urgent. I should consolidate my realm first. Outside, Lin Qingzhu walked around the young master pavilion, familiarizing herself, but saw no one. Shaoli walked over and saw a super beautiful figure. At first she thought from a distance that it was Li Qianxue, but upon approaching, she realized it was not. Lin Qingzhu also saw Shaoli. No wonder Su Gongzi cared so much about Shaoli. She was indeed very beautiful and looked quite young. A young girl. In a few years she would become even more beautiful. Are you Miss Shaoli? Lin Qingzhu slightly bowed and asked. Yes, may I ask who this elder sister is? Shaoli gazed at Lin Qingzhu with some astonishment. So beautiful. Such a gentle temperament. So comforting. Though they did not know each other well, just a glance, and that aura made one feel very comfortable. Lin Qingzhu. Wow. Are you Lin Fairy? You're really beautiful. Shaoli exclaimed. Lin Qingzhu smiled gently. You are also very beautiful. No wonder Su Gongzi is so Shaoli's pretty face flushed. No way. Lin Qingzhu extended her hand and held Shaoli's hand. Truly, I can feel Su Gongzi's concern for you. He specifically instructed me to take care of you. If I were Su Gongzi, I would definitely treat Miss Shaoli well, because you are truly very beautiful. Sister Qingzhu is the one who is beautiful. Did Sister Qingzhu come here to find the young master? He went to a poetry gathering. Oh, he should be back soon. Lin Qingzhu nodded. Yes, I returned along with him. Then what is Sister Qingzhu's purpose here? Shaoli, just like you, for a while I will need to learn from you, Miss Shaoli. Shaoli was taken aback. I am the young master's maid. Right, I came to be young master Zu's maid as well. Shaoli's mouth, the famed and powerful Lin Fairy, actually came to be the young master's maid. But then again it made sense. It was said that the young master attained the Tao through poetry. The poetic sage seniors advanced to the supreme immortal emperor thanks to the young master. The entire 9 continents was currently shaken by this matter. Then, Lin Fairy must have feelings for the young master. Could it be that the young master does not like Lin Fairy that much? Did Lin Fairy pursue the young master actively? Did she come to be his maid because she liked him? Wow, but the young master is indeed very outstanding. Sister Qingzhu is so excellent, the young master will surely like her. Shaoli thought to herself, I will help Sister Qingzhu. Shaoli said seriously. Good, then I will learn from Shaoli more. Regarding martial arts with young master Zu's guidance, Miss Shaoli will surely have no problem. But young master Su is busy. I can often discuss with Miss Shaoli, and if she has any questions she can find me anytime we live together. Shaoli is also in this courtyard. Shaoli suddenly thought of something. What is it? Shaoli's face turned red. That. It's nothing. She quickly shook her head. Lin Qingzhu held Xiaoli's hand and said, Miss Xiaoli, you can tell me anything. It's just, since we are in the same courtyard, if the young master goes to Sister Qingzu's room, wouldn't it be inconvenient for Xiaoli? I apologize, I may have been a bit presumptuous. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu could glean some information. That is, in Xiaoli's eyes, maids were meant to warm the bed. She must have often thought like this. But in reality, Xiaoli did not mean it that way. She simply speculated that Lin Qingzhu had deep feelings for Su Fengqiu, actively pursuing him, even going so far as to become his maid. Thus, Su Fengqiu could go to her room at any time. And if she lived in the same courtyard, oh dear. It's fine, although I'm not fully prepared, yet I am psychologically ready. Lin Qingzhu said with a smile. Young master is very good. At this moment, Su family head, Xiaoli hurriedly stood up to pay her respects. Xiaoli, who is this? Lin Qingzhu quickly stood up. Senior Su, this young lady is Lin Qingzhu, young master's us. May I apologize for my presumptuousness. Su Tianyi. This kid stirred up such a huge commotion in the 9 continents just by attending a poetry gathering. He even managed to bring Lin Fairy over as a maid. Are you sure this is a legitimate maid? Little rascal. Truly not as sentimental as his father. Well, this kid has indeed brought honor to Su Tianyi. Lin Qingzhu has been deceived into becoming a maid. This news would shake the 9 continents. After all, behind Lin Qingzhu were General Lin and the Holy Yao Empress. What methods did this kid use? So, it was Qingzhu. Haha, my relationship with your father is quite special. Lin Qingzhu bowed. I have heard some rumors, but I do not know much about it. Haha, you'll know in the future. It's truly good news. If you have any discomfort in the Su family, feel free to tell me. I'm going to find your father for a chat. Senior Su, take care. Oh, by the way, Xiaoli. Here. Xiaoli hurriedly responded. Su Tianyi handed her a space ring. Inside are plenty of cultivation resources and a few custom-made outfits for you. You need not wear such plain clothes in the future. After saying this, Su Tianyi walked away. Xiaoli was taken aback for a moment. Then she opened the space ring and took out several extremely beautiful immortal skirts, even woven with gold thread and extremely precious spiritual silk. Xiaoli's mouth opened slightly. It was evident that this was not something a maid should wear. Lin Qingzhu was also slightly shocked inside. Xiaoli was indeed Su Fengqiu's maid. But now even the head of the Su family had sent such precious immortal skirts. Such skirts of this level were typically worn only by individuals like Luo Liuli. She seemed to have been adopted years ago. It appeared she had become a child bride. Then she smiled and said, such a luxurious immortal skirt, could it be that soon I will be attending Xiaoli's grand wedding? No way. Xiaoli was taken aback. This really indicates something. Lin Qingzhu smiled slightly. Xiaoli shook her head. No, I heard the young master plans to propose at the Phoenix Terrace. Luo Fairy. Moreover, the young master has Sister Qianxue already. Sister Qianxue? Lin Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. She is so beautiful, the most beautiful woman Xiaoli has ever seen. Sister Qianxue should be the main wife, Xiaoli said softly. Where is she? She is in closed-door cultivation at the Su family. Lin Qingzhu nodded. This was unexpected for her, yet it made sense. Such an outstanding man as Su Gongzi would surely not lack beautiful companions. What should she do? If the main wife is indeed Sister Qianxue, as Xiaoli said, if he were also to marry Luo Liuli, she seemed to have to try not to be in a position lower than Luo Liuli, right? Oh dear. Lin Qingzhu, what are you thinking? The news of Su Fengqiu's poetry gathering, where he entered the Tao through poetry and even assisted the poetic sage in ascending to the supreme Immortal Emperor, resounded throughout the 9 continents. Moreover, the Holy Yao Empress boldly announced that Lin Qingzhu would temporarily serve as Su Fengqiu's maid with an uncertain duration. These several pieces of news bombarded the 9 continents. Shocking. Unbelievable. The most straightforward message: Su Fengqiu's future is limitless. Behind Su Fengqiu there might now be a supreme immortal emperor as his backing. Meanwhile, the royal family of the Holy Yao Empire and the Lin family of the Holy Yao City have intricate ties with Su Fengqiu. When all these connections are strung together, one might realize that the Su family now seems extraordinary. They are on the verge of reclaiming their past dominance as the overlords of the Eightfold Heaven. Gu family. What? Gu Changsheng's eyes widened upon hearing the news conveyed by the maid. Lin Qingzhu, his beloved, has actually deigned to become Su Fengqiu's maid. Gu Changsheng made a gesture, and the maid hurriedly left. Crash! He directly overturned the table. What is this Holy Yao Empress and this Lin family up to? Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth. Lin Qingzhu, even if she is not of the noble status like Luo Liuli, is the treasure daughter of the god of war lineage, the only disciple of the Holy Yao Empress. Moreover, she might be the next Holy Yao Empire Empress. Otherwise, why would the Holy Yao Empress take her as a disciple? The Holy Yao Empress has no relatives, being all alone. She must be nurturing Lin Qingzhu to become her successor. With such an identity, how could Lin Qingzhu serve as Su Fengqiu's maid? Is she not afraid of being laughed at by the world? No. Gu Chongqing frowned. The holy Yao Empress must have other intentions. Indeed she does. A voice came. Father. Gu Fengqiu nodded and glanced at the overturned table. As your father, I know that during this poetry gathering you have suffered tremendous grievances. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists. The poetic sage's disciple is without hope. My reputation is tarnished, and the woman I love has become someone else's maid. I know that you are not the kind of petty person as rumored. You would never engage in such matters in your life, at least not before this, my son. I understand you. Indeed, it is all Fengqiu's schemes. My child has been grievously harmed. I know without you saying that this is all Fengqiu's doing. This person is cunning and ruthless while you are innocent and naive. You cannot contend with him, but this incident can help you grow. You should understand that in this world, elegant gentlemen do not last long. People like Fengqiu, they are the truly clever ones. You need to make a change. I understand. I will no longer be so kind-hearted. I have now truly grasped the lesson that kindness can lead to being taken advantage of. There is no need to worry. Though the Gu family and the Shi family had a battle leaving us significantly weakened, it is not a critical issue. We have no fear of the Su family if our ancestor has also ascended to the 9th tier of Immortal Emperor. But Fengqiu has the poetic sage behind him. The poetic sage. He has wandered the world all his life. In a while he might be thousands of miles away. There is no need to consider him, nor the holy Yao Empress. Why? Gu Chongqing asked curiously. Gu Fengqiu replied, do you know why the holy Yao Empress would have Lin Qingzhu serve as Fengqiu's maid? It must be to establish a partnership with Fengqiu. Exactly, because the holy Yao Empress' own situation. In recent years, the holy Yao Empire has been in constant conflict with the Beiming Empire. Unknown to most, half of the strong individuals from the holy Yao Empire's royal family have been lured over by the Beiming Empire. Such a thing actually occurred. Gu Fengqiu nodded. The holy Yao Empress is indeed a character, but in the end she is just a 300-year-old young person, and still a female. She will not hold the throne for long. So she is betting that Fengqiu can save the holy Yao Empire. Ridiculous. Gu Fengqiu laughed. It is indeed laughable. Chongqing, we will reclaim everything we have lost piece by piece. Fengqiu and the Su family are nothing to fear. But, how do we reclaim it? Gu Fengqiu spread his hands, revealing a delicate scroll in his palm. What is this? Gu Fengqiu said, a marriage contract. Gu Chongqing was taken aback. A marriage contract? Is it for me? Yes, it is the marriage contract between you and Lin Qingzhu. Gu Chongqing was utterly shocked. Such a thing exists. Gu Fengqiu said lightly, when Qingzhu was still too young to remember, I and General Lin arranged a betrothal for the two of you. This matter has not been mentioned for many years. My original intention was that if the two of you could develop feelings for each other, it would be the best outcome. Qingzhu and I will surely be a good match. We conversed happily before I could feel it. It's just that I was harmed by Fengqiu. It is no longer important. The contract clearly states that you are to marry at 25. You are 29 this year, and Qingzhu is 26. Since you have not yet achieved success with her, you must reclaim her from Fengqiu. It is absolutely unacceptable to let Fengqiu ruin your good fortune. Gu Chongqing's eyes brightened. Thank you, father. But why do you have this marriage contract? That would involve General Lin Qingzhu's father. He has enmity with Su Tianyi, and my Gu family has also had conflicts with the Su family. Years ago, I had a good relationship with General Lin. We participated in the same martial arts competition in the 9 continents, and lost to him, which was how we became acquainted. Though we have had less contact in recent years, the bond remains. In arranged marriages, the words of parents hold great weight. Lin Zhan's words are as good as gold. This marriage must happen. Gu Chongqing nodded. That's wonderful, father. What enmity exists between Su Tianyi and General Lin? For words, the beauty is a disaster. Lin residence. Damn it. Damn it. He'll peel Fengqiu's skin off. And Su Tianyi's too. Lin Zhan drank alone, cursing loudly. My precious daughter has become Fengqiu's maid. Damn it, oh, his head hurt. Just then a handsome young man walked in. Father. Get lost, don't bother me. Lin Zhan said with a displeased expression. Father, Su Tianyi has come. What? Lin Zhan stood up and waved his hand hurriedly. Don't see him, don't see him. How dare he come to see me? Huh? Brother Lin, why do you dislike me so? Is it just because Qingzhu has become my son's maid? It's not disgraceful. A loud laugh echoed as Su Tianyi appeared in the courtyard. You bastard. Get lost, all of you. Don't come near. They'll kill him. Lin Zhan's Immortal Emperor aura. Without a word, he charged directly at Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi's aura also erupted as he met him. The people of the Lin residence all fled. Lin Zhan's 2 sons also hurriedly ran away. After a long while. Eldest brother, why is it so quiet inside? Could something have happened? The second son Lin Jian asked softly. The eldest son Lin Shu shook his head. It should be fine. They know what they are doing. What if? Originally my father and Su Tianyi were at odds, and now my younger sister has been summoned by the Empress to serve as Fengqiu's maid. I just don't understand. Doesn't the Empress know the poor relationship between our 2 families? Why would she send my younger sister there? Lin Shu replied, it's unavoidable. You and I are subjects, and our father is also a subject. We must obey orders. The Empress has her own insights. But it has been a long time since there has been any noise inside. Oh, I am really afraid. Lin Shu frowned. Let's go in and take a look. The two quietly entered. The scene before them left them stunned. Lin Zhan and Su Tianyi were both drunk, sitting on the ground, hugging each other, crying uncontrollably. Like two aggrieved children. Lin Zhan cried as he pounded Su Tianyi's shoulder. You really are a beast. Ah, if Yair had followed me back, then nothing would have happened. Ah. Su Tianyi's tears and snot flowed freely as he beat his chest in regret. I regret it, brother. Not a day has passed where I didn't drown my sorrows in drink. Every day. Every day, I wish to follow Yair. Lin Zhan kicked Su Tianyi. I truly look down on you. Su Tianyi cried and waved his hand. Don't say any more. Drink. Lin Shu and Lin Jian exchanged bewildered glances. Oh. Lin Shu and Lin Jian silently stepped back. Lin Zhan and Su Tianyi gradually vented their frustrations. The two sat there. Honestly, Lin brother Qingzhu following my daughter Qiu'er must be a good thing. Get lost. I would rather die than let Qingzhu marry your son. You two are not worthy at all. If it weren't for Her Majesty the Empress, I tell you your son would never have a chance to be near Qingzhu. He is unworthy. Yes. Su Tianyi took a sip of wine. A 20-year-old third-tier Immortal Emperor is unworthy. Someone who could destroy the Misty Peak is unworthy. Someone who could obliterate the Medicine Emperor sect is unworthy. Someone who enters the Tao through poetry is unworthy, and assisting the poetry sage in ascending to the Supreme Immortal Emperor is unworthy. Right? Lin Zhan spat. I don't care about you. Why haven't you made any progress in your cultivation over the past decade? Su Tianyi smiled bitterly. Lin Zhan frowned. If what you said while drunk is true, then I look down on you even more. Su Tianyi gave a self-deprecating smile and looked at Lin Zhan. What? Are you worried about me? What nonsense. I'd rather kill you. Also, don't meddle in Qingzhu's matters. That girl has a marriage contract. In a few days I will go to Her Majesty the Empress and tell her to separate her from your son. This girl has a marriage contract. With whom? Su Tianyi asked. Gu family. Gu Chongqing, Lin Zhan replied. Su Tianyi frowned. Is Gu Chongqing half as good as Qiu'er? Lin Zhan down to drink, his gaze fixed on Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi, I ask you, why did your fall? After so many years you should tell me by now, right? Su Tianyi lowered his head and remained silent. Su Tianyi, if she was killed by a powerful person, then we should risk our lives to at least take a piece of flesh from him. For many years I felt you were afraid, a coward. I looked down on you. Now tell me why. Su Tianyi still remained silent. Lin Zhan was agitated. Su Tianyi, do you know how others evaluate you outside? A coward. As the head of a great imperial clan for 10,000 years, your beloved woman has fallen, yet you have no explanation. You don't even dare to say who did it. If you are afraid, then I will step forward, okay? Su Tianyi sighed. I liked her, but I also wish you well. To take a step back, I was also a close friend of Yair for many years. What have you done? The Lin family does not regard you highly. Lin Zhan shouted angrily at the outside. Su Tianyi stood up. Take care. Lin Zhan overturned the table. Back then Lin Qingzhu and Gu Chongqing were still young. Lin Zhan and Gu Fengqiu arranged a betrothal for them while drunk. The idea at that time was very simple. He simply didn't want Su Tianyi to have it easy. He wanted to oppose Su Tianyi. Gu Chongqing was very outstanding, and the Gu family was much more powerful than the Su family. The Gu family had a poor relationship with the Su family. He despised Su Tianyi, and forming a union with the Gu family was surely a good thing. His daughter marrying into the Gu family would not be bad. Now Su Fengqiu was at his peak, and deep down he was actually happy. Because Su Fengqiu was her child. The discord between Lin Zhan and Su Tianyi was due to women, and it was just a discord, albeit a fierce one. Not having competed was simply not having competed. He felt sad, but also wished well. His hatred was because Su Tianyi had not taken good care of her, causing her to leave this world. He hated Su Tianyi even more, because he felt that Su Tianyi had no conscience. He didn't take her death seriously. Why? For so many years her death had been a mystery. Su Tianyi had never provided any explanation for her death. If she was killed, wouldn't it be worth risking everything to seek revenge? He had always thought Su Tianyi was like that. But today, having opened his heart to Su Tianyi, he finally understood some things for the first time. It turned out that Su Tianyi had suffered so much over the years. What is this guy's hidden bitterness? Thinking about it, Su Tianyi was certainly not such a weak person. Lin Zhan took a sip of wine and gazed at the sky. Since ancient times, beautiful women have had short lives. Yair, but you gave birth to a good son. 5 years ago I secretly saw him once. He looks just like you. Father, the head of the Gu family has arrived. Lin Shu walked in. Lin Zhan frowned and said, please come in. Gu Fengqiu walked in laughing. Ha ha ha, Lin brother drinking alone. Lin Zhan said, Gu brother, take a seat. Gu Fengqiu sat down. I came at a bad time. What happened with Lin brother? He naturally saw Lin Zhan's red eyes. A few days ago was her memorial day. Lin brother is truly sincere. Even after so many years you still remember her. Su Tianyi is indeed not a good person. To this day I still don't know why Fairy fell. If she was killed, shouldn't there at least be a clear stance? Is this matter to remain so unclear and ambiguous? Gu Fengqiu then whispered, I've heard that Su Tianyi might have quietly colluded with another woman to have Fairy killed. Lin Zhan clenched his fists. What brings you here, Gu brother? Oh, it's this. Gu Fengqiu smiled and took out the marriage document. Qingzhu has a good relationship with Changxing, and now that they are of age, I think it's time for this marriage. A union between our two families, wouldn't that be wonderful? But Qingzhu is now Su Fengqiu's maid. Isn't it enough to discuss this with Her Majesty the Empress? I am but a subject. Gu Fengqiu pondered for a moment. What does the head of the Lin family think? As Qingzhu's master, Su Fengqiu is now qualified to decide her fate. What I say doesn't count, it has to pass that hurdle. Either Gu family head convinces Her Majesty the Empress to withdraw the order, or let Su Fengqiu agree. Sigh, I can understand the anger of the head of the Lin family. The Su family is the most despised, and my daughter has to lower herself to be Su Fengqiu's maid. There is a third method. Please, Gu family head, go on. Gu Fengqiu said, eliminate the Su family, and wouldn't that free Qingzhu? If Gu brother can do that, it would be best. If Lin brother joins forces with me. Lin Zhan shook his head. The Empress has shown favor to the Su family. As a subject, how could I possibly join forces? If Qingzhu can coordinate inside and outside. Lin Zhan frowned. She can, as she has feelings for Understood, then he'll go back and think of another solution. The head of the Lin family will surely support all my actions, right? After all, we are in-laws. This statement contained a hint of threat. Naturally, Gu brother, take care. After Gu Fengqiu left, Lin Zhan sighed, Sigh Qingzhu, I am not a good father. I didn't expect that impulsive decision made while drunk back then would lead to today's consequences. Gu Changsheng is likely not a good person. Clearly Lin Zhan regretted it. He had regretted it long ago. Today Su Tianyi was also meeting him for the first time in many years. They also shared some heartfelt words. He regretted his actions from that year even more. Sure, Lin Shu, send someone to Zu's house to inform Su Tianyi to be careful of the Gu family, and also please ask Su Tianyi for a favor. Yes. 7 days passed in a blink. And in the secret realm 2 months had gone by. Su Fengqiu opened his eyes. He didn't know what had happened outside. Xiao Li's favorability towards him surged by 10 points, reaching 52. Su Fengqiu exited the realm and arrived in the courtyard. He was planning to propose at the Phoenix platform. It was highly likely to succeed. Why? Although the Su family and the Phoenix platform were not on equal footing, he had something in the system shop. A heartless card. First get the beauty, then talk. No matter what means used. However, Lin Qingzhu's arrival temporarily interrupted Su Fengqiu's plans. At home, there was Xiao Li, Lin Qingzhu, and Li Qianxue. Adding Luo Liuli made it overwhelming for him to manage their favorability. Take it slow. Li Qianxue's favorability was only 11. He would find opportunities later. After all, she was from the 9 heavens. First deal with the present matters. Lin Qingzhu sat in the courtyard in a daze. What are you dazing for? Do you have something on your mind? Su Fengqiu said as he walked over. Lin Qingzhu heard the commotion and quickly stood up. Young Master Su. Su Fengqiu took a seat. Lin Qingzhu poured a cup of tea for Su Fengqiu. As the fated daughter of Su Fengqiu, her worries were well understood by him. It's nothing major, just that Qingzhu is unsure of how to proceed. Lin Qingzhu said, yesterday the Gu family publicly announced a marriage contract. Only then did I realize that my father had arranged a betrothal between me and Gu Changxing many years ago. Then just break off the engagement, Su Fengqiu said calmly. But there's no reason. It concerns my father's and the Lin family's reputation. The Gu family seems worried about such a situation occurring, which is why they publicly announced the marriage contract, hoping for the blessings of the world, but in reality, it might be to cut off the Lin family's path. The reasoning is simple. If they break off the engagement without cause, the Gu family would claim that the Lin family looks down on them and mocks them, leading to retaliation against the Lin family. Although the Lin family is from the lineage of the war god, their influence is not substantial. They cannot compare to the Gu family or the Su family. They are merely a powerful martial family. The strength lies only with Lin Zhan and a few generations. Their foundation is too weak. Individually, they are strong. On the battlefield, during Imperial-level wars, they can sweep through their enemies. But if it comes to individual power struggles, the Lin family would be utterly defeated by the Gu family. Young master, Xiao Li ran over. Oh. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow and smiled at Xiao Li. Is it the outfit your father prepared for you? Su Fengqiu asked with a smile. Xiao Li, dressed in a fitting fairy dress, looked more like a sect saintess than a maid. She was Xiao Li quickly said, young master, someone from the Gu family has arrived. Will go take a look, you all stay here, Su Fengqiu replied. Young master Su. Lin Qingzhu looked at Su Fengqiu with worry. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter myself. Su Fengqiu then headed to the Su family Great Hall. In the Su family Great Hall, several powerful members of the Gu family, including Gu Fengqiu, had arrived. Lin Zhan had also brought a few people from the Lin family. He felt quite regretful now. However, weighing the pros and cons, he couldn't openly break ties with the Gu family. Thus he had to put on a friendly face and ask Su Tianyi for help. Su Tianyi and the others were receiving them with courtesy. Although they had conflicts with the Gu family, at least they hadn't openly clashed. Head of the Su family, you are aware of our intention for coming here. Changsheng and Qingzhu are in love, and since they have a betrothal, this marriage between the Gu family and General Lin must be attended by the Su family as well. Gu Fengqiu smiled. Su Tianyi already knew the situation. Lin Zhan had sent someone to inform him. In short, Lin Zhan regretted impulsively arranging this marriage back in the day. He asked Su Tianyi for a favor. That is to prevent Su Fengqiu from letting Lin Qingzhu go. If that were the case, this marriage could be temporarily set aside. As for what to do later, he would think of a way. This matter is decreed by Her Majesty the Empress. If Qiu'er breaks off his relationship with Qingzhu, it would be hard to explain to Her Majesty. Wouldn't that damage the Su family's reputation? Su Tianyi looked troubled. Ah, that's true, Lin Zhan sighed. Gu Fengqiu said, there's no need to break off the relationship. Qingzhu can still be Su Fengqiu's maid. As long as Su Fengqiu agrees, the marriage between Changsheng and Qingzhu will proceed as planned. This way the three families can be considered one family. That is a point. Head of the Su family will Qiu'er agree. Cough, it's hard to say. Hard to say, or definitely won't agree. Lin Zhan asked again. Perhaps he definitely won't agree. We all know Qiu'er's character. Su Tianyi said. Lin Zhan looked at Su Tianyi. Good brother. But business is business. He owed him a favor for this matter. It's a separate account. Gu Fengqiu said. Changsheng and Qingzhu are in love and have a marriage contract plus brother Lin's support. This matter cannot simply be decided by Su Fengqiu's words, right? That would be unreasonable. Indeed, this matter has been publicly announced. In 7 days there will be a wedding in the Gu family, and the invitations have already been sent out. If the marriage does not happen after 7 days, the Gu family's reputation. Thus we need your assistance, head of the Su family. Qiu'er is on his way here. Let's listen to his opinion shortly. Su Tianyi said. Gu Fengqiu added, if there are any conditions, feel free to mention them. Su Fengqiu pushed the door open and entered. What if my conditions are beyond the means of the Gu family? Everyone turned to look. Lin Zhan also looked at Su Fengqiu. Indeed. It seems so. Young friend Su, what conditions do you have? Gu Fengqiu said with a smile. Su Fengqiu cupped his fist towards Lin Zhan. Uncle Lin. Lin Zhan nodded hurriedly. Su Fengqiu looked at Gu Fengqiu. The condition is that the Gu family must affiliate with the Su family and become part of the Su family's forces. Can you do that, head of the Gu family? Su Fengqiu's words shocked Su Tianyi. Oh my. This kid speaks quite fearlessly. The expressions of the Gu family members changed. Su Fengqiu, are you joking? Su Fengqiu asked. Can't do it. It seems the Su family doesn't intend to negotiate properly, right? Gu Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Then let's not negotiate. Su Fengqiu replied. All right. Gu Fengqiu stood up, looking at Lin Zhan with a threatening tone. Brother Lin, prepare for war with the Su family. Lin Zhan frowned. Oh, head of the Gu family, are you sure? Su Fengqiu asked. Gu Fengqiu said, the Su family disregards the reputation of both the Gu and Lin families, even humiliating my Gu family, insisting on not turning over Lin Qingzhu. Out of emotions and reason, Su Fengqiu, you don't have that qualification. With this marriage contract in hand, the marriage is set for my Gu family, and no one can stop it. Gu Fengqiu continued. Indeed, Su Fengqiu has recently caused quite a stir in the 9 continents, but your means have run out, right? Although the internal strife within the Su family has settled, their power is not what it used to be. My Gu family is truly not afraid of you. We're leaving. Wait. Su Fengqiu said, regretting it. Gu Fengqiu sneered. Su Fengqiu asked, just confirming again, head of the Gu family, are you sure you want to go to war with the Su family? Naturally. Everyone has heard, right? Uncle Lin, did you hear? Lin Zhan frowned. Since we are at war now, we are enemies. Gu Fengqiu and the others furrowed their brows. Then Su Fengqiu's spiritual power surged, and he slightly pressed down with his right foot. The entire great hall was instantly lifted away. Underneath them, a vast area rotated with the yin-yang formation. The formation activated. Everyone was within the formation. What? The Su family members were stunned. When did this formation appear? Su Fengqiu had mastered the great completion of the heavenly teleportation formation. He knew myriad formations. It could only be said that some people come to the Su family to show off. Just like the Gu family. Knowing they are at odds, yet they still come to flaunt. Su Fengqiu's great formation was precisely prepared for situations like the Gu families. Su Fengqiu, Su Tianyi, what do you mean? Gu Fengqiu angrily pointed at them. Su Fengqiu said, didn't the head of the Gu family say to go to war? So you are enemies now, should I let the enemies go? What a joke. Gu Fengqiu. Nah, there's no such thing. Since ancient times it has never been like this. If there's a war, you let me go back and then fight. How can it be like that? Huh, isn't that cheating? Su Fengqiu defied all convention, not emerging as expected but launching a direct assault upon the Su clan itself. The Gu family was clearly thrown into disarray. Yet even the Su clan's own members were gripped by panic. Having subdued the ethereal peak and then crushed the medic sovereign sect, they now turned inward to purge traitors from their own ranks. They had scarcely caught their breath when war with the Gu family loomed once more. The Gu family far surpassed the medic sovereign sect in strength. In this era, battles of such magnitude offered no margin for error. A single misstep meant utter, irreversible ruin. Could such a decision truly be made so recklessly? Yet there was no choice. Authority within the Su clan now rested entirely with Su Tianyi. And Su Tianyi in turn had granted absolute autonomy to Su Fengqiu's unbridled will. Thus in truth, Su Fengqiu held supreme command. His battlefield record was simply too luminous. No voice within the Su clan dared dissent. Su Fengqiu, what precisely is your intent? Gu Fengqiu pointed fiercely at Su Fengqiu, his voice seething with fury. To declare war, was that not the Gu family's own proposition? Must you possess no dignity befitting a cultivator of your stature? If Su Fengqiu acts without restraint, must the entire Su clan descend into chaos as well? Gu Fengqiu roared, is this how it is done? Do you hold no regard for martial virtue? Have you no shame? When word spreads, where shall the Su clan's honor rest? If war is inevitable, let it be waged openly, with steel and spirit. What kind of hero resorts to such underhandedness? Su Fengqiu replied coolly, heroism. Martial virtue. What nonsense is this? Are we children playing at war? Gu Fengqiu. Damn. This Su Fengqiu. This. Lin Zhan stared at Su Fengqiu and felt a jolt of uncanny recognition. He truly resembled him. In appearance, undeniably so. In temperament, equally unmistakable. His mother had been just like this, unpredictable, mischievous, brimming with cunning stratagems. A torrent of overwhelming aura surged from Su Fengqiu. The formation's power awakened. A resonant celestial hum pierced the heavens. 9 divine dragon phantoms, alternating black and white, soared skyward, churning clouds and winds in their wake. This is the Yin-Yang Dragon Sovereign Formation. Any lingering hope Gu Fengqiu harbored dissolved instantly upon beholding the array. The Yin-Yang Dragon Sovereign Formation was a 9th-rank formation. Against such a formation, without mastery of its countermeasures, even celestial emperors of the 6th or 7th realm would perish. The strongest cultivator Gu Fengqiu had brought was a 7th-rank celestial emperor, merely as a precaution. He had deemed it more than sufficient. Yet who could have foreseen that the Su clan would so utterly discard martial decorum? A thunderous hum rent the air. The 9 dragons charged forward. All together, Su Tianyi commanded. Su clan elders surged forth in unison. Su clan members outside the formation stood frozen, bewildered. What? Why had battle erupted within the Su clan's own ancestral grounds? It was akin to declaring war upon an envoy, a profound violation of ancient protocol. Lin Zhan gaped in shock. Damn, did they truly draw swords the moment words failed? This was no child's game. It demanded solemn deliberation. Such decisions could never be made on impulse. Even the Elders' Council must sanction such action. Once begun, this conflict would command the full attention of all 9 provinces. It was no trivial matter, like a millennia-old imperial clan casually erasing a minor sect. Battles between powers of this magnitude occurred perhaps once in several decades. The Su clan, Su Fengqiu, the sheer destructive force of a 9th-rank formation was beyond imagining. Though formidable, they had entered the formation utterly unprepared. Even if no external interference disrupted, they would merely prolong their suffering. For breaking this formation was in all likelihood beyond their reach. Spurt. One after another Gu clan cultivators vomited torrents of blood. Those of lower cultivation realms already lay lifeless upon the ground. The formation's power linked heaven and earth. The void itself convulsed, its clouds torn asunder. A resonant hum. The 9 dragons ascended to the heavens, then plummeted downward with cataclysmic force. The celestial emperors strained every fiber, but even their utmost effort could only deflect the first strike. Yet the assault repeated, relentless, unceasing, until their defenses shattered. Lord Patriarch, if we do not act now, we will perish here. A grievously wounded Gu clan elder staggered to Gu Fengqiu's side, blood streaming from every pore. Gu Fengqiu clenched his teeth. Su Fengqiu, just now I spoke in jest. How could I possibly mean to declare war so abruptly? Su Fengqiu stood aloof, hands clasped behind his back, his tone serene, yet absolute. But this sovereign took your words as truth. 2 great clans at war would assuredly annihilate each other. My earlier words were born solely of wounded pride. Do not take them seriously. What did you say? Su Fengqiu feigned deafness. I said, do not take them seriously. So, you speak only in earnest. Very well, very well. Su Fengqiu raised his hand toward the heavens. A resonant hum. The 9 dragon phantoms descended in perfect unison, crashing down with apocalyptic fury. Gu Fengqiu's pupils contracted sharply. The young master's pavilion. What has transpired with the Su clan? Lin Qingzhu gazed at the celestial anomaly unfolding in the distant sky, the writhing black and white dragons, and furrowed her delicate brows. Was it not the Gu clan who had sent envoys? Then why did battle erupt within the Su clan's domain? Even if negotiations collapsed, surely hostilities would commence only after both parties withdrew. Moreover, open war between such powers risked total annihilation. That is precisely why for generations, even bitter rivals rarely engaged in outright conflict. Su Fengqiu's recent campaigns, of this caliber, had not occurred in 10 years. Lin Qingzhu and Xiao Li rushed toward the battlefield, and then stood utterly stunned. It was real. The Su and Gu clans were locked in mortal combat. Several celestial emperors had already fallen, and the Gu clan patriarch himself appeared gravely imperiled. Lin Qingzhu's lips parted slightly in disbelief. How could this be? Even if tempers flared and tensions exploded, such violence could never be unleashed here. Nor could war be declared so hastily, so recklessly. Su Fengqiu. Gu Fengzhou pointed, a trembling finger, blood spilling from his mouth. Have you lost your mind? Su Fengqiu pointed a single finger toward the heavens. Gu Fengzhou's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He felt the cold, unblinking gaze of death upon him. Su, young master, I beg you, this sovereign has erred. Truly erred. Please, pretend I was never here. Gu Fengzhou cried out in abject terror. Then, shall this marriage proceed? Su Fengqiu asked. No, never. Absolutely not. You still wish to wed. Even now with all this carnage, you still seek marriage. Su Fengqiu lowered his arm. Gu Fengzhou. The 9 dragons descended like judgment incarnate, engulfing him utterly. Ah, Su Fengqiu, Su clan, you violate all martial virtue. You betray righteousness itself. You disgrace the noble sex. Your deeds are those of vile antagonists. You shall suffer heavenly retribution. Ah, Lin Qingzhu. As dust settled, Gu Fengzhou lay dead, a lifeless corpse. His soul essence fled, but was instantly obliterated by Su Tianyi. All were slain. At that very moment, a dozen crimson beams shot towards Su Fengqiu, and were absorbed into his being. The heavenly retribution scripture, the system's reward. Those who perished near Su Fengqiu were absorbed by him, fueling his cultivation. The fallen celestial emperors conferred upon him roughly 30 years' worth of accumulated spiritual energy. How many years of cultivation would be required for Su Fengqiu to advance from 3rd rank to 4th rank celestial emperor? He did not know. Theoretically, such a leap was nearly impossible. Yet with the heavenly retribution scripture, the path suddenly seemed astonishingly simple. Ding. Gu Fengzhou has perished. Gu Chongqing's destiny value decreased by 5,000. Your system value increased by 5,000. Ding. 8 celestial emperors and 4 Dao Heaven Realm cultivators of the Gu clan have fallen. The Gu clan's overall strength has diminished. Gu Chongqing's destiny value decreased by 1,000. Your system value increased by 1,000. Gu Chongqing's remaining destiny value 513,000. Another 1,000 lost, and he would fall to 4th rank fortune child status. Su Tianyi then declared, return the corpses to the Gu clan. The Su clan enters full wartime readiness, prepared to engage the Gu clan at any moment. Yes, Lord Patriarch. The Su clan elders departed dazed and speechless. Lin Zhan opened his mouth, then closed it again. Wait. His original intent had been to collaborate with Su Tianyi, staging a performance to delay the marriage pact. How had it spiraled into this? This youth, truly a madman. Had Su Tianyi redirected all the indulgence he owed to your wholly onto Su Fengqiu? Wait, Su Tianyi. Lin Zhan approached him asking, what now? What now? Su Tianyi replied calmly. The Lin and Su clans unite against the Gu clan. That is the only path forward. What else could there be? Lin Zhan, my son risked the entire Su clan's existence for your daughter. And you ask me what now, Lin Zhan? All right. Very well. I shall return immediately to convene the Lin clan. And with that, Lin Zhan and his entourage departed in haste. Something was profoundly amiss. Just like that, they fought. Damn. The Su clan, utterly lawless. Ordinarily, it is said if the beam above is crooked, the one below bends with it. Yet here, the lower beam was warped first and dragged the upper beam down with it. Though Lin Qingzhu was unaware of the details, she had a rough understanding of what had transpired. The Gu family sought the Su family, requesting Su Fengqiu to agree to the marriage of her maid to Gu Chongqing. Su Fengqiu did not agree. They fell out, and subsequently Su Fengqiu killed the head of the Gu family and others. However, theoretically a dispute is just a dispute. One cannot kill the Gu family members within the Su family. Such an act would be condemned by the 9 continents. At the same time, it signaled the beginning of a war between the Su and Gu families that would shake the 9 continents. And the root of it all was her. It was for her that young Master Su was willing to battle the Gu family. This, Lin Qingzhu felt a surge of panic. She believed she was not worth such efforts. The Su and Gu families, 2 great imperial clans lasting 10,000 years. She wondered what means Su Fengqiu possessed. Normally, any force would avoid a conflict with a rival of equal standing. No one wishes for both sides to suffer. What should she do? Lin Qingzhu gazed at Su Fengqiu. Young Master Su, why was he willing to go against the world for her? Did he truly care for her this much? The young master must cherish Sister Qingzhu dearly, Shaoli whispered. Lin Qingzhu glanced at Shaoli. This didn't seem to be simply a matter of love. The situation was too significant, overwhelming her with anxiety. Yet, Lin Qingzhu looked at Su Fengqiu's figure. He was truly different. Which girl wouldn't enjoy the feeling of being protected by someone, even to the point of opposing the world? Which girl wouldn't be moved by that? This matter deeply touched Lin Qingzhu's heart. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's affection for you increased by 10. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's affection reached 40, a reward obtained. Book of the Great Destiny. Su Fengqiu turned to glance at Lin Qingzhu. She with a worried expression slightly bowed. Just stay in the young master pavilion, the rest will be handled by me. Young Master Su. Qingzhu is not worth such treatment from you. Why would you? Lin Qingzhu's words were cut short, as Su Fengqiu gently placed his finger on her red lips. Then Su Fengqiu walked away. This seemed to shake Lin Qingzhu's heart more than 1,000 words. Gu Changxing sat in the young Master Peak courtyard. In 7 days it will be my grand wedding. Lin Qingzhu, you cannot escape from my grasp. Although Lin Qingzhu is Su Fengqiu made this fact greatly irked Gu Changxing. But everyone knew of Lin Qingzhu's identity. He didn't care much. The only unexpected factor in this is Su Fengqiu. If he disagrees, what shall we do? However, the Gu family has announced to the world that the grand wedding will occur in 7 days. Su Fengqiu knows that to disagree would be to slap the Gu family in the face, and he understands the consequences. Though Su Fengqiu is formidable against the Misty Peak and the Imperial Emperor sect, he has exhausted his means. Otherwise, if he truly had the ability, would he let the Medicine God Mountain go? Yes. If Su Fengqiu truly had the capability, he would not let the Medicine God Mountain off the hook. Thus, the current Su family is merely a normal force. They might possess some Xiantian poison artifacts, but they are not to be feared. He merely built his reputation and momentum through those 2 battles, leading to no one daring to provoke the Su family, even those stronger than them. But Gu family does not believe in such superstitions. Young master, a maid rushed over. What is it? Gu Changxing asked. The head of the family and others. They. Gu Changxing frowned. Speak. They have been killed by the Su family. Gu Changxing trembled all over. What? Gu Changxing's eyes widened as he stood up, shocked and pale. Yes. The Gu family and Su family are at odds. Yes. Today negotiations might very well collapse. However, his father, the head of the Gu family, and several celestial emperors went to visit the Su family to discuss matters. In this situation, could the Su family act and kill? Is there no justice, no law? Does the Su family care for face or dignity? In this era, even the forces of the demonic sect cannot do such things. If a certain sect's expert went to a demonic sect, both sides are opposing forces. During negotiations, even if they fell apart, the demonic sect wouldn't kill them. At most, they would kill a couple of insignificant people for intimidation. Su Fengqiu killed his father, the head of the ancient Imperial Gu family. Has he gone mad? Damn Su Fengqiu. Gu Changxing gritted his teeth, his face contorted, scaring the maid before him to tremble. Gu Changxing approached, gripping the maid's shoulders and shaking her violently. Why? Su Fengqiu. Why? The maid was so frightened that she cried out, but dared not make a sound. Gu Changxing squeezed her neck, exerting pressure until he killed her. Then he tossed her to the ground, brutally stomping. Su Fengqiu. Gu Changxing seemed to treat that maid as if he were trampling on Su Fengqiu's corpse, venting for a long time. Gu Changxing took a deep breath, his eyes bloodshot. He waved his hand to clean up the scene and quickly left the young master pavilion. This news once again shook the 9 continents. Have you heard? The head of the Gu family, Gu Fengqiu, along with several celestial emperors, went to the Su family to discuss the wedding and were all killed on the spot by the Su family. Indeed, I have heard. Su Fengqiu of the Su family has gone mad. Don't they consider the consequences? For so many years, even reputable sects wouldn't act this way towards demonic sects. This is simply shocking. Does the Su family truly care nothing for their reputation? The Su family lets Su Fengqiu run rampant. Now the battle between the ancient Imperial Gu family and the Su family, can the Su family withstand it? On paper, the Su family is absolutely no match for the Gu family. The variable lies with Su Fengqiu. If the Su family dares to act this way, they must have confidence. Yes, the Misty Peak and Imperial Emperor sect have set the precedent. It all depends on what shocking means Su Fengqiu can showcase this time. Medicine God Mountain. Sect Master, this Su Fengqiu is truly mad. He disregards the dignity of the celestial emperors, and even the Su family is out of control. The Gu family members were killed while negotiating with them. Sect Master Li Baishan nodded. Indeed, he is simply a disruptor in the 9 continents. A person like him lacks vision and the grace of a strong individual. How did he manage to integrate poetry with the Dao? Sect Master, should we from the Medicine God Mountain intervene on behalf of the Gu family? Li Baishan shook his head. No need. The Gu family is not weak. Let them test Su Fengqiu's means. I want to see what methods Su Fengqiu has to deal with the Gu family this time. What Su Fengqiu has done is far too against the natural order. However, such extraordinary actions are rare. How could one person continuously perform such defiance in a short time? Su Fengqiu's deeds have caused everyone to misjudge the celestial emperors and the ancient imperial clans, as well as the royal sects. How could a force of such a level extinguish a rival so easily? It seems as simple as an ancient imperial clan attacking an ordinary martial artist family. This was not the case before. In the main hall of the Gu family, the head of the family Gu Fengqiu is gone. At this moment, the situation is temporarily presided over by the elder Gu Jinha. Gu Changsheng kneels there, tears streaming down his face. Elder, declare war. The Su family is utterly lawless. We went to negotiate the marriage between Changsheng and Lin Qingzhu, and if it couldn't be settled, that would be fine, but they actually killed the family head and others. This matter must make the Su family pay the price and incite public outrage across the 9 continents. The actions of the Su family are worse than those of the demonic sect. How can this be tolerated? They are simply disrespecting everything in the 9 continents, even more so my Gu family. This time we must annihilate the Su family to establish the name of my Gu family and avenge the family head and others. Declare war. In fact, many in the hall showed anger, but upon hearing the declaration of war, their eyes revealed some fear. Yes, the Gu family is indeed stronger than the Su family. Theoretically, if a fight breaks out, although the Gu family would suffer heavy losses, the Su family would surely be annihilated. But the problem lies with Su Fengqiu. In recent days, Su Fengqiu has been too defiant, surpassing their understanding. Even the 9 Heavens divine sect Yaowang sect has been intimidated by Su Fengqiu. It is uncertain whether Su Fengqiu has any extraordinary methods. If he does, wouldn't that be used against the Gu family? Their allies also remain silent, because they are also wary of Su Fengqiu. They speak of how things should be, but the key is what they truly think. Su Fengqiu has proven the impossible time and again. In simple terms, Su Fengqiu has intimidated everyone. Those favored by fortune like Yi Feng and the others have gone against the odds. He can indeed make many powerful forces that far exceed his strength wary. However, Su Fengqiu is even more exaggerated. Moreover, he truly does not play by the rules, and no one can guess his thoughts. The key is that no one has ever been as crazy as he is. Now he has killed members of the Gu family. Does he not know the consequences? Then why would he dare to kill? It only shows that he is unafraid. Thus, many in the Gu family are actually apprehensive, feeling that disaster is imminent. Moreover, the Gu family and the Su family are the same. As a millennia-old imperial clan, even though they share blood ties with the Gu family, it has been over 100 generations. In fact, some people do not care much about Gu Feng's death. There are no feelings involved. It is more of a matter of face. The elder's eyes flicker with anger as he grits his teeth. At all costs, let everyone from the Su family sacrifice their lives for the souls of the family head and others. Send my order, gather the Gu family and summon the ancestors. Yes. Additionally, activate the protective array of the Gu family to ensure that even if he has the Duan Shuangju Ling San, he cannot enter the Gu family. Understood. After gathering, attack the Su family overnight. Cough, cough, elder. An old man cleared his throat and stood up. I believe attacking overnight is too hasty. For such a great battle to be safe, we should prepare for a while, at least until tomorrow. Yes, preparing first is never a bad idea, but we cannot let anger cloud our judgment. Clearly they are quite flustered. Su Fengqiu has indeed intimidated them. It feels like if they don't prepare properly, it won't end well. Many people step forward to support some preparation. The elder Gu Jina nods. Yes, prepare tonight, and at dawn tomorrow we will attack the Su family. Yes, Su family. Chior, in the future, let's not be too impulsive. Your impulsiveness has scared the people of the Su family. Su Tianyi looked at Su Fengqiu helplessly. Father, that's just fine. If even our own people can be intimidated, what about other forces? With Piamiao Peak Yaowang sect and the matter with the Gu family, I believe that even though the Su family may not have strong forces in the 8 heavens, no one would dare to provoke them easily. As for the rest, we can develop quickly. Su Tianyi replied. Returning to this matter, as your father, I allow you to act recklessly, but the only confidence I have is you. This does sound a bit absurd. He believes that his son must have received immense fortune. But specifically, he does not know and does not ask. Father, rest assured, I will not fight battles I cannot win. Then what gives you confidence? Is it true, as people speculate, that you have extraordinary methods? Su Tianyi asked. Su Fengqiu smiled and shook his head. Where do I have so many extraordinary methods? Can I destroy Piamiao Peak and Yaowang sect and not be extraordinary? What else can be done? Su Tianyi was momentarily at a loss for words. Although I don't have many methods left, I have confidence Lu Yunyan is sufficient. You and Lu Yunyan have reached such a level. Is she even willing to fight for the Su family? Su Fengqiu took out a token. On the black token the word kill is inscribed. Su Tianyi was taken aback. The killing order of the master of the killing tower, she gave this to you. Yes, with this order I can summon the killing tower from all over the world. Though she has left the killing tower, this order has not been used and is still valid. Thus, summoning the killing tower will surely annihilate the Gu family. The foundation of the Su family in the 8 heavens should be secure in this battle. Su Tianyi nodded. But, Su Fengqiu's eyes flicker with a glint of light. I have another idea. Speak. Can we defeat the enemy without fighting? Su Tianyi. How do you plan to do this? Su Tianyi couldn't help but smile. How could he have such a clever son? Does he have such good genes? I will give it a try. Let's gamble. The Su family need not prepare for battle. Everything will go on as usual. I will head out first. Su Fengqiu then left the Su family. Deep into the night, Su Fengqiu arrived not far from the Gu family. Is the protective array activated? Su Fengqiu revealed a cold smile. They are afraid. They should be afraid. You all must be under great pressure. Su Fengqiu's lips curled into a slight smile. Soon several identical clones of Su Fengqiu appeared beside him, while he himself quietly concealed his presence. At the Gu family at this moment the ancestors and others have also gathered. At dawn tomorrow they will attack the Su family. In the hall the elder Gu Jinhe and others looked solemn. Report. Speak. The Su family seems to be completely silent, as if nothing has happened. Everyone frowned. Feigning ghosts investigate further. Yes. Another figure hastily ran in. Report. Speak. Above the western clouds outside the Gu family, a suspicious person has been spotted hiding there, suspected to be Su Fengqiu. The crowd was thrown into chaos. Silence. Gu Jinhe waved his hand, and a scene appeared in the void before them. It seemed to be Su Fengqiu. It seems Su Fengqiu indeed has the Duan Shuang Ju Ling San. He wants to use the same tricks against my Gu family. No need to worry, with the protective array in place the Duan Shuang Ju Ling San won't drift in. Just then a powerful battle noise came from outside. What happened? Everyone rushed out of the hall, only to find that the protective array had vanished. Elder Su Fengqiu has charged in. The celestial emperors guarding outside the Gu family could not stop him. He destroyed the defenses of the protective array with his absolute spirit. Everyone's pupils constricted. Gu Jinhe waved his hand, and the Su Fengqiu that was originally in the image disappeared. Quick! Everyone quickly enter the secret realm to avoid the Duan Shuang Ju Ling. Elder, entering the secret realm may be useless. We will eventually have to come out, and once we do we will surely be poisoned. Gu Jinhe frowned. Quickly leave the Gu family from the east, gather at Songyun City at dawn. Yes. Everyone quickly dashed eastward. But they found that in that direction Su Fengqiu was standing in the void. Their pupils constricted. Su Fengqiu waved his hand toward the air. Be careful of the Duan Shuang Ju Ling San. Kill him, Su Fengqiu. Some dodged while others attacked. However, they realized that this was just a clone of Su Fengqiu. Change direction. Go south. A group of people rushed south. The strong members of the Gu family scattered in fear. There was no way around it. They were well aware of the fate of the Medicine Emperor sect. They were terrified. Although they had never seen the Duan Shuang Ju Ling San, they understood its danger. What if instead of the Duan Shuang Ju Ling San, it was something even more dangerous? They did not wish to get involved. A group of people ran far away. Phew. Elder, there shouldn't be any problems, right? We can gather tomorrow. A strong member looked at Gu Jinhe. There should be none. After all, we used our spiritual power to blow the Duan Shuang Ju Ling San away. As long as it doesn't land on us, there shouldn't be any issues. There's no need to worry. The elder nodded, clenching his fists with a face full of resentment. Su Fengqiu must die. Since he chose to sprinkle poison forcefully, it only shows that he is at his wit's end. This elder named Gu Pingxing was the father of Gu Fengzhou and the grandfather of Gu Changshan. Naturally, he was the most furious since his son was killed. Not just Su Fengqiu, but the Su family must not be spared. They are simply lawless. Elder Gu Jinhe's eyes narrowed slightly. Gu Jinhe looked at Gu Pingxing and said, you go and summon the strong members who have left the Gu family. Good. They'll go now. Gu Pingxing dashed away. Gu Jinhe's expression turned grave. Is it really safe from poison? However, he was clear that a single undetectable grain of the Duan Shuang Ju Ling San could poison everyone within a certain range without them realizing it. Otherwise, the vast Medicine Emperor sect would not have been obliterated. Su Fengqiu had used 4 avatars to scatter the Duan Shuang Ju Ling San from 4 directions. He was so close to 3 of Su Fengqiu's avatars. He had only released his spiritual power at the last moment to blow the powder away. Was it really safe? He felt as if he might have already been caught. What should he do? He was an elder with the cultivation of an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor. He still had hopes of breaking through to the supreme Immortal Emperor in this life. What if he accidentally got poisoned? Wouldn't that mean certain death? Unable to channel his spiritual power, his body would be weak and powerless, making it impossible to flee in a fight. This won't do, I can't gamble. Gu Jinhe furrowed his brows. Although he was from the Gu family, he had been part of it a millennium ago. What he cared about was merely the reputation of the Gu family. Gu Fengqiu, he had hardly seen him a few times, as Gu Jinhe had mostly been in seclusion. There were indeed no feelings involved. Why not just let it go? If I don't dare to gamble, I should preserve my life, and wait until I can challenge the supreme Immortal Emperor, then take revenge on the Su family by myself. Yes, the Gu family shouldn't know what has actually happened. They wouldn't think of me as a coward trying to save my own. Moreover, there are still Elder Yin and the others around. There were a total of 4 8th-tier Immortal Emperors in the Gu family, one of whom had advanced to 9th tier. Losing one 8th-tier Immortal Emperor wouldn't be a big deal. If they annihilated the Su family, it would be easy for Gu Jinhe to injure himself and deceive them into thinking he was attacked by the Su family last night, nearly losing his life. That way there would be no problem, right? Let's do it this way. Gu Pingxing searched for a long time. What the heck? Where were the strong members of the Gu family? Why couldn't he find a few? Where had they all gone? Forget it. Anyway, at dawn tomorrow we will gather in Sunyun City, and nothing unexpected will happen. Gu Pingxing mused. Su Fengqiu, you killed my son, the head of the Gu family, Gu Fengqiu. Now your plans have failed. Oh, let's see what you will do. Gu Pingxing's eyes flickered with malice. Then he took out a sound transmission talisman and tossed it. Grandpa. Gu Changxing's voice came through. Gu Pingxing asked Changxing, are you at the Gu family? Gu Changxing, yes, but it's a bit strange. Grandpa, where have all the strong members of the Gu family gone? Why haven't I seen them? Gu Pingxing said Su Fengqiu is trying to use the same old tricks again, spreading the Duanshang Juling San in my Gu family. It was discovered in time. To avoid poisoning, we have temporarily left the Gu family, and at dawn tomorrow we will gather to attack the Su family. Gu Changxing gritted his teeth and asked why not attack now. Gu Pingxing replied, first, such a large-scale battle requires some preparation. Second, there were unexpected occurrences, and now the Gu family's strong members are scattered around. Orders have already been issued to gather in Sunyun City at dawn. There is no issue. Understood. Gu Pingxing said, you don't need to worry. The strong members of the Gu family should all be near the Gu family. If the Su family makes a move, they will all return immediately. Even if you are poisoned in the Gu family, it won't matter. This poison is not fatal. You won't have any role in this battle, so just stay safe in the Gu family. Yes, I understand, Grandpa. Gu family. Gu Changxing stayed at the young master peak. He felt something was off. He felt unsafe staying in the Gu family. Almost all the immortal emperors of the Gu family had left. It was very unsettling. No, for safety, Sake, I feel the need to leave the Gu family first. Gu Changxing then left young master peak. Elder. Gu Changxing saw a figure returning to the Gu family in the night. Young master. The elder smiled. Didn't we say that everyone should temporarily leave the Gu family? Why are you back, elder? The elder stroked his beard and said, we still need someone to guard the Gu family, just in case. But if the Gu family is now filled with Duanshang Juling San, wouldn't the elder be poisoned? How could you? Oh, it's nothing. Don't forget, I am an 8th-tier physician. While I cannot help others detoxify, my own constitution has become immune to most poisons over the years. Gu Changxing nodded. Changxing, are you going to? Gu Changxing said, I am just taking a stroll. Don't worry. The Gu family members are all around, and we have sent people to keep an eye on the Su family. The moment they make a move, they can all rush back. Yes. The elder then left. He didn't want to return, but he still had some precious items left in the Gu family. Being poisoned was not a big deal. He would just take his things and slip away. He wouldn't fight tomorrow. What if he got poisoned now? Wouldn't that mean he was doomed tomorrow? Losing one 8th-tier Immortal Emperor wasn't a concern. Once the Gu family won, he could injure himself and pretend to be someone who was ambushed by the Su family that night, thus unable to fight. The Gu family wouldn't suspect anything. He couldn't gamble. He felt that he might have already been poisoned. He would slip away first. The next day, dawn. Too many powerful individuals from various factions were already gathered, waiting to witness the battle between the Gu family and the Su family. Outside Sunyun City, Gu Pingxing stood there waiting. One by one, figures came to his side. However, something was off. A lot of people had arrived, but this was only about 1/10 of the Gu family's strong members. Where are the others? The 9th-tier Immortal Emperor from the Gu family descended from the void, glancing around. Why were there only 20 or 30 Immortal Emperors? And they were all the close relatives of Gu Fengqiu. The elder brother, second brother, grandfather, and great-grandfather of Gu Fengqiu. Where is Elder Gu Jinhe? Wasn't he supposed to oversee the battle? Where did he go? The 9th-tier Immortal Emperor frowned. Everyone looked at each other. It was already dawn. Surely they couldn't have all forgotten. They should have arrived. Why were there only so few of them? The Su family would wipe them out. Not to mention attacking the Su family. Let me ask. Gu Pingxing tossed out a sound transmission talisman. Grandpa. Gu Changxing called out. Changxing, have you seen Elder Gu Jinhe and the other elders of the Gu family? Gu Pingxing asked. Gu Changxing was not at the Gu family. He could only say, last night, I did see the elder and some immortal emperors of the sect return to their sect. Understood. The sound transmission talisman disappeared. Why would they return to the sect? Are they not afraid of being poisoned? Surely not all of the hundreds of immortal emperors returned. The ninth tier Immortal Emperor frowned. Let's go check it out first.